Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 101, Chapter 101, The Holy Grail Q&A. Generally speaking, red wines that are fermented and stored in oak barrels have good quality. There are also many considerations when it comes to drinking this type of wine. Shinji, who has not systematically studied this knowledge, is not clear about the specifics, but he knows for sure that it is not like Ryder, who uses his fist to pry open the barrel and uses a bamboo wine ladle to serve the wine. While serving the wine, Ryder boasts to others. Although the shape is a bit strange, this is a traditional wine vessel in this country. Scatach looked at Ryder's cheerful and somewhat funny expression, sighed lightly, and corrected Ryder's mistake. That is indeed a traditional Eastern wine vessel called a sakazuki or sakazuki hishiku, but it is not used for serving red wine, let alone as a wine glass. Is that so? Ahahaha. Ryder laughed foolishly and rubbed the back of his head. No wonder the shopkeeper looked at me strangely. It turns out I was wrong. Hey, Saber's master, are there any cups for drinking in the castle? Bring a few. Iris Veal asked Saber with her eyes, and after receiving a positive reply, she turned around and ran off. So, during this time, Saber, archer, assassin, have you heard of such a legend? The legend that the Holy Grail will only be given to the worthy one, and the consciousness that determines worthiness is this war in Fuyuki. Ryder said calmly, igniting the flames of war. Although it is rare to see him speak with such a serious tone, there is no feeling of being out of place. But if it's just about determining the candidate, there is no need for bloodshed. If there is a worthiness that all the heroic spirits recognize, then the answer will naturally appear. Are you saying that tonight's banquet is a competition of this worthiness? Is that right? Saber, dressed in a black suit, raised her eyebrow with a touch of dignity. Exactly, a true competition in the name of kingship. In other words, this is not the Holy Grail War, but the Holy Grail Q&A, who is more worthy of being the king of the Holy Grail. Using wine to ask is the clearest way. At this moment, Iris Veal returned with several wine glasses in her arms. Saber took the wine glasses, and Ryder poured wine into them using the wine ladle. Come, let's have a drink first. Ryder said and drank the wine in the cup first. His bold drinking style, which was incompatible with the wine glass and red wine, had no disharmony when it came to Ryder. It was the measure of a hero's caliber and personal charm. Although the other three servants appeared smaller in stature compared to Ryder, their drinking prowess was not inferior at all. This was a battle disguised as a banquet, and everyone attending the banquet was a king. No one would weaken their momentum. After drinking the wine in their cups, Ryder, assassin, and Saber had unchanged expressions, while only Archer showed a disgusted expression. What kind of inferior wine is this? Do you think you can measure a hero's caliber with this? Is that so? This is one of the best goods in the local market. Ryder said this because he didn't know that in modern times, real good wine would not be found in the market, and although Fuyuki City had many foreigners living in it, it was still a small city and did not have a place to sell high-end wines. You think that way because you don't know what real wine is, you mongrel. Archer sneered, and the space beside him began to twist and distort. Waver and Iris Veal witnessed this phenomenon, knowing that it was a precursor to the manifestation of countless noble phantasms. They immediately felt a chill and stood up. But tonight, Archer summoned something other than weapons by his side. It was a set of wine vessels adorned with dazzling gemstones. The heavy golden bottles contained transparent, colorless liquid. Take a good look. This is the true wine of kings. Oh, this is excellent. Ryder didn't pay any mind to Archer's unpleasant demeanor and happily poured the newly acquired wine into the 4 matching golden wine cups. Scatach naturally picked up the 2 wine cups in front of her and handed one to Saber, who also had Celtic origins. Saber seemed more cautious than the other 2 about Archer's intentions. Although she hesitated a little about the wine in the golden bottle, she still did not refuse and accepted the cup handed to her by Scatach. It's delicious. Ryder, who drank first, opened his eyes wide and exclaimed loudly. Saber's curiosity surpassed her caution. Moreover, in this place and time, they were comparing each other's character, so how could she leave the wine poured by others? As the wine touched her throat, Saber felt a strong sense of expansion in her mind. It was a top-quality wine she had never tasted before, intense and refreshing, rich and exhilarating. The overwhelmingly intense pleasure of taste overshadowed her sense of smell, and even her vision and touch dulled momentarily. This is amazing. This wine must not have been brewed by humans. Is it something from mythological times? Hearing Ryder's praise, Archer revealed a tranquil smile. Assassin, can you discern the origin of this wine? Seemingly casual, the question carried a deeper meaning. It was a clash of knowledge and insight. Archer wanted to test the wisdom of the magical realm, an extraordinary ability that placed him beyond humanity, as the legend said. Scatach put down her wine cup and responded while sitting, Ryder is right. It is indeed something from mythological times, and it is a wine that only the wine gods themselves have the privilege to drink. The wine god. Dionysus. Ryder, living in ancient Greece, immediately thought of the Greek mythological wine god Dionysus. No, Scatach shook her head, it is an even older deity than Dionysus. It is the origin of all wine gods like Dionysus and Bacchus. In the earliest times, gods didn't have names, nor were they categorized into pantheons as in human mythologies. They were natural extensions, products of concepts. Fire gods were fire gods, war gods were war gods, thunder gods were thunder gods, and wine gods were wine gods. As humanity developed, these singular concepts diversified and branched out into various pantheons, each with their gods holding similar positions. Archer's wine should be the original wine of the primordial wine god. Am I correct? Upon hearing this answer, Archer looked at Scatach with approving eyes. Correct. Your erudition deserves my praise, assassin. Whether it's fine wine or swords, in my treasury, there are only the most supreme treasures. This is the taste of a king. Are you kidding, Archer? The one who sternly rebuked was Saber, and the calm atmosphere was gradually shattered by the tense atmosphere. To judge the way of kings based on the quality of wine is absurd. You don't seem like a king, but rather a clown. Faced with Saber's anger, Archer just snorted. How unsightly. Those who don't know how to enjoy fine wine are unworthy of claiming kingship. Stop arguing, both sides' accusations are boring. Ryder, with a wry smile, interrupted Saber, who was about to retort, and Ryder continued speaking. Archer, your exquisite wine is indeed worthy of these precious wine cups. Unfortunately, the Holy Grail is not a wine cup. This is a Holy Grail quiz to test who is most qualified to obtain the Holy Grail. First, let's hear what wish you have entrusted to the Holy Grail. Otherwise, there's no point in discussing further. Archer, as a king, find a way to persuade us that you are qualified to obtain the Holy Grail. You mongrel, don't push your luck. Besides, this has already deviated from the premise of competing for the Holy Grail. Seeing Ryder furrow his brow and showing a surprised expression, Archer sighed as if in resignation. To be honest, that item originally belonged to this king. All the treasures in the world come from this king's treasury. Although some things may have been lost over time, those treasures still belong to this king. So, you once possessed the Holy Grail. And you also know what the Holy Grail is. I don't know. Archer flatly denied Ryder's questioning. Don't judge by your mongrel standards. The total number of treasures this king possesses has long exceeded the scope of this king's knowledge. But as long as that item is a treasure, it means it is this king's wealth. Trying to take this king's belongings without permission, even thieves should know when to stop. This time, Saber was astonished by Archer's words. Your words are no different from Castor's ramblings. It seems more than one servant is suffering from a mental disorder. No, it's not that simple. Unlike Saber, Ryder murmured, as if echoing. At some point, he had already picked up a wine bottle and poured more wine into his cup without any concern. It seems like I've already guessed the golden shimmering true name. There's only one person who is even more arrogant than me, Iskandar. Ryder's astonishing statement made Irisveal and Waver perk up their ears, but he didn't continue and change the topic. So, Archer, as long as we have your permission, we can obtain the Holy Grail. Ryder asked with a mischievous smile, knowingly asking. Archer glanced at him with sharp eyes. That's right, but this king has no reason to bestow treasures upon mongrels like you. Are you a miser? Foolish. I only bestow gifts upon my subjects and people. Archer replied with a mocking smile towards Ryder. So, Ryder, if you are willing to submit to me, I can reward you with 1 or 2 cups anytime. Well, that's impossible. Ryder scratched his chin, seemingly having difficulty accepting it, with a puzzled expression. But Archer, it seems like you don't care about the Holy Grail, nor did you participate in the Holy Grail War to obtain it. Of course. But this king cannot allow thieves to lay hands on this king's treasures. It's a matter of principle. Archer, are you implying something? Before Ryder could finish his words, he emptied his cup of wine and continued speaking. Is there some meaning or logic behind this? It's the law. Archer immediately responded. The laws decreed by this king, a ruler. Ryder seemed to accept his statement and let out a deep sigh. Truly a perfect king, able to uphold the principles he has set. However, I still desire the Holy Grail. My approach is simple, if I want it, I'll seize it because I am Iskandar, the conqueror king. No problem. If you break the law, this king will enforce it. There's no room for debate. Well, then we'll settle it on the battlefield. Archer maintained a dignified attitude, while Ryder showed a relieved expression as if dispelling his doubts. The two nodded in agreement on the same point of view. But Archer, let's finish this bottle of wine first. We can save the battle for later. Of course. Or were you planning to waste the fine wine this king offered? How could that be? How can I let such top-quality wine go to waste? Saber had been silently watching Archer and Ryder gradually create a communication that seemed neither hostile nor friendly. Finally, she turned to Ryder and asked. Conqueror King, since you've acknowledged that the true ownership of the Holy Grail belongs to someone else, do you still intend to seize it by force? Yes, of course. My kingship is about conquering, which means seizing and invading. Suppressing the anger burning within her, Saber continued her questioning. What is your wish for the Holy Grail that compels you to go to such lengths? Ryder seemed a bit embarrassed, chuckled lightly, took a sip of wine, and then answered. To obtain a physical body. It was an unexpected answer that no one had anticipated. As for Waver, he was so astonished that he couldn't help but exclaim, rushing to Ryder's side to question him. You. Your wish isn't to conquer the world, wow. With a customary forehead flick to silence his master, Ryder shrugged and said. Idiot. Why would I need a cup to conquer the world? Conquest is a dream entrusted to me. The wish for the Holy Grail is only the first step towards realizing that dream. Mongrel, to challenge me over such a trivial matter. Even Archer wore a surprised expression, but Ryder's expression remained serious. Even if we can materialize using magical energy, we are still servants, not belonging to this world. Are you satisfied with that? I am not satisfied. I have reincarnated in this world to become a true life. Upon hearing Ryder's words, Waver remembered that Ryder always resisted becoming a spiritual form and had a strange habit of maintaining a physical form. Indeed, even though Ryder can speak, dress, and eat like a human, fundamentally, there isn't much difference between them and a ghost. Why do you desire a physical body so much? Because that is the foundation of conquest. Clasping the enormous palm, Iskandar looked at his fist and spoke softly. Stand tall, facing the heavens and the earth. That encompasses everything about the act of conquest. From there, we push forward and achieve our goals. That is the essence of my authority as the king. But now, I don't even possess a physical form. This is unacceptable, I can't even get started like this. I fear nothing, I just feel the need for a physical body. Archer silently raised the cup to his lips, unsure if he was listening to Ryder's words. However, upon closer inspection, the expression that appeared at the corner of his mouth was unlike any expression shown by this golden heroic spirit until now. If one were to describe it, it was a smile-like expression, but Archer had only ever displayed mocking expressions from the past until now. This particular expression was excessively eerie, instilling fear in anyone who saw it. Decision made, Ryder, I will personally kill you. You're still talking like that now. You better prepare yourself. Not only will I claim the Holy Grail, but I also plan to plunder your treasury. Allowing the King of Conquest to taste such fine wine, you truly have been careless. Ryder laughed heartily and turned towards Scatach, who had remained silent since earlier. It's your turn now, assassin. Equals. Note, it's kind of late, but this fanfic has already achieved 100k words. So, I think it's time for reviews. For every 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also, every 100 power stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 102, Scatach's Path of Kingship. Gilda Rice went mad after the death of his beloved Jean d'Arc, whom he had poured all his emotions into. He lost his sanity. He cursed the gods, studied black magecraft, and transformed into the Bluebeard. He even sacrificed children to resurrect and save his holy maiden. This madness persisted even after his death and ascension to the throne of heroes. Now, his unwavering devotion to his holy maiden has been rewarded, as she has been resurrected, although still blinded and deceived by the gods. But he will not give up, he is determined to save his holy maiden. Even in the face of opposition from the dogs of the gods, Assassin, and the nuisance of Lancer, he never considered giving up. If one attempt failed, he would try again. If 2 attempts failed, he would try a 3rd time. One day, he would rescue his holy maiden, and they would live happily together. Tonight, he embarked on his rescue mission once again. The catalyst for his action was incidental surveillance. Since the last time when he was caught off guard and Assassin found his workshop and violently broke in, he frequently used the clairvoyance magecraft to monitor the situation in the city, ensuring that no other servants approached him without his knowledge. At dusk, he used clairvoyance, as usual, and accidentally caught sight of the carefree and unabashed Ryder. Watching Ryder for a while, Castor was surprised to see Assassin and Ryder collide, and soon Archer appeared as well. The 3 servants strolled, chatted, and studied modern means of transportation like modern individuals. Although Castor couldn't comprehend the behavior of the 3, he knew that they wouldn't cause him trouble for the time being. Berserker and his master were focused on eliminating the monsters he had left in the underground sewer, so he didn't need to worry. As for the remaining Lancer, Castor had already figured out his true nature. Even if he were to cause trouble again, Castor wasn't afraid. Just to be safe, he should prepare more soldiers and attack from a different direction than the day before yesterday. Tonight, Gilda Rice would save the Holy Maiden, Jeanne d'Arc. If Castor had waited for another half an hour, until the three servants raced towards the Einsburn forest, he would have abandoned this thought. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Me. Scatach looked up at the night sky as Ryder called her name. Her eyes were not focused on any particular spot among the stars, but rather looked towards something more distant, as if trying to see beyond the boundaries of the world, outside the realm of reality. Even her low, magnetic voice seemed ethereal. "Are you asking about kingship or wishes?" she asked. "Kingship/wishes." Ryder's voice almost overlapped with Saber's, the former being Ryder and the latter being Saber. The different choices showcased their contrasting personalities. Scatach glanced at Ryder and then at Saber, letting out a light laugh. "Let's start with Saber's question. After all, both she and I come from the Celtic lands. Before I explain kingship, there's something I need to clarify. My realm of shadows is not like any human nation, and I don't govern the living but the dead." "Is that acceptable?" she asked. "Of course, if anything, it piques my curiosity even more." Ryder raised her glass in a toast to Scatach, and Saber, though unable to possess a physical glass, showed the same gesture. Scatach took a sip of her drink in response. "My concept of kingship is simple: order and power. Order refers to the rules established by the heavens, the earth, the world, and the planets. Power serves as a guarantee for order and the definition of things beyond order. Life and death are separate, with the living not supposed to tread into the realm of the dead, and the dead unable to enter the realm of the living. That is the rule set by the world. The realm of shadows once had a name, Ternanog, which is also the origin of the term fairyland. One of my earliest responsibilities was to guide the souls of the fallen warriors and those who died in their journey to Ternanog. However, as you all know, in the age when myths had not yet faded, the boundary between life and death was not so clear-cut. Incidents occurred where the living disturbed the peace of the dead and the dead disrupted the lives of the living. "Archer, you must have experienced going to the realm of the dead as well." Archer responded with a grunt, confirming Scatach's assumption. Ryder showed an expression of affirmation as if Scatach's information confirmed his thoughts. The only ones left puzzled were Saber, Irisveal, and Waver. "Therefore, I use my power to separate the living and the dead. I capture or annihilate the dead who attempt to enter the realm of the living, and I expel or incorporate the living who step into the realm of the dead." Over time, the name Ternanog was gradually replaced by the realm of shadows, and I became the queen of the realm of shadows, ruling over the dead with my power. However, for the brave souls who enter the realm of the dead with determination, considering it a challenge, I give them a chance. After all, during that time, the fairyland still belonged to the mortal realm, and those true heroes displayed the corresponding power. That is my kingship, or rather, the title gatekeeper suits me better. Scatach remained calm throughout, as serene as a still pond. She fully understood her duty and remained steadfast, unaffected by what others said. "Such a dull and uninteresting experience," Archer, in an uncommon display of sighing, spoke with a tone that escaped mockery. "Unwaveringly following their path, both you and Archer are exceptional kings. Thank you for everything you've done for order." Ryder and Saber both gave Scatach considerable praise, and Ryder added another comment. "What about your wish? Is it related to your kingship?" "No, it's unrelated," Scatach sighed. "Ryder, fundamentally, my wish is the same as yours. You wish to live as a human in this world. As for me, I wish to die as a human." The three kings were visibly shocked by this wish. "As I mentioned before, I use my power to separate life and death, sealing the realm of shadows. This process is not without difficulties. Many living beings refuse to accept this outcome, driven by emotions or other motives, and they attempt to take away the souls of the dead. Similarly, many dead refuse to accept the fact that they have died and seek to return to the realm of the living. Among them are powerful beings such as gods, divine beasts, mythical creatures, demons, vengeful spirits, and more. I confront them, battle them, and kill them. My body, soaked in the blood of my enemies, has become eternal. I am neither living nor dead, neither a god nor a human. I do not age, and I have lost the concept of death. I can no longer die, whether it be a beautiful death or an ugly death. But I still remember clearly that I was born as a human, so I yearn to die as a human. If the Holy Grail is truly all-powerful, I hope it can bring someone capable of killing me. Where is the one who can kill me?" Scatach sought the answer to this question for millennia. Note, it's kind of late, but this fanfic has already achieved 100k words. So, I think it's time for reviews. For every 5 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also, every 100 power stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, Saber's Wish. Silence. A long silence. Archer, Ryder, and Saber, the 3 kings, remained motionless in their seats, not even taking a sip of their drinks. Scatach, who caused this moment of silence, silently poured herself a glass of wine and took small sips. Finally, Ryder let out a long breath, breaking the silence. To be honest, assassin, I have only lived for 33 years in my life. There are still many dreams I haven't fulfilled, and many sceneries I haven't seen. I can't fully understand your perspective. Archer, what about you? I remember you once pursued eternity. You should at least understand to some extent. A foolish question, Ryder. Archer narrowed his slender eyes. If I had obtained eternity, I wouldn't be here. As for Assassin's Wish, I won't comment on it. I'm only interested in things within this world. I have no concern or interest in things outside of it. Ryder turned his head to the side. And what about you, Saber? No, I cannot. Although my body stopped aging after pulling out the sword in the stone, I did not attain eternity. Perhaps Merlin could understand. The wise sage of Britain, the great magician Merlin. Upon hearing Saber's answer, Scatach nodded, then shook her head. He and I are similar in some ways, but there are fundamental differences. He is a hybrid of human and nightmare. Though he looks human, his mental structure and characteristics are closer to that of a nightmare. The immortality he possesses stems from this, but he may not understand or, rather, he may not be interested in this aspect. How should I describe him? He's an old rogue. Yes, an old, master. While Scatach was considering her choice of words, Shinji blurted out, almost derailing the conversation. Scatach couldn't help but glare at Shinji. Don't glare at me. Merlin is an old rogue. Shinji touched his nose and bowed to the other 3 kings. Apologies for any offense caused to the esteemed kings. I couldn't help myself. No worries, Ryder waved his hand grandly, exuding both magnanimity and authority. A king's words should be heard by the masses, and in turn, a king should listen to the words of the people. Assassin's Master, I recall you calling yourself Kusuwaseki. Speak your opinion. I also want to hear the modern perspective on Merlin. Please, Kusuwaseki-kun. Saber also expressed her agreement. Thank you for your generosity. Shinji bowed once again. Adhering to surface-level etiquette could save a lot of trouble. He never insisted on irrelevant details and certainly didn't harbor any self-centered Shinibu thoughts. Using his clairvoyance and the nature of nightmares, he peeps into people's privacy all day long. Isn't that the behavior of an old rogue? Who knows, he might be using his clairvoyance to spy on us right now, secretly enjoying himself. When clairvoyance is used as a skill or talent, it manifests as a comprehensive enhancement of vision, including the field of view, dynamic visual acuity, and high-level clairvoyance can even have special effects such as future sight or the ability to read others' thoughts. Merlin, on the other hand, possesses 3 highest-level clairvoyance skills, one of which is the EX-ranked, Eye of the World, which allows him to see through everything in the same era without going anywhere, also known as the Eye of the Present. According to a certain otaku who also possessed EX-ranked clairvoyance, Merlin's eyes were like browsing all the information circulating on the network called the world while sitting at home. Among the 3 EX-ranked clairvoyance skills, it was considered the most useless. Of course, this otaku did not know that Merlin was the embodiment of his spiritual idol on the network, Magi White Medium Star Mari, who was later revealed to be Merlin in disguise. The more I think about it, the more possible it seems. Shinji, who said that, began to look around, searching for the gaze that seemed to come from nowhere. His strange behavior made Waver and Iris feel nervous. The former looked around like Shinji, while the latter focused her gaze on the king who had the closest relationship with Merlin. Saber. Yes, indeed, Merlin is the kind of person who would do such things. He has been punished by knights numerous times in the past for similar incidents. But don't worry, Merlin cannot leave Avalon, nor can he influence the present world. He's truly a perverted fellow. Assassin's Master is right, he is indeed an old rogue. Ryder laughed heartily. If you can tolerate someone like him, Saber, you're not as boring as I thought. I'm getting more and more curious about your wish. After being led astray by Shinji, Ryder finally brought the topic back to Saber. Saber's wish was her kingship, but more importantly, it was her pride. She acknowledged that Archer, Ryder, and Assassin were formidable opponents, but their philosophies were far from her own. Archer's words were completely nonsensical. As for Ryder and Assassin, she recognized their noble spirits as warriors, but ultimately, it was driven by personal desires. Compared to them, Saber believed her wish was nobler. The King of Knights lifted her head with determination and looked directly at the 3 kings, speaking up. My wish is to save my homeland. I want to use the all-powerful Holy Grail to change the fate of Britain's destruction. Silence once again fell upon the outdoor courtyard. The reason for the silence was similar to a few minutes ago but subtly different. King of Knights, am I hearing you correctly? The first to speak was Ryder, his face showing a puzzled expression. Did you just say you want to change fate? In other words, you want to overturn history. That's right, even if this wish cannot be realized even with a miracle, if the Holy Grail is truly omnipotent, then it must. The atmosphere chilled due to Saber's resolute words. Assassin sighed, while Ryder and Archer wore disappointed expressions. Saber, let me confirm. The country called Britain was destroyed in your era, during your reign. That's right. That's why I cannot forgive myself. Saber felt anger at the reactions of the three, and her tone of speech became impatient. So that's why I feel regret, wanting to change that outcome. Because I led to such an ending. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from the side. It was a boisterous, disrespectful, even vulgar laughter, coming from Archer's contorted mouth. The unbearable humiliation tinted Saber's expression with anger. Archer trampled upon the most sacred realm within her soul. Archer, what's so funny about this? Archer completely disregarded Saber's anger, laughing uncontrollably and intermittently. Self-proclaimed king. A king hailed by the people. And yet, such a person feels regret. Ha! How can that not be laughable? What a masterpiece! Saber, you're the greatest clown. Archer laughed convulsively, unable to control himself. Ryder next to him furrowed his brows, wearing an expression of displeasure rarely seen on his face as he stared at Saber. Wait. Hold on, King of Knights. Are you trying to deny the history you created? Saber had never questioned her ideals and certainly didn't expect someone to question her like this. That's right. What's so surprising about it? What's so funny? I held up my sword for it and offered my life, and my country was destroyed as a result. So, I feel sorrow. What's wrong with that? It's not wrong to feel sorrow for the downfall of your own country, but... Before Scatach could finish her sigh, Archer's laughter resounded once again. Hey, did you hear what she said, Ryder? This little girl who claims to be the King of Knights, she said, sacrificing for the country. Ryder remained silent for a while, ignoring Archer's incessant laughter. His troubled expression grew heavier. For Saber, Ryder's silence was as humiliating as being mocked. What's so funny about that? As a king, it's only natural to hope for eternal prosperity for the country you govern. No, you're mistaken. Ryder firmly and seriously refuted her words. It's not the king sacrificing for the country, but the country and its people sacrificing everything for the king. It should never be the other way around. What are you saying? Saber's voice became hoarse due to her uncontrollable anger. Isn't that a tyrant? Exactly. It's because we are tyrants that we can be heroes. Ryder remained calm, responding peacefully. But Saber, if there's a ruler who feels regret for the outcome of their rule, it's just a weak ruler, worse than a tyrant. Unlike Archer, who continued to mock Saber, Ryder fundamentally denied her. Saber furrowed her brows and sharply retorted. Ryder, aren't you the same? The heir was killed, and the empire you painstakingly built ended up divided into 4. Don't you feel any regret for such an outcome? If you had the chance to do it all over again, don't you think there could have been another way to save your homeland? No. Ryder immediately answered, his chest puffed out as he met the serious gaze of the King of Knights. If it was this king's decision or the way of life followed by this king's subjects that ultimately led to that outcome, then destruction was inevitable. This king will mourn it and shed tears, but will never feel regret. How can that be? Let alone overturning everything. Such foolish actions are an insult to everyone who co-created this era with this king. Saber denied Ryder's proud declaration. Only warriors would consider destruction as glory. The people don't think that way, they need salvation. Are you saying they want the salvation of the king? Ryder shrugged and laughed. I don't understand. What's the point of that? That is the duty of a king. This time, Saber spoke loudly. Righteous rule, proper order. That is what all subjects expect. Then are you a righteous slave? That's fine too. Sacrificing for ideals is befitting of a king. The young King of Knights nodded, her tone devoid of hesitation. The people abide by the laws and order established by the king. The king embodies not a fleeting illusion that disappears with the king but something more noble and eternal. Looking at Saber, who remained resolute, Ryder shook his head as if pitying her. That is not the way of human life. Of course not. As a king, one cannot aspire to the ordinary life of common people. To become a perfect ruler, to become the person who realizes ideals. Shedding the mortal nature of the body to gain eternal youth, forsaking personal emotions to become a complete individual. The life of the girl, Artoria, ended the moment she pulled the sword of selection from the stone. Afterward, she became a legend called the Invincible, a hymn, and a phantom. She had experienced pain and distress, but her pride surpassed them all. Her unwavering belief still granted her strength, supporting her hands that wielded the sword. Conqueror King, someone like you who only cares about themselves will never understand. You, who became a tyrant to satisfy your insatiable desires. Saber shouted as if delivering a fatal blow to the enemy. Ryder's eyes widened upon hearing these words. A king without desires or ambitions is worth less than a mere decoration. Ryder roared, his fierce words making his already massive figure appear twice as imposing. Saber, you talk about sacrificing for ideals. I see now, in your life, you must have been a pure and untainted saint. Surely, your image must have been lofty and inviolable. But who would hold such a treacherous path in awe and have dreams about it? Saints may be able to console the people, but they can never lead them. Only by displaying concrete desires and embracing extreme glory can one truly lead the people, lead a nation. After downing a cup of wine in one gulp, Ryder continued to correct her. The so-called king must have more desires than anyone else, laugh more madly than anyone, provoke more anger than anyone, and be both pure and impure, more real than anyone. It is precisely because of this that the subjects look up to their ruler and become fascinated by the king. In the hearts of every citizen, the spark of longing to become a king themselves ignites. What kind of justice does such governance possess? There is no justice in the king's path, therefore there is no regret. Ryder's words were too arbitrary, causing Saber to tremble with anger. What truly constitutes the happiness of the people? The gap between their fundamental principles was too vast. On one side was the prayer for stability. On the other side was the aspiration for prosperity. The king who sought to quell the turbulent times and the king who incited chaos, naturally, their ideals could never align. Ryder revealed a fearless smile and continued speaking. Oh, King of Knights, perhaps the righteousness and idealism you once upheld momentarily saved your country and subjects. That must have been a great achievement worthy of leaving your name in legends. But surely, you must also be aware of the ultimate fate of those rescued individuals. What? What are you saying? Under the twilight, the hill was dyed in blood. That scene once again flashed through Saber's mind. You always rescue your subjects, but you don't guide them. You have never shown the desires of a king. You abandon your lost subjects and pursue those petty ideals with a sacred demeanor. So, you are not a true king, just a little girl bound by the image of a king who lives not for herself, but only for others. She had 1,000 words to refute, but every time she opened her mouth to speak, the scenery that overlooked the hills of Camelot in the past would reappear before her eyes. The endless mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. The lives that ended there were once her subjects, friends, and loved ones. Upon careful reflection, she had heard prophecies when she drew the sword from the stone. The prophecies foretold a future of destruction, and she should have been mentally prepared long ago. But even with that realization, once she witnessed that scene with her own eyes, she couldn't help but think and pray for a different possibility. A completely different possibility that could even overturn the magician's prophecy. She thought to herself if such a possibility existed. A dangerous imagination emerged as if seeping into the gaps of Saber's heart. If she didn't guard Britain as a savior, but instead ravaged it as a tyrant, the chaos of the era would only become more chaotic due to the wars. Moreover, this was not the king's path she revered. From any perspective, this could never be the choice of the young Artoria. However, if she truly acted in such a way, compared to the hills of Camelot, which side would be the true tragedy? At that moment, Saber suddenly heard the sound of something falling, pulling her consciousness back from the turmoil within her heart. When she turned around, she found Irisveal collapsed on the ground, trembling all over. Note, it's kind of late, but this fanfic has already achieved 100k words. So, I think it's time for reviews. For every 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 power stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 104, The Might of the King. Irisveal. Saber, disregarding her turmoil and the debate with Ryder, rushed to the side of the proxy master. Irisveal struggled to lift her head and spoke intermittently. There are new invaders, monsters summoned by Castor, coming from the rear, surrounding us, their numbers exceed 500. What? Castor? Both Waver and Shinji jumped up simultaneously. The former forcefully pulled Ryder's arm and exclaimed excitedly, hurry and go exterminate them. The latter looked at the back door of the castle with a bewildered expression. Is this guy crazy? Well, he is indeed crazy, but he shouldn't be this desperate. We have 4 servants here. Does this guy intend to take them on alone? The servants and masters present couldn't possibly understand. Castor was only unwilling to accept his failure from last night and was prepared to make a comeback, specifically choosing this undisturbed moment. Little did he know. There's no need to think about it. You didn't die earlier due to various disturbances, but this time you'll die. Miss Irisveal, can you confirm Castor's location? Let's kill Castor together, and I'll evenly distribute the additional command spell. It's not possible. Irisveal, who had recovered from magical feedback, activated the clairvoyance magecraft. He hasn't entered the bounded field, so I can't locate him. Even more cautious than before. Saber gritted her teeth. Scatach, the only one who never belittled Saber's kingship and desires, put down her wine glass and stood up. Saber, Archer, Ryder, you continue. I'll clean up. Master, care to join me? No problem. Shinji's expression was relaxed as if he didn't care about Castor's summoned creatures at all. He didn't care about these small fries. Within the past 2 nights, he killed over 200 monsters, not to mention having Scatach by his side now. As for the castle, he had nothing to worry about. Firstly, he trusted the pride of the 3 kings. Secondly, he left an eye here. She was currently secretly watching from the 3rd floor corridor of the castle. There's no need for that. Just as the two were about to leave, Ryder suddenly spoke. Just now, Saber's master also said that Castor's monsters are scattered and surrounding us. It's inefficient to defeat them one by one. It's better to wait until they gather here and wipe them out all at once. Don't make decisions on your own, Conqueror King. Archer narrowed his crimson eyes and coldly snorted. Do you want to let these rabble tarnish the banquet? Or do you want them to soil the treasures of this king? Neither. Ryder smiled and shook his head. Well, you'll see. I'll make sure they stop below the castle walls. Saber's master, is there a way for us to see the movements of the monster army? Yes. Irisveal once again entered the castle, this time to retrieve the crystal ball. The Einsburn family's bounded field was indeed of high level, and the accompanying clairvoyance magecraft allowed for long-range viewing and observation of the activities within the field from multiple perspectives. This excluded the parts that had already been destroyed by Ryder and Archer, but fortunately, there was no indication of the presence of the monsters in that area, which emitted their distinct evil aura. As Ryder watched the images in the crystal ball, he revealed a smile filled with admiration. To think that mindless monsters could form a military formation. Castor truly deserves the title of a former marshal. Don't laugh. They're approaching. Waver tugged at Ryder's sleeve and whispered. Rest assured, don't worry. Ryder's expression remained unchanged as he focused on studying the formation of the monsters. They're still 500 meters away, it's too early. Remind me when they're 50 meters away. It's 50 meters now. Remind me again when it's 20 meters. It's 20 meters now, 19 meters, Ryder. In an instant, a whirlwind roared into existence. The wind was scorching and dry as if it could burn everything in its path. This wind did not belong to the nocturnal forest or the courtyard of the castle. This wind came from a blazing desert, roaring in the ears. Waver felt the sensation of fine, stinging sand on his tongue and quickly spat a few times. The saliva mixed with sand and dust, brought by the strange wind, carried the heat of the sand that should not exist in this place. Saber, Archer, and Assassin, this is the final question of this banquet, is the king aloof? Standing in the center of the swirling hot wind, Ryder asked. The crimson cape fluttered and billowed on his shoulders, and at some point, his appearance as the Conqueror King had transformed into the original attire of a servant. A smirk appeared at the corner of Archer's mouth, silently answering the question. It was a matter that didn't even need to be asked. Scatach also remained silent, her aura already speaking volumes. In the current shadow land where no living beings remained, she, as the sole ruler and sole anomaly, how could she not be aloof? Saber didn't hesitate. Her kingship and the years she had spent as a king had given her the most genuine answer. The king, naturally stands aloof. Upon hearing the answers of the 3, Ryder burst into laughter. The swirling hot wind seemed to echo his laughter, growing even more intense. No, this won't do. You truly don't understand at all. Today, I will show you what true kingly demeanor is all about. Abnormal hot winds finally began to subvert and erode reality. In this impossible phenomenon, distance and location lost their meaning and gradually transformed into the place where the dry gusts with hot sand should blow. How is this possible? The astonished voices came from Waver and Irisveal, who understood the meaning of magecraft. Is this a reality marble? The scorching sun burned the land. The vast field of vision extended to the horizon, which was covered by violent sandstorms, under the cloudless sky thousands of miles away. The scene that transformed from the Einsburn castle at night was an illusion that eroded reality, a limited magecraft that was on par with miracles. How is it possible to materialize the scenery of the mind when you're not even a magus? Of course not, I alone couldn't accomplish this. Standing proudly in the vast reality marble, Iskandar's face was filled with a proud smile as he denied Waver's question. This is the land where my army once galloped, imprinted deeply in the hearts of the warriors who fought alongside me. With the world's transformation, even the positions of the people involved changed. The numerous monsters that surrounded half of the castle became a collective mass driven to the wilderness on the other side. In the middle stood Ryder, while Saber, archer, assassin, and the three magi were transferred to another side. In other words, Ryder was now facing hundreds of monsters alone. No, was Ryder truly alone now? Everyone widened their eyes and stared at the shadows that appeared around him, like mirages. There wasn't just one shadow, but 2, 4. The blurry equestrian figures increased in multiples, resembling an army, and their colors gradually became clearer. This world can be reproduced because it's engraved in the hearts of every one of us. Under the amazed gazes of the others, the cavalrymen materialized one by one around Iskandar. Though their races and equipment differed, their sturdy physiques, shining armor, and extraordinary valor displayed the might of an army. Only Waver and Shinji could truly understand the true nature of these extraordinary phenomena. These people, every single one of them is a servant. Only the masters who had completed a formal contract possessed the insight to see through and evaluate a servant's spirit origin. Only they knew Iskandar's true trump card, the true form of his ultimate noble phantasm. Look, this is the unmatched military might of the King of Conquerors. At this moment, the King of Conquerors raised his arms and, with an extremely proud tone, loudly boasted about the formation of the cavalry. Even if their bodies are destroyed, their souls are summoned by the world in the form of heroic spirits. They are the legendary warriors who pledge their loyalty to me, responding to my summons and transcending time and space. They are my eternal friends. The bond between them and me is my greatest treasure. My kingly path. My strongest noble phantasm, Ionian Hetairoi. At the EX rank of military noble phantasms, independent servants are continuously summoned. There is the war god Antikythera, the warrior king Porus, the grand meeting of Iskandar's generals, Leonato, the governor of Pannonia Phrygia, Ptolemy, the governors of Libya and Arabia, and of course, the first close advisor, Hephaestion, whom Iskandar trusts the most. There are also the founding monarchs of future dynasties. How many heroes have gathered here, how many legends, each one of them a unique heroic spirit. They all possess illustrious reputations, all warriors who fought alongside the great Alexander the Great. A horse, the only one not ridden by anyone, approached Ryder. It was an exceptionally strong and fierce stallion, worthy of being called a beast. Though not human, its strength was not inferior to the other heroic spirits. Long time no see, my comrades. Ryder showed a childlike innocent smile and tightly embraced the giant horse's neck with both hands. It was the legendary horse Bucephalus, later revered and deified. Under the King of Conquerors, even the steeds themselves have ascended to the status of heroic spirits. Everyone was too astonished to speak. Faced with this magnificent army, even Archer, who also possesses an EX-rank super-noble phantasm, no longer mocked. The King of Conquerors transformed the undying loyalty of his followers after their deaths into a tangible form, turning it into an extraordinary noble phantasm. Saber's entire body trembled, not out of fear of Ryder's noble phantasm's power, but because the noble phantasm itself shook the very foundation of her honor as the King of Knights. An unwavering and immensely powerful support. An emotional bond with his subjects that runs deep, even reaching the realm of noble phantasms. As an ideal king, the one thing the King of Knights couldn't obtain throughout his life. King must live more vividly than anyone else, admired by everyone. Ryder mounted Bucephalus and shouted. The heroic spirits, neatly lined up, echoed his words, raising their shields and cheering in unison. To embody the wishes of all the brave souls and become their exemplar is what makes a king. So, filled with overwhelming confidence and honor, the King of Conquerors looked down on everything around him. A king is not aloof, for his wish is the wish of all his subjects. Indeed. 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 The resounding cry of the heroic spirits shook the earth and reached the heavens. No matter how formidable the army or how fortified the walls, they could not surpass the King of Conquerors' comrades. Their passionate battles were capable of splitting the heavens and breaking the seas. Not to mention a mere group of monsters that do not belong to this world. Very well, let's begin, monsters, trample them. Ryder's command echoed throughout the surroundings, ruthless and decisive. And then, the deafening sound of the charge resounded. This was no longer a battle, it didn't even feel like a rampage. It was pure devastation. Wherever the king's forces passed, the monsters summoned by Castor were wiped out, leaving only a swirling cloud of dust mixed with the smell of blood, carried by the hot wind. Oh! Victorious shouts filled the air. The heroic spirits, having completed their mission, offered their glorious victory to the king, praising his name. Then they returned once again to being spiritual entities, disappearing beyond the bounds of time and space. As the heroic spirits vanished, the reality marble that relied on their magical power was also lifted. The scenery transformed back into the forest of the night, the courtyard of the Einsburn castle. Note, it's kind of late, but this fanfic has already achieved 100k words. So, I think it's time for reviews. For every 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also, every 100 power stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, I am King Arthur. Under the serene moonlight, the silence remained undisturbed, unaffected by the events that had transpired. The 4 servants and 3 masters sat in their original positions, raising their cups once again. The horde of monstrous creatures outside the city had vanished without a trace. What a disappointing conclusion, muttered Ryder nonchalantly, finishing the remaining drink in his cup. Saber had nothing to say in response, while Archer sneered with a slightly displeased expression. I see. So, even though they're all a bunch of mongrels, you're proud of your ability to control so many people and consider yourself a king. Ryder, you are a nuisance, Archer scoffed. Say whatever you want. One day, I will personally settle the score with you, Ryder replied, unfazed, as he stood up and laughed. Let's finish saying what we wanted to say. Tonight ends here, he said. But Saber was still bothered by Ryder's previous words and was unwilling to let it go. Wait, Ryder, I haven't. Stop talking, Ryder interrupted Saber from continuing, in a cold and firm tone. Tonight is a gathering of kings, but Saber, I don't acknowledge you as a king. Do you still want to deceive me, Ryder? Saber's tone became impatient, but Ryder only looked at her with pity in his eyes. He didn't respond but instead unsheathed the sword, Spatha, and swung it into the air. The divine bull of heaven appeared with a thunderous roar, although it couldn't match the grandeur of the army of the king. The imposing sight of the chariot was enough to captivate everyone at close range. Hurry up, kid, get on. Hey, kid. Waver had been wearing a distracted expression ever since witnessing the annihilation of the monsters. He was still immersed in the awe-inspiring impact brought by the king's noble phantasm. Although Ryder was his contracted servant, it was the first time he had witnessed Ryder's true power. After Waver climbed onto the swaying and ethereal steps of the chariot, Ryder glanced at Saber one last time, speaking with sincerity. Hey, little girl, it's about time you wake up from that painful dream. Otherwise, you will lose the fundamental pride of being a hero, the kind of king you speak of as a curse. No, I. Ignoring Saber's final retort, the thunderous chariot soared into the sky, leaving behind only the lingering sound of thunder as it disappeared into the eastern sky. For Ryder, who refused to listen to Saber's words until the end, it was only natural for her to feel humiliated. But now, what gripped Saber's heart was an inexplicable anxiety. There was no justice, no ideal, only a tyrant who wielded violence to satisfy personal desires yet forged unbreakable bonds with their subordinates. His way of survival is completely different from that of the King of Knights, and their ideals are incompatible. However, Saber couldn't simply dismiss every word Iskandar said and erase it from her heart. No matter what, she had to make Ryder take back his earlier words, otherwise, she would never be satisfied. Saber, you don't need to worry. Just follow the path you believe in. The person who interrupted and spoke was none other than Archer, who had been mocking her earlier. The unpredictable encouragement made Saber's expression even more unpleasant. Just a moment ago, you were making fun of me, and now you want to flatter me, Archer. Of course. There's nothing wrong with the way of kings you speak of. It's just too correct, too heavy for your delicate frame. Your distress, your conflicts, haha, it makes one want to console you. After Archer finished speaking, he once again revealed that terrifying smile as he gazed at Saber. Elegant beauty combined with a crisp and profound voice. However, his expression and tone were extremely evil and licentious. As long as Archer was in her presence, Saber would not have a trace of hesitation in her heart. He was not like Ryder, there was no room for conversation between the two. I truly appreciate you taking on the role of a struggling clown, burdened with a way of kings that surpasses your capacity. Saber, try harder to please me. Maybe I'll reward you with the Holy Grail. As he spoke, the exquisite wine glass in Archer's hand shattered. Ryder has already left, and the banquet is over. Archer, either leave or draw your sword. Although it couldn't be seen with the naked eye, just the pressure of the wind caused by Saber's sword swing was enough to illustrate the deadly power of her divine sword. Archer, whose wine glass had been shattered, remained unfazed. If it wasn't because of his extraordinary courage, it was because he was utterly foolish. Do you know how many countries were destroyed for this cup? Well, I won't punish you. Getting angry over a clown's loss of composure would tarnish the reputation of a king. Shut up. I will only warn you once. The next time, I will kill you. Archer seemed completely unfazed by Saber's cold threat, laughing as he stood up. King of Knights, strive your best. Perhaps in the future, you will earn even more of my favor. Leaving behind those words, Archer vanished into a spiritual form, leaving behind an empty and desolate atmosphere reminiscent of waking from a dream. Assassin, like Merlin, you bear the title of a wise one. Do you also think I am wrong? Saber turned around, staring at Scatach, who remained seated and motionless. Even in her resolute eyes, a hint of weakness rarely seen before emerged. No, as a king, you are not wrong. Scatach calmly gazed at the most renowned hero in Celtic history. The way of kings you firmly believe in, your desire to save your country, they are not wrong. But as Archer said, this burden is simply too heavy. I lost the human aspect without realizing it, while you willingly abandoned it. You must be suffering. This is my choice. Although it is difficult, I have no regrets. Saber may be of short stature, but she stood tall, and no burden could bend her back. Yes, that's the renowned king of knights. So, what else is there for you to agonize over? Can every one of your subjects understand your policy? Does every person in your country support you? Haven't you heard any opposing voices? What did you do at that time? What did I do at that time? I remember now. As a king, as long as my orders are victorious in every battle, and my words and actions are just and unwavering, that is enough. So, I never require others to understand me. Even if I am distant from the crowd and alone, that is the true bearing of a king. Isn't that enough? Now it's just Ryder replacing the opposing voices. There's nothing to be concerned about, Scatach said with a smile, but Saber furrowed her beautiful eyebrows. The legend of King Arthur ultimately ended in tragedy, with friends and subordinates betraying him. The unbreakable bond between the king and subjects that his Kandar displayed was exactly what Saber yearned for. Scatach understood why Saber was wavering, but she didn't directly point it out. So, are you going to give up? Give up on your beliefs? Give up on your kingship? Of course not, Saber firmly denied. Then what do you still need to be sure of? Scatach poured herself a glass of red wine. Ryder had left, but the barrel of wine remained. Listen carefully, young girl. Beliefs are never strengthened by boasting nor shaken by silence. They exist only in your heart. If you believe in them, they exist. If you don't, they shatter. When I sealed off the land of shadows, I didn't make as grand a spectacle as Ryder did, and many people didn't take it seriously. But after I killed various invaders, no one dared to question my beliefs. So, King of Knights, as long as you believe you are right, even if Ryder doesn't acknowledge you as a king, even if Archer sees you as a clown, you should steadfastly continue. Because you are the King of Knights, the unique King Arthur, and the holy sword Excalibur in your hand is the best proof. Thank you, Queen of the Land of Shadows. I almost lost the most important thing. Saber nodded, and her eyes regained their original clarity, purity, and calm self-confidence. I am who I am, not you, not the King of Conquerors, not Archer, I am King Arthur, and I am not wrong. =====. Note, it's kind of late, but this fanfic has already achieved 100k words. So, I think it's time for reviews. For every 5-5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 power stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, a discussion on kingship. Sorry to interrupt, Saber, but you are indeed at fault, Shinji suddenly interjected, just as Saber was clearing her confusion with Scatach's guidance. Iris Veal glared at Shinji, and even Scatach couldn't help but give her master a stern look. No one thinks you're mute just because you're silent. Saber, however, maintained her composure and asked in a deep voice, why do you say that? What did I do wrong? Shinji narrowed his eyes and looked at Saber's face with a hint of surprise, sighing softly. That's the expression a blockhead king should have. It seems the old void is a bit excessive. What? Saber couldn't understand the meaning behind his cryptic words. It's nothing, just talking to myself. Shinji waved his hand, signaling Saber not to mind. Don't misunderstand, I have no intention of belittling your kingship. On the contrary, among the 4 types of kingship tonight, it is your kingship that I admire the most. And the current mainstream values dictate that rulers should abandon personal desires and act selflessly. Of course, very few people can achieve that. So, in your eyes, Archer and Ryder are the ones at fault. Not exactly. Shinji scratched his head with some frustration. King of Knights, in this world, there are very few absolute rights or wrongs. Different perspectives lead to different conclusions. What is a king? The ruler of a nation, the leader of a nation. What is kingship? It's the way of governing and leading the people. So, whether kingship is good or bad should depend on how those who are governed perceive it. Among the 4 types of kingship, assassin doesn't lead the living, so let's leave that aside for now. Of the remaining three, Archer follows the path of egoism, placing himself at the center and considering himself superior. Ryder follows the path of domination, the path of the conqueror, using strength to overpower others. You follow the path of righteousness, setting aside personal emotions and desires, wholeheartedly serving the country, making the nation the top priority in all matters. Kingship itself is neither superior nor inferior. The so-called kingship amplifies a part of human nature, and which type of kingship one would support is based on the instinct of human nature to seek benefits and avoid harm. Let me put it this way, if I were a king, I would support Archer because that way I would live the most comfortable and carefree life, doing whatever I wanted. If I were a subject, I would support Ryder because that way I would have goals, ideals, aspirations, and motivation. By following such a king, maybe one day I could become a king too. If I were a commoner, I would support you. What the people desire is nothing more than stability and prosperity. If you can provide them with a good life, they will naturally support you. I am a commoner now, and I have no ambitions to stand above the masses. Without a doubt, I stand on your side. In this world, the majority are common people, so your approval rating is the highest. However, no matter the era, it is always a minority who holds the most power of speech, so Ryder's dominance also has a market. As for Archer, everyone has that impulse to act recklessly, so even though no one wants such a boss, they can't completely deny him either. Since there is no superiority or inferiority in the path of kingship, and the reign of the kings has already passed, it ultimately depends on the will of the kings themselves. Ryder didn't get angry when Archer claimed the Holy Grail belonged to him. Instead, he acknowledged it and decided to take it in his way. Archer didn't get angry when you, Saber, said he had gone mad, nor did he get angry when Ryder said he would seize his treasure. He simply stated that speaking is not a crime, but once you all prepare to seize the Holy Grail, he will mercilessly punish you. In comparison, you, Saber, became angry because of Archer's words and wavered because of Ryder's belittlement and King's military might. Archer and Ryder have both recognized the essence of kingship, but you haven't. That is your first mistake tonight, which makes you the biggest loser in this Holy Grail Q&A. Do you admit to that? I admit it, but there won't be another time, Saber replied calmly, having regained her composure. You said this is the first mistake, is there a second one? Yes, and it's a fundamental mistake, your wish is wrong. At this point, Shinji carefully studied Saber's expression and noticed slight changes, but she remained silent. It seemed that her mindset had indeed recovered and become even more resolute. I don't mean your wish is problematic in itself. It is not wrong to want to start over, to save a country that destroyed itself. Both Ryder and Archer's countries were destroyed after their deaths, so they may not understand your feelings. Of course, I don't either. I'm only speaking to you now as a fan of the king for 10 years, with a sudden burst of enthusiasm. Saber, do you remember what you just said? In your life, you have no regrets, no shame. Yes, no regrets. Everything you have done is flawless, making you the perfect king. Even if you were given a chance to start over, how would you change this outcome? Saber was at a loss for words. Indeed, she had no regrets for everything she had done. Whether it was not acknowledging Mordred, not punishing Lancelot, or even marrying Guinevere earlier, she wouldn't regret it. Even if given another chance, she would still make the same choices. At the end of this path, would it be inevitable to avoid the downfall of Britain? Before Saber could answer, Shinji spoke again. Choosing a new king. That's even more ridiculous. Can you guarantee that the newly chosen king will do better than you? It's not flattery, but from what I know, in that era, there was no one in Britain more suitable to be king than you. Whether it's Gawain, Lancelot, or even Gareth, Kay, and Percival, none of them can match your selflessness. Having someone else as king will only result in a worse outcome, and Britain can fall under the hands of invaders. However, on the other hand, the era I understand is only through legendary stories. No matter how many people know about it, it wouldn't even reach 1,000th of that era. Perhaps there are truly more exceptional individuals than you. Of course, the chances of that happening. I can only say that instead of hoping for that elusive figure, it's better to hope for you to have another chance, like a sudden illness causing Mordred to die before rebelling. Furthermore, choosing that path means that the journey you've taken, the efforts you've made, and the struggles you've shared with your subordinates will all be overwritten. It not only insults you, who dedicated everything to Britain, but also insults the Round Table Knights who fought alongside you. Saber, do you want to deny them? Do you want to deny those who gathered under your banner and fought for you in Britain? Saber's face turned pale. She swallowed the bitterness in her heart and finally uttered those 3 words, I refuse. She could disregard what would happen to herself, but she couldn't deny the companions she had fought alongside, those irreplaceable comrades. What should I do? Weakness and helplessness appeared on Saber's face once again. Shinji couldn't bear it in his heart, but he had to toughen up. I can't answer that for you. That answer can only be found by yourself. Note, for every 5 5-star review, I will provide 1 bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also, every 100 power stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Return Home. Thank you at Muditchutta for joining my Patreon. Smiley face. On the return journey, Scatach didn't drive at full speed but smoothly traveled along the national highway at a suitable pace. This speed allowed her to experience the exhilaration of riding a motorcycle without hindering normal conversation due to intense airflow. Shinji, why did you say those things to Saber in the end? You're not the kind of person who meddles in others' affairs. The wind blew Scatach's red hair as she spoke, carrying her voice into Shinji's ears. Didn't I already say it? I'm a veteran king chef meaning a fan, somewhat similar to real-life idols but also different. Having mutually explored each other's memories and lives, Shinji could freely engage in conversation with Scatach. The Fate series originated from the Fifth Holy Grail War, and Saber, or Artoria, was the first female protagonist. In my past life, she had always been immensely popular. Within our otaku community, there's a saying, 100,000 moon chefs, 1 million king chefs, meaning there are 100,000 fans of Type Moon and 1 million fans of King Arthur. Some zealous fans even shout out cheesy catchphrases like, wherever the edge of my king's sword points, there lies our heart's true desire, which gives you goosebumps. Are you saying you're one of those 1 million king chefs? Scatach's interest was no less than during the previous Feast of Kings. Although this eternal queen had graduated from this world and could perceive causalities, she couldn't observe parallel worlds. Thus, Shinji's words brought her a long-lost sense of novelty. Of course. Shinji nodded vigorously, displaying an expression only understood by two-dimensional otaku. I've been a veteran king chef for over 10 years. Although I'm not as fanatical as some, I can't bear to see Saber persisting in that pitiful wish. My views have some similarities with Ryder, but not in terms of the grand path of kings and heroes. We, the king chefs, simply hope that the girl named Artoria can find redemption. She has already dedicated her life to Britain and shouldn't continue doing so even after death. Oh, she hasn't died yet, but if she truly obtains the Holy Grail and makes that wish, she will never find redemption or liberation. Saber, the girl named Artoria, is a special existence in the current Holy Grail War, just like Scatach. Neither of them are heroic spirits, and their original bodies have not died. Scatach intervened in the Holy Grail summoning system in Fuyuki City with the help of the second magic, while Saber made a contract with the counterforce before her death. The Earth in the Type Moon world is called the counterforce, which is a safety device created by collective unconsciousness with the purpose of continuation. It is an invisible force that manifests as two types of vortexes. The counterforce is divided into two types, Aleia, which aims for the continuation of humanity, and Gaia, which aims for the continuation of the planet. When the main cause of possible destruction of humanity or the planet occurs, the counterforce will eliminate the cause in various ways, one of which is dispatching enforcers belonging to the counterforce. The enforcers of Aleia are called guardians and are mostly humans, while the ones on Gaia's side are referred to by an unknown name and are mostly non-human monsters. The way Aleia recruits enforcers is unique. It grants individuals who sigh in helplessness before its power a miracle and temporarily places them on the throne of heroes. The price for this is that after death, their souls are bought, and they become false heroic spirits. Before her death, Artoria lamented her powerlessness, her people, and her country, thus calling upon Aleia. Aleia froze Saber's time at the Hill of Camlin, allowing her to be summoned as a heroic spirit in various eras, though she is alive. She has pursued the Holy Grail countless times. Once Artoria obtains the Holy Grail, and the contract is established, time, which had been frozen, will resume flowing, and Artoria will become a guardian who continues to fight until humanity is completely extinct or until Aleia disappears. It is too tragic for her to kill herself, become a king who dedicates herself to the people, and then become a slave of the counterforce, sacrificing herself even after death. There was no need for Shinji to explain in detail. Scatach could also see Saber's uniqueness. Being a descendant of the Celts herself, she sighed and said, redemption and liberation, is she capable of attaining them? Yes, only when the Holy Grail is within reach, and she denies it with her own will, can she break free from that tragic future, Shinji affirmed, arousing Scatach's curiosity once again. Is that how the story of fate concludes? The exchange of dreams and memories was fleeting for both Shinji and Scatach. Neither of them could access all of each other's memories. Although Scatach learned some things about Type Moon, they were fragmented pieces. Yes, Shinji replied. Why would you still do this, then? Scatach asked with a meaningful tone. Hearing the probing question from Scatach, Shinji chuckled. There are two reasons. First, the previous work is just work after all. It can be used as a reference, but not as an absolute standard. Even the highest level clairvoyants can make mistakes, let alone work from a parallel world. For example, in the previous world, Type Moon strongly advocated the pairing of you and see you chillin', but in the memories I saw, I didn't sense any such feelings from you. Scatach held the handlebars with one hand and ran her fingers through her hair with the other, unfazed by Shinji's probing. Shinji wasn't disappointed and continued, second, the butterfly effect. By coming to this world, consciously or unconsciously, I will influence the world. From the moment I arrived, the future became uncertain. That's why I said those things to Saber. I'm afraid my arrival will affect her outcome, and I'm afraid I'll miss this opportunity for a redemption. I hope this answer satisfies you, Sensei. Your understanding and handling of memories are very accurate, so I'm not worried that you will make mistakes by relying too much on memories with unknown levels of authenticity. However, Scatach's tone suddenly changed. I'm not satisfied with your answer. Your affinity towards Saber, well, I'm not used to that term, let's say liking. Your liking for Saber seems a bit too high. If Saber truly comes to terms with herself, do you plan to give her the Holy Grail and give her the chance to reject it and find redemption? Shinji was taken aback but quickly regained his smile. How could that be? Putting aside the agreement with Lady Justice, I wouldn't give the Holy Grail to Saber just for you, Sensei. Rarely do fans of the 2D world like only one character. Although your appearance was brief, your liking ranks higher than Saber in my heart. Not to mention that after 3 months of being together, I already see you as family. You know, ordinary people always have different levels of closeness and distance. I, being an ordinary person, feel close to you, while Saber can only be distant. Although it may be unfair to Saber to say such things, she should wait for the next opportunity to reject the Holy Grail. After all, I like you more, Sensei. You little brat. Scatach laughed and scolded. Shinji protested, come on, Sensei, other people calling me little is one thing, but you calling me that too. I have the emotional maturity of an adult. Saber and Lancer are both little ones in my eyes. Are you older than them? That's not what I meant, Sensei. You have attained eternity, so of course, you will forever be 18. Oh. I remember there were other expressions in your memories. Something like calling someone BBA. Can you explain what that means? It doesn't mean anything. It's just that in the game, your character's card has the abbreviation BBA, which stands for Buster Arts. Is that so? I have a feeling that it means. Shinji immediately interrupted, not giving Scatach a chance to continue speaking. That's how it is, it's just your illusion. Oh, so it's just an illusion, hee 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 hee. Yes, exactly, just an illusion, ha ha ha. Equals. Note, for every 5 5-star review, I will provide 1 bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 power stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 108, Summoning Cthulhu. Caster's patience had finally reached its limit. 2 consecutive attempts, each one more meticulous and earnest than the last, but the results were increasingly disastrous. The first time, he encountered the Holy Maiden and almost captured her, only to be thwarted by Lancer at the last moment. The second time, he assembled an unprecedentedly powerful army and successfully advanced to the castle where Saber was located. However, before they could even launch an attack, they were ruthlessly crushed by Ryder, who appeared out of nowhere with an overwhelming advantage, leaving them in ruins. What made him even more unnerved was the sight he witnessed before his army was decimated. Through the shared vision of one of the monsters, he saw Archer, Saber, and Assassin sitting on the ground behind Ryder. Including the previous encounter with Lancer, there were now 5 servants standing against him. Damn it. Caster, who had cautiously hidden in the deep mountains and refrained from entering the Einsburn domain, vigorously pounded the trees beside him. With the strength of a human pushed to the limits of D rank, his continuous strikes caused a decades-old or even centuries-old tree to come crashing down. Why does everyone come to obstruct me? Why? Caster's hysterical roar echoed through the empty forest, sending chills down one's spine. Suddenly, he widened his bloodshot eyes that were twice the size of an ordinary person's, and stared fixedly at the sky, resembling a proud frog. Could it be? Is this your punishment? Oh God, is this my punishment for all the sacrilegious acts I've committed, killing thousands of children over the past 8 years? If that's the case, why not descend directly upon me? Why torment the pure, devout Holy Maiden? No, this isn't a punishment at all. Caster forcefully tore at his hair, causing his scalp to bleed profusely. Hypocritical, despicable God, you're just toying with humanity, what Ryunosuke said was right. You treat our wicked deeds as a farce, and me as a mere clown. Very well, since that's the case, I shall adorn your courtyard with an even more dazzling display of despair and lamentation. Amongst it all, the suffering of your lapdogs shall surely be the most pleasing to you. Caster, covered in blood from head to toe, unleashed his one and only noble phantasm, the item he relied on and trusted the most. The blood-soaked offering in his hand seeped into the surface of a human skin book, quickly absorbed by the pages. An unprecedented aura of evil spread outward from the book's surface. With this even more ancient evil, I present to you my labyrinth of cursed blood. Ryunosuke, let us tear off the hypocritical mask of the gods and hold a unique and extraordinary banquet. These were the first words Castor spoke to his master, Ryunosuke, upon returning to their temporary base. Oh, let us create even greater works together. Ryunosuke's response perfectly matched Castor's rhythm. As night falls, the banquet begins. When the sun was swallowed by the horizon, a chant could be heard by the riverside in Fuyuki. It was an ancient incantation, accompanied by a hoarse and somber voice, summoning evil that did not belong to this earth, but rather originated from the depths of the universe. Arise. Nameless existence, your time has come. We, chosen by you through your incantations, your magic, your dreams, your allure, we have foreseen your arrival. We have come to serve and offer everything to our beloved master. That night of Cthulhu, sleeping deep beneath the emerald waters, Azathoth. This was the only chant that Castor knew, and it was the only ritual listed in the Prelatize spellbook, which required chanting. Through the multiple verses and the maximum power of the Prelatize spellbook, Castor achieved the highest level of summoning magecraft that modern magus could never hope to attain. It called upon the ancient evil in the universe, the avatar of the Cthulhu mythos. As the chant continued, the entire river transformed into a different realm, and the dense mist formed by the power of evil spread through the air, obscuring the moon, the stars, and the vision of the people. Under his feet, countless grotesque shadows gathered. Although they appeared similar to the monsters he had summoned, the magical fluctuations they emitted far surpassed those of the cannon fodder, and the mist covering the surface of the river was merely the aftermath of these grotesque shadows. The mist gathered on the river's surface, while the fluctuations of magic had already spread throughout the air, encompassing the entire Fuyuki city. Every magus and every servant in Fuyuki city simultaneously felt an unexpected and piercing pain. The air around them was filled with chaotic magical energy, causing disturbances in the ley lines that resonated with the surrounding air. Without the need for investigation, Shinji knew that the event he had foreseen was unfolding. Throughout the day, Fuyuki city was unusually calm. There were no battles between servants, no secret conflicts between masters, and even Castor had ceased to deploy monsters in the underground sewers. It felt as if it were the calm before a storm. From that moment, Shinji knew that Castor was about to embark on his final madness. The entire Matou family mobilized, patrolling along the sections of the Fuyuki River. Korea and Berserker went south, responsible for the upper stream of the Fuyuki section of the river. Shinji was in Mount Enzu, deep in the mountains, responsible for the middle stream. Scatach, stationed at the Fuyuki Bridge, was responsible for the lower stream leading to the mouth of the river. At the moment Castor initiated the ritual spell, all three of them began rushing towards the source of magical energy. However, the first to arrive was neither Assassin, who was the fastest, nor Shinji, who was closest to Castor, but Saber and Iris Veal. Why did Saber's group, who resided in the suburban castle, arrive so quickly? The answer is simple: they had moved. By this time, Archer, Lancer, Ryder, Castor, and Assassin had all visited Einsburn Forest, and the barrier of the forest had been mostly destroyed. The secluded and fortified defense system of the castle outside the city was no longer suitable as a stronghold. Furthermore, Saber was injured, and considering the caution of Kiritsugu Amiya, it was reasonable for them to decide to move. Even before the Holy Grail War began, Kiritsugu had made various preparations, one of which involved having Miyahizo secretly purchase a traditional Japanese house in Miyama town. This house was originally owned by Fujimura Raiga, a prominent figure in the Fuyuki underworld, and it took me quite some time to acquire the property through her underground connections. The old house was located in a prime location in Miyama town, close enough to the Tosaka and Matou families that one could walk there at any time. In Kiritsugu's eyes, it was a blind spot called the darkness under the lamp. Neither the Tosaka family nor the Matou family would suspect that their enemy would nest right under their noses. It was a surprise attack waiting to happen. Indeed, this later became known as the famous Amiya residence, and it rightfully stood as the core of the Fifth Holy Grail War, giving birth to the Nuclear Sword Saint and the In and Out Tongs of the four heavenly kings of the Amiya family. Of course, at the moment, it was nothing more than an old Japanese haunted house in a state of disrepair, with drafts coming from all directions. Note: for every 5 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also, every 100 power stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 109, Brawl with the Sea Monster. The alleys of Miyama town were ancient, with narrow and intricate roads. Generally, it would take at least half an hour to reach the riverside where Castor was located. However, this common knowledge did not apply to extraordinary servants. Under the effects of her A-ranked riding skill, Saber skillfully maneuvered Irisveel's Mercedes-Benz sports car, showcasing driving skills that even professional stunt drivers would find hard to match. With precise steering just a hair's breadth away from the collision, the silver car glided through the narrow corners of the alley. The exceptional speed made one question the constraints of the laws of physics. In just a few minutes, they traversed the complex maze of alleys, faster and more efficiently than Shinji's winged shoes. The Mercedes-Benz raced out of the alley and onto the riverside road, executing a graceful sharp turn before coming to a stop. Saber didn't wait for the gull-wing doors to fully open before leaping out of the car and running up the riverbank. The thick fog that would obscure the vision of an ordinary person had no effect on servants or magi who enhanced their vision with magecraft. Soon, Saber spotted Castor standing at the center of the Fuyuki River, and Castor noticed Saber as well. "Welcome, holy maiden. It is my utmost honor to see you again," Castor greeted with his usual courtesy, igniting a blazing fury in Saber's eyes. "Fiend, have you not learned your lesson? What do you plan to do tonight?" Saber's voice was filled with anger. "I apologize, Jean. Tonight's guest of honor is not you," Castor replied. His answer was accompanied by an eerie smile, distorting his face into a madness never seen before. "However, if you would grace us with your presence, it would be the greatest delight for me. Please enjoy the death and corruption hosted by Gillista Rice." Suddenly, a streak of silver light appeared in Saber's field of vision. This silver light pierced through the dense fog at terrifying speed, heading straight towards Castor as he spoke. It exploded into a dazzling blaze upon hitting Castor's chest, emanating intense heat and extraordinary magical power that could be felt across the river. Only then did the ear-piercing explosion sound arrive, characteristic of supersonic weaponry, with bullets fired from a rifle being the most common example. However, conventional bullets couldn't produce the effects of a thermobaric bomb. In Fuyuki City, only one set of equipment met this standard, the divine gunblade, and the rune bullets. Shinji arrived a few tens of seconds later compared to Saber. Without wasting any words with the enemy, he immediately locked onto his target and fired. The divine gunblade was fully charged, set to sniper mode, operating at maximum power. The rune bullets were specially crafted magical bullets by Scatach, imbued with the primal Feihu rune, symbolizing primal, unrestrained flames. In the Age of Gods, a single runestone could turn an entire river into a sea of flames. Even in the diminished Age of Mysteries, it could release high-temperature flames that could instantly melt steel. This was Shinji's most powerful long-range attack at present. However, despite the flames and the tremendous kinetic energy from supersonic speed, it still couldn't claim Castor's life. The powerful magic enveloping Castor's body formed an invisible armor, negating most of the bullet's kinetic energy and the original flames. The sniper shot only caused superficial external injuries to Castor's chest and minor burns on his body. Seeing this result, Shinji sighed with regret as he floated in midair, wearing his flying shoes. Indeed, servants are not so easily killed. Sensei's words were correct. The restricted power of the original rune is still a bit weak. To kill a servant, one still relies on a servant. At the same time, the magical fluctuations emanating from Castor grew stronger and stronger. The dark waters at his feet suddenly churned, and countless monstrous creatures gathered, extending their tentacles toward the summoner's feet. Surprisingly, the tentacles gradually engulfed Castor, who stood atop them, wearing his long robe. At first glance, it seemed as though the familiar had turned against Castor and was attacking him. However, Castor, completely enveloped by the tentacles, showed no signs of panic. Instead, he emitted a sharp, almost discordant laughter, filled with excitement and satisfaction. "The guests have arrived. Now, let the feast begin." The foaming surface of the water swelled, pushing up the engulfed Castor. The horde of monstrous creatures beneath his feet had multiplied exponentially. Considering the depth of the river, the mere thought of their numbers was terrifying. "Now, let us raise the banner of salvation once again. Gather, those who have been abandoned, gather, those who have been oppressed. I shall lead you. I shall command you. The resentment of us, the oppressed, will soon reach the heavens. O Lord above. I shall praise you through atonement." The number of monstrous creatures gathered around the summoner continued to increase, centered around his body. The summoning of the prelatized spellbook seemed truly endless. Thousands upon thousands of tentacles intertwined and merged, gradually forming a mass of flesh. It was a revolting, slimy flesh island, drenched in filth. But the collective entity of the monstrous creatures seemed unsatisfied, constantly expanding and growing larger. Only Castor, absorbed by the mass of flesh and invisible within it, continued to voice his words like a triumphant hymn, echoing in the surroundings. "Arrogant gods. Cruel gods. We shall pull you down from your thrones. Lambs beloved by the gods. Those who possess bodies similar to gods. We shall humiliate and tear you apart. The mockery of us rebels shall open the gates to heaven with the wails of the children of gods." The filthy mass of flesh gradually took shape. No, this was the true form of the extra-dimensional monster. All the familiars that Castor had manipulated were nothing more than fragments of this entity. That is. Against the backdrop of the night, a grotesque shadow stood towering. Its terrifying and imposing form left everyone breathless. Even the rulers of the deep sea, such as the Leviathan or the giant squid, did not possess such a colossal body. This aquatic behemoth was the embodiment of nightmares, the true sea demon that ruled the realm of the otherworld. Although there were no people on the riverbank due to the curfew, the lights in the houses on the opposite side were turned on, and the chaotic sounds carried on the wind. Witnessing such a stunning and bizarre sight naturally caused a commotion. Fortunately, the dense fog limited the visibility of the monster to a small area. Only a few locations could see the creature, and the panic of the residents was confined to specific areas. Even so, the principle of conducting the Holy Grail war in secrecy had been completely shattered. I underestimated him. I never expected him to summon such a terrifying monster. No, even as a servant, there should be limitations on the number of familiars he can summon to serve him. But if we don't consider how they are controlled, then it goes beyond the limitations of this condition. Irisveil, who had been calm until now, couldn't hide the fear in her voice this time. If we don't consider how to control it after summoning, just summoning it. No matter how powerful the monster is, theoretically, it can be summoned. All that's needed is to expand the magical power and the ritual of the gate. Are you saying that the monster is not under Castor's control? You're right. The one who spoke was not Irisveil, but a female servant who had transitioned from the realm of illusions to reality. Assassin. The female servant, who had rushed from the Fuyuki bridge, nodded in greeting to Saber and Irisveil before waving her hand towards her master, who kept muttering, "Danger, decreasing sanity points," in the air. Only then did she continue speaking. The so-called Lovecraftian beast refers to the art of manipulating magic. But that thing is not such a simple concept. It is unquestionably true wickedness. It is something that does not belong to this world, something older than the earth, something from the depths of the universe's darkness, something known as the taboo of the ancient rulers. Although it is just a negligibly small part of its true form, it is boundlessly greedy and consumes concepts without limit. It can no longer be called magic. Anger tightened Saber's fist as she contemplated Castor's madness. So, that monster isn't here to fight anyone. Right, it's just here to be fed. A city like this would be completely devoured by it in a matter of hours. Castor no longer cared about what constitutes battle or victory. He intended to destroy the ritual known as the Holy Grail War and, in the process, erase all life from the city. Familiar thunder and lightning filled the sky, and a shining divine chariot descended onto the park square where the four were located. The hulking servant holding the reins greeted the arriving guests with a wild and arrogant smile. "Well, King of Knights and Queen of the Fairyland, it's a splendid night." "That's what I was going to say, but it seems it's not the time for greetings." "King of Conquerors." Seeing Saber adopt a defensive posture, Ryder calmly raised his hand. "Don't get excited. Let's temporarily call a truce for tonight. We can't have a proper fight with that big guy over there. I've been gathering reinforcements since earlier, and Lancer has agreed to help. He should be here soon. What about the other servants? Let's not talk about Berserker for now. As for Archer, well, even if we call, it'll be in vain. He's the kind of person who won't cooperate with others." Saber nodded, placing her hand on her chest with a serious expression. "I understand. I also agree to fight side by side. King of Conquerors, although it's a temporary alliance, I pledge to treat you with sincerity." "Hey, you're quite clear-headed during battle." "And what about Assassin?" "I have no objections either." Scatach nodded decisively. "I guarantee it in the name of a warrior." "Do the masters have any objections?" In response to Ryder's imposing inquiry, Shinji casually waved his hand. "No, I have entrusted all matters of battle to Assassin. Her attitude represents my own." "You found yourself a good master," Ryder exclaimed sincerely while patting Waver on the back. "Hey, kid, express your stance too." "Ah, yeah, I know. A truce until we defeat Castor." Waver reluctantly poked his head out of his seat. He wasn't opposed to the idea, but he maintained a necessary level of caution towards the Einsburn camp after the unpleasant events of last night. Irisveil shared the same caution. Having never been on the battlefield themselves, they understood that taking an enemy's life and forming alliances were matters that shouldn't be influenced by personal emotions. They required calm judgment. At this stage, the most important thing was to stop Castor. As long as their vows were enough to trust each other, working together was the smartest decision. Einsburn pledges a truce. Irisveil's words signaled the establishment of an alliance, and the next step was to discuss the battle plan. "Assassin, it seems like you've been pursuing Castor. Do you have a good strategy? Swift and decisive. Use a fast attack to defeat him. The manifestation of the ancient ruler currently relies on the magical energy supplied by Castor. It will be difficult to deal with once it starts hunting for its sustenance. Scatach, fully in battle mode, spoke directly and without hesitation. Saber nodded in understanding. That grimoire of his. The prelatized spellbook, the magical energy furnace, that peculiar noble phantasm had become the heart of the sea demon alongside Castor's body. I see. So, we have to determine the outcome before it comes ashore to feed. But. Ryder frowned in disgust and gazed at the constantly writhing dark green colossal form. The most important thing, Castor, is hidden deep within the mass. What should we do about that? We have to drag him out. That's the only way. A voice replied from behind Ryder, and a figure holding dual spears appeared in the glow of the streetlights. Lancer, slightly later than the soaring chariot, had also arrived on the battlefield. The 4 servants opposing Castor were finally all assembled. As long as we can expose his noble phantasm, my Guy Dirge can destroy his spells. Although I don't think he would fall for the same trick twice. Lancer, can your thrown spear reach Castor's noble phantasm from the shore? Saber's question made Lancer smile arrogantly. Such a trivial matter requires no effort at all. Don't underestimate the heroic spirit of Lancer. Good. Then Ryder and I will take the vanguard. No need for that. We'll all go together. The light of the runes shimmered, and 2 rows of runes quickly formed as Scatach traced them with her hands. I have no problem. My chariot can travel without needing a road, but how will you attack the enemy in the river? In response to Ryder's question, Scatach displayed a confident smile. The 2 rows of runes moved like serpents in the air, one coiling around herself and the other lingering at Lancer's feet. These are water-avoiding runes. They can allow the recipients to tread on the waves for a short period. Ryder curiously raised an eyebrow. And what about Saber? I don't need such reinforcement. I am protected by the Lady of the Lake, and no matter how deep the water is, it cannot hinder my footsteps. That's truly a rare ability. I'm increasingly tempted to recruit you. In a different setting, Ryder's jest would have surely provoked Saber's reprimand, but this time she merely glared at Ryder before letting it go. Someday, I will make you pay for your insolence. But for now, the most important thing is to pull Castor out. Haha. You're right. Then let me lead the way. With booming laughter, Ryder urged the bull pulling the chariot and thunderously charged towards the sky, paying no attention to Waver's seemingly unprepared scream of terror. Let's go too. Scatach exchanged a glance with the 2 fellow servants who hailed from the same homeland as her and jumped into the river first. Saber and Lancer, unwilling to fall behind, joined the hunt against Castor, and the grand spectacle unfolded. Note, for every 5 5-star review, I will provide 1 bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 power stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 110, Farewell, Ryunosuke Ryu, bonus. Saber, although clad in heavy armor, moved even faster than Lancer in light armor and Assassin in medium armor. Her shining greaves trampled on the water, splashing silver droplets like stars. Yet, her feet did not sink into the water. The water Saber stepped on was as solid as the earth, supporting her swift movements. This was a miracle that only a king blessed by the Lady of the Lake could achieve. In contrast, despite the protection of water-repelling runes, Lancer and Assassin could feel the difference beneath their feet compared to solid ground. They couldn't walk on the waves as if they were on level ground. Therefore, although Saber was the last to enter the water, she was the first to rush towards the sea demon. The divine thunder that descended from the sky struck the sea demon's body, heralding the beginning of the battle. As Saber approached step by step, the sea demon's form grew larger and more grotesque, its hideous and ferocious appearance intimidating her, as if it could crush her. Twisted and writhing tentacles extended in all directions like countless serpents, their tips raised, ready to confront the approaching night. The strangeness and terror before her couldn't make Saber's footsteps falter even for a moment. At this moment, Saber's heart was devoid of any fear or unease. Let's settle this, Castor. With unwavering determination in her heart, Saber raised her holy sword, and the first strike of the invisible air was mercilessly unleashed upon the sea demon. The highly compressed and instantly released wind pressure severed the sea demon's tentacles, causing chunks of flesh, as thick as the embrace of 2 people, to peel off and twist as they fell into the river. The cross-section of the severed tentacles wriggled with countless fleshy buds, merging. Not only was the body of the sea demon several times larger than a normal one, but its regenerative abilities were also extraordinary. However, before the wound could heal, it was once again cut open by 2 magical spears, one red and one yellow. The massive magical power condensed within them rendered the sea demon's resilient body futile in the face of the red spear, and its exaggerated regenerative capabilities were powerless against the curse of the yellow spear. Lancer, d'Armwood Ua Duibni, arrived brandishing his twin spears. Having already fought against Castor once, he wouldn't give the monster a chance to exploit its advantages. Just as Lancer stabilized Saber's achievements and expanded them with the effects of his noble phantasm, Scatach leaped onto the surface of a wildly thrashing tentacle. She held a sword in one hand and wielded a spear in the other, her figure resembling a phantom as she ascended along the tentacle. This was a true bloodbath. The blades of the sword and spear sliced through the tentacle's outer layer, and foul-smelling blood gushed out. At the end of the bloodbath, at the root of the tentacle, numerous red and white compound eyes were constantly rotating, their dense and creepy appearance giving people goosebumps. Scatach let out a disgusted snort, released the spear and sword, and with hands moving too fast for the naked eye to see, she continuously threw several inconspicuous darts that shot out like lightning. With a few swings, nearly half of the repulsive eyes in front of her burst. However, this seemingly storm-like attack was only a drop in the bucket when it came to the damage inflicted on the colossal sea demon. This was destined to be a long battle, unless there was a decisive move. On the embankment, Shinji withdrew his gaze from the distant scene and glanced at the mobile phone in Irisfield's pocket. He spoke up. "I can't help with the servants' battle. I'll go around and see if I can take out Castor's master. If you need anything, call my mobile phone. My number is 08042422422. Do you remember?" After Irisfield nodded, Shinji turned around and disappeared into the thickening fog. It was only natural for Shinji to want to find Ryunosuke, regardless of how powerful Castor was. He was still a servant, and his existence in the human world relied on the master as a medium. Once he lost his master, his reliance and connection would be weakened, even if he wouldn't immediately disappear. Unable to fight on the front lines, Shinji's strategy was to start from behind enemy lines. Based on his knowledge of the plot and his analysis of the characters, Shinji believed that there was a high possibility that Ryunosuke was nearby, observing the scene. Castor's previous declaration of a banquet and his self-proclaimed leadership attitude indirectly supported this point. Shinji had already obtained detailed information about Ryunosuke from Scatach in advance, so as long as he was nearby, he would be able to recognize him. Even if Ryunosuke wasn't present or wasn't recognized, Shinji wouldn't suffer any losses. It was better to do something meaningful than to just wait on the riverbank. Amazing. It's amazing. This is fantastic. Ryunosuke was so excited that he didn't care about the looks of others and shouted, trembling all over. Although there were other onlookers gathered by the riverbank, no one paid attention to his peculiar behavior now. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the bizarre phenomenon unfolding before their eyes, which didn't belong to reality. Gigantic monsters were rampaging on the surface of the river, and it seemed that the heroes who were supposed to be righteous allies were engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the monsters. Anyone would sneer at this cliched scene, but it was an unprecedented spectacle that no one had ever witnessed. "Serves you right." Ryunosuke cheered loudly. Everyone's mouths hung open as they stared dumbfoundedly at the reality before them. Those guys were completely powerless, only able to watch as their unquestionable common sense crumbled. "You fools, did you see it? Until yesterday, you were still living in ignorance. Aren't you resentful? Aren't you regretful? You bunch of idiots never even tried to think that there was such an interesting, bizarre world beyond the boundaries of common sense. As for me, of course, I knew. Not only did I imagine it, but I also eagerly anticipated it, firmly believing that one day I would see something extraordinary. That's why I do things that defy logic, relentlessly pursuing novelty and excitement every day. And then, I finally found it. The mysterious treasure chest I've been searching for. Ah, indeed, the gods do exist. This grand spectacle before my eyes is the best evidence. The greatest prankster in the heavens is secretly laughing at the terrified expressions of the pitiful lambs. The god I've been pursuing has finally revealed himself, and the frightening boxes he had set up everywhere are all spewing fireworks. Farewell to boredom, no need to spend any more effort killing people. From now on, even without my intervention, people will continue to die incessantly. They will be crushed into minced meat, chopped into pulp, blasted into fragments, and devoured to their very bones. Death, death, death will be everywhere. What color are the intestines of a blonde beauty? What texture does a black person's spleen have? From now on, I'm certain I'll see many internal organs I've never seen before. Every day, every day, every day, there will be countless interesting things happening all around the world. It will continue endlessly, without limits. Ah, gods do exist, gods do exist. Ryunosuke cheered triumphantly, waving his hands and feet, fully enjoying the victory of life while supporting his ally who had transformed into a giant beast. Go, Bluebeard. Destroy them. Kill them all. This place is the god's toy box. At that moment, Ryunosuke suddenly felt a dizziness, and his previously stable vision began to shake and distort. What's happening? What's happening? Did someone accidentally bump into me? Ah. That familiar clothing. Is it mine? That headless person, is it also me? I. Omi wa mao shindiru. Ryunosuke, immersed in fanaticism and excitement, had no awareness that, compared to the flesh feast he anticipated, his death was about to arrive. The true god, the divine, the supreme being, had not yet appeared, but the death god wielding a scythe had already arrived. The prototype of the scythe that reaps souls, the harp of the serpent hunter, clad in the cloak of Hades, the true death god who made a contract with the ruler of the realm of the dead, the Shadowland. Thick mist obscured the light and hid people's shadows. The cloak of Hades erased the presence and footsteps of the death god. The crescent-shaped blade flashed, cutting through the dense fog and taking with it the head that was enthralled by the art of death, along with the right hand engraved with command spell. The uncontrollable blood sprayed high under the pressure of the heart, like a red fountain. The scattered blood dampened Ryunosuke's final expression, fixed in place. It was a blend of madness and intoxication, a pure smile, and narrowed eyes, depicting genuine joy. A few drops of blood slid from the corner of the eyes, resembling tears of blood. This was the final creation left behind by the infamous serial killer, a masterpiece that shook the world, and the only work that the death god did not find repulsive. I don't know how many seconds a person's consciousness can maintain after losing their head, nor do I know if you can understand the true essence of the art of death like in the original. But regardless of whether you can hear it or not, I want to say one thing to you: the work created at the cost of your life is the true art of death. Farewell, Ryunosuke. Note: for every 5 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also, every 100 power stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 111, they're all good things, don't waste them, bonus. The good-natured crowd near Ryunosuke, who came out to look at the monsters, hadn't even reacted yet, and Shinji had already disappeared into the thick fog, leaving behind a decapitated body in a different place. The slow reaction of the onlookers does not mean that Castor's reaction was slow. When the source of magical energy disappeared and the master-servant contract was broken, Castor knew what had happened in an instant. From the bottom of his heart, he mourned for the only one who understood this world. Ryunosuke, my master, you left me behind. But don't worry, I, Gilista Rice, will fulfill our agreement. With tears welling up in the corners of his eyes, Castor held his noble phantasm in his hands, and his voice, both intense and mournful, resonated through the atmosphere along with his magical energy, shaking it. Ryunosuke, watch this. It's the coolest thing I can offer you. The word cool is transliterated as ku, which is Ryunosuke's catchphrase. He would shout it whenever he got excited. Since summoning Castor, he had been praising Castor with this word every day. Over time, Castor was also influenced by him and became increasingly cool. As if hearing Castor's voice, the evil god's avatar, which had been standing still since its manifestation began, slowly moved towards the shore. It is intended to devour all the living beings in this city. This was not only to satisfy its insatiable appetite but also to replenish the magical energy needed to maintain its manifestation in the absence of a source of magical energy. It was the best gift for Ryunosuke. The faces of the 4 allied servants and the 3 masters changed. Although the movements of the sea demon were extremely slow, it was only relative to its huge and bloated body. No matter how sluggish it was, its speed was much faster than that of humans due to its enormous size. What was more troublesome was that even the superhuman strength of the servants couldn't stop the sea demon's movement. At most, they could only hinder its steps. It was simply too big, to the point where any movement caused a landslide. Just as the situation was becoming dire, 4 dazzling rays of light streaked across the night sky, instantly evaporating 1/3 of the sea demon, leaving the 4 servants at a loss. Looking in the direction where the meteors fell, a flying object made of gold and emerald in the shape of a fish floated in the eastern sky. The luxury and arrogance that could be felt even without seeing anyone was possessed by only one person in Fuyuki City, Archer, the king of heroes, Gilgamesh. So that's the Vimana. Shinji, who was on his way back, stopped in his tracks and stared fixedly at the golden flying ship, even forgetting about the approaching sea demon. The ship Gilgamesh rode on was called the Vimana. It was a mythical vessel recorded in the 2 core epics of ancient Indian mythology, the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. It was one of the treasures stored in the king's treasury and allowed Gilgamesh to soar through the sky. Shinji was so concerned about this noble phantasm, not because he had any particular intention towards the Vimana itself. He already had the feathered shoes and another noble phantasm that broke the constraints of gravity, so another flying noble phantasm held little significance for him. Although Fate/Zero mentioned that the Vimana carried ancient nuclear warheads, Shinji had no use for such weapons of mass destruction. Not to mention whether they could kill servants or monsters comparable to servants. Even if they could, dealing with the aftermath would be a major problem. What Shinji was concerned about was the owner of the Vimana, Gilgamesh, and his next move. Will you act as written in the book, only making one move, or will there be unexpected actions? The meteors from the sky dealt unprecedented and severe damage to the sea demon, but Castor's laughter not only didn't diminish but became even more arrogant. How is this possible? More than one person exclaimed in astonishment. The twisted flesh swelled like a balloon, quickly covering and pushing away the damaged parts. The structure of the sea demon was probably as simple as that of a primitive creature, without bones or internal organs, and therefore had no weak points. No matter which part of its body was destroyed in any way, it wouldn't affect its movement. With its exceptional regenerative ability, it could instantly restore the damaged parts to their original state. Seeing this scene, Archer, sitting on the only throne atop the Vimana, revealed an undisguised sense of disgust. What an unsightly spectacle, I'm going back, Tokiomi. But, King of Heroes, please reconsider. Tokiomi, Archer's master, who had come out of the Tosaka family for the first time since the war began, deeply bowed his upper body, almost parallel to the surface of the Vimana. Unlike Archer, Tokiomi's heart was filled with anger and anxiety. He was the secret administrator of Fuyuki City, the upholder, and protector of the creed that magic must remain mysterious. Dealing with Castor, who violated this creed, was his duty and responsibility. That's why he had come out of the workshop and pleaded with Archer to ride the Vimana together. However, Archer was indifferent to the sea demon's rampage. Even if Tokiomi said, "That monster is destroying your backyard, please exterminate it," Archer only responded with, "That's the gardener's job," completely indifferent. In the era when Gilgamesh was alive, everyone had their responsibilities, from kings to slaves, and they were expected to act within their bounds without crossing them. Gilgamesh took pride in this, but Tokiomi didn't understand his pride. "Tokiomi, I've used 4 noble phantasms for your sake. Since they've touched something like that, I don't want to take it back anymore. Don't consider my leniency as something cheap." Archer snorted displeasedly. As a king, he had an obligation to respond to his subjects' requests. Tokiomi showed him the proper respect as his subject, and only then did he make an exception and use 4 noble phantasms. Otherwise, even if the sea demon destroyed the entire city of Fuyuki, he wouldn't even furrow his brow. "The only hero capable of defeating that monster is you, king." Tokiomi tried his best to persuade him, and at this point, he couldn't care less about the formalities of the subject. Archer raised his hand and stopped Tokiomi from speaking further, then looked down at the battlefield below, lost in thought. "You're mistaken, Tokiomi. It's not just me who can defeat this monster." "King, what do you mean?" "Haha, Ryder has shown his trump card, Assassin has not yet, and neither has Saber. I've changed my mind. Let's just enjoy this scene from the sidelines. You all, work hard, and I will assess your worth and decide who is worthy of being bestowed with my treasures and killed by me." Archer's joyful laughter, though not loud, was more confident than Castor's maniacal laughter. Tokiomi lowered his head, silent, carefully calculating the pros and cons. Whether it was more advantageous to use the sea demon as bait to test the other servants' trump cards or to use a command spell to forcibly order Gilgamesh to defeat Castor. In the end, he chose the former. While the latter would grant him additional command spells, because of the participation of other servants, Tokiomi couldn't openly favor himself and his plan. The number of command spells he could obtain was limited. Moreover, he was bound to have a falling out with Gilgamesh before that. With Gilgamesh's arrogance, he could be directly killed. Staring at the Vimana below for a few minutes, Shinji confirmed that Gilgamesh had no intention of attacking the sea demon again. He couldn't help but reveal a smile of a successful conspiracy. "Very good, that's the way it should be." Smiling, he took out his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. "Hello, Uncle. Where are you?" "You arrived just in time, Uncle. I need Berserker to do something for me. As for Archer, it's fine. It seems he won't make a move. Just in case, I'll keep an eye on him. Command Berserker go downstream and see if he can find the 4 noble phantasms Archer threw away. They are all valuable items, so don't waste them. ======. Note, for every 5 5-star review, I will provide 1 bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 power stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 112, Searching for Noble Phantasms. Shinji's goal was precisely the 4 noble phantasms that Gilgamesh had discarded. When he read the novel, he couldn't help but think, "Gilgamesh, you spendthrift, if you don't want them, I'll gladly take them." Saber's invisible air and Ryder's gorgeous wheel could only cause superficial injuries to the sea demon. But when the 4 noble phantasms were unleashed simultaneously, it annihilated 1/3 of the sea demon's power. This demonstrated the immense destructive power of these 4 noble phantasms. Whether it was similar to Gibalg with its special attack against magical creatures, or city-level noble phantasms that didn't require their true names to be released to unleash their power, the ranking of these 4 noble phantasms would not be lower than C, and perhaps even reach B. If Gilgamesh was out of his mind, an A rank was not out of the question. Perhaps in the eyes of Gilgamesh, the richest man in history, these 4 noble phantasms were just 4 inconspicuous items among his countless collections. Discarding them meant nothing to him. But to Shinji, they were entirely new trump cards. Of course, noble phantasms cannot be obtained or given away at will. As the ace of the heroic spirits, they are treasures intimately connected to the legend and existence of the heroic spirit. In the world where Shinji exists, there are only 3 ways for unrelated individuals to obtain ownership of his noble phantasms, and each condition is quite demanding. The first method is similar to the protagonist Makiri Light in the game, Fate/Grand Order, where she becomes a container, bearing the heroic spirit and becoming a pseudo-servant. In this way, the container can obtain the heroic spirit's noble phantasms, abilities, and even experiences. However, this method carries high risks. From the moment the container establishes a connection with the throne of heroes, it loses its autonomy. The summoned heroic spirit can choose whether or not to possess the container according to their own will, and after possession, they can decide whether to transfer control to the original owner of the body. If control is relinquished, the human host can use the power of the heroic spirit according to their own will. Successful examples include Makiri Light and Elmeloy II, Waver, who respectively obtained the powers of Galahad and Zhuge Liang. If control is not relinquished, the personalities of the heroic spirit and the original person merge, creating a new personality. However, due to the overwhelming strength of the heroic spirit's soul compared to that of a human, the new personality is dominated by the heroic spirit, with the original personality as a secondary influence. There are no direct cases of this, but a similar example is Ishtar, the goddess of Venus, possessing Rin Tosaka. Ishtar's personality accounts for 70%, while Rin's accounts for 30%. Rin is already considered quite strong-willed among humans, and the situation would be even worse with other people. However, when looking at all the works of Type Moon, the technology to create pseudo-servants is only mastered by Chaldea in the world of Fate/Grand Order, and it is not yet mature. Other pseudo-servants are born through fortuitous circumstances, money-grabbing, and do not possess replicability. Shinji's situation falls into this category as well. It is a fortuitous connection to the throne of heroes, but this divine descent is not complete. Perseus himself did not descend, only Perseus' noble phantasms were summoned. The second method involves possessing special skills or noble phantasms that allow the theft of the opponent's noble phantasms, such as Lancelot's Knight of Honor, a knight does not die with empty hands, or the Usurper of the Wind of Heaven of the Avenger in Fate/Strange Fake. The third method involves the transfer of noble phantasms between servants, which requires fulfilling 4 conditions: no conflicting wills and forming a contract, no need for equivalent technical prowess when releasing the true name, the transferring party has a relevant anecdote for lending the noble phantasm, and the receiving party has a relevant anecdote for borrowing the noble phantasm. Shinji plans to combine the second and third methods. Although the ownership of the noble phantasms currently lies with Gilgamesh, once Lancelot touches these noble phantasms with Knight does not die with empty hands, the ownership will transfer to Lancelot, and then Lancelot can transfer them to Shinji. However, Shinji is not sure if the transfer will be successful. He doesn't know if the noble phantasms seized by Lancelot with Knight does not die with empty hands meet the transfer standards. In the first battle between Lancelot and Gilgamesh, when Lancelot grasped and then released the noble phantasms, they eventually returned to Gilgamesh's treasury. He doesn't know if Lancelot has the relevant anecdote for lending the noble phantasms. Despite reading many books on this topic in his past and present life, he has not found a clear and reliable record. He doesn't know if he can be the recipient of the transfer. Although he has the experience of successfully obtaining a noble phantasm, Perseus, the source of the noble phantasm, also has a relevant anecdote for borrowing noble phantasms. However, he is ultimately not a servant but a slightly special human. Even so, Shinji decides to give it a try. His reasoning is still the same: if it succeeds, he gains a lot; if it fails, there is no loss. Only a fool wouldn't try. Upon receiving Shinji's message, Kariya, hiding in the shadows, glares at the Vimana in the sky and gives a command to his berserker in the spiritual state to infiltrate the riverbed and search for the abandoned noble phantasms of Archer. Kariya is well aware that his berserker is strong against humans but struggles against large monsters. Joining the battle recklessly would not be effective and would only burden himself. Remaining hidden in the shadows is the best choice. Although he cannot see through Shinji's thoughts, his nephew, who is cunning despite his young age, often exceeds his expectations. Kariya is willing to believe in Shinji. The spiritual state is not influenced by physical matter, and the berserker silently sneaks into the Fuyuki River, not causing any ripples. He walks along the riverbed toward the center of the river, skillfully avoiding the tentacles lurking beneath the water's surface. The sea demon's body is not just the flesh on the river's surface, there are even larger foundations beneath the unseen river surface. The sea demon, containing terrifying magical power, can also inflict harm on a servant in the spiritual state. On the extension line between Vimana and the sea demon, 2 beautifully crafted swords and 2 gleaming spears are quietly embedded in the riverbed. The tentacles that rampage everywhere seem to fear these four noble phantasms, which contain immense power. Ripples of immense size spread out in circles above Berserker's head, and the bright silver greaves tread upon the water's surface as Berserker moves forward, fearlessly charging towards the nearby sea demon. Berserker's movements come to a halt, and 2 points of red light shine through the fully enclosed helmet that covers his head, following the ripples. Ah! A voice filled with resentment and curses resonates within Berserker's Saint Graph, and in that instant, the Dark Knight solidifies into a physical form. Magical energy, the same color as the armor, surges upward, carrying with it a murderous intent and frenzy. Just as the murderous intent is about to burst out of the water's surface, Korea's voice is transmitted to Berserker's ears through their contract. Retrieve the noble phantasm and return immediately. The command from the master carries a compelling force, halting Berserker's frenzy. The murderous intent gradually subsides, and the terrifying red light within the helmet dims. The Dark Knight mechanically extracts one sword after another and holds them under his arms, dragging them back to his master's location. From beginning to end, no one notices the arrival and departure of the seventh servant, just as he intended. Like his actions before, he conceals his identity, ventures out incognito, and keeps his achievements hidden. P.S. The process of Zhuge Liang possessing Waver Velvet was not explained, but Ishtar leaning forward in Rin's body was mentioned. In Chapter 7 of Fate/Grand Order, the Temple of Babylon summons the guardian deity Ishtar, but at that time, humans and gods had already parted ways. Ishtar couldn't manifest in her true form, so she pulled a girl from a distant timeline with the closest wavelength to Ishtar and fused her divine essence with Ishtar, becoming the new Ishtar, Rin. P.S.2. In Fate/Kaleid Liner Prisma Ilia, there is a special method called Magical Girl Summoning, but that is a completely different world line from the main Fate storyline where Shinji is located, so it is not within the scope of this discussion. Note, for every 5-5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also, every 100 power stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 113, finally, the unbroken yellow rose. Thank you at Parina's Arenas for joining my Patreon. Smiley face. The feeling of feudal powerlessness erodes Saber's heart, but she remains fearless and continues to wield her sword. Lancer and Saber are in a stalemate. Whenever Saber swings her sword, Lancer follows up with a spear thrust. If he doesn't do so, the exaggerated regenerative ability of the sea monster will restore it in a matter of seconds. However, while the yellow rose can suppress the healing of wounds, it cannot suppress the proliferation of the sea monster itself. Similar to the characteristics of primitive organisms, the sea monster can self-replicate from any part of its body. If a tentacle is severed, the sea monster absorbs the cut section and then grows a new body. Everything is in vain, no, even if it's just a little bit, slowing down the sea monster's footsteps would still be meaningful. But as soon as Saber thinks about the outcome that awaits them shortly, their current actions become nothing more than futile struggles. If only more Altak, the Wrath of Frenzy, were here, these chunks of flesh would be dispatched with just 2 sword strikes. No, sighing over something impossible is meaningless. Lancer clenches his teeth, dismissing distractions, and his dual spear swings faster and faster. But judging from the fine beads of sweat on his forehead, this kind of assault can't be sustained for much longer. However, the noble-hearted knight of the lance won't give up. Hey, Saber, Lancer. This will go on forever if we keep going. Let's retreat for now. Ryder's voice comes from the chariot above them, calling out. What nonsense are you talking about? If we don't stop it here. Several severed tentacle chunks fall from above, creating large splashes of water. The largest chunk has Scatach standing on it, wielding a long sword. A temporary retreat is for a better offense. I agree with Ryder's suggestion, she says. Do you have a plan, assassin? Lancer asks while using the yellow rose to pierce through the flesh chunk under Scatach's feet. It was trying to split and regenerate. I do have an idea. What are we waiting for then? Let's go. Ryder forcefully swings the reins, urging the 2 divine bulls to sprint towards the shore. Before leaving, Ryder doesn't forget to leave 2 thunderbolts to strike the sea monster. Scatach raises her left hand, and a whip slices through the air, attaching to the handle of Ryder's chariot. With the power of the divine wheels, they slide along the way. Saber and Lancer exchange a glance and give it their all for one final sword strike and 2 spear thrusts. Then, they run across the water's surface, following behind Ryder, and retreat to the riverbank, where Irisveil is. Waiting. Scatach lands with the divine wheels and walks straight to Irisveil's side, her eyes fixed on the artificial human. She speaks, Saber's master, we need your help. Aye. Irisveil instinctively takes a step back, her beautiful red eyes filled with confusion. What do I need to do? It's simple. I hope you return what originally belonged to Saber back to her, Scatach interrupts. Upon hearing Scatach's words, Irisveal trembles violently, her face displaying an expression of disbelief. While Irisveal is shocked and panicked, the others are completely confused. Saber asks, "What does that mean, assassin? Does Irisveal have something to return to me?" "Yes, it's your noble phantasm, the bond between you two." Scatach points her 2 fingers at Irisveal's chest. "Your scabbard." This time it's Saber who is shocked. She looks at Scatach, then turns to Irisveal, muttering, my, scabbard." Scatach lets out a sigh. If possible, she wouldn't want to reveal this here, but to resolve the current situation, retrieving the scabbard for Saber is the best solution, at least better than the other 2 options she can think of. Irisveal. Perhaps unable to bear Saber's hopeful gaze, Irisveal grits her teeth and nods. "Your scabbard is with me. It is sealed within my body in the form of a conceptual armament." "No, it's nothing. I was just wondering how Assassin found out about it." Irisveal's husband, Amiya Kiritsugu, had entrusted the scabbard to her to ensure the safety of his wife, who was acting as a proxy master. He specifically instructed Irisveal not to let Saber know. Irisveal had followed her husband's request, but deep inside her, she felt guilty about it. The scabbard originally belonged to the King of Knights, and their actions of taking it without permission felt like an unauthorized borrowing. However, only Irisveal and Kiritsugu knew about this matter. How did the others find out? "I told her." Although the news of the scabbard being unearthed in Cornwall was deliberately hidden by the Einsborn family, unfortunately, the people involved in the excavation and search were not good at keeping their mouths shut. Shinji, who had returned at an unknown time, answered instead of Scatach, using a prepared excuse. The manifestation of the King of Knights as Saber proved the authenticity of the news, and the fact that Saber's left hand was sealed by Lancer's yellow rose indicates that the scabbard has not returned to Saber's hands. Anyone who has read the legend of King Arthur knows the magical properties of the scabbard. Its holder will not be harmed. The reason for doing this is simple: they didn't want Lancer to destroy his own noble phantasm as described in Fate/0. Saber's trump card is her noble phantasm, a devastating power that can destroy the sea demon in a single strike. However, to release the true name of the noble phantasm, Saber must use both hands. Currently, Saber's left hand is cursed and sealed, preventing her from releasing the true name of her noble phantasm. There are only 2 ways to lift the curse: killing Lancer or destroying the source of the curse. Through Kiritsugu Amiya's intentional revelation, Lancer learned about this situation. Being a noble and honorable knight, he broke the cursed yellow rose, which was necessary for the curse's activation, with his own hands. By doing so, he freed Saber's left hand. However, this also meant that Lancer lost the possibility of winning the Holy Grail War, indirectly leading to his tragic fate. Scatach didn't want to see her admired warrior end in such a way, so Shinji created a new scenario for her. As a price, Scatach made a promise to Shinji. The scenario begins at this moment, while the main character remains unaware and continues to look at King Arthur with a surprised gaze. The protagonist watches as King Arthur approaches Irisveal, takes her hand, and speaks with a voice that seems to permeate his entire being. "So, Irisveal, you are my scabbard." The comfortable sensation in his hand permeates Irisveal's heart, and in that moment, she forgets her husband's instructions and all other distractions. Her chest swells with an inexplicable excitement, a heartbeat that signifies not only her heartbeat but also the longing for the return of something precious. Amidst the golden radiance similar yet different from King Arthur's Excalibur, the scabbard slowly separates from Irisveal's body. The scabbard has a similar color to the holy sword, adorned with cobalt blue enamel decorations. In the center, the long-lost fairy script is engraved, the very scabbard that King Arthur had lost. The radiance representing protection reflects on the faces of Saber and Irisveal. Irisveal holds the scabbard with both hands and hands it over to Saber. "Saber, bring me victory." "Yes, I will." Saber places her left hand, which lacks strength, on the scabbard and solemnly declares her vow. ======. Note: for every 5 5-star review, I will provide 1 bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also, every 100 power stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 114, Chapter 114, Sword of Promised Victory. Legend has it that after King Arthur's sword, Caliban, shattered during the selection of the king, the great magician Merlin guided him to a sacred lake. In the lake, a fairy presented Arthur with a sword forged from gold, with gemstones embedded in the hilt. This holy sword emitted a radiance brighter than the sun and had a blade that could cut through iron like mud. It was bestowed upon King Arthur. Along with the sword, Arthur was also given a scabbard for the holy sword. Merlin once asked Arthur, "My king, which do you think is more important, the sword or the scabbard?" Without hesitation, Arthur answered that the sword was more important. However, Merlin reproaches him with a bitter smile, saying, "You are mistaken. While the sword is used to vanquish enemies, the scabbard protects you. As long as the scabbard is with you, you will not bleed or be harmed." The scabbard is what truly matters, not the sword. As Merlin had said, with the protection of the scabbard, Arthur became invincible. However, after losing the scabbard, Arthur's glorious life was shadowed, ultimately leading to the downfall of Britain. Now, this most important treasure to King Arthur has finally returned to its rightful owner. This legendary scabbard, associated with the homeland of fairies, the final resting place of King Arthur, a place countless kings have dreamed of but were unable to reach, is called Avalon, the ever-distant utopia. Saber couldn't help but speak the true name of this long-lost treasure. It was not a noble phantasm, but it possessed the ability comparable to the highest-ranked EX noble phantasms. It had the power to heal any wounds, including curses. As Saber's injured left hand made contact with the surface of the scabbard, a long-forgotten clarity instantly flowed into Saber's heart through her numb thumb. A vast amount of magical energy flowed incessantly between Saber and the shining scabbard. The scabbard's inherent healing ability continuously permeated Saber's thumb. Mysteries become ineffective in the face of higher-level mysteries, a rule every magus knows. Although the curse of the yellow rose was powerful, it still fell before the higher-level Avalon. However, this defeat was not immediate, it was a slow and continuous process. Several minutes passed, and there were no obvious signs of Saber's wounds healing. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why Kiritsugu Amiya refused to return the scabbard to Saber. At this moment, the sea demon had approached the shore. If it weren't for Ryder and Lancer's timely interception, the tentacles of the sea demon would have fallen on Irisveal and Saber's heads. Assassin was not idle either. Since a while ago, she had been busy inscribing runes in the air. Judging from the unintentional fluctuations of magical power, these were likely high-level rune magic. Shinji even saw 4 original runes among the combinations of runes. The original URUZ symbolized creative power. It could stimulate vitality and be used to heal diseases or injuries. The original Iwas symbolizes protection. It could dispel curses. The original Habal symbolizes contemplation and tranquility. It was a slow-moving force that could bring good luck or positive stable development. The original Gifu symbolized unity and harmony. It could enhance the effectiveness of magecraft. Around these 4 original runes floated numerous derived runes of various sizes, forming this high-level magecraft. In the instant the magecraft was completed, Scatach looked up and said, "Ryder, drag that chunk of flesh into your reality marble. Throw it out after 1 minute, as high as you can." "No problem, right. No problem. Lancer, step back. We'll leave it to you after that, assassin, Saber." Seeing the solemn nods of the two, Ryder laughed heartily, waving the reins and driving the chariot without looking back, rushing towards the sea demon. Accompanied by the roar of the conqueror, a scorching whirlwind wrapped around him. This wind dispersed the pervasive mist, defying nature and eroding reality. In the blink of an eye, Ryder's figure and the colossal body of the sea demon disappeared into the distant river. At the same time, Scatach held Saber's left hand, and rune magic began to take effect. Under the influence of Avalon, the curse of the yellow rose of mortality was no longer an impenetrable barrier. It had developed cracks. Scatach could previously alleviate Saber's pain, and now she could contribute her power to dispel the curse. The power of dispelling tore the curse from the outside, and the power of healing penetrated Saber's body, treating her wounds from within. Inspired by Scatach, Irisveal also began chanting curative magic. Even if it was just a little, she wanted to assist the knight who had always protected her. Lancer, who witnessed this scene, looked down at the magical spear his foster father had given him. He didn't regret injuring Saber, but he sincerely hoped for the restoration of Saber's left hand. The former was his accomplishment, while the latter was a prayer for the ideals of knighthood. The two were not contradictory. The noble knight raised his twin spears, silently guarding those who were working hard. It was the only thing he could do now. Saber felt the will of her allies and increased the output of her magical power. Surging magical energy created invisible ripples in the air. Kiritsugu, lurking on the upstream boat, suddenly felt a piercing pain and collapsed. With the joint efforts of the three, an unseen magical force oozed out of Saber's wounds, completely expelling the curse imposed by the sea god. Freed from the curse, the injuries on the wrist of the King of Knights swiftly healed. "Saber, it's up to you now. I leave it to you, Saber." The two heroic spirits smiled at Saber, and the intense emotions surging in their chests made Saber tightly grip her left hand as if she was responding to everyone's expectations and enthusiasm in this way. The silver gauntlet resounded with a clang, trembling slightly due to the boiling emotions. "I swear upon this sword that I will bring victory." The King of Conquerors' reality marble unfolded, and the golden sword revealed its divine figure amidst the sweeping gales. The blade shone with golden light as if echoing the imminent victory, illuminating the darkness around. That was the supreme and unparalleled holy sword of King Arthur's legend. It felt like gazing at the dawn after enduring a long night, gently wiping away the anxiety and unease deeply entrenched in one's heart. Yes, that was the ideal of a knight. Even amid a bloody battlefield, exposed to death and despair, they still sang the praises of the nobility of humanity. It was the crystallization of everything depicted in the hearts of all those who had vanished in glory. The air above the river began to tremble as if it had long been prepared to welcome this moment. The space, corroded by the longing of the heroic spirits, returned to its normal state. First, abnormal shadows covered the night sky like mirages. Then, suddenly, they solidified, fully exposing the terrifying colossal body in the air. Only in this way could they leave no chance for the sea demon and allow Saber to annihilate it. Above the Vimana, an evil smile appeared on Archer's face, radiating with divine light. "Let me see, Saber. I, as the king, will determine your radiance and worth as a heroic spirit." Ryder, who appeared in the sky simultaneously with the sea demon, didn't even have time to speak. He quickly drove the chariot away from the dangerous area. Under the pull of gravity, the sea demon fell towards the river, causing Irisveal to shout, "Now, Saber." At this moment, Saber was more impassioned than ever. Bathed in the radiance of the holy sword, her blood as a king boiled, and she finally understood the true meaning of the phrase, "Wherever the king's sword points, our hearts follow." The time was ripe. The King of Knights gathered all her strength in her arms, gripping the hilt of the golden sword, and raised it high. The light kept gathering. Dazzling rays converged one after another, illuminating the peerless holy sword, embellishing it with the most brilliant radiance, the supreme duty it held. The intense yet serene light left everyone speechless. This heroic figure once illuminated a chaotic era darker than the night. Unyielding after 10 years, undefeated after 12 battles. The king's achievements were unparalleled, and her honor would be eternal. That radiant holy sword represented the sorrowful and sublime dreams embraced by all the fallen warriors on the battlefield, transcending the past, present, and future, a crystallization of their longing called glory. To take pride in holding this will high, to uphold this belief as their duty. At this moment, the king of promised victory called out the true name of the miracle in her hand with a loud voice. Its name was Excalibur, the sword of promised victory. ======. Note, for every 5 5-star review, I will provide 1 bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 power stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Check my other work, Fate, Dream Journey. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, the conclusion of the battle at Fuyuki River. The light surged. The light roared. The magical energy, accelerated by the unleashed dragon factor, transformed into a torrent of light. The spiraling current shot out, engulfing the sea demon along with the darkness of the night. On the surface of the river, every molecule of the monstrous and fearsome creature was fully exposed to the scorching impact, emitting a piercing scream. Castor, within the heart of the sea demon's massive flesh fortress, remained silent, silently observing this moment of annihilation. It was as if his body and mind had been seized by that pure radiance. Oh. Oh yes, that was the radiance he had witnessed before. In the past, hadn't he, as a knight, also raced across the battlefield in pursuit of that radiance? The memories were vivid and intense, pulling Castor back to the days gone by. At the long-awaited coronation ceremony of King Charlemagne in France, a beam of light pierced through the stained glass of the cathedral. That pure white radiance, like a blessing, gently enveloped Jean and all the others present as heroes of salvation. It accompanied the joyous music of Ars Nova. Ah, yes, that was the light. He still remembers it vividly to this day. Even though he had fallen into the path of corruption and was covered in evil, the memories of that day remained unchanged, deeply imprinted in his heart. Despite the humiliation, hatred, and scorn he faced in the end, only the glory of the past still existed within him, unassailable and undeniable by anyone. Something that neither gods nor fate could take away or defile. 2 clear tears streaked down his cheeks as Castor sat there, lost in confusion. What was he bewildered about? What had he missed? Just by looking back at the past and acknowledging his mistakes, wouldn't that be enough? Who am I? Before he could finish muttering those words, the pure white light carried everything away to another world. Seated atop the clouds, Archer gazed down upon all things, wearing a smile on his face as he watched the light of destruction consume everything. Do you see it? Conqueror King, that is Saber's radiance. He spoke to the empty air beside him. Ryder, who had just experienced a fierce battle, halted his chariot in midair and also gazed at the aurora of Excalibur, the sword of promised victory, in the distance. After witnessing such radiance, are you still unwilling to acknowledge her? Upon hearing Archer's question, Ryder let out a cold snort. However, the expression on his face was not one of contempt but rather solemnity, as if he was witnessing something tragic. Only by carrying the hopes of an entire era's people can such power be unleashed. It is precisely because it is so dazzling that it brings anguish. It is because she carries the hopes of all the people of this age that she emits such radiance. Though it is dazzling, it is precisely because of that it is unbearable. Willing to bear such a heavy burden, she proves that she is nothing but a dreamy little girl. Looking down at the river's surface, one could see Saber's petite figure panting after a fierce battle. After the questioning and answering last night, Ryder had come to understand the weight of the burden those fragile shoulders carried, a way of life he could not tolerate. Such a little girl, giving up on the joy of singing and dancing, giving up on love, bound by the curse called ideal, and ending up in such a state, it truly pains me. I can't bear to watch. That's what makes her lovely, isn't it? Contrary to the melancholic expression of the king of conquerors, the smile of the golden heroic spirit was filled with wickedness, not concealing the decadent desire in his smile. An ideal that is too sublime will inevitably consume the dreamer herself until nothing is left. The tears of lamentation that will flow at that time must surely taste so sweet when licked. Archer indulged in his imagination, while Ryder cast a sharp gaze at him. It seems we truly cannot get along, King of Heroes of Babylon. Oh. You only realize that now. Hearing Ryder's address, Archer smiled slightly. Well then, what will you do? Ryder, will you unleash your anger through force right here and now? If I could, I'm sure it would be quite satisfying. But to become your enemy, this king has already exhausted himself tonight. Ryder spoke frankly, and a mocking gaze was directed at Archer. Of course, if you insist on taking action and not miss the opportunity, this king is ready to accompany you at any time. That's fine. This king allows you to escape, King of Conquerors. If I were to defeat you without you being in your best condition, this king would also feel unsatisfied. Upon hearing Archer's calm declaration, Ryder pulled the reins decisively. Until next time, King of Heroes. The showdown between the two of us will be the climax that determines the victor of the Holy Grail War. The heroic spirit Iskandar left behind a fearless smile as he drove his chariot, gradually moving away. Is that so? Only one person is worthy of dying beneath this king's noble phantasm, and that person might not necessarily be you, Ryder. The King of Heroes muttered to himself, still thinking about another heroic spirit. In terms of concern, the King of Heroes truly only cared about that person. Tonight, that rare radiance brought back distant memories for the original heroic spirits. Long ago, there was a person. That person was made of earth but yearned to stand shoulder to shoulder with gods, a foolish and laughable fellow. His arrogant ignorance naturally angered the gods in the heavens, and he perished because of divine punishment. Even now, the King of Heroes cannot forget the sight of him shedding tears and taking his last breath. The King of Heroes asked him, "Why are you crying? Do you regret standing by my side at this point?" He replied, "It's not like that. After I die, who else will understand you? Who else will walk with you? My dear friend, just the thought of you being alone from now on makes me unable to hold back my tears." And so, he watched him take his final breath, and the self-centered king finally understood. That person, who was born as a human but sought a way of existence beyond humanity, was more noble and sublime than all the treasures in the king's treasury. Oh, foolish one who reaches out for what is not meant for humans. There is only one person in all of heaven and earth who is qualified to cherish such destruction, and that is I, Gilgamesh. O dazzling and illusory one, fall into my embrace, for this is the decision of the king. Amidst the mad laughter, the Vimana tore through the night sky. By the riverside, in an inconspicuous residential building hallway, Korea convulsed, gasping for breath. At the moment when the light symbolizing victory illuminated the night sky, his servant, Berserker, fell into an unprecedented rampage. Even though Korea used all his magical power to suppress him, the Dark Knight continued to wield the four newly acquired noble phantasms recklessly on the empty rooftop, leaving a horrifying scar on the concrete surface. Even Korea himself was affected, with several additional wounds on his body. If that brilliant light of victory had disappeared a little later, Korea would have had to use a command spell to ensure his safety. Leaning against the railing, sitting on the ground, Korea looked at the gradually calming Berserker and sighed. Lancelot, is your obsession with her at such a level? A.R. Thursday. For the first time, the Dark Knight summoned for the first time, uttered a complete word, as if he had exhausted all his strength, pouring out everything he had, with complex emotions that no one except himself could understand. I see. Korea closed his eyes, feeling the sorrowful wishes that were unintentionally transmitted through their contract. He remembered the dream that did not belong to him. A woman was crying. That woman stifled her sobs, her beautiful cheeks hollowed from grief, deep furrows of unresolved anguish etched between her brows. She blamed herself. She was ashamed of herself. As a sinner burdened with all the guilt, she forever washed her face with tears. Everyone pointed at her and said, an unfaithful wife and a traitorous queen. The ignorant masses, blinded by glorious legends, continuously oppressed and condemned her, completely unaware of the truth. They had no idea that her husband, who married her, was not even a man. Only one noble person devoted his sincere love to her. But in his memories of that woman, there were only tears of distress and sorrow. Yes, he also caused her heartache. He fell in love with her, and she fell in love with him. That was the essence of their downfall. In reality, she had already accepted this from the beginning. To save a crumbling kingdom in a chaotic world, there needed to be an ideal king, a noble and wise queen by the side of the king. This was the image of a ruler that everyone desired. If such a beautiful ideal could be achieved, sacrificing a woman's life would be insignificant. Even if the king was not male, even if it was a woman disguised as a man, a marriage of formality meant nothing. For the survival of the entire country, this sacrifice was necessary. Even so, he still wanted to save her. From the moment he first entered the royal palace, receiving the honor of an audience with the king, he vowed to burn his life for that woman and give everything for her. He sincerely hoped that she could smile and find happiness. But when he learned that his longing was what caused her the most pain, it was already too late. She also fell in love with him. She had abandoned her happiness as a woman, as love was the greatest taboo for her. But she still fell in love with him. Even if their love was not allowed by the world, as long as they were determined, the path burdened with sin should still exist. If he truly wanted to save the woman he loved, even if it meant being enemies with the whole world, he had to fulfill this love. That was a man's true expectation. However, he could not do it. Just as she was not a woman, not a human, but merely a part called queen to support the reign of a righteous ruler, he was also not a man, not a human, but a device called a knight that served the king. People called him the Knight of the Lake, a master of martial arts, fearless and loyal, with elegant and magnificent behavior. Everyone admired and praised him, considering him the embodiment of chivalry's beauty. Not only did he receive praise from the masses, but even the fairies bestowed their blessings upon him. The title of the Knight of the Lake represented honor, but also carried the burden of a curse. Serving the ideal king as a perfect knight, this was the expectation and trust that people had for him. He could only live his life in this way. Such a life did not belong to the individuals involved, it belonged to all those who believed in the code of chivalry. And the king he served was truly flawless, an impeccable heroic figure. The Knight of the Lake could never have harbored any intentions of saving the country from its path of destruction, as the one-of-a-kind king of knights held treacherous thoughts. He devoted his loyalty to his perfect liege, and they formed a noble friendship. At the same time, he knew that behind the honor of knighthood, a sorrowful woman was being trampled upon and overlooked by the world. At this point, he did not know which ideology was correct. Should he completely abandon personal desires and pursue ideals, or should he disregard principles and cherish his loved one? While he struggled and wasted time in his confusion, the worst outcome finally befell him. To overthrow the king, someone devised a plan to reveal the queen's infidelity to the world. To save the queen from her death sentence, he had no choice but to become the enemy of the king. And so, he lost everything. The betrayed knight. Because of his disloyalty and betrayal, the harmony of the Round Table was disrupted, leading to war and the downfall of the nation. People sarcastically called him by that name. Branded in the annals of history, an eternal and irreparable stain. And so, her tears remained unshed, as she blamed herself for leading a man who was once a perfect knight astray. In the end, what had he accomplished? He had only caused his beloved woman to forever mourn and weep. At least, if he were not a knight, would their love have prospered? If he were a shameless and lowly person, perhaps he could have boldly humiliated the righteous ruler and taken the queen for himself. But he was a knight and an excessively perfect knight. The king was his rival, the one who set his beloved woman on a thorny path. But he could never harbor even a trace of resentment towards the king. Indeed, how could he condemn such a noble ruler? He was always braver than anyone, noble and righteous, the king who carved out a new world in an era of suffering. Upright and just, valuing loyalty without succumbing to emotions, a king who had never committed a single mistake. That king never blamed him. Even when he was expelled from the Round Table and they clashed in battle, it was a decision made out of necessity for the sake of fairness, not the king's intention. Although his act of betrayal was unforgivable, the king always treated him with noble friendship. How could he hate, how could he resent such a perfect sovereign? But then, what about his regrets and the woman's sorrow? This remorse accompanied him into the afterlife, plucked from the river of time, tormenting him in a place with no beginning or end. Finally, a distant voice of prayer called out to him. The voice said, "O mad beast, come forth, O relentless spirit, come forth." That voice summoned him from the end of time. That voice awakened his past desires. If he weren't a knight at all, if he were merely a lowly and savage beast, a demon fallen into bestiality, could he fulfill the everlasting wish that haunted him? Indeed, madness is the cradle of redemption. As a wild beast, he would not feel lost. Without confusion, he would not feel pain. As a creature that could freely act on its desires without the expectations or commands of others. This wish became a bridge, merging with the prayer at the end of time. At this very moment, he finds himself on an unknown battlefield. He has forgotten his name and the vows of self-restraint, only knowing to unleash his perfected killing techniques. He has no pride, feeling no shame in this, he has no soul, feeling no regret. This is the present state of the one now called Berserker. There is nothing to regret. This corruption, this liberation, is precisely what he longed for in the past. However, deep within his heart, there still lingers a profound wish, a desire to be judged by the king. Deeper within that wish lies an unattainable longing, to once again fight under the king's command, to battle to protect the king. Because he is not the perfect knight, not the knight of the lake, just a man who loves her, who loves his king. Unconsciously, tears have welled up in the corners of his eyes, tears of regret, tears of self-mockery. Our love is truly alike, Lancelot. A love that yearns but cannot be fulfilled, that's why you were summoned by me. But. Even so, there are things we must accomplish, right, Lancelot? We must protect the most important person in our lives. So, endure a little longer, Berserker. I will fulfill your wish. I just wonder, who will fulfill my wish? == Note, for every 5 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 power stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Check my other work, Fate, Dream Journey. Chapter 116, Captured Sola. Tonight, the Fuyuki City Police Department was incredibly busy. Was it because residents reported monster sightings? Of course not. The real reason was that the police department had been viciously attacked. While the main headquarters of the police department was not directly impacted, an unknown terrorist had cut off all the department's utilities. Water, electricity, and communication were all severed, both through regular and backup channels. In addition, the deranged terrorist had also destroyed the tires of all the vehicles. No one knew how the culprit had carried out the crime. There were no witnesses, no traces left behind. The perpetrator seemed to appear out of thin air and vanish just as mysteriously. The entire organization was on high alert. All personnel, including civilians with firearms qualifications, were armed, and even those without such qualifications were required to wear protective gear. Elite forces were urgently dispatched to neighboring counties and cities, as well as to allied departments, seeking assistance. Water, electricity, and communication departments were notified to send personnel for repairs. The nerves, already strained by a series of vicious incidents, were pushed to the breaking point. And all this was happening in the middle of the night. In such circumstances, reports from the citizens of sightseeing about monsters were naturally ignored. It was as if the news had sunk into the abyss, leaving no trace. It was impossible for a major event like the one described in Fate/0 to occur, alerting the self-defense force and requesting the return of 2 F-15 fighter jets patrolling the territorial waters. Without a doubt, the culprit behind the attack on the Fuyuki City Police Department was Shinji. As for the reasons, first and foremost was the need for secrecy. After all, it would be troublesome to alert the self-defense force, and if they sent a larger-scale investigation team, it would undoubtedly affect the progress of the Holy Grail War. Moreover, those 2 F-15 fighter jets would only cause trouble and be of no use at all. In addition, there was another crucial reason: there might be a disturbance at the church tonight, and this disturbance would greatly impact the aftermath of the battle with Castor. It is worth mentioning that Shinji's original plan was not to attack the police department but to use runic bullets to destroy the 2 F-15s before they reached Fuyuki City. In both his past and present lives, Shinji had a dislike for the Japanese military. If he could destroy the 2 F-15s, it would surely be a blow to the military, and they would feel the pain. Moreover, except for the army, the other branches of the military in 1994 were practically useless. If he could collect some wreckage and sell it to the Matou family, it might help their materials industry and aviation endeavors. It would be a fitting revenge for his life in the Matou family. However, this proposal was vetoed by Scatach. The cruising speed of the F-15 is faster than a bullet, and Shinji cannot react in time. Moreover, the cruising altitude of the fighter jet is not suitable for a 7-year-old like Shinji to operate in. It seems that the task of assisting the Matou family will have to be postponed for now. Helpless, Shinji had to abandon this proposal and instead asked Justice to act as a terrorist and disrupt the police department's utilities, water, electricity, communication, and transportation. The Japanese police, well, let's not say whether they are as incompetent as they are portrayed in many movies and TV shows, but at least the Fuyuki City police are ordinary people. They don't have any mysterious powers, and their strict precautions at the police station are meaningless in front of Justice. By the time someone realizes something is wrong, Justice will have already left for the next location. Her tasks for tonight are not limited to just one. On the other side of the misty night, Sola stood on the rooftop of a building far away from the Shinjuku Center Tower, watching as the giant sea monster was gradually engulfed and disappeared by a dazzling white light. She couldn't see clearly in the center of the fog, and the distance was too far to observe the progress of the battle with the naked eye. She didn't have any familiars prepared for reconnaissance in this situation, so she could only watch from a distance with a restless heart, witnessing the chaotic fight between the giant sea monster and the fighter jets along the riverbank. In any case, the battle seemed to have come to an end, and there were no abnormalities in her command spell on her right hand. This meant that Lancer had emerged victorious and survived this battle. That's great. Standing in the open with no cover, Sola endured the raging wind blowing from above, finally feeling a sense of relief. Lancer would soon return with good news. If this victory was achieved through cooperative efforts with other servants, the other masters besides Sola would also receive additional command spells as a reward. But that didn't matter to Sola. She would be more than happy as long as her command spell, which connected her to her servant, could be replenished to 3. If it weren't for the howling wind, perhaps Sola would have noticed the magical traces behind her earlier. But she was too focused on the battlefield, to the point of neglecting her surroundings. This pampered noble girl not only lacked combat training but also did not know basic self-defense. Thin white threads quietly climbed up her feet, hands, waist, and even her snow-white neck. Just as she felt an itch on her neck and was about to reach out and touch it, these threads suddenly tightened, binding her tightly. Although the threads seemed delicate, they possessed astonishing tenacity and strength. Even if Sola were a sturdy adult, she wouldn't be able to break free from the bindings. Sola, struggling to breathe due to the constriction, wanted to use a command spell to call Lancer, but before she could speak, more threads wrapped around her, sealing her mouth. At the same time, a woman's voice sounded. Don't speak. If you make a sound, I'll cut off your right hand. Her final trump card exposed, Sola fell into a state of immense panic. What should I do? What should I do? Should I risk losing my command spell and call Lancer, or... Realizing this, a mysterious fatigue invaded Sola's body and mind. Her legs gave out, and she fell backward, losing consciousness. However, she didn't land on the cold cement ground. The woman who had caught her, Justice, prevented her from falling. Justice carefully examined Sola's condition, nodded lightly, and prepared to use communication magecraft to contact Shinji. Suddenly, several threads wrapped around Justice's little finger snapped. The detection magecraft she had set up below had been triggered. Without time to guess the identity of the intruder, Justice picked up Sola and jumped directly from the 40th floor of the Fuyuki Center Tower. Golden and pure white magical flashes alternated, and a mysterious force countered the Earth's gravity. The two women, weighing over 100 kilograms combined, descended as if they were feathers, lightly floating down. At the moment they landed, a cheetah-like figure appeared on the top floor of the tower. After careful inspection, this figure arrived at the spot where Justice and Sola had been standing. Moonlight illuminated a slightly pale face. It was Mia, who had recovered from her injuries. Mia cautiously touched the railing with her hand, quickly moving away. One part of it was noticeably warmer than the rest. The person hadn't gone far yet, there was still a chance to catch up. Thinking this, Mia hurriedly ran toward the corridor. Her body hadn't fully adapted to the artificial life form implanted by Iris Veil, and there was still some soreness in her ribs. However, it wouldn't hinder her actions. Thanks to this, Mia could continue tracking the new master of Lancer tonight, just like before she was injured. She had planned to capture her while Lancer wasn't around, but she had arrived too late, and the master had managed to escape. No, she had to catch her. That was the task entrusted to Mia by Kiritsugu. Note, for every 5 5-star review, I will provide 1 bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 power stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 117, The Death of Father Risei. For the supervisor of the Fourth Holy Grail War, Father Risei, tonight had been an exhausting night. Although it was his second time serving as the supervisor of the Holy Grail War, he never expected that someone would cause such a troublesome commotion. Due to the scale of the problem, not only the church but even the Mages Association was secretly involved. There was no time to argue about jurisdiction or assign blame. Working together and minimizing the impact of the event was the top priority. Regarding the strange incidents involving Castor, they temporarily covered it up in the media, disguising it as a chemical reaction in industrial wastewater that produced toxic gas. Broadcasting cars patrolling the streets were now urging residents living along the river to seek immediate medical treatment if they experienced symptoms, claiming that the gas had hallucinogenic effects. Of course, all hospitals providing nighttime treatment now had magi or executors with suggestive brainwashing techniques stationed there. This should eliminate the majority of eyewitness testimonies, but rumors and whispers that were beyond their reach could not be completely eradicated. To cover up the truth, Father Risei mobilized almost all the executors active in Western Japan, including his son, Kirai Kotomine, and even used the secular power of the church from top to bottom to pressure and prevent journalists from digging deeper into the matter. When the endless phone calls finally came to an end, Father Kirai could finally take a breath, but he immediately remembered that someone was waiting for him in the church. He sighed, got up from his chair, and continued his work as the supervisor. Sorry to keep you waiting. The work tonight was quite heavy. Father Risei's tone didn't hide his exhaustion, and a forced laughter echoed back from the dim pews. Well, there's no help for it. After all, the situation is serious. Then came the faint sound of wheels turning, and a motionless figure emerged from the darkness, a figure sitting in a wheelchair. So emaciated that he looked like a completely different person, it was Kenneth, the former prodigious magus who couldn't even walk anymore. Among those who knew of his former brilliance, how many would have imagined that he would fall to such a state? But the unwavering willpower, named obsession, still gleamed in his eyes, revealing the extremist nature of the former genius magus. Although Kenneth's physical injuries were almost incurable, he managed to establish contact with skilled puppeteers living in Japan using the connections of the Archibald household. With a substantial reward in exchange, he managed to preserve his bodily functions and temporarily gained the ability to move within the range of his wheelchair. Even the numbness in his lower body was gradually recovering consciousness, and if all went well, he would soon be able to abandon the wheelchair. Well, Father, how do you judge my expression? I'm referring to the reward for defeating Castor. Kenneth's tone contradicted the courteous smile on his face, even hinting at a sense of intimidation. Like a drug addict craving for a fix, he might be in the same state. Father Risei carefully observed the former magus, his face not hiding the expression of delusion. This was not the situation Father Risei had hoped for, but agreements were agreements. Even without mentioning the alliance formed by Risei under the table with Tokiomi, for the sake of the church's reputation, he could only act accordingly. Indeed, Lancer participated in the battle against Castor and showed great bravery. This has already been confirmed from the reports of several supervisors. In that case, do I indeed have the qualification to receive a command seal? However, Father Kiriai's tone suddenly changed. Lancer's achievements were unsatisfactory. He didn't use his noble phantasm to buy time like Ryder did, he didn't heal Saber's injuries like Assassin did, and he certainly didn't exterminate the sea monster like Saber did. So, in my judgment. Please wait a moment. Kenneth interrupted Risei's words with excitement, his face twisted with obsession, surprising even the experienced Father Risei. Father Risei, if I remember correctly, your previous promise was to cooperate in defeating Castor and reward each participant with a command seal. Lancer participated in the battle and fought with all his might. Are you suggesting that you want to break your promise, Father Risei? Father Risei leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and pondered for a moment before finally relenting. It was my negligence in not making the rules strict enough. According to the rules, Lancer's master is entitled to the reward. So, you mean? I am referring to Lancer's master. This time, it was Kenneth who was interrupted. Risei furrowed his brows, casting a doubtful glance at Kenneth. Mr. Kenneth L. Melloy, considering your current condition, can you still be regarded as a master? In an instant, a dark expression of hatred flashed in Kenneth's eyes, but it quickly returned to the reserved demeanor of a gentleman. The contract with Lancer was formed in shared responsibility between me and my fiancée, Sola. But now, isn't it solely Miss Sola who handles the supply of magical energy and the management of command seals? Risei struck a nerve, causing Kenneth's already strained smile to waver, and the last traces of kindness vanished. For strategic considerations, I have temporarily entrusted the command seals to Sola. However, I still hold the dominant authority in the contract with Lancer. If you doubt it, you can directly confirm with Lancer. And most importantly, when reporting to the church about the master's identity, it should be registered in my name. Father Risei sighed. Even if he continued to pursue this matter, it wouldn't change anything. The most troublesome thing for Risei was the unexpected situation where he had to allocate command seals to someone other than Tokiomi. Even if he didn't give additional command seals to Kenneth now, they would eventually end up in the hands of his fiancée. Getting involved in an internal struggle within the El Melloy camp would not benefit Risei in any way. All right, I acknowledge your qualification. Come, Mr. Kenneth, please extend your hand. Drink from the cup, and your sins will be forgiven. It is the blood shed by me for the sake of all. It is the blood of the contract. With skilled movements, Risei performed a secret ritual on Kenneth's outstretched hand, transferring one of the command seals from his right wrist to Kenneth's. The process was painless, and it was completed within a few minutes. Now, continue to fight with pride as a master. Naturally. After nodding with a smile on his face, Kenneth took out a handgun hidden in his wheelchair seat and aimed it at the fallen body of Father Risei, who had collapsed without care. The dry sound of the gunshot shattered the tranquility of the sacred hall. Without even sparing a glance at the fallen priest, Kenneth ecstatically gazed at the command seal engraved on the back of his right hand once again. Now there was only one left. Compared to the other masters who had unused command seals, he was at a significant disadvantage. He couldn't simply stand by and watch Saber, Ryder, and Assassin's masters obtain new command seals. Although assassinating the supervisor will inevitably cause some controversy, in this Holy Grail war, besides Kenneth, other magi like to use small props like handguns. The first and foremost suspect will be that filthy rat under Einsburn's care. Kenneth couldn't help but smile, fully immersed in the satisfaction of regaining his master's qualification. He felt no remorse for the act that humiliated Lord Elmeloy just now. The squeaking sound of the wheelchair gradually faded away, disappearing into the silent night. Two figures, one tall and one short, silently entered the blood-scented church. The shorter one sneered with disdain. You always look down on technology, but in the end, you still have to rely on the power of technology. How ironic. The taller one approached the dying Father Rise, speaking in an emotionless tone. Stop lamenting, Shinji. Didn't you want him to do this? That's why you deliberately waited until now, right? Hurry up, if the command spells aren't transferred in time, they will lose their effectiveness and become useless marks. Here I come, Sensei. The shorter one lowered his head and ran forward. Of course, these two were Shinji and Scathach. After the battle in Fuyuki City ended, the two of them immediately came to the church without any rest. After confirming that Kenneth and Father Rise were inside, they hid outside the door and monitored the situation. Everything unfolded just as it was described in Fate/0. No, it had to be the same. If it wasn't the same, Shinji would be troubled. Every master desired the command spells, and Shinji was no exception. It wasn't because he wanted to use them on Scatach for any purpose. Given his current condition and abilities, he didn't have that intention or capability. It was purely for the sake of increasing his trump cards. The command spells created by the great magus, Zouken Matou, after 60 years of painstaking effort, contained immense power. They could not only bind servants but also enhance their abilities and even strengthen themselves using the power contained within the command spells. With these command spells, Shinji could unleash noble phantasms without worrying about his magical energy reserves. Whether it was Scatach's noble phantasm or his own, Shinji could use them continuously when the situation demanded it. At critical moments, Shinji could even go all out with a full arsenal. The only regret was that the command spells were finite, and they couldn't be used recklessly without restraint. No, it was already good enough to have obtained this many command spells. One shouldn't be too greedy. One shouldn't be too greedy. One shouldn't be too greedy. Muttering it 3 times to stabilize himself, Shinji unbuttoned his shirt, baring his upper body. Sensei, help me with the transplant. All right, Scatach said as she pulled up Rise's sleeve with one hand while using her other hand to trace runes in the air, preparing to perform the separation ritual. But at that moment, Scatach frowned and stopped inscribing the runes. Seeing this, Shinji quickly asked, "What's wrong?" His command spell is protected by powerful magecraft. I can't break through the defense in a short amount of time to remove it. The church's divine words. Upon hearing Scatach's words, Shinji immediately thought of one of the secret teachings of the church, which essentially belonged to a form of magecraft, but the Holy Church did not acknowledge it. It wasn't difficult to understand that additional command spells were protected by divine words. The supervisor possessed the power to sway the tide of the war, so it was only natural that there might be unscrupulous magi who desired that power and took protective measures. However, this normalcy became an obstacle for Shinji. Should we bring the body back and decipher it slowly? Or should we cut off the hand? Scatach's solution was direct and effective. Shinji hesitated for a few seconds and chose the latter option. Without delay, Shinji raised Rise's arm with one hand and took out the divine spear bow dagger, preparing to strike. Just before the blade fell, Shinji's gaze froze as he noticed an unusual blood stain. It was a line of text written in blood, previously obscured by his right hand, which is why Shinji and Scatach hadn't noticed it before. JN 424. Shinji retracted the blade and pronounced this line of cryptic text, making an effort to recall his knowledge of the Bible from his previous life and his current incarnation. Divine words had a usage similar to modern password locks. Uttering this divine words sequence would lift the protection and allow for transplantation. Therefore, this password should be a clue pointing to the code. Rise deeply loved his child and placed all his hopes on Makiri. His final hope before his death must have been for his son to inherit his will and wishes. This password must have been intended for Makiri Kodomine to see. The common denominator between Makiri and Rise was the church. If Shinji remembered correctly, this password mentioned in the novel was related to a certain classic of the church. JN. John, there it is. The Gospel of John. Shinji's eyes lit up. Sensei, I need the Gospel of John. It must be here. The next moment, Scatach transformed into a spiritual form and disappeared through the wall, searching in Rise's study. She quickly returned with an old hardcover book. It was the New Testament. Shinji twitched his mouth. Ah, master, I wanted the Gospel of John, not the Bible. Scatach simply threw the book at Shinji's face. Idiot, the Gospel of John is a part of the New Testament. Oh. Shinji awkwardly rubbed his swollen cheeks and took the book, flipping through it quickly. 424, the 4th page, 24th line, no, not right. The 42nd page, 4th line, still not right. If it's not page numbers, then it must be chapter numbers. The 4th chapter, the 24th verse, there it is. God is spirit, and his worshippers must worship in spirit and truth. As if in response to these words, all the command spells on Risei's cold right hand emitted a faint light. Accompanied by a sharp pain, the command spells one by one transferred to Shinji's hand, following the radiance. The divine words attached to Risei's right hand served not only as protection but also as a transfer. It was the trust entrusted by a father to his son. Father Risei believed that his son would be the first to discover his corpse, which is why he wrote down the symbols only known to the clergy in blood. The supervisor's responsibility was to safeguard the command spells and ensure that the Holy Grail war proceeded under normal circumstances. Until his death, he firmly believed that his son was a saint capable of inheriting this great responsibility. Unfortunately, this trust was destined to never be fulfilled, regardless of Shinji's interference. Shinji gazed at Risei, who had an unyielding stare, and placed the Bible by his side. These command spells are better off in my hands than in your son's because you never saw the true nature of your son until your dying breath. Rest in peace, Father Risei, may you find happiness in the presence of the Lord. After saying that, Shinji reached out and closed Risei's eyes using his right hand, which now possessed a completely new command spell. In the dim light, the crimson patterns glowed with an eerie radiance, resembling blood. Note, for every 5 5-star review, I will provide 1 bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also, every 100 power stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 118, Impulse. After completing his work and perfecting the arrangements, Makiri took only one step into the church and immediately sensed the presence of death. There was a faint smell of blood and a lingering scent of gunpowder. Someone must have committed an unforgivable act within the sacred halls. Although he couldn't sense anyone lying in wait, Makiri cautiously moved forward, passing through the pews of the congregation. Just before he reached the altar, he noticed a figure sprawled on the ground beside it. Father. The weak cry escaped his lips, and as Makiri laid eyes on Father Risei, the experienced eyes of an executor had already detected the bullet hole piercing through the priest's back and the bloodstains on the ground. Makiri felt as if his mind had gone completely numb, yet he carefully examined his father's lifeless body with that feeling still lingering. Rolling up the sleeve of his right hand, which bore the command spells entrusted to him, he verified the number of seals inscribed on his wrist. No, this can't be possible. Makiri exclaimed once again, surprised. He knew that his father's command spells were protected by powerful divine words and were almost impossible to be stripped away without his permission. But now, all of these command spells had disappeared, and Makiri couldn't help but be astonished. After the initial shock, Makiri forced himself to calm down and continue his examination. Father Risei's right hand was intact, without any traces of magecraft or other abnormalities, indicating that the command spells had been removed through normal means. So, did Father Risei willingly give them away? The only person for whom Father Risei would willingly bestow the command spells was his teacher, Tokiomi Tosaka. But if it was Tokiomi, he wouldn't have killed Father Risei, his pride wouldn't allow him to do so. Moreover, even if he did want to kill Father Risei, he wouldn't use a gun, but rather magecraft. After 3 years of studying under Tokiomi, Makiri knew him very well and wouldn't be mistaken. What could be the explanation then? Besides Father Risei himself, were there others who knew the phrase, divine words? With these doubts in mind, Makiri continued to examine his father's body. Makiri lifted his father's right hand and noticed traces of friction on the fingertips, different from the bloodstains. It was a mark left by rubbing. Before his death, Father Risei had smeared his blood on his fingertips and applied it somewhere. Having noticed this, it would be easy to find the bloodstained text with a little searching. Written on the floor in mottled penmanship was the Crimson Testament, JN 424. If one had no religious affiliation, they might consider it an incomprehensible code. But for Makiri, who inherited his father's devout faith, the meaning behind these last words couldn't be clearer. It was most likely the divine words from John 4 verse 24, and it was the inheritance and trust that Father Risei wanted to entrust to his son, hoping that he would inherit the position and responsibility of the supervisor. But, this code had been deciphered by someone else. Lost in thought, Makiri picked up the Bible by his father's side. With this book, even someone unrelated to the church could potentially decipher this code, considering the relatively high notoriety of the Gospel of John. Had Father been careless? The Bible that he always carried with him had become the tool that the culprit used to decipher the divine words. No, it might not necessarily be the work of the culprit. If the culprit hadn't left, Father Risei might not have left a code, and even if he did, it wouldn't have been such an obvious one. Perhaps after the culprit left, someone else visited the church to see father and discovered his lifeless body. They deciphered the code and transferred the command spells. Yes, that would make sense. Castor is already dead, and the masters of Saber, Lancer, Ryder, and Assassin could have visited father to obtain additional command spells. The culprit who killed father could be one of them, or it could be the master of Berserker, who didn't participate in the battle. As his brain concluded, Kiriai's mind relaxed, and tears unknowingly fell from his eyes, leaving him in a state of utter shock. Seeing his father's body and shedding tears in response to his father's will. It was a natural reaction for a person. But at this moment, Kiriai felt like he had stepped into an abyss and was engulfed in a near-terrifying state of confusion. Do not look directly at it, the voice within his heart solemnly warned him. Kiriai Kotomine, you must not understand, nor can you acknowledge this emotion surging within you right now. Because. Tears. When was the last time he shed tears? Yes, it was 3 unforgettable years ago when his late wife held his tears in her hands and said, "You love me, don't you?" As Kiriai struggled to resist the memories flooding his mind, an inexplicable impulse, completely different from the emotions in his memories, surged within him. Hunger. Thirst. Impulse. Accompanied by the sight of red, an insidious and irresistible temptation invaded Kiriai's reason. It was as if a person who hadn't eaten for days felt hungry. As if a person who hadn't drunk water for days felt thirsty. As if a person who had abstained for days felt desire. The red blood emitted a peculiar, irresistible allure, pounding against the barriers of Kiriai's mind and common sense like waves. It's happening again, just like in Castor's workshop. Why? 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 Why is blood attracting me? Why do I feel a longing for blood? How can humans be drawn to the blood of their kind? Could this be the abnormality Gilgamesh spoke of? Then why didn't I have these impulses before? The thoughts in his mind didn't affect his actions, and his trembling hand, the hand that had taken many lives without ever trembling, reached towards the not yet dried bloodstains on the ground. No. 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 Reason kept reminding him. But in his heart, another voice roared madly. I want it. I want it. I want it. Kiriai felt his body split into 2 parts, the physical desires and the rational soul. The 2 constantly battled, his hand moving up and down near the bloodstains, like a person experiencing a fit of madness. Perhaps this is what a saint meant by fighting the demons within one's heart. Perhaps, if I can defeat this demon, I will become a normal person. Or perhaps, I will be completely assimilated by the demon and fall into darkness. Struggling. Fighting. Kiriai did not give up. He resisted, he struggled. A follower of God could not succumb to the temptations of the demon. After an unknown length of time, the desire and impulse for blood gradually faded away, replaced by an indescribable emptiness. Kiriai silently gazed at his father's lifeless body, his heart filled with a deathly silence, like a scorched wasteland. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Suddenly, Kiriai began to recite the Lord's Prayer, a prayer he was accustomed to reciting every day as if he was praying for his father's blessings and repenting at the same time. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Accompanied by the sign of the cross on his forehead, chest, left shoulder, and right shoulder, the deep meaning behind the tears and the inexplicable impulse were sealed away. In a distant western city, a city that had been silent for hundreds of years. A pair of crimson eyes suddenly opened, unparalleled golden light shining through the pupils, only to fade into silence in the next moment, and those crimson eyes closed once again. The ancient city was once again shrouded in darkness as if nothing had happened. Note, for every 5 5-star review, I will provide 1 bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 power stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 119, The Final Command. You useless fool. Nothing but a worthless braggart. Facing the harsh verbal assault, Lancer could only lower his head and silently endure. With such a limited amount of time, you couldn't even protect a single woman. Humph. How dare you shamelessly speak of chivalry? Kenneth's furious words were accompanied by spit flying, but compared to Lancer, who felt ashamed of his failure, Kenneth's heart was filled with more anxiety and anger. He had been proud of obtaining new command spells, but reality once again plunged him into a cold abyss. Sola had disappeared, and only Lancer returned to his side with a gloomy expression. Although she was only a temporary replacement, Sola is still your master. If you can't even protect your master, what use are you as a servant? And yet you dare to come back alone, with a thick-skinned face. I am truly ashamed. Lancer weakly shook his head. His naturally beautiful face was distorted by grief, expressing his deep remorse for allowing the situation to turn into such regret. I apologize, my lord. Sola and I do not have a formal contract, so we cannot sense each other's presence. That's exactly why you should be more careful. Kenneth ruthlessly shouted, cutting off the servant's defense. Under normal circumstances, a master and servant would be connected through a contract, and if one of them was in danger, the other would sense it through their magical connection. But in this case, Lancer and Sola had not formed a formal contract according to the rules of contract magic and had directly engaged in battle. Lancer's unwavering loyalty to Kenneth had harmed him. By the time Lancer finished the battle and returned to the Fuyuki City Center building, Sola was already gone. The only thing he could confirm was that Sola was still alive, as her magical energy sustained Lancer's manifestation and activity, continuously flowing into his body. If it were another servant, they might be able to sense her general location through the supply of magical energy. Unfortunately, Lancer's contract was a special one that separated the contractor from the supplier of magical energy, resulting in a weak connection to the energy supplier. Even though he could speculate that Sola was still alive, Lancer had no idea where the magical energy was being supplied from. Searching for her in Fuyuki City without any clues would be futile, so in the end, he had to return alone. Ah, Sola. I shouldn't have entrusted her with the command spells. Magical combat is just too difficult for her. I also bear some responsibility for not thoroughly advising her. However, the reason Sola made such a decision was because she hoped for your comeback, Lord Kenneth. In any case, please, no matter what, you must. Kenneth looked at Lancer with a murky gaze filled with jealousy. You still have the nerve to say such things. Don't play dumb, Lancer. You must have instigated Sola from the sidelines, right? What? I would never do such a thing. Truly living up to the legends, even seducing your lord's fiancée, unable to resist the temptation. Lancer, kneeling with his head lowered, trembled violently. My lord, please take back those words. Humph, did I hit the mark? Can't stand the anger, huh? So you're planning to show me your true vicious nature, huh? Kenneth continued to mock the restrained and agitated heroic spirit. You finally showed your true colors. You swear loyalty and selflessness, but in reality, you're just a beast driven by desire. What's the point of pretending to be proud of chivalry? Do you think you can deceive my eyes? Lord Kenneth. Why don't you understand? Lancer's pleading voice was choked with emotion. I just wanted to defend my honor. I just wanted to fight a glorious war with you. My lord, why can't you understand the heart of a knight? Don't act like it's true, servant. Kenneth coldly rebuked Lancer, ignoring his plea. His suspicion and dissatisfaction with Lancer had finally reached the breaking point. Servant, know your place. You are nothing more than a shadow manifested through magic. Your so-called honor and dignity are nothing but the ramblings of a lost soul. How dare you lecture your master with such audacity? Lancer, humiliated and silent, hung his head. His slumped shoulders and vacant eyes staring at the ground no longer possessed the valor to wield twin spears and challenge numerous heroes. As Kenneth reveled in his sadistic pleasure, Lancer's spirit crushed, and a sigh suddenly echoed in the empty factory. Ah, I can't bear to watch any more. Lancer, if I were you, I would stab this guy with a single shot. Kenneth's expression changed abruptly, and Lancer instinctively materialized his twin spears, ready to protect his master. But before he could stand up, he noticed a purple blade appearing around his master's neck. The ruler of shadows, the queen of the underworld, stood next to Kenneth with the knife in her hand. Her master was leisurely sitting on the windowsill, smiling at Lancer and Kenneth. Lancer tightly gripped his twin spears but dared not make any rash moves. He only asked, Assassin, what do you mean by this? Nothing much, just a little regret. Regret that I saved your master in the Einsburn castle. Scatach's cold gaze sent shivers down Kenneth's spine. If I had known what kind of person he is, I should have killed him with a single blow. It's my fault. Shinji sheepishly rubbed his nose and jumped down from the windowsill, slowly approaching. I naively assumed that he still had the grace and conduct befitting a traditional noble. I didn't expect him to become such a waste after being struck by reality. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. Sensei, if I were to say such things to you, would you stab me with a single shot? No, I won't. I'll just make sure you can't get out of bed for half a year. Scatach's response put Shinji in the same state as Kenneth. Ah, then you might as well just stab me. Hey, Lancer, how about I settle this right here and help you find some relief? No, please, Assassin's master. Lancer lowered his spear and pleaded, he is my lord, the one I am loyal to in D'Armwood's name. No matter what happens, I will only serve him as my lord in this lifetime. If you want to do this, I will consider you as my enemy. Don't be so rigid. Shinji measured his god spear bow blade and rubbed the magical blade against Kenneth's face. After experiencing what happened in your past life, you should have awakened, right? In China, there is an ancient saying, a good bird chooses its tree to perch on. As someone like you should follow a wiser lord. How about Saber? You are a noble knight, and she is a noble king of knights. Wouldn't that be a good master-servant relationship? Stop it, assassin's master. That is an insult to me. Lancer remained firm and unwavering. A master can be wrong, and a servant can advise and be saddened, but they will never betray their master. Even if Finn plotted against you, you wouldn't regret it. No regrets. Even if your current master orders you to commit suicide. This. Lancer gritted his teeth and still uttered 2 words, no regrets. Foolish, utterly foolish. Shinji felt a surge of frustration. He had even used his ultimate move, so why was it still like this? Did he have to sink to that level before he could feel regret? This is true knighthood, this is what it means to be a true knight. Scatach glanced at Shinji, her eyes signaling him. She didn't say the second half of her sentence, it's because of this that they are admirable, and it's because of this that I don't want to see that kind of ending. Knight, chivalry. Shinji understood and sighed, taking Scatach's place. Although I can understand to some extent, times have changed, Lancer. People nowadays don't speak of chivalry. That's the biggest difference between you and your master. His understanding of your loyalty is complete obedience to him, without question. And you hold your master to the standards of a knight. If you had made it clear from the beginning, perhaps it would have been better. No, that's not it either. With Lord El Meloy's arrogant and stubborn personality, he wouldn't have listened to you, right, Mr. Kenneth? In the end, Shinji tilted his blade, cutting Kenneth's skin, and startled, Kenneth repeatedly said, yes, yes. That's what I think. Let me ask you, Mr. Kenneth, have you ever wondered why there are only 3 command seals? If, according to your thinking, why not use more command seals to erase the subjectivity of the servants and turn them into complete puppets? I think many magi like you, proud and arrogant, have the same idea. This. Kenneth had certainly thought about it but had no answer. Let me tell you. The so-called heroic spirits, regardless of whether they were good or evil in their lifetime, regardless of how they are judged in later generations, they were all heroes in their own right. Their caliber, their souls, are far superior to ordinary people. Such beings, even if they become servants, cannot be molded and manipulated as you please. They are not puppets. They are comrades who fight alongside their masters. In history, every master who tried to treat heroic spirits as puppets had a bad ending. From the moment you treat them as tools, your failure is already predetermined. Shinji's words made Kenneth's face pale. It was unclear whether he was truly moved or just frightened. But Shinji didn't care about Kenneth's reaction. He had come here tonight only to fulfill his promise with Scatach and give D'Armuid a relatively satisfactory conclusion. I might as well tell you that your fiancée, Sola, was abducted by my people from the top floor of the central building. Of course, it was after Castor's death. I do keep my promises. By the way, when Assassin saved you, he left a mark on you, so we know exactly what you've been up to these past few days. I can assure you that Lancer has no inappropriate thoughts about Miss Sola, whether you believe it or not. Assassin's master, you. Lancer hesitated, unsure whether to feel grateful or resentful. It's pointless to talk about it now. Kenneth, I'll give you 2 choices. Either I kill you right now and order my men to kill Miss Sola, ending this completely, or you use your command seals to order Lancer to fight my assassin. If Lancer wins, I'll let them go. You have 10 seconds to decide. After 10 seconds with no answer, I'll assume you chose the first option. Before Shinji could start counting, Kenneth immediately gave his answer, with no room for hesitation. I choose the second option, but if you go back on your word. Are you stupid? Shinji looked at Kenneth with disdain. This battle is destined to have only one survivor. If Assassin survives, you have no future. If Lancer survives, do you think I can defeat a servant? Stop talking nonsense and give the order. Holding onto his last glimmer of hope, Kenneth sadly caressed the command seals he had just acquired, and as the master of Lancer, he exerted his final authority. By the power of the command seals, Lancer, kill Assassin. Yes, my master. For the first time, summoned for the first time, Lancer wholeheartedly accepted this command seal with his own will. The red and yellow twin spears cut through the night sky like lightning. == Note, for every 5 5-star review, I will provide 1 bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 power stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 120, Deadly Struggle. This is an internal war between Celtic heroes. It is a duel between masters of spearmanship. On one side is the unrivaled first spear of the Knights of Fianna, D'Armuid Ua Dubni. On the other side is the queen of the land of shadows, Scatach, who has stepped into the realm of gods as a human and has slain multiple deities. The surging magical power shakes the atmosphere. The clashing spears scorch the cold winter night. Each step they take breaks through the ground. Each swing of their weapons creates a gust of wind that topples walls. But the figures of the two amid the collision are elusive, making it difficult for either Shinji or Kenneth to capture them. Lancer is ranked as the swiftest among the 7 classes of servants, and the servant known as Ryunosuke, whose true name is Lancer, lives up to that class. His agility attribute is the highest in this Holy Grail war, A+. However, this highest attribute is not unique. Another person possesses the same speed as Lancer, and she is the current opponent of Ryunosuke, Scatach, who manifests as the assassin class. The battle between two powerful warriors who have reached the limits of servant speed is the reason for this spectacle. The sound of the north wind echoes lowly. The violent acts that defy the laws of physics make the atmosphere scream in hysteria. The abandoned factory is shrouded in the raging gusts of wind, suffering merciless destruction, and gradually being reduced to ruins. Only 5 minutes have passed, and the reinforced concrete structure chosen by Kenneth as a stronghold collapses with a thunderous roar. Yet, the two humanoid monsters causing all of this remain unfazed, standing atop the debris, confronting each other without showing fatigue. Scatach casually twirls a spear flower in her hand, her lips curling into a provocative smile. The renowned Knights of the Fianna Order truly live up to their reputation. If it weren't for that tragedy, you would have surely mastered the God Slayer. Ryunosuke responds with a similar smile. It's hard to imagine the refined and gentle him wearing such madness, even with a touch of ferocity. You flatter me, Queen of the Land of Shadows. Compared to you, I am far inferior. Your mastery of the spear, honed to the extreme point of being capable of slaying gods, truly amazes me. If you were also a spear user like me, I would have been wounded or dead under your spear. No need to be modest, Ryunosuke. Scatach shakes her head slightly. We both know that the strength of a warrior cannot be judged solely by skill. Inherent qualities are also an important factor. Strength is strength, no excuses, and no what-ifs. To assess the strength of a warrior, one must consider their heart, skill, and physique, judging them comprehensively. Regarding the heart, both of them have experienced countless battles, both holding the determination to deliver a fatal blow, single-mindedly focused without a clear advantage. As for the physique, there is no doubt that Ryunosuke, who manifests as Lancer, has a considerable advantage. However, Scatach's skill, honed from ancient times until the present, compensates well for her disadvantage in attributes. Overall, the two are evenly matched. Ryunosuke nodded with understanding. He certainly understood this principle, but he couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. If only the true form of this ancient figure were in the land of shadows, he could witness the true spear of godslaying, which is the highest realm that every warrior who practices spear techniques dreams of. Scatach also felt a sense of regret. The legendary Ryunosuke is known for his proficiency in dual swords, dual spears, and a single blade. However, by only showcasing his dual spears, Ryunosuke cannot fully display his true strength. However, as soon as these thoughts arose in their minds, they were cast aside by both of them simultaneously. It was meaningless to think about such things. Instead, they focused on how to achieve victory. Come again. Good. Then, the two, both wielding spears, stepped forward simultaneously, exuding an almost tangible aura. Even though they were dozens of meters apart, Shinji and Kenneth could still feel the pain of their faces being grazed by sharp objects. The ensuing clash became even more direct, intense, concise, and chilling. After 5 minutes of probing, the two master spear users gained a deep understanding of each other's techniques. There was no need for further probing or any reservations. They only needed to exert all their strength to kill their opponent. Stronger, faster, more ruthless. Both continuously swung their weapons, engaging in a fierce exchange of attacks and defenses. Ryunosuke's long spear was powerful and heavy, while his short spear was elusive and unpredictable. The coordination between the two, one long and one short, was seamless. Although Scatach only wielded a single spear, in her hands, it seemed to possess spirituality. Every part of the spear, whether it be the tip, the blade, or the shaft, emanated infinite possibilities, seamlessly transitioning between offense and defense. They intertwined and clashed, the three magical spears colliding and sparking countless fiery trails, blooming into a chaotic spectacle. Legendary noble phantasms wielded with superhuman strength and speed clashed, with their velocity even surpassing the speed of sound. It was unclear whether they had gone through 10 rounds or 100 rounds. Scatach had a wound on her waist. Ryunosuke's chest bloomed with blood. The physical injuries did not slow down their attacks but made the battle even more perilous. Like two wounded beasts, they completely unleashed their ferocity. At this moment, even if the master were to command them to cease fighting with a command spell, it would be difficult to suppress the boiling fighting spirit of these two heroes. The forehead, the throat, the heart, wherever it was fatal, the spears aimed there. The spears thrust incessantly, leaving no room for even a sliver of opportunity. Rapid thrusts at high speeds left no afterimages. The two swiftly moved within a tiny range, unleashing dozens or even hundreds of attacks within a single breath. If either side fell slightly out of rhythm, it would be the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Blood continued to drip from the bodies of the two servants, perhaps from their arms, thighs, backs, or even their cheeks. In this fast-paced battle, Scatach had no opportunity to release her noble phantasm's true name, and Diarmuid's red rose of exorcism was unable to unleash its special effects. The strategy chosen by both Diarmuid and Scatach was a deliberate decision. They opted not to use their noble phantasms and instead relied solely on their spear techniques to determine the winner. As the battle progressed, the amount of blood flowing from both of them increased. The striking red color of Diarmuid's armor and the black color of Scatach's tight-fitting attire blended due to the bloodstains. Suddenly, with a clang, a beautiful rose-like spear fell to the ground, the red rose of Diarmuid. This was a technique invented by Scatach, transitioning from a straight thrust to a sweeping strike aimed at Diarmuid's wrist. It was a blow that Diarmuid couldn't dodge. The red rose was a long spear, and its transformations were not as quick as the short spear. Although Scatach's impromptu move didn't carry much force, the strike hit its mark accurately. Diarmuid's nerves were injured, causing him to lose strength in his right hand and lose his grip on the red rose, just as he had wounded Saber a few days earlier. Unlike a few days ago, Diarmuid didn't feel anxious or in pain because of losing the use of his hand. Instead, he revealed a smile that seemed to suggest victory was within his grasp. Note, for every 5 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also, every 100 power stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 121, the conclusion of Diarmuid. Diarmuid is a dual spear wielder who wields both the red rose and the yellow rose. However, the yellow rose, which is less than a meter in length, is much faster than the red rose. At this moment, Scatach, who knocked down the red rose, is already at her limit and cannot stop Diarmuid's fatal strike with the yellow rose. There were no declarations of victory, nor any roaring to boost morale. Diarmuid poured all his strength into his left hand, into the yellow rose. This spear strike was the fastest he had ever launched since being summoned to the modern era, and he firmly believed it would bring him victory. Due to the extreme speed, Diarmuid's vision broke into frames like a movie reel. Closer, even closer. With each frame, his yellow rose got closer to his opponent's heart. Diarmuid, who only had his target in his eyes, didn't see the smile on Scatach's lips, nor did he see her release her left hand from the spear the moment the red rose slipped away. He also didn't see the spiritual particles gathering around her left hand, condensing into a tangible form. When the yellow rose was less than 10 centimeters away from Scatach's heart, Diarmuid suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. The pain was so intense that it distorted Diarmuid's handsome face, causing his determined stride to falter. His surefire strike was interrupted. With some confusion, and a hint of disappointment, he lowered his head and saw Scatach's left hand gripping a red spear that had pierced his own heart, while her right hand held an identical magical spear. "I forgot to tell you, I'm also a dual spear wielder," said Scatach, the queen of the land of shadows, standing at the pinnacle of all spear wielders. "Oh." Diarmuid's puzzled expression turned into resignation. His dim eyes regained their calmness. His left hand went limp, and the yellow rose slipped from his grasp. "I lost. I admit defeat. The Queen of the Land of Shadows truly lives up to her reputation. The same goes for you, Diarmuid of the Radiant Face. It was an excellent duel, and I am glad to have fought against you." Scatach released her weapon and reached out to support Diarmuid, who had suffered a fatal injury and could no longer stand steadily. "To receive such praise from you, they must be jealous," Diarmuid referred to his comrades, the Knights of Fianna. "By the way, there is something I don't understand. I hope you can give me an answer. Go ahead. Why did it have to be like this? To have my master give such orders, to fight as a knight, to preserve my honor. You and your master are not knights, and it wasn't necessary to do it this way. You could have achieved victory more simply. Why?" Blood coughed up from Diarmuid's mouth, staining Scatach's arm. She didn't mind and used her remaining magical power to perform magecraft, easing Diarmuid's pain. "The answer is something I have already said. I admire exceptional warriors, and I didn't want a brilliant warrior like you to meet such a tragic end." "A tragic end?" Diarmuid struggled to breathe. "Have you already seen my future?" Scatach lightly nodded. "It's a conclusion that even I find hard to watch. And besides, I was the one who treated Saber's arm and broke the promise between you and Saber's designated opponent. So, I decided to duel with you in Saber's place. Your master. All of this was orchestrated by him, and I am only responsible for fighting you and ensuring victory with the honor of a warrior. Scatach turned her head and looked at her master with her bright red eyes, as if to say, I have fulfilled my promise. Shinji squinted his eyes and smiled in response. Yes, the promise to guarantee victory in the name of a warrior was what Shinji wanted. He only dared to carry out this plan after agreeing to this condition. If Scatach had not agreed, even if Lancer's fate was 10 times more tragic, he would not have implemented this plan. Guaranteeing victory in the name of a warrior meant that Scatach would give her all, and Shinji was confident in such a Scatach. What if it failed? Impossible. Shinji knew of a skill called clairvoyance, which could be obtained through wisdom of the abyss, and it was a permanent skill. Shinji knew of a skill called reinforcement of stance, which could be obtained through wisdom of the abyss, and it was an instant skill. Not enough. Shinji also knew of another use for Gi Balg alternative. Shinji also knew that Armuid's luck was ranked E, while Scatach's luck was ranked D. If all of this could lead to defeat, then Scatach would not have survived until now. So that's how it is. This scene fell into Armuid's eyes, eliciting a sigh tinged with blood. What a good master you have. I truly envy you. Do you regret it? Scatach supported Armuid and walked toward the two masters. Why would I? Although your master is outstanding, I have no regrets about swearing loyalty to Lord Kenneth. Upon hearing Armuid's words, Shinji released the divine gunblade, held against Kenneth's neck, and patted his shoulder forcefully. Did you hear that, Kenneth? Lancer. Seeing the battered and unrepentant Armuid, Kenneth, who was both stubborn and proud, seemed genuinely moved. He lowered his head and dared not look at his servant, stammering. I'm sorry, No need to apologize, Lord Kenneth. Armuid let go of Scatach's shoulder and knelt unsteadily at Kenneth's feet. You are my liege, and I am your knight. Armuid's body began to fade, and more spiritual particles were drawn out from within him. Lancer's vessel had reached its limit. Lord Kenneth, please forgive me for no longer being able to follow you. I hope for your swift recovery and for you and Lady Soliui to find happiness. Lancer. Armuid sincerely offered his blessing, causing Kenneth's eyes to slightly redden. He reached out his hand, wanting to touch his loyal knight, but found that the spiritual particles flowed through his fingers. He couldn't touch this loyal knight anymore. Lancer lifted his head and looked at Scatach and Shinji standing side by side with pleading eyes. Assassin's master, as well as Her Majesty the Queen, this is the final request of a knight. I hope that you can spare Lord Kenneth and Lady Soliui. As long as they are willing to agree to my conditions. Shinji pounded his chest by the knight's etiquette, making a solemn promise. Thank you both. Armuid's body had faded to the point of almost disappearing, and he took one last look at his master, bidding his final farewell. Knight Armuid Ue Dubni takes his leave. Farewell, my liege. The expression that was the same as when they first met had completely disappeared, and the last of the spiritual particles sparkled in the cold wind as they drifted toward the horizon. A faint light emerged on the horizon, signaling the end of the night and the imminent arrival of dawn. The blue spiritual particles eventually merged into the faint light on the horizon, leaving behind a touch of pre-dawn lapis lazuli. Farewell, Armuid Ue Dubni. I hope you are satisfied with this ending. Shinji lowered his head, while Scatach looked up into the distance, bidding farewell to this noble knight in her way. Note, for every 5 5-star review, I will provide 1 bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 power stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 122, Jingyun Sword. Shinji retreated to his workshop and embraced a life of being a recluse. Scatach was heavily injured during her battle with Lancer, and despite receiving rune magecraft treatment, she still needed time to recover. Similarly, Shinji also needed time to deal with some issues. Firstly, there were 4 noble phantasms brought back by Berserker. Based on Scatach's keen eyes, she determined that the rank and nature of the 4 noble phantasms were the same as Shinji had previously analyzed. They could exert power without needing to release their true names. However, the types of the 4 noble phantasms differed from Shinji's expectations, and each one was unique. It seemed that Gilgamesh, when projecting the noble phantasms, was not randomly throwing them, but rather choosing and planning carefully. Among the 4 noble phantasms, Shinji was most interested in the sword, a true sword. The sword had a straight and clear blade, displaying extraordinary quality. The sword was not edged, with a blade length of about 55 centimeters, a hilt length of about 15 centimeters, and a blade width of about 5 centimeters. By modern standards, this could be considered a short sword, but in ancient times, especially before the spring and autumn periods, this was the standard style of a sword. Without a doubt, This was a standard ancient sword from an era even older than the spring and autumn period, a time when myth still prevailed in the land of China. How did he know? Because the center of the sword's blade was engraved with ancient characters. According to Scatach, these were the oldest characters in the East, the origin of Chinese civilization, created by the ancient sage Zhongjie. Each character contained a powerful and mysterious force, making it the Eastern version of the primal rune. The sword's blade had a total of 4 ancient characters, separated by a cross-shaped mark, with each character occupying 1 slot. Although Scatach did not receive the inheritance of the Eastern ancient characters, she had experience with the primal rune. She quickly deduced the meaning of the characters based on the scattered power emanating from the characters. The 4 characters corresponded to the elements of water, fire, and wind, which were the foundational theories of constructing the world in both the East and the West. The ancient sword with the 4 characters of earth, water, fire, and wind made Shinji instinctively think of a famous sword in Eastern mythology. This sword appeared in many mythical and legendary stories, most notably Journey to the West and Fengshen Yeni. It was the signature treasure of Mo Liqing, the first of the 4 demon generals and later one of the 4 heavenly kings, Qingyun sword. In Eastern mythology, Mo Liqing was by no means a great god, and his treasure couldn't be considered top tier. But precisely because of this, it was possible for Gilgamesh to casually throw it away without any remorse. The more Shinji thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He flipped over the sword he received from Lancelot and found that the inscription on the back of the blade also happened to consist of 3 characters. The first character from top to bottom was somewhat similar to modern characters, while Shinji didn't recognize the second and third characters. However, ancient Chinese characters originated from pictographs, which means they evolved from pictures. These 2 ancient characters indeed looked like clouds and a sword, whether they truly resembled them or if it was just Shinji's preconceived notion remained unknown. Regardless, there was only one way to find out: give it a try. In Eastern mythology, very few treasures required releasing their true names. Most of them had a unique usage called sacrifice. Based on the worldview of Type Moon, this sacrifice was likely to involve infusing magical energy. Shinji, thinking this way, pressed the inscription of earth, water, fire, wind, and infused it with his magical energy. Then, the treasured sword floated in the air, and the character representing wind emitted a radiant light. A black whirlwind burst out, blowing Shinji's hair in disarray. At this moment, Shinji had long forgotten to tidy his hair, only knowing to hold the treasured sword and laugh foolishly. He, ha ha ha. His laughter, with a crooked smile, made Korea roll his eyes, and Scatach, being more direct, slapped her disciple on the forehead. What's so funny? If you know the origin of the sword, then hurry up and explain. Oh. Shinji touched his forehead. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the Qingyun sword from Eastern mythology. The sword has inscriptions, divided into 4 characters: earth, water, fire, and wind. According to the description in Berserker's Noble Phantasm, it should belong to the category of military noble phantasms. However, most Chinese noble phantasms have high versatility. They can be used against individuals, armies, and even for siege warfare. They are highly cost-effective noble phantasms. Uncle, let Lancelot formally transfer all ownership to me, and let me try it. Korea, who was already aware of Shinji's plan while Scatach was appraising the noble phantasm, was about to agree when Scatach said, "No need to transfer. You can obtain full ownership of the Qingyun sword at any time." The uncle and nephew were stunned and said in unison, "Why?" Because Archer has already abandoned ownership of the noble phantasms when projecting them, and Berserker's ownership of the noble phantasms obtained through A Knight Does Not Die with Empty Hands is only valid when the noble phantasms are in hand. When he handed the Qingyun sword to you, it was still ownerless. Lancelot, due to his mad enhancement, had almost lost his ability to speak, so Korea couldn't inquire about the details of his servant's noble phantasms until Scatach discovered the secret and explained it. Shinji, try turning the noble phantasm into spiritual particles. Once you complete this process, you will officially acquire full ownership of the Qingyun sword. Upon hearing Scatach's words, Shinji attempted to release the physical form of the noble phantasm, similar to how he controlled the sickle of the hunted serpent. The next second, the Qingyun sword disappeared from Shinji's hand, only to materialize again a few seconds later. This cycle repeated several times, and Shinji revealed a satisfied smile. Then, as if he had thought of something, he looked up at Scatach with hopeful eyes. Sensei, can Sakura and Uncle also possess noble phantasms through this method? It would provide them with even greater security. Unfortunately, no, Scatach shook her head. Noble phantasms are a part of heroic spirits or similar entities. They don't exist in a manner that allows free conversion between spiritual particles and physical form, unleashing their corresponding powers. Even I, unless I materialize as a servant, can only possess weapons that rival noble phantasms, not noble phantasms of heroic spirits. You acquired the noble phantasm through the method of divine descent, which is a special case I haven't even seen. You already possess the unique ability of heroic spirits to transform spiritual particles, while they do not. Moreover, the process just now can also be considered as Archer transferring the noble phantasm to you, requiring all 4 conditions. I see, that's a shame, Shinji sighed with regret. Upon careful consideration, it made sense. The transfer meant one party relinquished ownership while the other party acquired it. Korea turned around and comforted Shinji, saying, "It's okay. I already have a new mystic code, and it's enough. Even if I obtain a noble phantasm, I might not be able to withstand its consumption. Don't worry about the consumption, these few noble phantasms don't require much magical energy." An unnamed short-handled noble phantasm in Scatach's hand spun around. "You and Sakura will be fine." "I see." Korea nodded, but then his movement suddenly paused. "Wait, sensei, are you saying?" "I'm saying that you can't possess a noble phantasm like Shinji does, but it doesn't mean you can't use them." Wisdom obtained from being outside the world overflowed from her crimson eyes, a true wisdom of the magical realm. Note, for every 5 5-star review, I will provide 1 bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 power stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, The Other 3 Noble Phantasms. The ownership of a noble phantasm is important for 2 main reasons. Firstly, it allows for spirit particle conversion. This not only provides convenience in terms of preservation and carrying but also includes functions such as positioning and recovery within a certain range. It can be understood as a property similar to the bonding with the master mechanic in games, ensuring that the noble phantasm is not lost. Secondly, it enables true name release. Only those who possess the ownership of a noble phantasm can unlock its true name and unleash its true power. By the way, the ownership of most noble phantasms is unique, but there are exceptions where multiple heroes may be associated with the ownership of the same noble phantasm. For example, the magical spear Gi Balg in the hands of Siyu Chulin was originally crafted and granted by Scatach to her disciple. If Scatach were to obtain the spear, she could use it freely without requiring permission from Siyu Chulin. However, if we disregard the benefits of spirit particle conversion and true name release and focus solely on usage, then ownership becomes less significant. After all, most noble phantasms do not have a password lock mechanism, so as long as one can wield them, they can be used. The 4 noble phantasms brought back by Lancelot, for example, belong to a type that can exert their power without the need for true name release. The power unleashed by Korea with these noble phantasms in his hands would be no different from the power unleashed by Gilgamesh. After listening to Scatach's explanation, Shinji pondered for a moment and said, "So, as long as I allow it and resolve the carrying issue, whether or not I have ownership of the noble phantasms doesn't matter, right?" "Yes," nodded Scatach. "And there's one more thing to consider, the supply of magical energy to the noble phantasms. The nature of noble phantasms is similar to that of servants, they materialize the soul, and this requires the consumption of magical energy. But the magical energy doesn't necessarily have to be provided by the master," Shinji said confidently, trying to please. "As the highest-ranked magus, sensei, you must have a way to solve that. Whether it's in the Age of Gods or the modern era." Scatach shook her head slightly. "If it were just a matter of being the highest-ranked magus, this issue wouldn't be resolved. Including myself, after all, this already delves into the realm of magic. However, after experiencing the miracle of soul materialization myself while in the form of a servant, I can solve this problem. But before that, we need to decide who will be using the noble phantasms. Who will this be given to?" "This is." Both Shinji and Korea fixed their gaze on the golden noble phantasm in Scatach's hand. It was a shorter weapon than the Qingyun sword, resembling a sword in shape, but the main body was not as flat as a sword. Instead, it was a nearly perfect cone shape. 3 ring-like earpieces were evenly distributed at the bottom of the cone, converging at a point. Together with the exquisitely designed pommel, it held a black pearl, which was not in a solid state but rather fluctuated between liquid and gaseous states, constantly changing, resembling rolling thunderclouds in the summer sky. "This is the Indra's Vajra, the artifact, Indra's lightning, used by the rain god, Indra," Scatach explained as she handed the artifact to Shinji. Inadvertently, Shinji touched the black pearl at the end of the artifact, and a faint electric current made his body tingle. Legend has it that this artifact is a materialized form of the thunder and lightning that Indra used for attacks. With this artifact, Indra defeated the dragon Vritra and possessed a special effect against magic. It is also the highest ranked among the 4 noble phantasms, with a rank of B+, while the Qingyun sword is only C+. Shinji pondered for a moment, then put away the Indra Vajra and handed the Qingyun sword back to Scatach. Although the Indra Vajra has tremendous destructive power, its practicality as a defensive weapon is too low. It's better to treat it as a hand grenade and throw it. That's the true thunder in hand. Give the Qingyun sword to Lady Justice, she lacks area of effect attacks. Although Shinji liked the Qingyun sword, he could readily give it up for the sake of someone he valued. What about the remaining two? I can only discern their history and general effects, I don't know their true names, replied Scatach as she picked up the third artifact. It was a staff with a primary color scheme of golden and sapphire blue. It was approximately 120 centimeters long, with a forked end and a top resembling a bent T. This should be the symbol of authority of ancient Egyptian pharaohs, also known as the scepter. It possesses healing and purification powers, effectively restraining magical creatures. Among the Egyptian pantheon, both the scorpion goddess Serket and the primal goddess Isis possess such powers. People often confuse these two goddesses, and I don't know which one of them bestowed this symbol of authority upon which pharaoh in which era. A scepter of healing and purification. Shinji and Korea exchanged a glance and reached an answer without needing to discuss it further. Give it to Sakura. A symbol of authority from a goddess should naturally be given to a girl. They didn't want their little princess, their little lady, wielding spears, swords, and grenades to kill. Shinji held the final artifact in his hand, accompanied by a teasing remark. China, India, Egypt, we're only missing Babylon. Is this spear from Babylon? Correct. Scatach reached out and caressed the surface of the spear. It was a black spear with gold trimmings. The spearhead was longer than usual, while the shaft was shorter, and the double-edged blade was covered in blood grooves. The intricate patterns on the grooves couldn't conceal the spear's fierce nature. This spear is the weapon of the goddess Ishtar, who has a significant connection with the king of heroes, Gilgamesh. Ishtar once thrust this spear into the heart of the divine mountain Abi, killing the mountain that even the king of the Babylonian gods feared. Wait, sensei, Shinji became more and more uneasy as he listened. This is a very famous story. How can you not know the true name of the spear? Moreover, how can a weapon that kills a sacred mountain have only AB rank? Shinji trusted Scatach's judgment, but even the privilege of a master granted by the Holy Grail system couldn't be wrong. The rank of the spear's noble phantasm was indeed only B. However, in Shinji's memory, Ishtar's noble phantasm, mountain rain-shaking firewood of Venus, and Gal Ta Ki Gal Se, was ranked higher than A. Faced with the doubtful gaze of her disciple, Scatach explained in her unique calm tone, that's because this spear is an original. It doesn't have the sublimation of the legend of Ishtar killing the sacred mountain. With that explanation, Shinji understood. Noble phantasms were not just mere weapons, like heroic spirits, they were also enhanced by the sublimation of legends and anecdotes. However, the majority of the noble phantasms in the king's treasures were originals, prototypes, and not enhanced by legends and anecdotes. Taking this spear as an example, in the hands of the goddess Ishtar, due to the enhancement of the legend, the noble phantasm's rank could reach A++, with additional special effects against mountains. However, without the enhancement of the legend, the noble phantasm's rank was only B. The same principle applied to the Indravajra, which would have a higher rank in the hands of Indra. The power of a noble phantasm is indeed related to the legend itself. The noble phantasm Shinji knows of Ishtar involves incorporating the concept of Venus into her hand and directly smashing it down, without any visible connection to a spear. Therefore, it is reasonable to speculate that the ranking of the spear is somewhat arbitrary. The weapon of the goddess that Gilgamesh despises, no wonder he couldn't wait to get rid of this spear. Shinji held the spear in his hands and handed it to Korea. This is truly the most suitable noble phantasm for uncle. You're right. Korea tightly grasped the spear and licked his lips unconsciously. Ishtar, who caused Enkidu's death, is undoubtedly an enemy of Gilgamesh. And I, as the master of Berserker, am an enemy of Tokiomi. I will defeat Tokiomi with this spear. P.S. The fact that heroic spirits descend into the world as servants is already related to the realm of the third magic. Note, for every 5 5-star review, I will provide 1 bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 power stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 124, Tokiomi's Determination. It was late afternoon, and the darkness of the night was about to envelop the twilight. Tokiomi arrived at his wife's family home, the Zenju residence. However, he only stood outside the door and had no intention of stepping inside. At present, Tokiomi's position was that of one of the masters vying for the Holy Grail, immersed in the battlefield of the Holy Grail War. To protect the safety of his wife and daughter, he had sent them to the Zenju residence, not allowing himself to bring the stench of bloodshed with him. Tokiomi had originally thought that he wouldn't see his family until the war was over. However, the unexpected death of the priest Kodomine Risei, who had been supporting Tokiomi as his guardian and a close friend of his father, shook his determination. The old priest was not only a friend of Tokiomi's father but also his guardian. For Tokiomi, entering into close contact with the priest and receiving his support was an important factor in his belief that he would surely achieve victory. Of course, Tokiomi wouldn't falter just because he lost that support. However, he did start to feel a foreboding shadow of what if looming over the previously confident and almost arrogant path to victory. Just like the old and steadfast priest suddenly falling, was it possible that he, too, might die before fulfilling his aspirations? Until yesterday, for Tokiomi, victory in the Holy Grail War was almost a certainty. But now, with his reliable ally gone, he only realized that he had thrown himself into a battle that teetered between life and death as a competitor. Perhaps, this would be his final meeting with his family. Taking a deep breath, dispelling his distractions, and restoring his usual calm and grace, Tokiomi reached for the doorbell by the entrance. Just then, Tokiomi witnessed something that surprised him. In the courtyard, his two daughters, yes, two daughters, his eldest, Rin Tosaka, and his second daughter, who had been adopted by the Matou family and renamed Sakura Matou, were engaged in a magical competition. Two little girls, aged 7 and 6, couldn't possibly master true combat magecraft. Their competition was not a genuine magical confrontation but rather a contest similar to origami contests among ordinary children, where they competed to see who could fold things better and faster. In this case, origami was replaced with magical props. Rin used the jewel magic passed down in the Tosaka family and created gemstones that stored magical energy, which she had been training with recently. Sakura, on the other hand, didn't use the water attribute magecraft inherited from the Matou family. Instead, she employed some kind of ancient rune magic. Although Tokiomi didn't know much about rune magic or which specific kind Sakura was using, he could tell that her foundation in basic skills was solid, and her magecraft had a unique sense of beauty, which proved that she had received a complete inheritance of rune magic in place. Zouken is quite dedicated, Tokiomi silently nodded. He did not know that the Zouken he had placed high hopes on had died a year ago. The Matou family had kept it a secret, maintaining the illusion that Zouken was still alive. The foundation of the Matou family's magecraft had quietly changed with his death. The two little girls were creating basic magical items, requiring minimal magical power and time. After about 10 minutes, the sisters completed their respective work. In Rin's palm was a flawless crystal, a perfectly shaped regular octagon. Both its luster and design reached the level of a gem pendant. The purity of the magical energy contained within the crystal was also impressive. The only flaw was that the filling rate of magical energy was insufficient. This was not due to Rin's lack of magical power, on the contrary, Rin's magical power was abundant. However, she often destroyed gemstones during practice due to an excess of magical energy. To win the competition, Rin chose a relatively conservative approach, preferring to leave some room for error rather than using an excessive amount of magical energy. This level-headedness brought Tokiomi a sense of relief. In contrast, Sakura's work seemed very plain. It was a gray stone that could be found anywhere, engraved with ancient runes consisting of only a few strokes. However, the quality of a magical item could not be measured by its appearance alone, and with Tokiomi's discerning eyes, Sakura's work was no worse than her sister's. It was a standard rune stone, equivalent in function to the gemstone Rin created, used to store magical energy. The amount and purity of the magical energy infused into the rune stone were comparable to the gemstone. Judging solely from their works, the two were evenly matched. However, Sakura had only started formally studying magecraft after entering the Matou family a year ago, while Rin had been carefully nurtured by Tokiomi for a year and 7 months. In this aspect, Rin undoubtedly had the advantage. Of course, Tokiomi was not worried that the sisters would create a rift between them. Rin had always been mature and ambitious from a young age, always saying, "I will protect my little sister." Now that her younger sister was on par with her and no longer needed her protection, Rin would surely become even more diligent in maintaining her dignity as the older sister. In truth, Tokiomi was well aware that both Aoi and Rin were not in favor of Sakura being adopted by the Matou family. However, out of trust in her husband, Aoi kept her feelings to herself. But not speaking out did not mean they didn't miss their daughter. Tokiomi still remembered the joy in his wife and daughter's eyes when Sakura ran past the gate of the Tosaka household. Therefore, although Tokiomi had emphasized several times that Sakura no longer belonged to the Tosaka family and should not be too close to her, in reality, he did not interfere with Aoi and Rin's private intimacy, including Sakura's appearance at the Zenju residence this time. From the standpoint of the Tosaka family, Tokiomi had to draw a clear line between himself and Sakura, but after all, he was Sakura's biological father, and what father wouldn't love his daughter? It's just that his way of expressing it was too deep and reserved, and only his wife Aoi understood. As the competition ended in a tie, and the two works were presented as gifts to Aoi, Tokiomi rang the doorbell. Having not seen their father for a few days, Rin first smiled with joy and then hurriedly hid Sakura behind their mother, Aoi. Tokiomi was amused by this scene. He didn't mean to be angry. Sakura peeked out and gave Tokiomi a timid smile, to which he responded with a long-lost warm smile. Then, Tokiomi waved his hand at Rin. The most important purpose of his visit to the Zenju household today was to discuss some important matters with Rin. Looking into his daughter's eyes, sparkling like precious gemstones, Tokiomi once again deeply felt that this girl was the precious treasure that the Tosaka family had finally obtained after 5 generations, a shining gem that was as precious as a miracle. Tosaka Rin. Although her face was still young and tender, one could already anticipate that she would grow up to be a remarkable beauty. Rather than saying she resembled her mother, it was more accurate to say that she had the shadow of Tokiomi's wife when she was young. At this moment, his daughter, who was anxiously waiting in silence, looked at him, waiting for him to speak. Tokiomi knew the respect and admiration his daughter held for him as her father. At this moment, the words Tokiomi would say to Rin would undoubtedly influence her future. No, there was no need to be confused about the future. The future had already been decided long ago. Apart from becoming the 6th generation head of the Tosaka family and inheriting the Tosaka family's legacy, Rin had no other choice. Upon careful consideration, perhaps this was the fundamental reason why Tokiomi felt a tinge of guilt towards his daughter. Tokiomi kneeled, bent his body, and placed his hand on Rin's head. Rin showed a surprised expression and widened her eyes. Seeing his daughter's reaction, Tokiomi suddenly realized that he had never touched his daughter's head like this before. No wonder Rin was so shocked. Even Tokiomi himself, after touching his daughter's head, realized that he didn't know how much strength to use to express gentle affection. Rin, before you grow up, make sure the association owes you a favor. The next judgments and decisions will be left up to you. If it's you, even if you're alone, you can handle it well. Originally, Tokiomi was still hesitating about what to say, but once he started speaking, the words continued to flow one after another. If he considered the what-ifs, there were too many things he should say. How to handle the family heirloom, the gemstone, which was passed down from the master, and the management of the underground workshop, Tokiomi summarized these key points and explained them one by one to Rin, who was attentively listening. Although he hadn't officially passed on his magic crest to Rin, in essence, these admonitions were equivalent to designating Rin as the next head of the Tosaka family. Tokiomi Tosaka was by no means a prodigy. Among the generations of Tosaka family magi, one could even say that his aptitude was mediocre. The reason why Tokiomi had become a seasoned and respected magus today was that he faithfully practiced the Tosaka family's teachings. Always maintaining composure, always maintaining elegance. If you demand a perfect 10, you must accumulate 20 points of training beforehand. To gracefully and calmly overcome various trials, Tokiomi always demanded this of himself. If you were to find something outstanding about Tokiomi compared to others, it would be his thorough self-discipline and unwavering willpower. As the former head of the Tosaka family and Tokiomi's father, he had foreseen that if his son were to pursue magecraft, it would be a treacherous path. So, on the night before his father passed on the magic crest to Tokiomi, he solemnly asked his son once again, "Do you want to inherit the headship?" It was merely a ritualistic question, a question devoid of substance. As the eldest son of the family, Tokiomi's education was meant to guide him towards becoming the future head, and the dignity nurtured within Tokiomi from a young age did not allow him to dream of a different life. Even so, since there was a formal question, it meant that Tokiomi still had a slight room for choice. Looking back now, that could be considered the greatest gift his father, the former head, had given him. Tokiomi Tosaka chose the path of magecraft based on his own will, not influenced by fate. It was this consciousness that gave Tokiomi an iron-like willpower. This is the life I have chosen for myself. It was this noble self-pride from the depths of his heart that supported him through the rigorous training that awaited him in the future. Tokiomi deeply wished that he could pass on the treasure his father had bestowed upon him to his 2 daughters. But this wish could not be fulfilled. Rin and Sakura never had a choice from the beginning. One possessed the rare attribute of being a complete 5-element composite. The other possessed the imaginary element void attribute. The 2 sisters were born with almost miraculous rare qualities. It went beyond natural talent and could almost be called a curse. The demonic nature will summon the demonic. Those whose abilities surpass the boundaries of common sense will inevitably attract things beyond their everyday life, completely unrelated to their own will. There is only one way to counter this fate, to step out of the ordinary oneself. Tokiomi's daughters can only cope with the demonic nature in their bloodline by actively experiencing magecraft and studying magecraft. However, the Tosaka family can only provide shelter for one of the sisters, and this contradiction tormented Tokiomi for a long time. Various strange things that appear under the temptation of their bloodline will surely bring ruthless calamities to the one who does not become the successor. If the Mages Association becomes aware of the existence of these ordinary people, they will surely eagerly use them as specimens under the pretext of protection, engaging in actions similar to immersing them in a formalin solution. For thousands of years, the Mages Association has imprisoned and captured magi with extraordinary talents or those who have violated taboos under the name of protection, condemning them to a lifetime of imprisonment. The Mages Association has given this selfless act a name, sealing designation. Therefore, the proposal of the Matou family to adopt a foster daughter was truly like a gift from heaven. Both beloved daughters can inherit first-class magecraft and obtain means to explore their own lives, without succumbing to the causal effects of their bloodline. At that time, Tokiomi almost felt relieved of his heavy responsibilities as a father. But is that the case? The more Tokiomi asked himself this question, the more burden he felt in his heart. Rin's talent would undoubtedly allow her to learn the secrets of magecraft more easily than Tokiomi. But compared to choosing one's fate and embarking on this path, how painful it must be to choose a predetermined path due to an inescapable destiny. In the future, Rin will face numerous trials. If Tokiomi doesn't provide her with any guidance and departs from her like this, would Tokiomi still be a perfect father? Tokiomi once again conveyed his longing to Rin through the touch of her hand, as if trying to clarify his inner doubts. Although Rin allowed that hand to caress her head, her clear eyes remained motionless, filled with unease and confusion. Ah, I see. So that's how it is. This unconditional reverence and trust finally found an answer in Tokiomi's heart. This child does not need any words of apology, nor does she need others to worry about her future. As the former head who is about to leave, he has only one sentence left to say to the noble heir of the Tosaka family. Rin, the Holy Grail will appear someday. Obtaining the Holy Grail is the duty of the Tosaka family. Furthermore, as a magus, it is an inevitable path. The girl nodded without hesitation, and her gaze filled Tokiomi's heart with pride. Even when Tokiomi inherited the position of the head in the past, he had never felt such a fulfilling sense of honor. Well then, I must go. You know what to do next. I know. Please take care on your journey, father. Rin's tone was firm and clear. Tokiomi nodded and stood up straight. His gaze turned towards the mansion inside the door, intersecting with Aoi in the courtyard. His wife had been by his side for a long time, and they understood each other without needing any words. The gaze Aoi sent over was full of trust and encouragement. The gaze he returned carried gratitude and assurance. Beside his wife was Sakura, who no longer had the features of the Tosaka family. She gathered her courage and waved goodbye to Tokiomi. Feeling a sense of crisis before stepping onto the battlefield, driven by complex emotions of guilt stemming from familial ties, Tokiomi raised his hand and gently waved at Sakura, just as he had done many times before. Having done all this, he left the Zenja family without looking back. Confusion arises from a heart that lacks composure, lacking any elegance. The family motto had always been deeply ingrained in Tokiomi's heart, and Rin's gaze made him re-experience that phrase. If there was something he had to apologize to his child for, it would be his defeat, his failure to fulfill his wish for the Holy Grail until the very end. If he wanted to be a father worthy of Rin, Tokiomi Tosaka had to be a flawless magus. Therefore, I will personally complete the magecraft of the Tosaka family. I will become a father who is qualified to guide and truly perfect. With a new determination in his heart, Tokiomi set out on his journey home in the twilight. He was about to return to Fuyuki City once again, heading towards the approaching night. Note, for every 5 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 power stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 125, What happened to the plot that Tokiomi must die? In the following days, Scatach stayed in the workshop, tending to her injuries while crafting charging, and carrying devices for her noble phantasms. Lancelot was stationed in the first-floor living room, on standby, prepared for any potential intruders. Shinji and Korea spent their days monopolizing the training grounds. Shinji practiced throwing Indravajra, exploring various techniques, and even had the audacious idea of using the divine spear bow sword, slingshot, to launch Indravajra from a distance. Korea familiarized himself with Ishtar's battle spear, preparing it as a trump card for his confrontation with Tokiomi. Seeing his uncle working so hard, Shinji couldn't bear to tell him that Tokiomi might die soon. What? Did I forget something that needs to be addressed? No, the best course of action for the two captives at the moment is to keep them under soft confinement. Although Scatach removed the command seals from Sola's hand, both Kenneth and Sola need some time to contemplate the situation and face reality. Shinji also doesn't plan on revealing his plans and bait right now. Everything will be discussed after the Holy Grail War is over. Just when Shinji finally managed to figure out the technique for projecting Indravajra, a message arrived from Justice. Tokiomi Tosaka and Irisveal are meeting tonight at the church. It seems he intends to ally with Saber's faction. This news was within Shinji's expectations, considering the plot and current circumstances. It wasn't difficult to see that Tokiomi was starting to lose his composure. Tokiomi's greatest reliance was Archer's powerful noble phantasm, not only the treasure of the king, but also an extraordinary EX-ranked noble phantasm that surpassed Saber's Excalibur. Tokiomi always believed that this power was unique to Archer, which is why he tolerated Archer's capriciousness and served him with the utmost loyalty. However, the latest information revealed that Ryder also possessed an EX-ranked noble phantasm, just like Archer. This revelation made Tokiomi unable to sit still. Although Tokiomi didn't think Archer would lose to Ryder, the Holy Grail War wasn't a battle between only two servants. The other servants also posed considerable threats, such as Saber, who had already demonstrated the power of Excalibur, and Assassin, who remained elusive and had yet to reveal her trump card. To minimize uncertainties and secure the final victory, it was natural to consider forming an alliance. Tokiomi marked Ryder as a target for elimination, and he still hadn't found Assassin's hiding place. As for Berserker, Tokiomi had always looked down on Korea, and Korea's previous actions had severed any possibility of allying with them. That left only Saber. Allying with Saber's camp had several advantages. First, it seemed that Archer had his eyes on Saber, so he wouldn't oppose this proposal. Secondly, the Einsborn family's homunculi are not adept at scheming and have a relatively good reputation. Thirdly, as the three families who constructed the Holy Grail system together, they have closer ties than outsiders. Fourthly, Saber has already revealed her trump card, and with Archer's strength, dealing with her wouldn't be too difficult. Of course, this is Tokiomi's perspective. He doesn't know that Amiya Kiritsugu is Saber's true master, nor does he know about the alternate use of Saber's scabbard. In the end, his plans may not work out as he intends. Well, even before the end, Tokiomi's plans never got off the ground. Irisveil, who presented herself as a fragile figure, displayed astonishing aggressiveness during her conversation with Tokiomi. Every word she uttered was sharp and intimidating. The result of their heated exchange was that the alliance turned into a non-aggression pact until the other masters were defeated, with two additional conditions. The first condition was that Tokiomi's side would disclose information about the Ryder and Assassin factions. To this day, Kiritsugu has not obtained any information about these two factions, and the revelation that Assassin exposed Irisveil carrying Avalon raised the threat level of the Assassin faction to the highest degree for Kiritsugu. However, despite having the resources of the landowners and the church, Tokiomi has no information about the Assassin faction. Neither Irisveil nor the Assassin Master has registered for battle at the Fuyuki Church, and everything about them remains a mystery. As for the information on the Ryder faction, Tokiomi obtained it through Kirii Kotomine and shared it with Irisveil. The second condition was that Kirii Kotomine must leave Japan, and he must depart immediately the next morning. This man posed too great a threat to Kiritsugu, to the extent that Irisveil had to resort to any means necessary to keep him away from Kiritsugu. Although Tokiomi found this request somewhat unexpected, he did not find it unacceptable. Kirii Kotomine, as an assistant and student, had already lost half of his value when he lost his command seals 2 years ago. The remaining value, after gathering information on the other masters, was also minimal. Tokiomi, who followed the elegant and dignified principles of a proper magus, never thought of using his student as a substitute combatant to hunt down other magi. As long as he could obtain favorable conditions by trading the last remaining value, there was no reason not to agree. Tokiomi's bargaining chip was, within Fuyuki City, Saber is prohibited from using Excalibur of the Promised Victory, and even outside the city limits, she cannot cause direct or indirect harm to civilian residences. Supervisor, Father Risei died unexpectedly yesterday, and his son, Kirii Kotomine, has taken over the role of supervisor. Driving away from the supervisor would make post-war cleanup difficult, so large-scale destruction must be prevented. This request was both reasonable and practical. Saber herself did not want to cause widespread destruction, and in the end, Irisveil agreed to Tokiomi's exchange conditions, thus achieving a temporary non-aggression pact. Upon hearing the subsequent report from Justice, Shinji's lips curled into a distinct cold smile and mockery. Tokiomi's act of allying wasn't wrong in itself, the mistake lay in his failure to consider the opinion of Kirii Kotomine, who was present and one of the conditions. In the middle of it all, Kirii, influenced by Gilgamesh's manipulation and the revelation that he had lost his servant but was once again bestowed with command seals by the Holy Grail, gradually realized his true nature. He didn't want to withdraw from the Holy Grail War at that point. Tokiomi's decision became the catalyst for a complete rupture between master and disciple. Just a few hours before leaving, during the opportunity to bid farewell to Tokiomi, Kirii seized the chance and stabbed Tokiomi from behind with the magic dagger Tokiomi had just given him, the so-called treasured tool for masters that had been planned between the two of them, catching Tokiomi completely off guard. Tokiomi died without ever believing that someone could kill him under the protection of Gilgamesh. Afterward, Kirii formed a contract with the now masterless Gilgamesh and became the mastermind behind the 2 consecutive Holy Grail Wars, orchestrating the tragic events of the Tosaka family and the Einsborn family. Nowadays, although Kirii was not granted command seals by the Holy Grail, command seals can be stolen. In the depiction of the 5th Holy Grail War, Kirii seized Bazet's command seals by cutting off Bazet's arm. As long as Gilgamesh remains interested in Kirii and continues to manipulate him, there is still a great possibility for Kirii to kill Tokiomi and seize his command seals, becoming the final participant. Kirii's previous actions also showed signs of heading in that direction. Shinji had sufficient reason to believe that Tokiomi would meet his end in frustration, just as described in the book. Although he felt a little sorry for Sakura, Shinji had already decided to stand by and do nothing. In his view, it might be good if something happened to Tokiomi. However, the essence of being a proper magus caused Tokiomi to make a series of mistakes that directly and indirectly harmed his wife and 2 daughters. Shinji didn't want to bother saving a person he disliked, and if Tokiomi didn't die, how would Kariya ever have a chance? Once Tokiomi died, Kariya could naturally take advantage of the situation and be by Aoi's side, comforting and taking care of her. Then, he could find an opportunity to kill the 2 culprits, Gilgamesh and Kirai, in front of Aoi. How could Aoi not be moved by that? After Aoi married him, Rin and Sakura would happily become sisters, and as their stepfather, Kariya would love the 2 daughters even more than Tokiomi did. Everyone would be happy. With these thoughts in mind, Shinji fell into a deep sleep. He had a dream where Aoi and Kariya held a wedding ceremony, and he argued with Rin about who was the eldest in the family. They nearly got into a fight on the spot, with Sakura holding onto her brother with one hand and her sister with the other, not knowing which side to stand on. The entire Matou family was filled with a joyful atmosphere. As he woke up from the dream, the sky was already bright, and then he received a message from Justice. Kirai Kotomine boarded the 6 a.m. flight to Europe, and Tokiomi watched him leave. Shinji was stunned for 3 seconds, then he fell directly from the bed and cursed loudly. What the fuck? Wasn't Tokiomi supposed to die? Note, for every 5-5-star review, I will provide 1 bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 power stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 126, Messy Plot. Thank you at Luis Lopez for joining my Patreon. Smiley face. Shinji was furious and frustrated. He couldn't help but burst into a loud curse, which naturally caught the attention of Scatach, who lived next door to him. Instantly transforming into her spiritual form, the Queen of the Shadow Realm leaped from the ground, quickly putting on her clothes. Curiously, she asked, "What's happened?" It sounds like it's related to Sakura's biological father. Yeah, something unexpected has come up. I'm going to confirm it right away. Shinji hastily put on his coat, neglecting to brush his teeth or wash his face, and rushed outside. Do you want me to come with you? No need. Sensei, focus on recovering. I'll be back in an hour at most. By the way, tell Uncle that he doesn't need to make breakfast. I'll bring takeout on the way. With the final words, Shinji had already rushed to the entrance, leaving Scatach quite puzzled by his hurried appearance. It seems like something significant has indeed happened, but it doesn't seem to have much to do with the overall situation of the war. What could it be for? Scatach couldn't help but praise his keen insight. Although she didn't know what had occurred, his judgment was spot on. The death or survival of Tosaka Tokiomi didn't have much impact on the course of the Holy Grail War. The main force of the Holy Grail War was still the servants. If Tokiomi died, Gilgamesh would simply change masters. Although Tokiomi had slightly greater combat strength, Shinji had not yet revealed his magecraft to the outside world. Shinji's understanding of him was based on a single encounter and an analysis of Rin's magical characteristics. However, that was only a description in the work, and Rin lost her father at the age of 7, so her magical training and combat skills were half taught by Kirai and half self-taught. It had limited reference value, and Tokiomi's true strength remained a mystery. The unknown was the greatest variable, and Shinji dared not claim that Tokiomi was easier to deal with than Kirai. Moreover, Shinji's concern was not the war itself but rather his uncle Kariya's lifelong matter and whether he could transform from having one adorable sister into having 2. Ahem, that was just a side note. Currently, Justice was lurking by Irisfield's side, and the intelligence she obtained would not be wrong. Since Kiritsugu Amiya confirmed that Tokiomi had left, it meant that he had already departed. Moreover, given Kiritsugu's caution and vigilance towards Kirai, he probably anticipated everything, including the destination, the time on the road, and the possibility of turning back. In this way, the likelihood of Kirai becoming Gilgamesh's new master was very low. After all, servants relied on their masters to maintain their materialization. While they could act independently of their masters, the farther they were apart, the more difficult it was to supply them with magical energy, unless there was a high-level independent action to compensate. This was also why the vast majority of masters would not stray too far from their servants. However high the skill level, there is a limit. Even if Gilgamesh has an A-rank independent action, it cannot compensate for half the distance of the Earth. So, if Tokiomi didn't die and continued to serve as Gilgamesh's master, and Kirai didn't betray him last night, a normal farewell between them would be the most reasonable answer. Of course, the current situation has deviated from Shinji's expectations. He couldn't assert that his speculations were correct, so he needed to see it with his own eyes. he didn't need to go inside the Tosaka residence and meet Tokiomi in person. Just a few minutes of observation from the outside would be enough. To prevent the barrier in the house from being deciphered, Tokiomi had a habit of adjusting the barrier's structure every morning. By checking for any signs of changes in the barrier, Shinji could deduce whether Tokiomi was still alive. After more than 10 minutes, Shinji got his answer: Tokiomi was indeed alive. Not only was he alive, but he was also leisurely enjoying himself in the study. It made Shinji want to use Indrasvajra to blast Tokiomi into pieces, but he couldn't. Besides the fact that Gilgamesh might be nearby guarding him, just the act of killing Tokiomi himself would put him at odds with Sakura and Rin, creating an unsolvable dilemma. Why did Kirii make the wrong judgment? Why didn't he kill Tokiomi? What about Gilgamesh? Wasn't he also extremely dissatisfied with Tokiomi? How could he not take any action? Shinji, who didn't possess future sight, naturally didn't know about the unknown changes occurring within Kirii. He also didn't know that the timeline had already diverged before his arrival. Now, he was buying breakfast while contemplating what to do next. The original plan was straightforward and could be summarized in one sentence: follow the original plot, cause chaos with Kirii and Gilgamesh, wait until things got bad, then come out and reap the benefits. But now, that wouldn't work. Shinji wasn't like Kirii and wouldn't do something so crazy. The next course of action would likely be similar to before: cautious investigation, gathering information, and then systematically eliminating them one by one. The Saber group and the Ryder group should follow the same strategy. Ryder currently posed the highest threat, and since Waver didn't have a workshop, he would likely be the first target. If Shinji remembered correctly, Kiritsugu had already started setting up traps against Waver. However, Ryder is cunning and perceptive despite his appearance of being reckless and foolish. If he sensed any danger, it was highly likely that he would take Waver and leave. He had excellent mobility, so it wouldn't be difficult for him. Next, it would be Kiria's turn. Every master knew the address of the Matou residence, and there were still several familiars watching over it. Although Scatach had strengthened the defense of the Matou residence with runes, it wasn't foolproof. Saber, Archer, and Ryder could break through. Moreover, once an attack on the Matou residence was launched, Scatach's relationship with the Matou family would be exposed, and then Saber and Archer might truly form an alliance. Thinking up to this point, Shinji's heart skipped a beat. Not good, things are not going well. We must come up with a solution. Is there any way to make Saber, Archer, and Ryder fight each other first? It would be best if it played out like a plot, with Archer defeating Ryder first and then injuring Saber. At that moment, Uncle and Berserker can intervene and save Saber, defeating Archer to fulfill their desires. The injured Saber can be dealt with by Sensei. In the end, we will obtain the Holy Grail. Wait, a plot. A gleam suddenly appeared in Shinji's eyes, startling the delivery waiter. I've been foolish. Why did I always see myself as an observer, waiting until the last moment to intervene? I can actively jump in and drive the plot. In that instant, Shinji felt as if he had opened a new door, and his thinking became clear. Exactly, no one has predetermined the script. I can completely change the script according to my wishes. Since Kodomine Kirii has left, I can take over his role. Since things are different from what was agreed upon, don't blame me for not playing by the rules. Let me cause a commotion from now on. Note, for every 5 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also, every 100 power stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, Hello Irisveal. I am Justice, bonus. Irisveal von Einsburn is the crucial Lesser Grail in the current Holy Grail War. This is something known to those who have an understanding of the Holy Grail War system. However, within the Einsburn family, Irisveal and the Lesser Grail are distinct entities. The Lesser Grail is the physical vessel that contains the alchemical crystallization of the Einsburn family's lineage, spanning over 2,000 years. The personality of Irisveal is known as the Grail Guardian, and her mission is to safeguard and transport the Lesser Grail. In the previous Holy Grail War, not only did the Einsburn faction suffer defeat in the Battle of Servants, but the most important, Lesser Grail, was also destroyed in the chaos of the conflict. As a result, the Third Holy Grail War ended inconclusively as the Lesser Grail was lost before determining the victor. Due to this failure, the head of the Einsburn family, Act, decided to equip the Lesser Grail with a self-managing humanoid shell for the current war. This was done to grant the Lesser Grail the instinct for survival and the ability to automatically avoid various dangers, ultimately achieving the goal of obtaining the Holy Grail. This humanoid shell was named Irisveal. As the Holy Grail War progresses, the Lesser Grail begins to exhibit its intended functions and starts to suppress its excess shell. It's similar to a computer with insufficient memory, where unnecessary programs are compressed to ensure the smooth operation of essential programs. This is manifested in Irisveal as the diminishing of human capabilities while the functions of the lesser grail as an object become stronger. Whenever a new servant is eliminated, Irisveal's body weakens. After Castor's demise, Irisveal starts feeling physically exhausted, struggling to hold a water cup or carry a phone, ordinary tasks. After Lancer's demise, Irisveal finds it difficult even to walk. If she had the protection of Avalon, her condition might have been slightly better. However, after returning Avalon to Saber, she has to spend a long time in a designated ritualistic slumber. When Irisveal opens her eyes again, the sunlight has already dyed the small window in the warehouse a reddish-orange color. The sense of discontinuity in consciousness makes it feel as if the entire day has simply ceased to exist. Irisveal's sleep is that deep. This body has gradually lost its functionality, and the physical slumber is more akin to a state of suspended animation than actual sleep. The physical condition has improved significantly. It seems that rest has had some effect. Although she still cannot stand up, at least she can now engage in conversations without barriers. Looking to the side, Mia sits quietly like a portrait of a shadow, unmoving, in the corner against the wall. Her position and posture are exactly as Irisveal saw her the last time. However, her perpetually lowered gaze is as sharp as a drawn blade, intensely focused on a certain point in midair. Although she exudes an immense sense of reliability, she doesn't appear to be a living human being. Instead, she resembles a familiar or a mechanical entity. Even Irisveal can't help but feel a certain sense of fear. She can't fathom what kind of rigorous training and resilient mental strength it takes to maintain such astonishing concentration. With a touch of awe, Irisveal suddenly thought to herself that this woman, called Mia, might embody the survival method that Kiritsugu Amiya desires even more thoroughly than Kiritsugu himself. "Miss Mia," she called softly, almost with a sigh. Mia turned to Irisveal quickly and silently, like a hunting dog hearing a whistle. Irisveal felt a bit guilty. She just wanted to have a casual conversation with Mia. "Why do you fight in Kiritsugu's place?" "Because I have nothing else." "Besides that, I have nothing," Mia replied after a brief moment of quiet contemplation, without showing any discomfort or inconvenience about being protected. She just wanted to talk. "I can't remember anything about my family, not even my name." Mia Hizo is the name Kiritsugu used for me on the first fake passport he made for me. Huh. Irisveal's surprised expression made Mia's lips curl into a slight smile. For someone who never showed any emotions, it was the most friendly expression she could offer. "All I remember is that it was a very impoverished country, a place without hope or a future. Survival meant relying on hating and robbing each other for food. There were always endless wars, even though there was not enough money to maintain an army. The fires of war never ceased. I don't know who came up with the idea, but instead of training soldiers, they thought it would be faster and cheaper to bring in children and put guns in their hands. Target the enemy, pull the trigger. That's all that mattered. Everything else was discarded. Children who couldn't do it would die even earlier than those who could. To prolong their own lives, they had to keep killing. That's why I don't remember anything before picking up a gun. I lived mechanically like that until I met Kiritsugu." While Mia spoke, she looked down at her own hands. Her slender fingers lacked the softness typically associated with women, they only evoked the sharpness of a weapon. "My human heart has already died. Only the external vessel remains active, maintaining the familiar functions of the past. That is my life. Kiritsugu is the one who picked up this life, so I can let him use it freely. That's why I'm here." Although Irisveal had vaguely sensed Mia's tragic past, she never expected Mia's background to be so heavy. Irisveal remained silent, unable to find words to respond. To avoid an awkward situation, Mia spoke up. "Compared to me, madam, your enthusiasm surprises me more." Huh. Irisveal was completely taken aback by Mia's unexpected words. "You have been confined in a secluded castle, isolated from the world, yet you are willing to fight for Kiritsugu's dream of changing the world, regardless of the consequences." Mia's words made Irisveal reflect on herself once again. Her husband, Kiritsugu Amiya, acted based on the dream of saving the world. Having witnessed his unwavering determination to pursue the Holy Grail, could she honestly say that she held the same dream? "Well, actually, I don't understand Kiritsugu's dream," Irisveal admitted. Yes, the answer was no. "In the end, I only pretended to understand. Perhaps I just wanted to be with the person I love. Like you said, I have no real understanding of the world Kiritsugu wants to change. My dream is simply to emulate Kiritsugu's dream and see it as my own." "Is that so?" Mia asked. "Yes, but please don't tell Kiritsugu," Irisveal replied. For Irisveal, it was an incredible feeling. She never expected to find someone with whom she could easily express her inner thoughts, thoughts that she would never reveal in front of her husband. "I always tell Kiritsugu that he is right, that his dream is worth sacrificing my life for. I have always pretended that I understand. Rather than being a woman who simply dies for her husband, being a woman who shares the same dream as her husband and dies for that dream, that way I won't become a burden to Kiritsugu, right? I see. This feeling of reliance was different from the love for Kiritsugu and the trust in Saber. Could this be the emotion called friendship that Iris Veal was experiencing for the first time? But madam, don't you have your wishes? Upon hearing Mia's second question, Iris Veal couldn't help but recall the battle they had together in the forest. In the face of the overwhelmingly powerful presence of Kodomi Makiri, where did her fighting spirit come from? Wishes. Well, I do have a wish. I hope Kiritsugu and Saber achieve their final victory. I want the two of them to obtain the Holy Grail. At the same time, this also meant Iris Veal's death and her parting with Kiritsugu. Even so, this wish was the source of the courage surging in Iris Veal's heart. Is this what is known as the fulfillment of the third magic, the Ainsburn family's wish? No, even if we don't reach the greater grail of Fuyuki, it's okay. My wish is for there to be no more wars. If the structure of the world changes according to Kiritsugu's expectations, putting an end to all conflicts, then the Holy Grail war pursued here in Fuyuki should be no exception. I hope this fourth war becomes the last Holy Grail war. As an artificial being sacrificed as a vessel for the Holy Grail, I hope I will be the last. At this point, Mia finally understood the implied meaning in Iris Veal's words. Is it for Miss Ilia? Yes. Ilia's Veal von Einsburn is the culmination of alchemy born from the fusion of a magus and an artificial being within the artificial womb. Although Mia had never met Ilia's Veal in person, she had heard about her. I heard that according to the plan of the Elder, the Grail Guardians after me will be more refined artificial life forms. Instead of just concealing the Holy Grail within their bodies, they will have newly added magic circuits installed outside their physical bodies, allowing the physical body itself to function as a Holy Grail vessel. The Elder foresaw the possibility of a fifth war even before this fourth war began, which is why he had me give birth to Ilia's Veal. If Kiritsugu and I fail, by that time, that child will be used as an experimental subject for the Heaven's Feel, the most crucial battle 60 years later. The calm tone of speech now carries a touch of tenderness. This is undeniable evidence that Iris Veal is more than just a puppet. She has a heart, cares for others, smiles when happy, and sheds tears when sad. Like an ordinary person, Iris Veal carries this warmth in her heart. While holding that child and breastfeeding her, I am acutely aware that this child cannot escape her fate as a vessel. A mother must abandon her most beloved child in this way. Can you understand this feeling? Mia fell silent, carefully sensing the emotions emanating from Iris Veal. But this is the destiny forced upon the artificial life forms of the Einsburn family. That child, as well as my granddaughter, every person who gives birth to a daughter will taste this pain. This chain of events will continue until the moment the Fuyuki Holy Grail descends. That is why I wish to be the last one. I want to end the obsession of the Einsburn family with my own body alone. If this wish can be fulfilled, my daughter can escape her fate, and that child can live a life unrelated to the Holy Grail, ending her life as a human. Is this the sentiment of a mother? When asked by Mia in this way, Iris Veal realized that she had revealed too much of her inner emotions and smiled awkwardly. Perhaps. It may be difficult for you, Mia, to understand. It's not that difficult. I have also experienced being a mother. Huh. This statement was completely unexpected, and Iris Veal doubted if she had misheard. Mia, as if apologizing for startling Iris Veal, softened her tone slightly. I have experienced pregnancy and childbirth, although it could be considered an accident. Have you been married? No, I don't even know who the father is. On the battlefield, all the female soldiers, including me, were violated by male soldiers in the barracks every night, I don't know when. Anyway, shortly after my first period, I became pregnant. I couldn't even name the child, and I don't know if she is still alive. If they're still alive, that child must be continuing to kill on the battlefield. The children there start carrying guns and fighting from the age of 5. How could it be? The past recounted by the woman who once served as a child soldier was too tragic, deeply shaking Iris Veal's pure heart. Are you surprised? But such things are by no means uncommon in the world today. Terrorist organizations and guerrilla groups have learned the benefits of using child soldiers. Because of successful cases like mine, the number of children who have had similar experiences has not decreased but rather increased. Mia spoke calmly, her gaze becoming colder and colder. There was no trace of anger or sadness in her tone anymore. In her memories, there seemed to be only endless despair devoid of any living sensations. Madam, perhaps for you, the world you first saw is very beautiful, and you envy those who live happily in this world. But for me, I envy you, who have always grown up in that castle, because you don't have to see the ugliness and horror of this world. Although Mia's sentiment wasn't a complaint, when she voiced these thoughts, there was inevitably a hint of blaming Iris Veal's naivety. Mia herself may have realized this and shook her head, as if denying what she had just said, concluding with more resolute words. If this kind of world can truly change, if it's for the sake of achieving that wish of Kiritsugu, then it doesn't matter how my life is used. She had nothing except for battle. Mia described herself in this way. Her words held no exaggeration. In her heart, there were no dreams, no aspirations. It was as if her inner world had been burned to ashes, leaving only a hollow emptiness. Although her inner world was opposite to Kiritsugu's, as a warrior, they were strikingly similar. This contradiction caused a pang of pain in Irisveel's chest. Mia's existence reminded Kiritsugu and also served as an example to him. It was because of her presence that Kiritsugu could suppress his contradictions and become a ruthless hunting machine. After Kiritsugu achieves his dreams, what do you plan to do? For the first time, Irisveel's question caused Mia's gaze to waver in confusion. I haven't thought about surviving. Even if I managed to keep my life, it would be meaningless to continue living. The world changed by Kiritsugu is a place where I am not needed. A person who only knows how to survive in war has no place in a world completely free from conflict. For Mia, this negative thought was a natural conclusion. This was too sorrowful and difficult to accept, and Irisveel couldn't help but blurt out. That's not true. Miss Mia, you still have things to do after the war ends. Facing the perplexed gaze of the female warrior, Irisveel spoke with conviction. You must search for your family, find your name, and discover what happened to your child. These are things that should not be forgotten. These are things that should be remembered. Is that so? Contrary to Irisveel's enthusiasm, Mia's tone carried a hint of doubt and remained cold. If the era of peace truly arrives, the memories of people like me would only be a nightmare, reopening the already healed wounds and causing pain. It would only sow the seeds of hatred in this dream world that has finally come. It would be a difficult burden on the world. That's not true. Because your life is not a dream, but a real event that happened. Creating peace by burying everything in darkness is a sinful deception. True peace is not simply forgetting the past pain, but sincerely mourning the past suffering and sacrifices, so as not to repeat the same mistakes and create a new world of peace. Mia silently gazed at Irisveel, and after a while, her expression brightened. You should have said these things to Kiritsugu earlier. Maybe he would have been better off now. Mia's thoughts brought both joy and loneliness to Irisveel, who was gradually weakening and might not have had another chance to speak to her husband. Then, Miss Mia, I entrust you with delivering these words to him and say that it's from me. No, you should say it yourself. A similar voice, accompanied by the light of golden and white spiritual particles, manifested a figure almost identical to Irisveel. Hello, Irisveel von Einsburn. I am Justice Lizrick von Einsburn. I am your prototype. Note, for every 5 5-star review, I will provide 1 bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 power stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, Justice's Answer. Justice wanted to understand the human heart. She desired to comprehend human emotions. That's why she chose to infiltrate the only person, Irisveel, who possessed a synthetic body, to gain insight into the human heart. She observed everything about her in secret, hoping to understand what she lacked. Silently, Justice watched Irisveel, in the castle, in the mansion, in battles, in everyday life. She witnessed her wholehearted love for Kiritsugu, observed the seamless coordination and trust between her and Saber, and saw the friendship that emerged between her and Mia, all revolving around the same man. This incredible woman changed everyone around her. Irisveel warmed Kiritsugu's cold heart, adding a touch of brightness to Saber's life and making her world more than just about war. She touched Mia with her purity and sincerity, making Mia see her as a comrade, not just someone ordered to be protected by Kiritsugu. And unknowingly, Irisveel also changed Justice, who observed her from the shadows. Through Irisveel's every action, she shows Justice that an artificial being can be just like a human, crying, laughing, feeling sadness and happiness, and being willing to sacrifice everything for someone. It wasn't about the pre-programmed beliefs or missions imprinted on her soul before her birth. It wasn't about pretending to be human. It wasn't a malfunction in her functionality, as Justice had initially thought. It was something deeper, unrelated to functionality, self-discipline, or rationality. Emotions, impulses, determination, desires. These words are created by humans to describe themselves. Justice knew of them but didn't understand them, and didn't fully acknowledge them. Irisveel presented them to Justice in their raw and unfiltered form. So, this is what it means to be human. So, what I lacked was simply accepting the reality of becoming human. Acknowledging this, I have already become a human and can live proudly as a human, just like Irisveel. Justice suddenly felt like laughing, realizing that the answer was so simple. Shinji and Scathach had already given her the answer, and yet she had taken so long to understand. After understanding, Justice decided to repay Irisveel. She made this decision without consulting anyone or being influenced by external factors. It was a purely personal decision. Shinji, I want to repay Iris Veil. This was the first sentence of their communication. Shinji was slightly surprised but quickly understood. It was the first time that Justice had requested on her initiative, unrelated to their plans. You have found the answer. Feeling Shinji's genuine surprise and joy in his words, a faint smile appeared on Justice's lips. Yes, actually I had already found the answer, but I was unwilling to admit it and ended up wasting so much time. I'm sorry. No need to apologize. Finding the answer is what matters. I have to thank Miss Iris Veil. At this moment, both Shinji and Justice were filled with gratitude towards Iris Veil. How do you plan to repay her? I want to let her live on, as a human. Live on. Shinji was confused. But isn't she the Lesser Grail? Sooner or later, she will. Are you planning to end the Holy Grail War? No, the Lesser Grail is just Iris Veil's body, not her soul. I want to save Iris Veil, not the Lesser Grail. Perhaps others would find it difficult to understand Justice's words, but Shinji could because he was the most vivid example. You want to transform Iris Veil into a being similar to you? Yes, but I can't do it right now because it requires a vast amount of magical power. The transformation I went through borrowed the magical power stored in the Holy Grail, and after forming a contract with you, I lost that power. Whether it was a servant created from heroic spirits or Justice, they were both containers created by the Holy Grail system. The masters were only responsible for providing the magical power required for the operation and maintenance of the containers. It was like a car, the Holy Grail was the manufacturer, the masters were responsible for refueling and maintenance, and the servants were simply responsible for driving. The level of skill and consumption were not on the same scale. Where do you plan to obtain this enormous magical power? Shinji asked directly. From the Holy Grail system. But isn't the Holy Grail contaminated? The colorless magic has been tainted with Engramenu. The Holy Grail has been contaminated, but the source of the Holy Grail's magical power hasn't. The ley lines. Shinji began to understand. That's right. Assuming the entire Holy Grail system is the Fuyuki River, the Holy Grail occupied by Engramenu is only a middle section. The magical power extracted from the ley lines and flowing to Engramenu has been contaminated, becoming the tainted magical power that flows to the outside. But the water at the source is clean. I understand. What you want to do is like what a water utility company does. You want to directly take water from the upstream water source and deliver it to those in need through pipelines. Yes, indeed. At the beginning of the Holy Grail War, the entire Fuyuki city's ley lines were in an activated state, especially at several key nodes. During this time, there is no need for extensive magical engineering to extract sufficient magical energy from them. Shinji, where is the highest quality ley line node in Fuyuki City? Ryuda Temple. It's also the most suitable place for the Holy Grail to manifest. Sensei and I are here right now. This time, it was Justice's turn to be surprised. How did you end up there? We are preparing for the manifestation of the Holy Grail. Something unexpected happened earlier, and I decided to go all out and cause a commotion. Shinji chuckled, his expression carrying an inexplicable ferocity. Even if you didn't contact me, I would have contacted you later, for the sake of taking control of the Lesser Grail. Lady Justice, let me confirm once again, do you still want the Holy Grail? Of course, I do. Justice's answer showed no hesitation. But I don't want Iris Veil to be harmed. I understand. I'll do my best to keep Kiritsugu Amiya and Miyahizo alive, but I can't guarantee 100%. Anything can happen in a battle. This was Shinji's bottom line. Understood. Your safety comes first, and the Holy Grail comes second. This was Justice's bottom line. Thank you, Lady Justice. Thank you for putting me first. No need to thank me. You are my family. Just as the atmosphere was right, a cough suddenly interrupted. Sensei. I'm just reminding you not to forget about the main task, Scatach innocently remarked. And thus, the scene from before unfolded once again. Note, for every 5-5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 power stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, I announce, you have been kidnapped. Thank you at Yasin for joining my Patreon, smiley face. In an instant, Justice appeared, and Mia's slightly relaxed body immediately tensed up. This female warrior, who had been in battle since she could remember, swiftly raised her pistol, aiming it at Justice. Just as she was about to pull the trigger, she saw a face that looked identical to Iris Veil. The finger on the trigger hesitated for a few seconds. In those few seconds, it allowed Mia to lose the opportunity to shoot. Justice's hand released several thin threads, with one of them cutting through the pistol, and the others entangling around Mia's joints. Mia instinctively attempted to struggle but couldn't break free from these seemingly unbreakable threads. Miss Mia. In Irisveel's belated exclamation, Mia felt as if a strong electric current passed through her body. An intense numbness deprived her of control over her body, and soon she fell to the ground, just like Irisveel. Justice, still cautious, added more threads to restrain Mia, ensuring that even Scatach would need some time to break free. Satisfied, she nodded. Before taking action, Shinji had specifically warned her to be careful in dealing with Mia, as she was an exceptional warrior who needed to be handled with caution, leaving no opportunity for communication. I merely used magecraft to incapacitate Miss Mia's movements, so there's no need to worry. Upon hearing Justice's words, Irisveel let out a slight sigh of relief. It was only at this moment that she remembered the self-introduction she had heard earlier. You said you are. Justice Lizric von Einsburn, your prototype. No, it would be more appropriate to say ancestor or older sister. Lady Justice. In the Einsburn family, Justice Lizric von Einsburn was a revered name, and everyone would use an honorific when referring to her. If you wish, you can also call me sister. Justice smiled, a smile that inexplicably warmed Irisveel's heart. But. Lady Justice has already. Irisveel hesitated. Transformed into the Greater Grail, right? Yes. Irisveel nodded gently. The body of Justice Lizric von Einsburn has become the Greater Grail. What stands before you now is the soul of Justice Lizric von Einsburn. Justice completed the process of transitioning from physical form to spiritual form and then back to physical form. I believe you can understand the way I exist. Is it really you? Lady Justice. It's me. All right, I know you have many questions to ask. I will tell you slowly later. However, this place is not suitable for prolonged conversation. Let's move to another location. The person who is here to pick me up has arrived. As soon as she finished speaking, Irisveel received an alert from the defense barrier. A few seconds later, the specially reinforced steel door, over 5 centimeters thick, was sliced open as if cutting through tofu. 2 familiar figures, assassin and assassin's master, entered the workshop. Assassin and assassin's master. Irisveel widened her eyes in surprise. Shinji waved at the sisters of the Einsburn family. Lady Justice, we've come to pick you up. The car is parked outside. Let's go. Lady Justice will be responsible for Miss Irisveel, and Assassin will take care of Miss Mia. Wait. Where are you taking us? Irisveel asked anxiously. We're going to Ryunosuke Temple. Tonight, I will bring the Holy Grail War to an end. Shinji slapped his cheek and deliberately put on a fierce expression. All right, Miss Irisveel and Miss Mia, I declare that you have been kidnapped. Amiya Kiritsugu and Saber had spent the entire day on the outskirts of Fuyuki City, near the home of the old men, Mackenzie family. This was the stronghold of Ryder and his master, Waver Velvet. It was an ordinary residence insulated from magecraft, a place where ordinary people lived. Because of this, Kiritsugu had been unable to determine the whereabouts of the Ryder faction. He had never expected a magus base to be an ordinary house, rather than a magecraft workshop. If it hadn't been for the cooperation of Tosaka Tokiomi, the hidden controller of Fuyuki City, who shared the information with Irisveel, Kiritsugu would likely never have found Waver's stronghold until the end of the Holy Grail War. This disguise, taking advantage of the blind spot of Magi, made Kiritsugu both impressed by Waver's cunning and conflicted. In battle, Waver displayed ignorance and cowardice, showing no signs of combat experience. However, the strategy of choosing a stronghold was incredibly clever, far superior to the blatant establishment of bases by the 3 families and Kenneth. Many times, a person's ability is determined by their level of experience. Inexperienced fledglings usually lack the necessary skills and are unable to make a significant impact. However, there are exceptions, like Kiritsugu himself. When Kiritsugu first started, he also lacked experience, but he displayed a level of skill and ruthlessness that surpassed many seasoned professionals. Could this young man named Waver be as formidable as Kiritsugu himself? The fact that Waver and Ryder left just before Saber arrived provided the most compelling evidence for this idea. If that was the case, continuing to wait would be a waste of time. However, due to Kiritsugu's patience and caution as a magus killer, he remained at an observation point not far from Mackenzie's house. He had Saber hover around the vicinity to attract the attention of any possible appearances of Ryder. The restlessness of wasting precious time conflicted with the cautiousness of not making rash judgments within Kiritsugu's heart. Just as Kiritsugu was growing impatient with the endless cycle of unanswered questions, his phone, which he carried with him, rang. The only person who would contact him at this time would be Mia. Kiritsugu quickly answered the call. Mia. I'm sorry, it's not. The unfamiliar male voice on the phone made Kiritsugu's heart feel like it was plunging into an abyss. He asked in a voice devoid of any warmth, Who are you? Where is Mia? I am an insignificant kidnapper. Your wife and lover are currently in my hands. I called to set conditions. Kiritsugu, filled with anxiety, had no time to dwell on the term lover. What are your conditions? It's simple. Be present at the appointed time tonight. I will deliver the invitation at the appropriate time. As long as you haven't left Fuyuki City, you will receive it. Of course, if you can find me and come to the appointment earlier, you can do so. But I don't recommend it, as it would eliminate your chances of winning the Holy Grail War. Kiritsugu fell silent for a few seconds, gritting his teeth. Fine, but I want to hear the voices of Irisveal and Mia first. I'm sorry, I can't fulfill your request because I'm not currently with the hostages. I have already made my demands clear. I hope you will be punctual for the appointment. Wait, Before Kiritsugu could say anything else, all he heard from the receiver was a series of hurried beeps. ======. Note, for every 5 5-star review, I will provide 1 bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 power stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 130, The Greeting. Every participating master knows that the Holy Grail will manifest in the final stages of the Holy Grail War, but they are uncertain of its exact location. Only the heads of the 3 families and the overseers of the church are aware that the Holy Grail does not manifest on its own. It requires a summoning ritual to be performed at a location with sufficient ley lines. Within the territory of Fuyuki, there are 4 locations with ample ley lines that can serve as potential summoning sites for the Holy Grail. The most suitable ley lines for selection belong to Mount Enzu, which possesses a natural cave system called the Dragon's Cave. It is here that the Greater Grail, based on Justice's catalyst, is set up as a secret altar known only to the 3 families. For the past 180 years, this has been the optimal location. Originally, the Tosaka family, as the providers of the land, had the priority to claim the best ley lines as their base. However, the magical energy within Mount Enzu is too overwhelming, making it unsuitable as a living location for nurturing the next generation of magi. As a result, they settled for the second best ley lines, which is their current residence, the Tosaka Mansion. While it may not be on par with the Greater Grail, it still provides sufficient magical support for the manifestation of the Holy Grail. The 3rd ley lines were initially given to the Matou family when they migrated here. However, it was later discovered that the land's spiritual energy did not align with the family's attributes. Consequently, the Matou residence was moved to a different location, and the original ley lines were claimed by the church, which is where the Fuyuki Church now stands on a hill. Although it is located on the outskirts of Fuyuki City, separated by a river, and distant from Mount Enzu, the ley lines there are not inferior to the 2nd ley lines. The 4th ley lines did not originally exist in this land. Instead, through magical manipulation and adjustments of the 3 existing ley lines, a subtle variation in the flow of mana accumulated over 100 years. This resulted in the formation of a focal point, a post-natural ley line. Following subsequent investigations, it was confirmed that this location had sufficient ley lines to conduct the ritual. Since the 3rd Holy Grail War, some individuals have regarded this place as an alternative site. Currently, this location is situated at the center of the emerging residential district of Fuyuki and has a newly built civic center. Shinji naturally chose Mount Enzu as the location for summoning the Holy Grail, not because of any ranking of 1st, 2nd, or 3rd, but because it was the only choice. The 2nd ley lines are the base of Tokiomi, which is unsuitable. The 3rd ley lines are the base of an ally of Tokiomi, although the church currently has no one there. However, with Kirii Kotomine's departure, the location will likely fall into the hands of Tokiomi, making it unsuitable as well. The 4th ley lines originally had lower ley lines compared to the other 3 and were located in a densely populated area. In Fate/Zero's final events, Kirii Kotomine chose this location to summon the Holy Grail, resulting in a massive fire that claimed numerous lives, including the biological parents of the protagonist of the 5th Holy Grail War, Shiro Amiya. Any sane person would not choose this place. Though Shinji has already taken 2 lives, his ideals remain untwisted, and his choice from beginning to end has been Mount Enzu, specifically the Ryuda Temple at the peak of Mount Enzu. Choosing Ryuda Temple as the summoning location for the Holy Grail has 2 additional advantages besides its high spiritual energy. First, it is rarely visited by people. Ryuda Temple is not a popular temple, and the monks there lead austere lives. Their numbers are few, and they are not knowledgeable about mysteries. Scatach was able to hypnotize all the monks in half an hour and gather them in a distant room far from the summoning ritual, preventing them from being affected. Second, it is easily defensible. The hardness of the floor is not the reason. The claim that it is as hard as the Fuyuki Bridge is just a joke. The floor here is made of ordinary stone and is not particularly hard. The real reason is that powerful barriers surround Ryuda Temple, extending over the entire Mount Enzu area, with the temple at its center. The barriers are designed to repel spiritual beings, and even servants can only enter through the main path. If defenses are set up at the mountain gate, it becomes an impregnable fortress. In fact, in the Fifth Holy Grail War, Caster Medea did just that. She dispatched the irregularly summoned false assassin, Sasaki Kojuru, to guard the mountain gate. As long as Kojuru remained alive and refused entry, no one could enter Ryudo Temple. As night falls, Shinji, Justice, Kariya, Lancelot, as well as Mia and Irisveal, the two captives, gather in a guest room next to the main hall of Ryudo Temple. Shinji, Kariya, and Justice analyze the potential situations that may arise tonight using a map of Fuyuki City. Justice sets up the Holy Grail summoning and mana collection rituals while selectively explaining the circumstances to Irisveal and Mia. As Justice speaks, Irisveal, who can only move her head, and Mia are filled with unprecedented panic. The Matou family has two masters, each with a servant. One is the enigmatic Scatach, and the other is Berserker, whose combat ability is mistakenly evaluated to be on par with Archer. Justice has not completely disappeared and has been lurking around, watching their every move. The Master of Assassin, whom Justice is contracted, is a true monster. He is very familiar with Kiritsugu Amiya and Saber, almost predicting all the actions they might take. He knows the effect of Avalon's true name release, information that neither Irisveal nor Kiritsugu Amiya is aware of. He knows about Kiritsugu's unique magic, innate time control, and understands the principles and effects of origin bullets, making preparations in advance to counter them. He also knows Archer's true trump card and has devised a plan based on Archer's character weaknesses. He has set a big trap, waiting for the other three pairs of masters and servants to walk right into it. What makes Irisveal and Mia feel even more desperate and incredulous is that the Holy Grail, which Kiritsugu relies on to achieve miracles and fulfill his wishes, has already been corrupted. The only way to achieve their desires is through destruction. If Kiritsugu were to truly make a wish to eliminate all wars, humanity would face a great disaster. Without humans, there would be no wars. If someone else said these words, Irisveal and Mia would not believe them, but the one saying it is the creator and core of the great Holy Grail system, so they cannot help but believe. The two of them desperately plead with Justice to relay this message to Kiritsugu, but they are stopped by Shinji. The reason is simple. Kiritsugu's character, to put it nicely, is resolute, but to put it bluntly, he is stubborn. He won't stop until he understands the true nature of the Holy Grail. With Kiritsugu Amiya's abilities, it's only a matter of time before he arrives here. At that time, he will experience the true nature of the Holy Grail firsthand. Whether Kiritsugu Amiya will collapse due to the shattering of his dream will depend on whether you two can hold onto his heart. I can only rely on Mia because, by that time, I will already. Irisveal's expression becomes gloomy. You won't die. Justice gently placed a hand on Irisveal's forehead. You will survive, just like me. You'll continue to live with your husband and daughter, watching your daughter grow up. And you'll tell your husband those words. Lady Justice, are you suggesting? The sudden turn of events left Irisveal almost unable to believe her ears. Call me, sister, Justice emphasized once again. Lady Ju, sister. That's right. Let your sister give you a welcome gift. A brilliant and sacred light illuminated the entire room. It was a miracle surpassing magecraft, the radiance of the third magic. P.S. Irisveal and Mia will be safest under Scatach's watchful eye. Even if they were to learn this information, it wouldn't cause any ripples. P.S.2 The Holy Grail can't destroy humanity because the Guardians of Alea would eliminate that possibility before it even begins. Please refer to the collaboration event between Fate/Grand Order and Fate/Zero, where Kirai Kotomine emerges from the Holy Grail, and Kiritsugu, who has become a guardian, waits outside to destroy it. Note, for every 5 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also, every 100 power stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 131, Signal. That night, the weather in Fuyuki City was extraordinarily unusual, unlike anything seen before. The strong northern winds that had persisted for several days suddenly ceased, as if they had never existed. After nightfall, instead of dropping, the temperature began to rise sharply. The snow melted, and the humidity in the air increased to the point where an unexpected mirage phenomenon appeared, something that should never occur in this season. This hot and humid weather was limited to a tiny area centered around Fuyuki City. Even the weather forecasters couldn't explain the reason, which only intensified the strange premonitions that the citizens were already feeling. Several urban guerrilla incidents, gruesome murder cases, and child disappearances all remained shrouded in mystery, with no leads. Under the current state of a nighttime curfew with no end in sight, coupled with the recent industrial wastewater disaster, people were on edge from the series of strange events, physically and mentally exhausted. Even the abnormal weather felt like a harbinger of greater calamity. Only those who had experienced war knew that it was a sign of approaching conflict, the calm before the storm. Saber silently drove the Mercedes-Benz that was originally intended for Irisveal, while Kiritsugu sat in the passenger seat, smoking one cigarette after another without a word. Saber didn't like the smell of smoke, but she didn't stop Kiritsugu because she knew that her master was using this method to alleviate his restlessness, forcing himself to remain calm and think about the next course of action. With Irisveal and Mia already in the hands of the enemy, Saber could only rely on her master to come up with a good solution. Tosaka Tokiomi opened the ancestral treasure chest of the Tosaka family. It contained the magic box, a magical item bestowed upon the Tosaka family for their jewel magecraft, crafted by Zelrich, the highest-ranked magus who was still active. The box appeared ordinary on the outside, but it was imbued with the second magic, a spatial folding enchantment, making its capacity far greater than its size. The flow of time inside and outside the box also differed, with 1 hour inside equivalent to a day outside. Therefore, it was used by the Tosaka family as a safe deposit box to store their most precious magical artifacts and books. The magical attire prepared by Tokiomi for today's events was also stored here. Similarly, there was a magic staff inherited from his master Zelrich, with a rare magic gem embedded at its tip, capable of greatly enhancing the effects of gem magecraft. The gemstone pendant and ring that Tokiomi himself crafted contained the accumulated magical energy he had saved since childhood. There are 18 magic gems, each of which is a high-level magical gem that contains an A-ranked grand magecraft. They are part of a one-time limited magical outfit. There are over 20 other magical gems, sealed with magecraft of different levels. The specially tailored suit, designed to complement gem magecraft, not only provides a certain degree of physical and magical defense but also features hidden pockets throughout the body for storing gems, facilitating their use in various situations. The shoes are equipped with reduced gravity, allowing for high mobility beyond human limits in case of emergencies. After putting on each of these pieces of equipment, Tokiomi finally took a moment to tidy his appearance in front of the mirror, ensuring that he would not disgrace the honor of the Tosaka family. Gilgamesh sat in Tokiomi's designated seat, holding a tall glass, drinking alone. Although he had some dissatisfaction with Tokiomi, he appreciated Tokiomi's serious and dedicated attitude, at least he was a qualified mongrel. As the king, he would respond to his request. It was not just a coincidence that Waver and Ryder were absent when Kiritsugu and Saber blocked the door. Ryder had used his trump card, Ionian Hetairoi, for 2 consecutive nights without drawing additional magical energy from Waver. This reckless behavior had placed a tremendous burden on his magical energy and spiritual core. As a result, after the battle, Ryder entered a spiritual form and could no longer maintain a physical presence as usual. Although Ryder did not say anything, observant Waver still noticed Ryder's weakness. Taking him to a certain corner of Fuyuki City's wooded area, Waver summoned Ryder there. Ryder's recovery in this location would be faster than anywhere else. A few days ago, Waver had seized the future in this place. Now, in this place, Waver heard Ryder's inner voice. The great king of conquerors reflected on his dreams in life, questioned the Holy Grail, showed concern for Waver, and expressed his determination to defeat Archer and Saber. The former was a king's pledge, while the latter was a genuine desire to change that sorrowful belief and make Saber join his ranks, shining brightly on the battlefield. When Ryder had recovered enough to use Ionian Hetairoi once again, Waver returned to the old shack of the Mackenzie family. This small, old wooden house made him increasingly reluctant to leave because it possessed a warmth that the world of magecraft lacked. What surprised Waver was that Mackenzie had long known that Waver was not their grandson. His implied magecraft had been deciphered by an ordinary, unrelated, and unremarkable old man. The old man said to Waver, "Who are you? But it doesn't matter who you are. Although I can't understand why Martha and I both treat you as our grandson. But we've lived for so long, and we just consider all the strange things in the world as unbelievable, without delving into the details. In any case, as our grandson, you show extraordinary kindness." Waver asked the old man, "Aren't you angry?" The old man shook his head. "Well, technically I should be angry, but Martha has been genuinely happy lately, which was unimaginable before. In that regard, I'm grateful to you. And it seems like you and that man named Alex are honest young people, which is rare nowadays. The purpose behind your actions must be something we find difficult to understand." If Waver were to judge by his standards, this old man was too lax and slow. Even the experimental white mice in the Clock Tower Academy were more alert. Waver didn't understand why the old man didn't hate him or blame him. Waver only understood the workings of the clock tower, and the old man's tolerance was beyond his comprehension. "I don't understand your situation, and I don't know if I can ask you this. If possible, can we continue like this for a while? Not just for me, but Martha doesn't seem to suspect anything for now. Although we don't know if this is a dream or something else, for us, it is a priceless treasure, a gem of spending time with a kind grandson." Waver's heart was filled with sadness as he looked down at his hands. He firmly believed that one day these hands would unveil the mysterious truth. He believed in his abilities, even if the world denied him, as long as he didn't give up on himself, someday. That was the possibility he had long held on to. But what were the results? Even the most basic of basic hypnosis suggestions couldn't succeed. Even if he used the excuse of bad luck or unexpected circumstances, it wouldn't hold up. His magecraft couldn't even maintain its normal effect on a kind old man who continued to ask for deception. At this level of triviality, if it were that man, all he would need to do is take the initiative, pay a visit, and share a few drinks with a smile to succeed. Waver's magecraft fell short of this level and even garnered sympathy from others. Waver was filled with extreme regret and even found it somewhat comical. He considered himself a clown. He had never realized what was right in front of his eyes, only looking at non-existent things and mistaking his beloved self-portrait for a mirror. Now he could understand what those people who mocked him at the clock tower were thinking. Waver himself wanted to join them in mocking his foolishness. But now he couldn't laugh. Ghislaine Mackenzie and Martha were not expecting a comedy. They had important reasons to ask for Waver's help. Upon careful consideration, besides being the object of ridicule, this may have been the first time someone asked him to play a different role. "I'm sorry, I can't promise that. Because I can't guarantee that I can safely return here again." "So, are you doing something life-threatening?" "That's right." Having experienced a battle among servants that shook the heavens and the earth, Waver deeply understood human fragility. Mr. Ghislaine remained silent, pondering for a while before nodding heavily. "Although I don't know how important that thing is to you, I hope you listen to my words. After living a lifetime and looking back on one's life, in the end, nothing can compare to life itself." This admonition was opposite to the truth that Waver had spent his youth pursuing. The so-called path of magecraft began with accepting death and heading towards a realm that could only be reached by burning one's own life. Until today, this should have been his guiding principle. But if he wanted to find a suitable way of life, perhaps the words of this kind old man were the truth. Waver embraced an indescribable sense of loss in his heart as he gazed at the dazzling starry sky. Suddenly, he felt a slight yet clear impact. That is a signal similar to when the Holy Church gathers masters. P.S. Sometimes, equipment is more important than the Magus's strength. Makiri didn't show his full power to Shiro. Many of the high-quality mystic codes he carried were blown up by Kiritsugu, leaving only the Azoth dagger he carried with him. On the other hand, Tokiomi fought fully equipped. PS2. Iskandar, Saber, join me. Saber, you should ask if my Knights of the Round Table agree. Knights of the Round Table, say that again, I dare you. The Emperor's comrades, including Hephaestion, Ptolemy, Seleucus, etc., try saying that. There are several heroic spirits under the Emperor's command who are even stronger than him. Merlin, planting flowers and watching the show in the Garden of Avalon, oh, they're fighting. PS3, the Knights of the Round Table can't beat the Emperor's comrades because the Emperor has more people. The Round Table has just over 100 members, including many knights who, like Bedivere, do not have enough achievements to become heroic spirits. On the other hand, the Emperor has an absolute number of heroic spirits in the 5 digits. Note, for every 5-5-star review, I will provide 1 bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 power stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 132, Provocation. In the northwestern sky, a magical light was flickering, its colors even more vibrant than the previous time. Kiritsugu and Saber in the Mercedes-Benz, Tokiomi, and Gilgamesh in the Tosaka residence, and Waver and Ryder in the Mackenzie household, all witnessed this signal. The 2 colors of light represented 4 and 7 respectively. In the Tarot Major Arcana, the 4th card is the Emperor, and the 7th card is the Chariot. The combination of the 2 signifies achieving victory. At this moment, such a blatant display of a signal carried a self-evident meaning. The 3 kings in different locations reacted simultaneously. Archer crushed the highball glass in his hand, releasing a chilling aura that caused the temperature in the room to drop abruptly. Damn bastard, daring to disregard this king and declare victory alone. Tokiomi, what is the location? Mount Enzu, Ryuda Temple. That is the most suitable place for the Holy Grail ritual. I believe this signal must have been sent by the people of Ainsburn. They are the custodians of the Holy Grail's vessel. The surprise on his face quickly faded, and Tokiomi regained his usual elegance and composure. My king, what do you plan to do? Do you even need to ask? Whoever dares to make such a disrespectful move should be punished. As he spoke, a large ripple appeared in the sky directly above the Tosaka residence, and a golden flying ship, the Vimana, floated in the air. Archer pushed open the window and said, Tokiomi, you will accompany me to punish those scum, won't you? Of course, King of Heroes. Please allow your humble servant to accompany you. Tokiomi bowed, sensing that the Holy Grail war would come to an end tonight. Compared to the Archer group, the Saber group appeared much calmer. Kiritsugu, what is that? Saber abruptly stopped the car by the roadside. That must be an invitation from the kidnappers. And that direction, is it Ryuta Temple? Irisveal and Nya are there. It will be the final stage of the Holy Grail War. Kiritsugu pushed open the car door, his voice devoid of any emotion. He had entered a state of absolute calmness. Saber, you will proceed to Ryuta Temple. How to act will be up to your judgment. Do you remember the terrain and precautions I mentioned a few days ago? I remember, Kiritsugu. And what about you? I will also head there as quickly as possible, but not together with you. Saber knew that Kiritsugu was still following his usual tactic of attracting the enemy's attention head-on while he acted covertly. After hesitating for a few seconds, she whispered, "Please be careful." A slight fluctuation finally appeared on Kiritsugu's poker face, only to disappear quickly. You too, Saber. At the same time, Waver bid farewell to the elderly Mackenzie and left the cozy home. Ryder. The burly giant responded to his master's call, materializing in solid form. That is a provocation. Some impatient person is saying to us, I am the victor. If you have any objections, come at me. In other words, the enemy has already decided where to determine the outcome and is searching for opponents. Ryder seemed quite satisfied, wearing a fierce smile. His gaze seemed to pierce through the endless sky, heading directly towards the battlefield. Very good, very good. This saves us the trouble of searching for people everywhere. Not a single servant can remain silent in the face of such provocation. All those who are still alive will gather there. Just as I anticipated, tonight truly is the climax of the decisive battle. The towering figure of the conqueror king trembled with a spirit resembling joy. Waver watched the mighty figure of the heroic spirit with a cold, indifferent gaze as if observing something distant and unattainable. Is that so? Tonight, it will be the end. That's right. Good, since I know where the battlefield is, I, as the Ryder class, must also make my way to the battlefield in a manner befitting my title. Ryder drew his sword, Cupriotes, and raised the tip towards the sky. Come forth, my chariot. With a call, the void was split open, and lightning flashed as the majestic chariot that he had ridden countless times descended from above. Come on, lad, let's embark on this expedition together. Ryder leaped onto the chariot, patting the seat beside him with a smile. However, Waver could only show a cold, bitter smile and shake his head. Only a hero was worthy of riding alongside Alexander the Great on his shining chariot. It was not a place for lowly and insignificant individuals to step foot in. It was like an inept magus who couldn't even get the basics of hypnosis right. Or like a clown who overstepped his bounds, only hindering the footsteps of the king's dominance. The glorious path that the conqueror King Iskandar was about to embark on must not be tainted. Waver Velvet had once believed that he could be the victor and had taken pride in it. But now, things were different. After these 2 weeks, of witnessing firsthand what a true hero was, he now understood how inadequate and insignificant he truly was. Even losers had their dignity. If he could watch that distant noble figure without sullying his glory, at the very least. My servant, I command you with a command seal. The young boy raised his right fist, revealing the command seal that he had yet to use. It was the shackles that would bind the heroic spirit before him, the greatest obstacle on the path of the conqueror. Ryder, you must win the final victory. It wasn't coercion, it was simply a matter of course, which was why Waver gave this command. He watched calmly as the first command seal disappeared after bestowing the power of the contract. Following that, I command you with my second command seal, Ryder, you must obtain the Holy Grail. The second command seal disappeared as well. The radiance of the command seals made Waver feel a twinge of pain. There was still time to change his mind, but such useless hesitation floated in his mind, it was foolish and not worth mocking. Ryder, you must conquer the whole world. Failure is not allowed. 3 consecutive command seals were released, and after generating a few whirlwinds, they vanished without a trace. As a magus, Waver probably wouldn't have another chance in his lifetime to use such immense magical power. But he felt a sense of exhilaration from his actions for the first time in his life. Of course, he wouldn't regret it, as the price for losing everything, this grand gift was more than enough. Waver lowered his head and looked at his hand, where the contract seal engraved on it had completely disappeared. All right, now I am no longer your master, or anything at all. Waver spoke with his head lowered, addressing the ground. He didn't want to know what expression Ryder had on his face at that moment. Ryder might be sighing at the coward who gave up the fight, or perhaps he was relieved to be free from his incompetent master. Waver didn't want to see either of those expressions. If possible, he wanted to forget everything about their encounter. You should go now, wherever you want to go. You. Waver heard Ryder respond calmly. Then he would hear the sound of hooves on the ground, gradually fading away. Just as Waver was thinking this, his neck was suddenly grabbed and lifted by someone's hand. The next second, he was placed in the familiar seat on the side of the chariot. Of course, I will go to battle immediately. But since you've given so many commands, you must have mentally prepared yourself to see it through until every command is fulfilled. You fool. Hey. His will was easily overturned, and Waver's voice changed in his distress. I no longer have any command seals. I'm no longer a master. Why are you taking me with you? Even if you're not the master, you're still my friend. Ryder's face had the same warm smile as usual. When Waver realized that Ryder's words were meant for him, the strongest part of his heart crumbled. Although he had guarded it carefully, it only took a moment for it to collapse. Tears overflowed uncontrollably, and when the tears mixed with the runny nose below his nose, his face became blurry. He couldn't even breathe properly, let alone speak normally. Even so, he couldn't help but ask while swallowing hard. Can someone like me really do it? Can I stand by your side? After going through life and death together so many times, you're still saying such silly things. The King of Conquerors didn't mind that the young boy was crying and gasping for breath. He spoke as if he were listening to drunken ramblings at a banquet, patting the thin shoulders of the youth. Have you not always faced enemies together with this king? That makes you this king's friend. Lift your head high, stand tall, and walk alongside this king with dignity. Waver forgot to mock himself. He had cast away all the humiliation before today, the fear of the future, and the fear of facing death at this very moment. Only the understanding of conquering victory deeply rooted itself in his empty heart. There is no defeat, no shame. As long as he is with the king, as long as he believes and gallops on the path of a conqueror, no matter how weak and feeble his feet may be, one day he will surely reach the end of the world. Waver now firmly believed in this. So let's fulfill the command of the first command seal. Kid, you better open your eyes wide and watch carefully. I will watch with these eyes. The neigh of the divine bull, which exists only in myths, resounded like a victorious roar. With the unity of the conqueror and the magus, they rushed towards the final battlefield. The Vimana, the golden flying ship from the age of gods over 4,000 years ago, the divine bull chariot, Gordius wheel, from ancient times over 2,000 years ago, and the top-tier white sports car Mercedes-Benz of the modern era, these three kings were carried towards the ultimate battlefield. That place was the summit of Mt Enzu, the primary spiritual vein node of Fuyuki City, where the physical body of Justice rested in eternal slumber. Note, for every 5-5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 power stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 133, Aerial and Land Combat. King of Heroes, King of Conquest, King of Knights, whose ride is the most badass? Undoubtedly, it is the King of Heroes. Shining brightly and distinct from any modern aircraft, the majestic spaceship soars through the sky, exuding an unparalleled level of coolness. In second place is the awe-inspiring Gordius wheel of the King of Conquest. To be fair, while classical chariots and modern sports cars may be favored by some, this chariot can fly and emits electric lights and thunder while speeding through the air. With added special effects, it easily surpasses the sports cars. The following scene unfolds naturally, with the flamboyant Vimana and the grandiose Gordius wheel acknowledging each other's presence. King of Conquest. King of Heroes. The two kings confront each other across space. Archer's pride remains unchanged. How is your condition tonight? Are you prepared to be defeated by me? Ryder's aura surpasses his past self. You are the one who should be prepared to be plundered by me. Tonight, I have transcended perfection and become more powerful than ever before. Ryder's current strength stems from Waver's 3 command spells. When using command spells to enforce mandatory orders, the more abstract the content, the lower the effectiveness. In this regard, Waver's commands lack specificity, resulting in the wasteful consumption of command spells. However, on the other hand, when absolute commands are not used to distort the will of the servant but rather to act based on mutual agreement, command spells not only possess coercive capabilities but also become auxiliary means to enhance the servant's abilities. Although Waver's method of usage does indeed have limited effects, the content aligns with the intentions of the servant, and with 3 consecutive command spells, they do impact Ryder. As long as Ryder acts in pursuit of victory, he will receive an abundant supply of magical energy. In short, the current Ryder is in an unprecedented, excellent state, an outcome that neither Waver nor Ryder himself expected. Archer's gaze is sharp as a knife as he scans Ryder from top to bottom. The aura you emit is indeed stronger than usual. Very well, only in this state are you worthy of making me serious. Let's start with the chariot you take so much pride in. Alright then, let's warm up with an aerial battle, Ryder responds. In an instant, the immense magical energy contained within the chariot is released, producing thunder and lightning 10 times more powerful than before. Simultaneously, Archer unveils his Gate of Babylon, with ripples one after another enveloping Vimana, revealing various noble phantasms within. Accompanied by the bellow of a divine bull, Ryder launches the first attack. Thunderbolts as thick as water barrels descend from the sky, directly striking Archer's golden spaceship. The King of Conquest, Iskandar, has spent his entire life invading and conquering, and the first strike represents the embodiment of his conquest. Archer coldly snorts and remains motionless on his throne. When the thunderbolt approaches Vimana, just 10 meters away, another thunder and lightning strike occurs. This lightning is different from the lightning summoned by Ryder. The latter lies between blue and white, while the former is a dazzling golden lightning. Blue and white, intertwined with gold, countless small bolts of lightning dart across the sky. The two colliding lightning bolts neutralize each other, dissipating into a fine web of electricity that fades away. Archer and Tosaka Tokiomi on Vimana remain unharmed. Thunder and lightning are not your privilege, Ryder. Archer raises his head, looking down upon Ryder. The deployed Gate of Babylon unleashes 6 consecutive noble phantasms, spears and swords gleaming like shooting stars with radiant tails, confronting Ryder. Ryder pulls the reins with force, the divine bull strides forward, and the divine wheel of the King of Conquest swiftly transitions from a standstill to high speed, instantly accelerating to a level comparable to professional racing. With the increased relative velocity gained from the sudden acceleration, the chariot finds a hair-thin gap amidst the barrage of projectile noble phantasms and maneuvers through. However, Archer's noble phantasms do not give up the pursuit just because one attempt misses. 3 of the 6 noble phantasms, the battle axe, the scythe, and the curved blade, suddenly change direction and continue to closely trail behind the divine wheel of the King of Conquest. Just before they are about to hit their target, the divine wheel of the King of Conquest suddenly breaks, as if the inertia from the high speed doesn't exist at all, causing all the pursuing noble phantasms to futilely disappear into thin air. Just as Ryder successfully evades all the attacks, the 2 divine bulls once again transition from a standstill to rapid acceleration, dragging 2 thunderbolts as they dash toward Vimana. Playing these little tricks to the fullest. Archer smirks slightly and reaches out to touch the steering wheel of Vimana. The golden ship immediately increases its speed in one breath, displaying a graceful flight that surpasses the aerial maneuverability of fighter jets, effortlessly evading the charge of the divine bulls. The flight speed of this celestial noble phantasm, praised in epic poems, is as fast as thought itself, completely defying the laws of physics. The divine bulls roar to the sky once again, and the thunderous path beneath their feet twists in midair, continuing the pursuit of Vimana, which had managed to dodge them momentarily. However, Archer only responds to the second threat with light laughter. Once again, he deploys his Gate of Babylon and retrieves 2 shields, throwing them into the air to block the thunderbolts. How amusing. It's been a while since I've played such an exhilarating game. The last time was probably when I competed in flight speed with him. The crimson eyes of the King of Heroes gradually fill with a fanatical hue. Vimana ascends rapidly, with Ryder's divine will closely following behind. The 2 sides rush to the top of the night sky, unleashing an even more intense deathmatch in the extremely high altitude. One side is the divine will pulled by the divine bulls, symbolizing the incarnation of Zeus. The other side is the glorious ship from myth and legend. One side calls upon the lightning authority wielded by the gods, while the other unleashes an endless reign of noble phantasms. This is a confrontation rooted in myth and legend, a competition that surpasses human imagination. The hero king of Babylon hailed in the oldest epics. Having trampled across the continents of Asia, Europe, and Africa, he established an unprecedented empire as the King of Conquest. These 2 unparalleled kings engage in a back-and-forth exchange thousands of meters above the ground, refusing to yield to each other. In terms of the performance of their respective vessels and the variety of their weapons, the King of Heroes holds the advantage. However, the Ryder, who manifests as a cavalryman, possesses an A+ riding skill and compensates for the shortcomings of the chariot's performance and armament with exceptional driving techniques. The aerial battle presents an overall situation of evenly matched forces. After more than 10 minutes of intense combat, Archer begins to feel a slight impatience. Aerial battles may appear dazzling, but in reality, they are a process of exchanging shots and constantly evading. Continuing further would only result in a mundane endurance contest. Hey, Ryder, it's about time to wrap up this warm-up battle. I was just thinking the same. Although aerial battles are entertaining, a true man should keep his feet on the ground. Then, let this strike mark the end of our warm-up. The magical power entwined around the thunderous hooves and the divine will of conquest reaches its peak for the night, becoming synonymous with the authority of the heavenly god Zeus. The distant dominance. With a signature roar, Ryder unleashes the full divine might of the chariot, hurtling towards Archer with an unparalleled and magnificent force, carrying the thunder of the gods. He charges towards the enemy that the king has identified. Archer no longer maneuvers and evades like before. He opens layer upon layer of defensive noble phantasms and engages Ryder in a clash with an equally grand demeanor. A massive firework explodes in the sky above Fuyuki City, covering the entire Shinto district, and casting a radiance that will be unforgettable for anyone who witnesses it. The hands of the clock return to their starting position, marking the end of the old day and the beginning of a new one. The normally bustling streets are now even quieter than usual. The continuous string of events seems to have terrified the residents who usually stay up late, and in these past few days, they have obediently heeded the call to avoid going out at night and stayed at home. Even the roads are devoid of cars, with only the dim light of street lamps illuminating the cold asphalt exposed to the winter chill. The deserted streets, devoid of human activity, give the feeling of being immersed in a life-size toy scenery. If we were to call places that are incomprehensible to ordinary people otherworldly, then tonight's Fuyuki City truly lives up to that name. And it is in this otherworldly realm that exists for the descent of the two kings from the sky. Thousands of meters in altitude, enough to turn an ordinary person into a pile of flesh, but not enough to kill the servants and the masters protected by them. If Waver could see the sun of tomorrow, he might never forget this thrilling sensation that sends shivers down one's spine. There are moments in this world that are called real moments. It is a time when the naked souls, liberated from all deceit and falsehood, gain a profound understanding of the vast universe that lies before them, a moment that shakes their very souls. Waver is now experiencing this feeling. At this moment, although there are no definite answers, he can accept all the mysteries and contradictions in the world. At this moment, although there are no words to explain, he can feel the meaning of existence and the value of death. It is a moment of supreme happiness, free from all the confusion and chaos that cause suffering in life. Are you scared, kid? Ryder notices Waver trembling and quietly asks him. The young boy doesn't try to put on a brave front and nods honestly. Yeah, I'm scared. Or should I say, the exhilaration of the soul, in your words. Waver's nervous reply brings a satisfied smile to the face of the King of Conquest. That's right. The stronger the enemy, the more intense the desire to taste the sweet wine of victory. Humph, you're starting to understand more and more. Ryder fearlessly speaks with courage. This is the fourth and undoubtedly the final encounter between the two. The hero king of Babylon and the legendary king of Conquest. They openly occupy both lanes of the four-lane road at the foot of Mount Enzu. For them, the only obstacles ahead are each other. There is only one road leading to the mountaintop, with no way to avoid it or retreat. This is the battlefield where the fate of kings is determined when they clash with their dominance. Kid, wait here for a moment. Tokiomi, wait here as well. Understood. As if they had made an agreement, the two of them confidently approached each other with proud strides. They were not just martial artists testing their skills, they were rivals competing for dominance. As such, they must adhere to the appropriate etiquette before their clash. You won the warm-up battle, King of Conquest. I won't give you any more chances from now on. In the final clash in the sky, Vimana's broken wings came first, followed by the shattering of the divine chariot's wheels. Although this mutually destructive result could be considered a draw, the pride of the hero king does not allow him to do so. Ryder, victorious in the initial battle, exudes even greater momentum. I will keep winning until I achieve ultimate victory. But between our last feast, we should have had an agreement. Before we determine life and death, let's finish the remaining wine. Although it was disrupted by the clueless bastard last time, there's still a bit left in the bottle. You can't deceive the eyes of this king. Indeed, as the king of usurpers, you keep a close eye on everyone else's possessions. Archer forced a bitter smile as he retrieved a complete set of drinking utensils from the Gate of Babylon from another world. He poured every last drop of the divine sake remaining in the bottle into 2 cups, and the two kings, like boxers throwing punches, solemnly clinked their cups. King of Babylon, this is the final question of the banquet. I grant you permission. Go ahead. With the wine cup held in his hand, Iskandar's expression, though serious, still retained a mischievous childlike innocence in his eyes as he began to speak. If I were to arm my king's military might with your king's treasury, there is no doubt that we could form an invincible army to conquer the world. That guy called the president in the Western countries probably wouldn't stand a chance, right? And then? Archer responded. Would you like to become an ally of mine? As long as the two of us form an alliance, we can surely conquer the ends of the stars. The King of Heroes burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. You are quite an amusing fellow. Only someone who isn't a clown could say such foolish things and make me laugh so heartily. It's been a while since I felt this way. Although Archer laughed, the chilling aura emanating from him showed no sign of diminishing. For this Golden King, the desire to kill was almost synonymous with pleasure. However, unfortunately, I don't need a second friend. From the past to the future, I have only one friend, and the world doesn't need 2 kings either. Upon hearing this resolute reply, the King of Conquest did not show a disappointed expression. He simply nodded silently. So, it's the solitary path of kingship. Let me challenge your unwavering ideals with respect, then. Very well. Show your true self, King of Conquest. You are a thief who deserves my judgment. The 2 kings finished the last drop of the exquisite wine, discarded their empty cups, and without looking back, turned and returned to their original positions. Waver nervously witnessed the final toast between the two, sighing as he welcomed the return of the kings. You two get along quite well, don't you? Somewhat, but we are about to face each other in battle. He may be the last person I will ever have an eye-to-eye confrontation with in my life. How can I not treat him with respect? Don't say such silly things. Waver replied in a low voice, contradicting Iskandar's half-joking remark. There's no way you could be killed. I don't agree with that. Have you forgotten my incantation? You're right, that's true. Ryder revealed a determined smile and drew his sword from his waist. Gather, my comrades. Tonight, our heroic figures will leave behind the strongest legend. In response to the king's call, the raging sandstorm echoed and howled. Gathered from the other side of time and space, the longing of the spirits who once shared the same dream with the king took shape beneath the sword of sepulchre. United as one, everyone looked towards the hazy horizon, blurred by the heat, as if trying to see through the vast and boundless blue sky. The hearts of the heroes, yearning for the battlefield, transcended time and eroded reality, transforming the silent mountain foothills into a hot sand plain ravaged by fierce winds. One after another, noble spirits rushed to the prepared stage of the decisive battle. For Waver, this was the third time he witnessed the might of the Ionian Hetairoi. Though no longer surprised, after understanding the profound meaning contained within the ultimate noble phantasm that embodied Iskandar's kingship, he couldn't help but feel a touch of reverence. The resplendent elite cavalry, the bond between the king of conquest and his vassals that transcended the boundaries of the mortal realm and the underworld. This group of warriors, elevated to eternity, cared not where the battlefield manifested, as long as the king of conquest raised the banner of dominion once again, his subjects would immediately rally to his side, no matter where they were. That was the glory of being with the king. That was the joy of fighting alongside a king, a thrill that made the blood race. The enemy is the invincible king of heroes, and I have no complaints about facing such an opponent. Men. Let us show our dominance to the ancient heroes. Ooh. In response to Iskandar's roar, the army let out a resounding cheer that shook the heavens. Facing this vast and numerous army alone, Archer showed no trace of fear on his face. He stood calmly and proudly, like a majestic solitary peak. Only a demigod heroic spirit could possess such sublime and awe-inspiring power. Come at me, Lord of Conquest. Now you shall witness the true form of a king. With Waver by his side, the king of conquest mounted his steed, Bucephalus, and led the army of heroic spirits in a wedge formation charging towards the hero king. Ryder, taking the lead, let out a resounding howl, and the cavalry echoed his cry. Amidst the thunderous sound of their charge, Waver, with his still youthful voice, shouted as loudly as he could in unison. Charge! ===================================================================================================================================================================================================================〕 I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 power stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 134, You Are My King. The swirling yellow sand rose as the unstoppable force of the Ionian Hetairoi shook the earth and charged forward. Though Tosaka Tokiomi already knew that Ryder possessed an EX-ranked noble phantasm, witnessing the heart-stopping spectacle before his eyes still sent shivers down his spine. His elegance and composure had long been thrown out the window. In contrast, the hero King Gilgamesh, standing steadfastly before Tokiomi, remained unfazed. As he gazed at the magnificent military might, his crimson eyes filled with nothing but the pleasure of bloodlust. Only a king who had experienced all the joys in the world could understand such an abnormal sensation. Archer was genuinely pleased. Summoned to this time and space, he found himself trapped in the daily repetition of a farcical war. Growing tired of it all, he finally encountered a rival he could truly acknowledge. The challenge from Ryder was worthy of his full effort. Dreaming of greatness, aspiring for conquest. I commend your ambition, warriors. But do you understand? Dreams, eventually, must come to an end. Archer opened his treasure vault in the void with the Babilu, key-shaped sword, in his hand. However, he didn't unleash the Gate of Babylon but instead drew out a single sword. Because of that, your path will inevitably be blocked by me, the King of Conquest. Can this weapon truly be called a sword? It was truly bizarre. It had a hilt and a blade, with a length similar to an ordinary longsword. But the crucial part, the blade itself, differed greatly from the traditional concept of a sword. It was a cylindrical form composed of 3 connected segments, with the tip twisted into a spiral shape, lacking any sharpness. The 3 cylindrical segments rotated slowly, resembling wheels, continuously interweaving. Indeed, it couldn't be called a sword. This weapon, born before the concept of a sword even existed, was crafted by the gods before the creation of humanity. It manifested the divinity witnessed at the moment of creation. The three cylindrical segments, resembling wheels, carried the weight and energy equivalent to the shifting of the Earth's crust as they rotated in harmony with the movement of the celestial sphere. The immense magical power surging forth surpassed any calculable range. Come, it's time to learn the conclusion of endless dreams. I will personally show you the truth of the world. In Archer's raised hand, the sword of beginning gradually increased its rotational speed. Each turn was faster than the previous one, each revolution quicker than the last. Witnessing all of this, Ryder instinctively felt the approaching danger and urged Bucephalus to accelerate. Ryder sensed the immense threat posed by that weapon and urged Bucephalus to increase its speed. It's coming. Granting Archer the initiative was no issue, but Ryder would only allow him to unleash a single strike. Without waiting for Archer's subsequent actions, the king's military might would trample over that solitary figure bathed in golden light. In this way, the key lies in how to withstand the first strike. Archer, with his infinite noble phantasms, looks down upon all others, and that must be his ultimate weapon, the one he believes can guarantee victory. Is it a military-type noble phantasm? Or a fortress-type noble phantasm? Or perhaps a sniping-type treasure, as the opponent intends to capture the thief before capturing the king, aiming to shoot down the charging Ryder in one fell swoop. A hurricane roared with a thunderous sound as a large amount of magical energy burst forth from Archer's noble phantasm. Awaken, Ea, the stage that matches you is ready. Ea, in Mesopotamian mythology, it is the deity of the earth and water, divided into the categories of heaven and earth. The sword called Ea, also known as the Sword of Rupture, is the primordial sword that witnessed the creation of heaven and earth in the age of gods. The mission of the initial blade is to separate the unclear chaos of heaven and earth and allow each of them to possess a definite form. Now, the proudly swirling divine sword gathers gusts of fierce wind, preparing to reenact the miracle of creation. The hero king in golden attire proudly declares. Watch closely, this is Enuma Elish, the star of creation that splits heaven and earth. The sky screams, and the earth roars. The binding force of immense magical energy surges forth, shaking the laws of the universe. Archer swings down the sword without aiming at anyone in particular. There's no need to aim at anyone anymore. The blade of the rupture sword will not only cleave through enemies. Before the galloping Ryder, the earth cracks open, revealing a bottomless abyss. Ugh! Ryder immediately senses the danger beneath his feet, but the momentum of Bucephalus's charge is too fierce, and it's impossible for anyone to stop it now. Seeing the fate of plummeting into the bottomless abyss, Waver desperately suppresses the cry of despair in his mouth. Although life and death are imminent, neither Ryder nor his steed and knight will retreat in the face of this level of crisis. Ha! In response to the reins in Ryder's hand, the swift horse kicks with its strong hind legs and soars high into the air. This leap and flight freeze the blood. When this moment, which Waver thought would never end, finally comes to an end, Bucephalus has already set foot on the other side of the cliff. However, Waver had no time to catch his breath. The disastrous state of the cavalry behind him paled his face. The infantry was unable to cross the fissure in the earth due to their inferior speed compared to Bucephalus, and they fell straight into the bottomless abyss like an avalanche. Although the cavalry in the rear managed to halt their horses in time and avoid the fate of falling, it was only the beginning of the tragedy. Kid, hold on tight. Ryder shouted and held onto Waver tightly, gripping the horse's mane. While the swift horse retreated to a safe area, aware of the imminent danger, the fissure in the ground continued to expand, swallowing the surrounding land and the cavalry one by one. No, it wasn't just the earth. The cracks extended from the horizon into the empty air, distorting space, sucking in a large amount of air. Everything around was being swept into the void's end along with a gust of reversing wind. This is. Even the king of conquerors was left speechless by this scene. The sword of rupture in the hands of the king of heroes was not merely cleaving the earth, it encompassed the entire world, including the sky. Its attack could no longer be described in terms of accuracy or power. Soldiers, horses, dust, and the sky, everything that relied on the severed space as its foundation was drawn into the vortex leading to nothingness and disappearing completely. Just as Bucephalus exerted all its strength to stabilize its footing and resist the vacuum pressure, the scorching desert land transformed by the reality marble was also cracking and shattering, flowing towards the abyss like sand about to be depleted. Before this sword was swung, the 3,000 worlds were nothing more than meaningless chaos. After this sword was swung, new laws would cleave through the sky, earth, and ocean. The torrent unleashed by the creation of heaven and earth had long surpassed the realm of noble phantasms. The visible and invisible phenomena were all crumbling under this unparalleled power. This was the true form of the king of heroes, anti-world noble phantasm, that allowed him to surpass limits. The sky collapsed, the earth shattered, and amidst of the gradually fading darkness, only Archer's sword of rupture shone brightly. That radiance seemed to be the first star illuminating the new world, marking a brilliant final punctuation to destruction. Neither Ryder nor Waver witnessed everything. The reality marble they were in was sustained by the magical energy of all the summoned heroic spirits. Before the world completely disappeared, the reality marble had already shattered when they lost half of their forces, and the twisted laws of the world returned to their original state. Afterward, as if waking up from a dream, Bucephalus, carrying the two of them, landed on the asphalt road in the night. At the end of the road, the golden hero stood tall with an arrogant smile. The positions of the two had not changed, it was as if the battle had rewound to the beginning. The only visible change was the sword of rupture still rotating and growling in Archer's hand. There was also an invisible fatal change. Ryder's ultimate noble phantasm, Ionian Hetairoi, had disappeared. Victory is ours, and no one can stop us now. Witnessing the awe-inspiring power of the sword of rupture, Tokiomi could hardly contain his excitement. On the other side, Waver looked pale as he gazed up at his servant. Ryder. The imposing king of conquerors asked with a serious expression. By the way, there is an important question I haven't asked you yet. Huh. Waver Velvet, do you willingly offer yourself as my vassal? Overwhelmed by intense emotions, Waver trembled all over, tears flowing down like a bursting flood. It was a question he knew would be impossible, but one he had always yearned for. There was no need for hesitation, for the answer had long been prepared, hidden deep within his heart like a priceless treasure. Only you are. Ignoring the tears streaming down his cheeks, the young man straightened his chest and answered unwaveringly. Only you are my king. I vow to serve you, to devote myself to you. Please guide me on the path ahead and let me witness the same dreams as you. Upon hearing such a pledge, the domineering king smiled faintly. For a vassal, this smile was the ultimate reward and recompense. Well, then. Just as Waver was about to soar into the sky with excitement, his body truly floated in midair. Huh. The king lifted the young boy's small body from Bucephalus' back and gently placed him on the asphalt road. With the support of the horse's back gone and his vision returning to its original height, Waver felt a renewed sense of his smallness and confusion. Revealing dreams is the duty of a king. Witnessing the end of dreams and passing them down for eternity is your task as my vassal. From his seemingly distant and unattainable saddle, the king of conquerors smiled cheerfully and resolutely gave his command. Live on, Waver. Witness all of this, and then live to convey to the world the way your king, Iskandar, raced with magnificent grace. Bucephalus kicked its iron hooves, letting out a neigh that felt like encouragement. Was the intended recipient the king, who was about to face death, or the vassal burdened with great responsibility? Waver lowered his head and never raised it again. Iskandar took this action as a confirmation. No words were needed from now until the end of time. The figure of the king would forever guide his vassal, and the vassal would forever remain loyal to this memory. Before the oath, even parting lost its meaning. Because under Iskandar's banner, the bond between king and vassal transcended time and was eternal. Very well, let us set forth, Bucephalus. The king of conquerors kicked the flank of his steed and began his final gallop. He let out a mighty roar, charging towards his waiting adversary. He was a strategist, and he naturally knew that the outcome had long been decided. But that and this were completely different matters. The only choice for the king of conquerors, Iskandar, was to charge towards that golden heroic spirit. He couldn't think of any other way. In his heart, there was no surrender, no despair, only the excitement that was almost bursting out of his chest. Impressive, truly impressive. This guy is incredibly powerful. This hero can even cut through the world itself, making him undoubtedly the strongest enemy in the world. And this man was his final adversary. He was the last challenge in this world. Towering higher than Mount Khumbu and hotter than the Marakara Desert. In that case, what reason did the king of conquerors have not to challenge him? As long as he overcame this final obstacle, the end of the world awaited him. His unreachable dream was waiting right before his eyes, ready to be realized. There is glory beyond the horizon, precisely because it is so distant, it is worth challenging. Sing of dominance, display dominance, for the vassals who are watching his back. The heroic king standing before the king of conquerors calmly observed the challenger while also unleashing the treasures of his treasury. 20, 40, 80, countless shining noble phantasms unfolded in the sky like a Milky Way. The radiance of the noble phantasms reminded the king of conquerors of the starry sky he once gazed upon in the east. The king of conquerors trembled with joy, roaring as he raced forward with his beloved steed. A rain of stars approached with a heavy howl. His entire body was continuously and mercilessly assaulted without respite, but compared to the exhilaration of the gallop, this level of pain was nothing at all. There was a time when he had a period of hesitation, saying that there was no need to pursue the end. How foolish, what a loss of composure. That longed-for end stood majestically before him. The endpoint that transcended numerous hills and crossed many rivers was now within reach. He would surpass it. Step by step, he continued to advance. Even if the figure was distant, as long as he accumulated his footsteps, he would be able to reach that person with the tip of his sword. Starlight poured down with a thunderous roar, the assault was so powerful. Faced with the overwhelming might that even threatened his consciousness, the King of Conqueror's body suddenly staggered. When he realized it, he was moving forward with his own feet. Where had his beloved horse, Bucephalus, gone, and where had it fallen? Although he wanted to stop and pay his respects to his dear friend who had completed his final mission, precisely because of that, he couldn't afford to stop. Every step he took now was the best tribute to the departed. The golden archenemy wore a helpless expression as if he knew everything. But he couldn't hear, not even the roaring sound that brushed past his ears. All he could hear were the sounds of waves. At the distant end of the coast, there was nothing, only the back and forth crashing of the waves. These were the sounds of the final ocean. Ah, so that's it. With a heart full of exhilaration, he finally understood. How could he have not noticed before? The palpitations in his chest were the surging waves of the boundless sea. Ha ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. He dreamt of running along the coastline. The feeling of his toes breaking through the water was truly delightful. Perhaps the red liquid staining his feet was the fresh blood flowing from his belly. But what of it? He was dreaming of this ocean. Was there any greater happiness in the world? The heroic king who awaited him was right before his eyes. After taking a step forward, just one more step, he could raise his dual swords high above and cleave that guy's head. Roar! With a resounding battle cry, the sword of Cupriotes was brought down. In that moment of absolute victory, the instant that should have passed in a flash, for some reason, it stretched out like eternity, as if even time had stopped. No, it did stop. It wasn't time that stopped, but himself. Just as his sword was about to strike the opponent, sturdy chains bound the sword's blade, his limbs, and his shoulders and waist. The chains of heaven, the ultimate treasure among the treasures of the heroic king, the binding chains that even the heavenly bull couldn't break free from. I can't stand it, you, one strange thing after another. There was no regret, no bewilderment. It was just a self-deprecating bitter smile that tainted the corners of his mouth due to a small mishap. The sword of Cupriotes didn't strike the enemy. The only thing that existed was the fact that Gilgamesh's Enuma Elish pierced through his Kondar's chest, and the sensation of the sword moving within his lungs. What a strange sword, remarked the King of Conquerors, as if it had nothing to do with him. Have you awakened from your dream, King of Conquerors? Ah, yes, indeed. Once again, he had failed. The unfinished dream ended with such regret. But upon reflection, it should have been worth staking his entire life on, for it was a dream that only came once. The dream he had in ancient Anatolia, a dream that he saw again in this distant land of the Far East. Thinking about all the strange changes, Iskandar smiled. If he had the same dream twice, even a third time wouldn't be surprising. In other words, the next dream was about to begin. This expedition has made my heart surge with excitement. Iskandar squinted his eyes, which were becoming increasingly blurry amidst the mist of blood, and murmured with satisfaction. Watching his contented expression, Gilgamesh nodded solemnly. You can challenge me as many times as you want, King of Conquerors. For this formidable enemy who was pierced all over his body by a rain of noble phantasms, yet still had to rely on the chains of heaven to block his path, the heroic king bestowed upon him the highest praise, a heartfelt admiration. Until the end of time and space, this entire world is my garden. So I promise you, it will never bore you. Ah. That's splendid. Finally, Ryder calmly merged with his surroundings and quietly disappeared. In terms of time, it was a very brief battle. The Ryder-class servant quickly charged to the end of the road, and the offense and defense ended within a matter of seconds. But for Waver, who stared unwaveringly and imprinted everything into his eyes, this heavy and prolonged moment was equivalent to his entire lifetime. He would never forget this memory, even if he deceived himself, it would be impossible to forget. The scenery he witnessed in those few seconds had become a part of his soul, inseparable from him. Waver stood completely still in the spot where Ryder had left him. Although he knew he had to move, he felt that if he took even the slightest step, his feet would give way and he would kneel to the ground. But he couldn't kneel at this moment. That was something he absolutely would not allow. The golden archer stared at Waver with cruel blood-red eyes and slowly approached him. He must not look away, even though his entire body was frozen with fear. Waver only knew that he absolutely could not divert his gaze. If he looked away now, it would mean his death. Archer stood before him, trembling but firmly facing him, and asked in a voice devoid of any emotion. Kid, are you Ryder's master? Waver thought his throat, consumed by fear, would not be able to make a sound, but when asked about his relationship with Ryder, the rigid constraint instantly dissolved. Waver shook his head and answered in a hoarse voice. No, I am his vassal. Archer squinted his eyes, carefully examining Waver from head to toe, and only then realized that there was no trace of a command spell on him. I see. But kid, if you are a true loyal subject, you should have the obligation to avenge your king, right? To the second question, Waver calmly and incredulously answered once again. If I challenge you, I will die. That's for sure. I cannot do that. I have been ordered to stay alive. That's right, absolutely cannot die. As long as the king's final words echoed in his chest, Waver would do everything in his power to escape from this hopeless predicament. Even if the enemy's servant was right in front of him, and he had no means of self-defense, and the situation was desperate to the point of hopelessness, he would never give up, he would never trample on the oath he made at that time. Perhaps this was a torture even more cruel than calmly accepting death. Facing unavoidable death, the young man could only tremble helplessly, but his gaze still conveyed his unwavering will. Gilgamesh silently looked down at Waver's frail body and nodded gently. Loyalty is a great virtue, and you must never forget this belief. Go, young vassal. But, my king. Tosaka Tokiomi was about to say something, but he was interrupted by Archer's displeasure. He no longer has any command spells. He is neither a master nor a traitor, just a mongrel. There is no need to take action. This is my decision. Waver watched as the golden heroic spirit and his master turned and walked away until they disappeared. The night breeze passed by, completely dispersing the air on the battlefield, leaving only the young Waver abandoned beneath the night sky. It was only now that he realized everything was over. The miracle of preserving his life made his knees tremble once again. Up until the second before Archer changed his mind, the silent killing intent that emanated like a breath told Waver that Archer truly intended to kill him. If Waver's gaze had shifted even slightly, if his feet had weakened and he had fallen to the ground, or if there had been the slightest hesitation in his response, he would be a corpse now. Although it was just saving a small life, it was also a kind of affirmation from the King of Heroes. To face fear directly and preserve one's life, that in itself was a battle, a victory. This was the result of Waver Velvet fighting alone. It was a small and ugly battle, unrelated to heroism and splendor. Waver didn't defeat anyone and didn't obtain any treasures. He simply survived the ordeal, nothing more. Even so, Waver felt happy and proud. Only Waver knew how precious it was to achieve an impossible outcome in that situation. This sense of honor existed only in his heart. No matter how others might perceive it, he would not be ashamed. He obeyed the king's command. He witnessed everything and survived. He truly wished for praise, whether it be from those large hands or that coarse voice. This time, he didn't need to hide his emotions. This time, Waver could stand tall and boast of his achievements like that person. But in the quiet night, Waver was alone, with no one by his side. Just like a few days ago, he was once again abandoned in this heartless and indifferent corner of the world. No one knew that he had won a battle that belonged only to him, and no one praised his victory. But was this a cruel blow? The answer was no. He had already received plenty of words of praise. The greatest king in this world recognized him, employed him, and made him one of his subjects. It was just a matter of reversing the order of events. He had already obtained the rewards of a distant future, as long as he exhausted his remaining life to achieve deeds worthy of the rewards. Yes. As long as he had those words from that time, he would no longer be alone. In that moment of understanding, Waver's youth came to an end. For the first time, he realized that tears could sometimes flow for reasons unrelated to regret or humiliation. At this moment, Waver Velvet sat on the ground, letting the tears flow freely. Those were the tears of a man. P.S. The title is the BGM created by Yuki Kajura for the Conqueror King. With this BGM playing, I wish the great emperor a safe journey. PS2, in the world line where the Conqueror King survives, he does indeed continue to fight until the ends of the stars, becoming the ruler of the celestial seas. PS3, Great Emperor, please wait a moment in the Holy Grail. I will send Goldie to accompany you within 3 days. Shinji. Note, for every 5-5-star review, I will provide 1 bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 power stone growth equals 1 bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 135, 3 Commands of Korea, bonus. The ground road is not like the open sky without obstacles where one can freely fly. First, there must be a road before one can drive. Therefore, when Saber parked, Archer and Ryder had already determined their battle. Archer and Tokiomi strolled along the approach path, climbing the mountain at a leisurely pace. The former was aloof, and the latter was elegant. One was a king, and the other was a retainer. From this perspective, their compatibility was indeed quite good. Although there were no streetlights on the approach path, the radiant brilliance emanating from Archer's entire body was more dazzling than any artificial light, as if proclaiming that his king's radiance was the only genuine one, and everything else was nothing more than inferior imitations. This humanoid self-luminous beacon in the darkness naturally attracted the attention of Shinji and others inside the Ryuda temple. No, even before this, Gilgamesh had already become the center of attention. With absolute superiority, he killed Iskandar without any injuries, bringing great shock to everyone. Everyone present knew the immense power of the king of conquerors, Ionian Hetairoi. The few remaining servants dared not guarantee that they could withstand the onslaught of tens of thousands of soldiers, let alone emerge unscathed, including Scatach. But Archer achieved it. Although no one knew how he did it, he did kill Iskandar head-on and approached with his prized weapon, the Gate of Babylon, exuding a victorious aura. When they reached halfway up the mountain, the King of Heroes arrogantly raised his head, revealing a disdainful smile. The next moment, the crystal ball connected to clairvoyance shattered with a loud explosion. Although no one knew what kind of noble phantasm destroyed clairvoyance, everyone understood that Gilgamesh was announcing his arrival in this manner. "All you rats hiding in the shadows, I have arrived. Come out and greet me." This scene completely ignited Scatach's passion. She materialized her twin spears and was ready to go out and have a thrilling battle with the King of Heroes. Shinji acted swiftly, grabbing hold of his servant. "Sensei, calm down. Those are the opponents my uncle and Lancelot are going to defeat. Remember, your opponent is Saber. Besides, fighting against someone who randomly throws things without any skill isn't very interesting, is it?" Scatach exerted her strength, breaking free from Shinji's grasp. With a swift kick, she knocked Shinji down to the ground and snorted, "Do you believe that nonsense?" Shinji rubbed his chest and skillfully got up from the ground. His mouth wore a bitter expression, but his eyes flickered with unwavering determination. "Master, please, I'm begging you, can you reconsider?" Shinji knew very well that he was lying. Mindlessly throwing noble phantasms was just Gilgamesh's first form, used to deal with insignificant opponents. Above that, there was his sword replacement technique to deal with formidable foes. In this state, Gilgamesh would analyze the opponent's strength and select targeted noble phantasms based on their weaknesses. He had once defeated Saber with 3 moves using the sword replacement technique in the 5th Holy Grail War. And beyond that was his full power, known as the Serious Flash or the Invincible Flash. Facing opponents who earned his respect, he would draw the Gate of Babylon and engage in a full-on battle. Since Scatach revealed her name, Gilgamesh had treated her with the utmost respect. He rarely referred to her as a mongrel, and his gaze never showed contempt. It was unclear whether he recognized Scatach's strength or acknowledged her feat of slaying gods. Those familiar with Babylonian mythology knew that Gilgamesh despised troublesome deities, especially a certain goddess who symbolized war and Venus. Shinji had a premonition that Gilgamesh was waiting for Scatach, which is why he didn't sheath his Gate of Babylon. Once Scatach joined the battle, the attack she would face would be the Enuma Elish, or possibly the even more destructive Utnapishtim, final carving of crashing waves on heaven and earth, which only existed in the game. To withstand such an attack, Scatach could only use her hidden trump card. Although it was a strike that despised all others and was capable of slaying gods, her status as a servant made her too fragile to withstand such immense force. Releasing a thrust that would annihilate everything required self-destruction as the price. Shinji refused to let such a thing happen. Even if he had to use a command spell, he would prevent Scatach from joining the battle. Feeling Shinji's determination, Scatach kicked her disciple fiercely twice and then turned to the stunned Kariya, reprimanding, "What are you standing there for? If you don't go to meet the enemy, I won't be able to hold back." Oh. Kariya nodded quickly and called out, "Berserker." The pitch-black night emanating an ominous aura appeared behind Kariya. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing the command spells on his wrist. "I command you with a command spell, my servant, to regain your sanity, even if only temporarily. I command you with a second command spell, my servant, to regain your sanity. I command you with a third command spell, my servant, to regain your sanity." Under the effect of the 3 consecutive command spells, the highest achievement of Zouken Matou's life, the magical crystallization capable of invoking a miracle for a short period, the mental influence brought about by Berserker's class skill, Mad Enhancement, was being offset. The overwhelming madness that permeated Lancelot's entire being gradually dissipated, and his face, which had become terrifyingly monstrous due to the invasion of madness, returned to its original handsomeness. His armor, tainted by ominous magical power, returned to its pristine state. As the last trace of chaos vanished from his eyes, Lancelot finally regained his rightful composure. He regained the appearance that had once captivated countless women, just like D'Armwood Ue Dubni, that Knight of the Lake. "Master," his voice carried a hint of melancholy, indicating that the Berserker had fully regained his clarity. No, Lancelot, you understand what to do now, right?" Kariya took a deep breath, unconsciously rubbing his left wrist with his right hand, where he held his final trump card. "Yes, even though I was consumed by madness, I remember everything you said." Lancelot nodded lightly. "How long can you maintain your clarity?" 30 minutes. Upon hearing these words, Kariya lowered his head with a tinge of guilt. "Although it may be inappropriate to say this now, I'm sorry for plunging you into madness for the sake of my wish. You should have received redemption much earlier." Lancelot smiled and shook his head. "No, my master, without you, perhaps I would never have found redemption. That is enough for me." Now, let me fulfill your wish and offer you victory. Then, go into battle, Lancelot. Korea pointed towards the gate. Yes, my master. Lancelot lightly tapped his armor in a knightly gesture. Uncle, let me transfer a few more command spells to you, just in case. There's no need for that. As you said, the sooner the battle with Gilgamesh ends, the better. Additional command spells won't make a difference. 30 minutes is enough time for Lancelot and me to fulfill our wishes. And besides, this is my battle. You and Sensei have already helped me so much. Let me handle it on my own from here. Korea shook his head at Shinji and turned to leave the side hall. Knight of the Lake, Lancelot followed his master, just as he had accompanied his king on countless expeditions. The two of them walked out of the gate together, heading towards the Golden King and Tosaka Tokiomi. == Note, for every 5 5-star review, I will provide one bonus chapter. I repeat, only 5-star reviews will qualify. Also every 100 power stone growth equals one bonus chapter. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, Lower Your Sword and Be This King's Woman. Because Justice's clairvoyance magecraft was deciphered by Gilgamesh's unidentified noble phantasm, Shinji and the others in Ryuda Temple were unaware that they had encountered Saber before encountering Gilgamesh. The path from the parking lot to the mountaintop in Ryuda Temple was just a single approach, and because Gilgamesh and Tosaka Tokiomi were not moving quickly, Saber naturally caught up to them. Archer. Upon seeing Gilgamesh, Saber halted her running steps and instinctively grasped her invisible sword, questioning him. Was it you who sent the signal? It seems that you, Saber, not only have a stubborn mind but also poor eyesight. Archer snorted displeasingly. You would know just by looking. This king and Tokiomi are here to subdue the arrogant individual who declared victory without permission. So, it wasn't you who kidnapped Iris Veal? Of course not. This king wouldn't stoop to do such things as that bastard did. Upon hearing Archer's words, Saber's mood improved significantly. Archer scanned the king of knights before him with an aggressively piercing gaze and spoke with a smile. But Saber, you truly are an enjoyable person. The things you said earlier and the fact that someone kidnapped your puppet, all of it is making this king more and more interested in you. Archer. Saber's emerald eyes released a chilling aura. If it weren't for the ceasefire agreement between Iris Veal and your master, I would make you pay right now. Surprisingly, the golden heroic spirit, the proud king, not only did not get angry at Saber's attitude but also became increasingly delighted. Very good, excellent. You, who become irritated and struggle within, are so beautiful. Show me more, and it does not matter if you come at me with your proud Excalibur. As long as you can bring pleasure to this king will help you rescue the puppet. How about it? The invisible air enveloping the Excalibur was instantly released, and the intense gusts of wind tousled Archer's hair also disheveled Tokiomi's carefully arranged attire. This was Saber's final warning. What's the matter? Still unwilling to make a move. Archer disregarded Saber's provocation and continued to add fuel to the fire. Are you concerned about that ceasefire agreement? Well then. Amidst his words, a sword was projected from within the gate of Babylon and swept past Saber's head. The sword tore as through the air, creating a gust of wind that nearly brushed against the strand of hair standing on the King of Knights' forehead. That should do it. The ceasefire agreement has been cancelled. King, this is, Tokiomi, unable to bear it any longer, interjected. The enemy had not been eliminated, how could they tear apart from the hard-won agreement? Shut your mouth, Tokiomi. This king is the embodiment of rules. Only the agreements that the king recognizes are true agreements. If this king does not recognize it, it means nothing. Archer's crimson pupils narrowed into slits, and his sharp gaze rendered Tokiomi speechless. On the other hand, Saber was so enraged that she could not find words. Archer, you dare insult my honor. Indeed, that strand of standing hair was not the ahog joked about in the streets, but a symbol of honor. Not to mention, cutting off that strand of hair, even touching it, would be the greatest insult to King Arthur. Ahahaha, this strand of hair is your honor. That's so hilarious, ahahaha. Mt. Enzu was filled with Archer's delighted laughter. Saber, the very existence of you as a woman is already a rare miracle, compared to you, the Holy Grail is nothing but insignificant. Saber no longer wanted to waste time exchanging words with Archer. She raised her sword to strike, but before her first strike could land, it was interrupted, not by Archer's noble phantasm but by his following words. Saber, lower your sword and be this king's woman. In this particular scene, this particular situation, Archer's words caught Saber off guard. It was so unexpected that she immediately froze on the spot and was unable to swing her swords. What did you say? What are your intentions? Equally dumbfounded was Tokiomi Tosaka, who realized that he could not keep up with his own servant's thought process. Even if you can't understand, at the very least, you should feel joy. Because the one who appreciates your worth is none other than this king. Perhaps Archer himself would consider such a conclusion natural. The golden servant proudly held his head high, gazing at the woman before him, whom he had come to like for the first time. Abandon those boring ideals and vows. These things will only bind you and bring you unhappiness. As long as you desire this king, live under this king's protection. In the name of the king who rules over all, this king will bestow upon you all the joy and pleasure in this world. You've completely lost your mind. Saber rebuked loudly. The second round of noble phantasms flew from above, exploding before Saber could defend herself with her sword, causing a tremendous shock wave that forced Saber to retreat repeatedly. I didn't ask for your consent. This is the decision made by this king. Archer's expressions were filled with sadistic pleasures. From the beginning, he did not regard his opponent as equal. The enemy was only worthy of being played and humiliated. He enjoyed watching her submit. Come, let this king hear your answer. Although the answer has long been decided, there is no need to ask questions at all. However, this king is curious to see what expression you'll have when you say those words. I refuse. I absolutely won't. Before she could finish her sentence, Archer launched the third round of noble phantasms, firing a volley of 16 weapons. He wanted to use his power to make Saber submit, to make her feel pain, and then bestow pleasure on her. Will she be able to withstand this onslaught? Oh! Did she manage to endure it? Swinging her golden sword, Saber deflected all 16 noble phantasms, prompting a satisfied smile from Archer. Not bad, my woman should possess such strength and stubbornness. Don't let your guard down, Saber, the next round is coming. This round doubled in quantity, with a total of 32 weapons, such as a dense summer rainstorm. Faced with such a barrage by noble phantasms, Saber could not maintain her composure as before. Swords coming straight at her, spears from the left flank, chain hammers simultaneously from above and below, 3 blades launching surprise attacks from behind in an arc, and a towering hammer sweeping towards her. Evading, deflecting, dodging, she narrowly avoided them all. Saber's once steady breathing became erratic due to the extreme dodging, and these 32 noble phantasms had pushed her to her limits. If she had not retrieved her scabbard, she might have been injured. Archer, who keenly grasped this opportunity, personally reached his treasury and pulled out a short sword, throwing it casually. Unlike other noble phantasms, this short sword did not leave behind any beautiful traces in the air. It simply traversed the distance between the two and appeared to Saber's left at a speed that even her A-rank instinct, her precognition ability, could not react to, aiming for a shoulder. Oh no, I can't dodge it. Saber's pupils contracted, already anticipating her fate. However, the expected pain didn't come. The short sword, which possessed the ability to traverse space, was knocked aside by a fist-sized stone at the last moment. Immediately thereafter, a familiar figure descended from the sky, standing in front of Saber. With elegant, flowing purple hair and a gleaming silver armor that complemented Saber herself, it stirred the deepest memories within Saber's heart. You are. P.S. Cut off that ridiculous hair and the sparkle, and you will be finished. You have no idea of the terror of being bald. La, triple the darkness, whitewashing turns you into a weakling. PS2, Tokiomi, of course, cannot keep up with the train of thought of the sparky one. Currently, only Ramses II, Ozymandias, a golden servant, can keep up. PS3, Sparkly, yo, son, referring to Ramses II as the Sun King. Rames 2, yo golden. Sparkly, did you see it? My radiance. Ramses II, that is, my radiance, like the sun. These are idiots. PS4, Sparkly says that the dumb hair is the first woman he likes because the first one he liked was the ambiguous Enkidu. =========================================================================================================================Chapter 137, Chapter 137, Fighting for You, My King, Bonus. You are. Saber widened her eyes, almost unable to believe what she was seeing. Archer displayed unparalleled anger. Where did this mongrel come from, daring to interrupt my proposal ceremony? The knight, dressed in armor as pristine as the surface of a lake, smiled faintly and answered with a deep and gentle voice, just a mere traitorous knight. The eyes of the king of heroes quickly scanned the men who had suddenly intruded, his face filled with blatant mockery. Oh, so you're not a mongrel, just a mad dog. Removing the mask, I see that your courage has grown even bolder. The man, referred to as a mad dog by Archer, the knight who manifested in the berserker class, ignored Archer's words. He simply gazed at the woman behind him with a look of longing, admiration, and slight intoxication, uttering the title that had been called countless times in his dreams. King. Is it really you? My friend, the Knight of the Lake. Overwhelmed by shock and excitement, Saber forgot about her situation, forgot about the presence of the enemy, and blurted out the name of the first knight who had followed her for many years. So, it was the dog you once raised, Saber. No wonder you're so thrilled. Archer's sarcasm was once again ignored by the two individuals. Lancelot shook his head at the figure that haunted his soul. Please don't use that title anymore. It is a title reserved for a loyal and perfect knight. I, who betrayed you, who once attacked you, am unworthy of that title. No, no, you are, Saber, King Arthur, repeatedly denied, that was never a betrayal, Lancelot. Oh, King, you're still like this, Lancelot sighed deeply. You always overlook yourself and wholeheartedly consider others. That's why we, the people, are willing to gather under your banner and fight for you. However, King, do you know that I have always hoped for you to personally punish me? I wanted you to confront me with your anger. Lancelot, King Arthur felt an unexplained tightness in her chest. If I could be sanctioned by you, if you could demand retribution from me, then I would believe in atonement. I would believe that one day I could find a way to forgive myself. The Queen would probably feel the same. The voice of the betrayed knight, the man known as the cause of the destruction of the Knights of the Round Table, was soft but weighed heavily in King Arthur's ears. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found that no words came out. Boring, boring, boring. It's a drama of a traitor seeking forgiveness. How dare a traitor seek forgiveness? Archer's face became even more vibrant with anger. I will tell you all that those who betray the king deserve 1,000 deaths. Saber, let me be the one to punish this traitor for you. Once again, noble phantasms poured down, more numerous and faster than before. Archer seemed to be venting his fury in this manner. King, please step back. Fearlessly, Lancelot looked at the storm of noble phantasms in the sky. He gripped the first sword that came at him with his left hand and seized the second spear with his right hand. The ownership of these treasures, originally belonging to Gilgamesh, transferred to Lancelot the moment he held them, Knight of Honor. Then, the sword and spear danced, showcasing the martial skills that once surpassed the entire Knights of the Round Table. One after another, the noble phantasms were deflected. Amidst the torrential rain of noble phantasms, Lancelot continued to switch between the appropriate weapons for himself. In the end, he wielded 2 spears in each hand, swirling them like windmills, firmly guarding himself and his king. Humph, mad dog, even if you regain your sanity, haven't you gotten rid of your reckless bad habit? This time, I, the king, will blast you to pieces. The ripples of the gate of Babylon almost obscured the sky, with over 100 noble phantasms aimed at Lancelot. Simply increasing the number of noble phantasms has no meaning to me, king of heroes from Babylonia. Your treasures of the king are undoubtedly powerful, but with just that, you cannot defeat me. With that sword of separation in your hand, perhaps you still have a chance to overcome me. Lancelot's calm expression and confident words made Gilgamesh feel an unprecedented insult. The insult suffered by the king can only be cleansed by the blood of a bastard. Saber, if you don't want to die with this mad dog, stay away. Upon hearing Archer's words, Saber not only did not retreat but instead tightly gripped her holy sword, preparing to fight alongside Lancelot, just as they had done many times before. My friend, No, my king. Lancelot raised his spear, stopping Saber from approaching. I don't have the qualification to fight alongside you now, and it also violates the agreement with my master. Like my master, he doesn't seek the Holy Grail. He only wants to defeat Archer's master, Tosaka Tokiomi, with his power. Tosaka frowned and looked thoughtfully at the trees along the path, where a man in oversized sportswear stood at the end of his line of sight. Matou. Korea. Korea shifted his gaze away from Tokiomi and turned to Saber. Saber. Miss Irisveal and Miss Mia are upstairs, and Assassin is waiting there too. Leave this place to me and Lancelot. King, I missed the Battle of Camlan, and I regret it for the rest of my life. Please allow me to clear a path for you this time. If you permit, perhaps I can repay a bit of the sins burdening me. Lancelot lowered his head, kneeling on one knee, making the most solemn request to his king, begging for redemption. He had learned this from Korea, an Eastern term called redeeming oneself by performing meritorious deeds. It was the path of atonement chosen by Lancelot. Saber looked at Lancelot, at the men who had countless times fought alongside her, whom she had entrusted Guinevere to with her own hands. She wanted to say, as she had done before, that Lancelot was not at fault and didn't need forgiveness. But Lancelot's attitude was telling her that she couldn't do that. So what should she do? Just as Saber was contemplating and Gilgamesh's patience was wearing thin, Korea sighed and spoke up. Transgressors should be punished, that is the truth regardless of the era. King Arthur, do you, the selfless and noble king, want Lancelot to continue to be treated unjustly? Do you want him to keep spiraling into madness? Those words struck Saber's heart like a bolt of lightning, making her realize what she needed to do. Sir Lancelot, I grant you the opportunity to redeem yourself. If you can defeat Archer and stand before me once again, I will pardon your transgressions. My dear friend, I'll be waiting for you above. Lancelot finally smiled, a hearty laugh escaping him. As you command, my king. Lancelot will give his all and fight for you. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, The Unfading Light of the Lake. Thank you at Slaygunner for joining my Patreon, smiley face. It is uncertain whether Archer's decision not to stop Saber from leaving was because of his confidence that she could not escape his grasp or for some other consideration. He not only put away some of his Gate of Babylon but also made way for her. After Saber's heavy footsteps faded away, Gilgamesh filled the void once again and spoke condescendingly to Lancelot from above, saying, "Be grateful for my generosity, mad dog. I've given you time to leave your final words." To Gilgamesh's surprise, Lancelot nodded in agreement. "You didn't interrupt my conversation with my king. I should indeed thank you. However, your blatant disrespect towards my king needs to be cleansed with your blood. So let me remind you for the last time, use the Sword of Separation, or you will surely die." Gilgamesh laughed in anger, putting the Sword of Separation back into his Gate of Babylon while emitting a chilling aura. "You, a mere dog inferior even to a mongrel, dare to make use of my most precious treasure. I do not need to lift a finger to kill you. Tokiomi, I entrust this mad dog's master to you. Don't keep me waiting for too long. As you command, King of Heroes." Tokiomi bowed respectfully, raised his staff, and headed towards Korea. "Lancelot, kill him," were Korea's final instructions to his servant before disappearing into the forest. There was no room for interference from either Gilgamesh or Lancelot on their battlefields. Staying here is only a hindrance. After the two left, Gilgamesh finally unleashed his anger without reservation. "Are you ready to die? Mad dog. That arrogance of yours will be your downfall, King of Heroes from Babylonia." Lancelot's lips curled into a confident smile. Although they did not engage in direct combat, their battles had already begun. Everything was part of Shinji's strategy. Gilgamesh is too arrogant. He would not personally use his noble phantasms unless he were interested in someone. He wouldn't go all out unless he acknowledged his opponent. To him, taking a low mongrel seriously means admitting defeat. That's exactly what we need to exploit. First, intentionally use arrogant words to provoke and anger him, making him promise not to use the Sword of Separation, though it may hurt a little. That Sword of Separation is indeed a noble phantasm that Lancelot cannot handle. As long as we seal the Sword of Separation, we've already won half of the battle. Lancelot is not a rigid knight like D'Armwood, and is adaptable. He completely follows Shinji's instructions and achieves a good start. Shinji's next expected reaction was Gilgamesh liberating his Gate of Babylon. Countless radiance dashed through the air, not just from one direction but from all around. Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon can expand in any form and direction within a certain range around him, according to his will. Swords, spears, axes, hammers, hooks, and weapons, with and without names. Each weapon emitted its unique magical fluctuation and exuded intimidating sharpness. Noble phantasms fell like thunderbolts, with astonishing momentum, as if they aimed to annihilate not only Lancelot's standing position but also the entire path. One attack followed another in a series of fierce assaults, a veritable carpet bombing. The situation suddenly worsened. Berserker's greatest advantage lies in having the highest attribute stats, and Lancelot's two trump cards, Knight of Honor and Eternal Arms Mastery, are closely related to his attributes. The higher the attribute, the greater the power unleashed. It is not an exaggeration to say that Lancelot, possessing Berserker-class stats while maintaining his sanity, has truly surpassed the threshold of a top-tier servant. However, Lancelot has only two hands, and there is a limit to the number of noble phantasms he can catch and the extent of his attributes. Faced with a continuous, all-around, densely packed bombardment with no gaps, Lancelot began to feel overwhelmed, and his steps forward became increasingly difficult. At this point, Gilgamesh had already projected more than 100 noble phantasms. Gilgamesh, clad in golden armor, crossed his arms with a blatant smirk on his beautiful face. "You can't hold on any longer, can you? Just a snarling mad dog. Let me tear you apart." In a new round, with even more densely packed noble phantasms leaving the Gate of Babylon, over 200 weapons surrounded Lancelot, rushing to descend upon him. Gilgamesh was certain that the troublesome mad dog would be torn to shreds under the reign of the noble phantasms. Despite his increasingly heavy breathing, Lancelot still wore a calm smile, the kind of smile that made Guinevere, the first beauty in King Arthur's legend, fall for him. Once again, Lancelot recalled Shinji's battle plan. This Gilgamesh, though his personality is detestable, possesses a keen eye that few heroes can match. In just a few minutes and even within a dozen seconds, he will be able to see Lancelot's limits. At this moment, his most likely choice is to overwhelm Lancelot with firepower surpassing his limits. At this moment, Lancelot can finally use his true trump card, the holy sword that rivals the legendary Excalibur and Gawaine's, Excalibur Galatine. So far, everything has been analyzed exactly as Assassin's Master predicted. It is a terrifying predictive ability, as if it were the intuition specifically born for victory, just like the king's. Yes, what illuminates us is not the radiance of Excalibur, but the radiance of the king. Under this radiance, all I need to do is swing my sword to my heart's content. A fanatical expression, akin to a pilgrimage, appeared on Lancelot's face, as he casually discarded the two highest-quality noble phantasms from the previous barrage, summoning the unique holy sword bestowed upon him by the Lady of the Lake. It was a sword that shone like a moonlit lake, radiating a brilliance that would never be destroyed. Its blade was inscribed with the same elven script as Excalibur, a mark that only the mightiest knights of the modern era could bear. It was named Erendite, the unfading light of lake. This holy sword of lake radiance was gripped by the mightiest knight of the Arthurian era. Even amidst the storm of countless noble phantasms, the radiance of Erendite and the Knight of the Lake Lancelot could not be extinguished. P.S. Please refer to Chapter 6 of Fate/Grand Order for Lancelot's cunning. PS2, Lancelot officially requires Berserker class parameters to easily handle receiving noble phantasms, so stop talking about Saber Lancelot being unbeatable. If he were a Saber class Lancelot, he would die even faster. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, Erendite Overload, Breaking All Restraints, Overloaded Light of the Lake. Thank you at Mammon and at Scatach for joining my Patreon, smiley face. Legend has it that in the distant era of 14,000 years ago, a time that did not belong to humankind, a time when the primordial concept of divinity still existed, a great disaster befell the earth. From beyond the heavens came the vanguard of a force not belonging to this planet, the white giant known as Scythe. It defeated all the gods and brought endless calamity to the land, nearly destroying the entire prehistoric civilization and plunging the planet into boundless suffering. Before the civilization on the planet was completely severed, the planet crystallized within its own internal, inner sea of stars, and forged a refined holy sword. With this sword, which condensed the radiance of the planet, it defeated Saber and saved the gods on the planet. This sword is known as Excalibur. After forging Excalibur, the planet also forged two other holy swords, Excalibur Galatine, which manifests scorching rays of the sun, and Erendite, which currently emits a blue light resembling that of a lake. It is the source of Lancelot's title as the Knight of the Lake. Although the most famous among the three divine swords of the stars is Excalibur, which defeated Saber in the eyes of Shinji and many Type Moon fans, Lancelot's Erendite is the most practical. Excalibur and Galatine have a single function, which is to condense radiance and unleash a / known as the light cannon. Only Erendite has a defensive mode, a humanoid mode, and a light cannon mode, whether against a city or an army, allowing for free switching according to the situation. The default mode for Erendite is the defense mode, which is always active, regardless of whether Lancelot is in a state of madness. Its effects include raising all Lancelot's parameters except for mana and luck by 1 level and doubling the success rate of saving throws, St. In this mode, Lancelot can remain undefeated against high-level enemies of the Knight of the White Day with the bonus of the Saint's numbers, earning him the title of the strongest of the Round Table. As a Berserker-class servant, Lancelot has 3 basic attributes, Strength, A, Endurance, A, and Agility, A+. The plus does not indicate a higher value compared to a regular A rank, but rather the ability to momentarily burst with double the attribute value. When the A rank is raised by 1 level, it becomes EX. However, the EX rank is unique and does not follow the specific standards of the A, B, or C ranks. This signified a breakthrough in this area. For example, if the upper limit of rank A is 100, then 101 is considered EX, and even 10,001 is considered EX. Although the exact extent of the increase from the 1-level boost of Erendite is unknown, it undoubtedly exceeds Gilgamesh's expectations. The previously seamless Noble Phantasm array revealed a flaw due to Lancelot's sudden increase in attributes, and without hesitation, Lancelot burst forth at twice the speed, like a high-speed F1 racing car charging towards Gilgamesh. At this moment, Gilgamesh's expression changed from confidence to astonishment. This was Lancelot's only opportunity to kill Gilgamesh. The power of Erendite was immense, naturally requiring a corresponding price. When Lancelot used this Noble Phantasm, it would seal other Noble Phantasms, including Knight of Honor, and consume a tremendous amount of mana. Korea, who provided mana for him, suffered excruciating pain as if being torn apart by countless blades every second. If it were not for not wanting to embarrass himself in front of Tokiomi, he would have long cried out in agony. Realizing the situation, Gilgamesh retreated while instinctively projecting more Noble Phantasms to hinder Lancelot's progress. Playing this type of trickery. Damn it, damn it, damn it. To deal with a mad dog like you, this king has to get serious. The gate of Babylon was fully unleashed, and the trademark ripples spread throughout the entire path, filling the sky and the ground, everywhere. Various unimaginable Noble Phantasms emerged, turning into obstacles, guarding the King of Heroes, and slaying treacherous knights. Oh my, is this enemy so terrifying? It is 2 to 3 times more terrifying than what the person said. But no matter how terrifying he is, there are only 2 things I need to do: charge forward and swing my sword. Lancelot was not dazzled by the light of the surrounding noble phantasms, and his heart was surprisingly calm. At this moment, the only enemy in his heart was hidden within the countless ripples, Gilgamesh. Since he had already staked everything on this one sword, he should not think about anything else, protect his vital points, close the distance, and swing his sword with all his might. The armor was shattered. The handguard was pierced. The foot armor was pierced. The valiant Knight of the Lake remained indifferent, as if the one being injured was not his own body, as if the blood flow was not his own. The king's decree of achieving meritorious deeds. The master's wish to defeat Gilgamesh. The only chance was calculated by the person with great cunning. They all merged into Lancelot's spiritual core and infused into his beloved sword along with his mana. The gleaming armor was shattered into pieces. The handsome knight becomes a bloodied figure. Excessive blood loss caused even his steps to falter. However, Lancelot did not intend to stop his progress. As long as he had not breathed his last breath, he would undoubtedly have accomplished his mission. Closer. Even closer. Although Gilgamesh was retreating at full speed, he was unable to match Lancelot's unconventional speed. Lancelot could already see the surprise on Gilgamesh's face as well as the hesitation deep within his eyes. Gilgamesh's hands, which had been held in front of his chest all along, finally reached his treasury and pulled out a black, double-handed sword. Roar. Accompanied by a beast-like roar, Lancelot unleashed all his power. Raising Erendite high, he brought it down heavily. The giant sword held by Gilgamesh in his hand seemed as flimsy as paper, split apart by the Erendite in a single strike. Immediately thereafter, this sword landed on the widened pupils of Gilgamesh's left shoulder. Not good, the wound is too shallow. The sensation transmitted through the holy sword weighed heavily on Lancelot's heart. Gilgamesh's golden armor was harder than he had imagined. This sword breaks through the shoulder armor and cuts into the scapula. At this moment, Gilgamesh completely restrained his disdainful expression. He stared at the only enemy who had managed to injure him with a gaze that was half admiring and half angry. You are impressive for being able to wound this king. Take this king's praise with you to your death. 3 sharp blades descended from above and pierced through Lancelot's chest and abdomen from different angles. Suffering from a fatal injury, Lancelot, whose spiritual core started to dissipate, struggled to lift his head. Despite his blood-stained face, his smile did not diminish. It was a determination to face death, without fear. It's not just me who's going to die, but you as well. Gilgamesh felt a sense of unease and instinctively wanted to create distance between them. However, before he could do so, Lancelot had already infused the last remnants of his mana into the holy sword embedded in Gilgamesh's shoulders. It was the mana released from his dissipating spiritual core that was used to maintain his physical form. An everlasting lake radiance illuminated the hilt of the sword, snapping the interlocking chains at the edge of the blade and vanishing into Gilgamesh's wound along the smooth blade. Oh, Aurora, let the ethereal light shine like a lake's reflection beneath the strike. Undying Lake Radiance, mode shifts, to human mode, true name release. Erendite overload, breaking all restraints, overloaded light of the lake. P.S. Saints numerals are a special attribute of Gawain. During 3 hours from 9 a.m. to noon and 3 hours from 3 p.m. to sunset, his strength increases threefold, reflecting the sacred Celtic number 3. P.S.2. In the tight moon setting, Gawain's death occurred because Lancelot delayed the battle until sunset, and his strike inflicted severe injury on Gawain. This old wound persisted until the Battle of Camlan, where Gawain was ultimately struck in the old injury by an enemy and perished on the battlefield. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 140, Dying Together. Erendite Overload, breaking all restraints, overloaded light of the lake, is the human mode noble phantasm of Lancelot. By exerting an excessive load on the mirror-like lake light, the hidden magical power within it overflows and transforms into an attack. The radiance overflowing from the holy sword resembles the water of a lake. Originally, it was intended to deliberately withhold the magical power meant for a light slash and release it upon striking the opponent up close. Lancelot incorporated his skills into this type of magic, honing a unique technique of his own. When the holy sword strikes the enemy, it leaves behind concealed lake light at the wound. Only when Lancelot releases the true name of his noble phantasm does the highly compressed lake light transform into a light slash, wreaking havoc within the enemy's body. Compared to the original, the unfading light of the lake, this technique is more covert, consumes less energy, and possesses greater destructive power. Every warrior knows that getting injured in battle is a normal occurrence. As long as one can achieve ultimate victory, what does a little superficial injury matter? However, Lancelot's sword turns superficial injuries into fatal wounds, making it an unstoppable killing technique. What? Gilgamesh felt a searing pain rapidly spreading from his injured left shoulder to his chest, as if an invisible blade had penetrated his chest, piercing through his vital core, which was the most important support for maintaining his current existence. I told you, if you don't want to die, use the sword of rupture. But you didn't believe me. Honesty is one of the virtues of a knight, and I did not lie. Lancelot's words made Gilgamesh both angry and amused. Although you're a mad dog, you're an interesting mad dog. It seems that obtaining Saber isn't as easy as I imagined. But that's fine. Things that cannot be obtained are the most beautiful. At this moment, Lancelot could no longer hear what Gilgamesh was saying. Seizing the few seconds before his spiritual core completely collapsed, Lancelot transformed his final words into a longing and entrusted them to two clusters of spiritual particles, drifting into the distance. The battle between Lancelot and Gilgamesh was brief. From the official commencement of the battle to the disappearance of both individuals, it took less than a minute. Korea and Tokiomi had yet to make a move, but they sensed an abnormality in their master-servant contract. The surging magical power suddenly had nowhere to go. The contract connecting Korea and Lancelot, like an overstressed thread, finally severed. In the moment before the severance, a calm thought entered Korea's mind. My master, the agreement has indeed been fulfilled, but I will stop here as well. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. Although it was not long, I am truly grateful. If there is a chance, please summon me again. It is I who should be grateful, Lancelot, grateful for fulfilling my wish. Korea said softly while reaching for his right wrist, where the proof of the contract was once engraved. He turned his head and looked at his distant archenemy, at least in his perception, Tosaka Tokiomi. At this moment, the elegance and composure Tokiomi valued the most were crumbling. His face displayed an expression of disbelief and confusion. King of heroes, Gilgamesh lost. The strongest servant was defeated. Defeated by Korea's servant. This. How is that possible? This is reality, Tokiomi. Korea looked down at Tokiomi. It wasn't a physical height advantage, in fact, Tokiomi was 4 centimeters taller than Korea. This was a superiority that came from within, the pride of the victor. It was the first time in his emotionally defeated life that he had gained an advantage. Upon hearing Korea's voice, Tokiomi seemed to suddenly realize something and muttered to himself. There's still time. As long as I defeat the other masters, I still have a chance. Korea's gaze swept over Tokiomi's right hand, where 2 command seals remained. In an instant, Korea understood Tokiomi's plan, and a growing sense of disgust filled his heart. No, you don't have a chance anymore. Whatever you're planning, I will stop you. Outside the gates of Ryudo Temple, Saber heard that familiar voice. Oh, King, the mission has been completed. I apologize for only being able to report to you in this way. Lancelot. Uncontainable grief filled Saber's chest. She had once again lost her dear friend, her most outstanding knight. But this time, he didn't carry any dishonor, he fought valiantly for her, protecting her back and meeting a heroic end. Oh, King, in the end, I want to tell you that you are the greatest king, the perfect ruler in the eyes of us knights. There is nothing happier for us than fighting under your banner. But you have always been dedicating yourself, sacrificing yourself without ever considering your desires. So, it is enough. From now on, please fight for yourself. This is my final wish and the wish of all the knights of the Round Table. Dear friend. Alongside the grief, there was an indescribable warmth, the radiance of the lake that symbolized Lancelot, containing his most sincere feelings. So, I have already obtained the most precious thing, there is no need to envy conquering kings. Iskandar, now I can proudly say to you that my subordinates, my knights, are no less than your subjects. They are the most outstanding. Oh, King, I sincerely wish for your peace and happiness. Unconsciously, tears streamed down Saber's face, tears of mourning and regret. You said something wrong. I once thought about starting over, but I forgot that it would deny your efforts and everything we created together. How can I, who once thought about betraying you, deserve to be called the greatest king? Thank you, my dear friend. It was you who corrected my mistake and made me realize. It is not Britain that needs redemption, nor is it you. It is myself. I will no longer hesitate, no longer be lost, for you, and myself. Saber wiped away her tears and regained her clear gaze as she looked resolutely at the temple gates. Right, assassin. There stood the Queen of the Land of Shadows, wielding her demonic spear. Yes, you finally understand. It wasn't in vain for him to go through all that trouble. So, will you give up the Holy Grail? Of course not. Saber raised her holy sword. Although I no longer have any wishes to fulfill with the Holy Grail, I promised Irisveal to obtain it for her. It's also the best way for me to mourn my fallen dear friend. That's right, no, I should say it has to be this way. At this moment, Scatach's spirit soared, and her long-suppressed fighting spirit stirred the air with her mana. Come, this is the final battle. Which one of us will be the victor of the Holy Grail War? Servant Saber, King of Knights, Arthur Pendragon. Saber's holy sword shone in her hand. Servant Assassin, Scatach from the Land of Shadows. Assassin's demonic spear gleamed at her side. == Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, The Holy Grail. Thank you at Angel Morales for joining my Patreon, smiley face. Amiya Kiritsugu is a legend in the mercenary world and the assassin world. He started his career as a youth under the guidance of his mentor and surrogate mother, Natalia. Until 9 years before the start of the Fourth Holy Grail War in 1985, he disappeared after completing countless high-difficulty missions without a single failure. As an assassin, Kiritsugu's creed is to use any means necessary to eliminate his targets. He avoids confrontations whenever possible, showcasing his exceptional infiltration abilities. However, tonight, on the final night of the Holy Grail War, he found that his exceptional infiltration skills were completely useless. It wasn't due to the enemy's tight defenses, where he couldn't find a single opening. It was because the enemy had northwest defenses in place at all. Yes, there were no defenses. Before entering MT Enzu, Kiritsugu made thorough preparations. He not only carried high-tech equipment for night operations but also set up magecraft traps and bounded fields in anticipation of various unexpected situations. In his expectations, even if Saber attracted the enemy's attention with a frontal attack, his success rate of infiltration would still be low. He didn't know who his enemies were or what preparations they had made, and this unknown factor put immense pressure on him. He considered various possibilities, even the worst outcome of himself, Irisveal, and Mia dying together. However, he never anticipated that he would smoothly enter Ryuda Temple without encountering anyone or experiencing any incidents along the way. Kiritsugu's current thoughts can be summarized with a popular internet phrase, "I might have infiltrated a fake Ryuda Temple." However, Kiritsugu was certain that he had indeed infiltrated the real Ryuda Temple. The overflowing magical energy flowing within the earth was real. The unconscious monks he found in the chamber were real. The feeling of living together with Irisveal for 9 years and the rapport developed through countless battles with Mia assured Kiritsugu that he hadn't chosen the wrong place or fallen under an illusion. At this point, he could only take one step at a time and see how things unfolded. Kiritsugu adjusted his entire state of being while telling himself that. He relaxed his muscles to an appropriate degree, not exerting any unnecessary tension. His mind became like a frozen lake, transforming into a clear mirror reflecting the panoramic view of his surroundings. He turned himself into a sensitive probe that surpassed hearing, with a vision clearer than sight, leaving no blind spots. He could immediately detect the slightest disturbance in the dark as he moved steadily forward towards the only source of light in Ryuda Temple, the square in front of the main hall. The path from the side room to the front square was still smooth, without any traps or barriers, just like an ordinary temple. The next corner would lead to the main hall. With these thoughts in mind, Kiritsugu lightly gripped the handle of his Thompson contender. The familiar sensation of the walnut wood gave him a sense of reassurance. His footsteps fell silently, his breath long and slow. Kiritsugu walked around the corner and arrived at the well-lit front square. At first glance, Kiritsugu saw his wife. She was the culmination of the alchemy of the Einsburn family, meticulously sculpted, with almost no flaws in her artificial beauty. However, this breathtakingly beautiful woman had lost the vitality she once possessed. Like an exquisite doll, her eyes were empty, devoid of life, lying in the center of an improvised altar. Inside the doll's body, immeasurable magical energy was being generated from her heart, flowing through her veins, and finally overflowing from every pore. The immense concentration of magical energy created a scorching temperature in the surroundings. The corpse of the beautiful artificial life instantly ignited, turning into ashes and revealing a golden cup-shaped container. His wife, Irisveal, was dead. Kiritsugu instantly confirmed this fact. With each servant soul absorbed by Irisveal, she would lose a part of her human functions. 1 soul, and her hands became powerless. 2 souls, and she couldn't walk. 3 souls, and she could only lie dormant in the alchemical ritual. 4 souls, and she lost all signs of life, returning to her true form as the Holy Grail, the Lesser Grail, which now appeared before Kiritsugu as a golden cup. He was too late, unable to see her one last time. Kiritsugu wanted to cry, but he couldn't. At that moment, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Kiritsugu. It was a gentle, joyful call, filled with all the emotions that could melt even his frozen heart. It was his wife calling him. Kiritsugu. Another call, clear and tangible, not an illusion. Mechanically, Kiritsugu turned his head and saw a pure white figure standing in a corner of the square. Silver long hair, red pupils, and a pure smile without a trace of shadow. Kiritsugu instinctively called out his wife's name, staring blankly as she ran towards him, only to be stopped by another voice. "Madam, you cannot leave the magic circle." Kiritsugu was familiar with this voice as well, even more so than Irisveal's voice. This woman had been with him for a longer time and had become a part of his life. Mia. Mia sat on the steps, about 5 meters away from Iris Veil. It seemed that some kind of magecraft was applied to the surroundings, preventing her from moving. Once again, this scene caught Kiritsugu off guard, and he had no idea what was happening. Mia. What is happening? And you're not. Before Kiritsugu could finish speaking, a new change occurred within the altar. The golden Holy Grail seemed to be lifted by an invisible hand, floating in the air. At the bottom of the Holy Grail, a hairline crack appeared. Through the tiny gap, something invisible quietly seeped into the Holy Grail. That something resembled corruption and had a black color, a boundless darkness. After seeping in, it dripped down, and as one drop fell, a trail of black mud followed. Then, like a breached dam, the flowing black mud overflowed from the container, drenching the altar. This is the pollution you spoke of. Yes. Shadows and pure white spiritual particles converged, materializing into the forms of the Queen of Shadows and the Maiden of Winter. Scatach glanced briefly at Kiritsugu and walked towards the altar. She reached out and touched the overflowing black mud. As if triggering a mechanism, the black mud suddenly began to boil, and mud pillars resembling tentacles sprouted one after another, entwining Scatach's arms and body. Just as a large amount of black mud was about to engulf Scatach, she let out a heavy snort and an invisible force burst forth from her body, instantly dissipating the black mud. So, it's a degraded replica of the primordial sea. It's a pity that no matter how much of this thing there is, it can't kill me. Scatach shook her hand as if shaking off something dirty, then swiftly left the altar, heading towards the mountain gate. I leave the rest to you. I will go for the final showdown with Saber. At the same time, Justice also stepped forward, facing the uncontrollable black mud. May fortune favor you. And may everything go smoothly for you. The Queen of Shadows and the Winter Maiden passed by each other, each heading towards their respective battlefields. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 142, Korea vs. Tokiomi. As long as the command spell is intact, Tosaka Tokiomi has not lost his qualification as a master. By defeating the other 6 masters, he can still obtain the Holy Grail and emerge as the ultimate victor. This is Tokiomi Tosaka's plan. Although this path is fraught with danger and the slightest mistake could cost him his life, Tokiomi Tosaka has no regrets. He made a firm decision to dedicate his life to magecraft, sparing no effort in reaching the root, and ever since his ally, Kodomine Risei, passed away, he has been prepared for the worst. He has already entrusted the matters of magecraft to his daughter, Rin Tosaka, and his wife, Aoi, will handle the rest. In case they encounter any problems, Kodomine Makiri will also assist. Now, Tokiomi Tosaka has no worries and can wholeheartedly pursue the Holy Grail, which is what annoys Korea the most. Upon hearing Korea's words, Tokiomi Tosaka raises his head and looks at the men he has always looked down upon. This man not only defeats his greatest reliance but also obstructs him, attempting to shatter his last hope. The thought fills Tokiomi's heart with anger, but unlike Gilgamesh, he is not consumed by rage and remains increasingly clear-headed and cautious. His gaze sweeps over Korea's wrist, which is clean and empty. Korea, you are no longer a master. Why do you obstruct my path? As he speaks, elegance and composure once again return to Tokiomi. His every word and action are flawless. From the day this man appeared before Aoi and Korea, he has been perceived as perfect and flawless, exerting an invisible pressure on Korea, reminding him of the gap in elegance between the two of them. But all of this only lasts until tonight. Korea has already shattered Tokiomi's pride once, he knows that so-called elegance and composure do not determine anything. If he can shatter it once, he can shatter it a second time. It has nothing to do with being a master. I simply dislike you as a person, Tokiomi Tosaka. Answer me, why did you entrust Sakura to the dirty Zouken? What? This question seems to catch Tokiomi off guard, causing him to furrow his brows. He and Korea are like two parallel lines, with only one point of intersection and no other common ground. Answer me, Tokiomi. Faced with Korea's bloodshot eyes, Tokiomi sighs lightly and helplessly responds. There's nothing to question. Of course, it's for the sake of ensuring a happy future for my beloved daughter. What did you say? Receiving an incomprehensible answer, Korea's mind goes temporarily blank, while Tokiomi continues in a calm tone. Magi who have 2 children face such dilemmas. They can only pass on their secret techniques to one person, while the other child must settle for mediocrity. Mediocrity. Although Korea has heard similar analyses from his nephew, Shinji, before, no matter how many times he hears it, he finds the term incredibly grating. Tokiomi's words echo in his blank mind, accompanied by the warm image of Aoi, Rin, and Sakura playing and frolicking in the sunlight. Was it for such a reason that Sakura was sent into the worm's nest and the abyss, sacrificing the happiness of the mother and his 2 daughters? Especially my wife, as the mother, she is truly exceptional. Both Rin and Sakura were born with extraordinary talent. Both of my daughters need the protection of the Magecraft family. As a father, how could I hope for such a tragedy to occur, where one person's future is achieved at the cost of eradicating the possibilities for the other? The reasons Tokiomi eloquently presents are completely incomprehensible to Kariya, or rather, he doesn't want to understand. Even if he only grasps a small part of this Magus theory, he feels like he would vomit on the spot. To preserve the talents of the sisters, one of them must be sent away as an adopted daughter. Thus, the Matou family's request is undoubtedly a blessing from heaven. Since they are aware of the existence of the Holy Grail, the likelihood of reaching the root is relatively higher. Even if I fail, there's still Rin. And if Rin can't achieve it, there's Sakura. You bastard. How could he calmly recount such a despairing fact? Moreover, aiming for the path to the root. Does this mean? Are you intending to make them compete against each other? The sisters. Tokiomi smiles faintly and responds coldly to Kariya's reproach. Even if they truly face such a situation, it is for the happiness of my children. The winner can attain glory, and even in defeat, glory will return to the ancestral name. It can be said to be a long-desired confrontation. You damn fool, you've gone mad. Tokiomi casts a disdainful glance at the gritted teeth of Kariya and speaks in a mocking tone. It's pointless to explain these matters to someone like you who knows nothing about magecraft, someone who even betrayed magecraft. Shut up, you inhuman deviant. Kariya has never despised Tokiomi as much as he does now, wishing for his death. Indeed, my decision was right. You can't reach anywhere, and I will shatter your delusions. For Rin, for Sakura, for Aoi, and myself. Magic circuit activation. Opening of the magic circuits. Conversion of magical energy. Composition of the spell. Frost End Mid, Double Ninth Festival. Accompanied by a short incantation, visible ice crystals appear around Kariya. The crystals rapidly spread to the surroundings, and soon frost begins to form on Kariya's attire. This is the water magecraft that has been passed down in the Matou family for 300 years, and it is the highest level spell that he has mastered. Amidst the freezing cold, Tokiomi Tosaka maintains a calm and composed expression. Naturally, his status as a magus far surpasses Kariya's. The secret technique that Kariya unleashes with all his might is neither surprising nor intimidating to Tokiomi. He can even calmly mock the twists and turns of fate in this duel against his former rival. A so-called magus possesses inherent power from birth, and one day, someone with even greater power will come along. Until one realizes the weight of such a fate, that responsibility exists within one's blood. That is the meaning of being a magus's child. As Tokiomi speaks in a detached manner, he raises his ceremonial staff high, calling forth the spell of flames from the large ruby embedded in its tip. The defensive formation depicted in the void mimics the Tosaka family crest, igniting the air, and creating a roaring inferno. It is an offensive defense that incinerates anything it touches. Although such behavior may seem childish when facing an almost inexperienced opponent, Tokiomi has no intention of showing mercy. Not only because Kariya stands in his way but also because you refuse to succeed as the head of the family, allowing the Matou's magecraft to fall into Sakura's hands. I should have thanked you, but I cannot forgive you as a man. Your weakness in abandoning your bloodline's responsibility and your despicable lack of remorse, Kariya Matou, you are a disgrace to magecraft. What a joke. You heartless bastard. Kariya roars, increasing the output of his magical power as more frost rushes towards Tokiomi. You're wrong. Being responsible for oneself is the foremost condition of being human. If you can't even fulfill that, you don't deserve to be a human, you're just a dog. Do you understand, Kariya? Tokiomi completely loses patience with Kariya's entanglement and lightly twirls his staff. Intensive Inask, bestow upon my enemies a harsh funeral by fire. In response to the two short incantations, the flames of the defensive formation sway like a serpent, extending towards Kariya. In the instant before the flames reach him, Kariya quickly takes something out of his pocket and forcefully smashes it onto the ground. Fervuous. Boil, my blood. Amidst Kariya's loud incantation, a silver liquid rapidly expands. In less than 3 seconds, the flames summoned by Tokiomi are swept away by the silver liquid. This is the mystic code recently acquired by Kariya, Volumen Hydrargyrum, Marrow of the Moon Spirit Svi. Standing amidst the flowing mercury, Kariya squints his eyes and gazes at Tokiomi, who is examining the mystic code. A dark, sinister grin appears on his lips. Don't be too confident, Tokiomi, scalp. Slash. In the next moment, the mercury forms into a long whip and lashes down upon Tokiomi. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 143, Volumen Hydrargyrum, Marrow of the Moon Spirit Svi. Svi, meaning second, in German. The Marrow of the Moon Spirit Svi represents the second generation of the Marrow of the Moon Spirit, named so because the invocation of the Marrow of the Moon Spirit requires an incantation in German. By the way, the name was not derived from Shinji or Scathach but was personally chosen by Korea. Some may wonder why a Japanese person, even with European ancestry, would choose such a name with a mixture of bilingual elements. Wouldn't it be better to call it Marrow of the Moon Spirit Type 2? Is it a bit too Chinibyu to use German? Indeed, it is quite Chinibyu, as Korea was heavily immersed in it during his youth. Not only did he believe he possessed the evil eye, but he also wrote a long series of novels titled The Dark Swordsman Korea, with himself as the protagonist. This book was later secretly hidden by Zouken and is still stored in the hidden compartment of the Matou family library. This period is considered by Korea himself as the most embarrassing black history of his youth. Although he claims to have graduated from Chinibyu, deep inside his heart, there remains a significant Chinibyu factor, which is manifested in the form of the Marrow of the Moon Spirit Scythe. However, whether the owner is Chinibyu or not has no bearing on the effects of the mystic code. The Marrow of the Moon Spirit that has been modified by Scatach not only incorporates new techniques, allowing even Korea, who possesses only the water attribute, to manipulate it but also optimizes the structure of the original techniques, significantly improving the magical energy conductivity and the speed of Mercury transformation. Furthermore, the Mercury solution, serving as the vessel and processed by Scatach, has undergone further treatment, reducing the volume of the compressed Marrow of the Moon Spirit and enriching its potential forms of evolution. Considering Korea's magical power and magical skill level, Scatach reduced the original 10 liters of Mercury to 8 liters, using the remaining 2 liters to create 2 Mercury talismans that were hung around Shinji and Sakura's necks. As the saying goes, if your level is not enough, rely on equipment. With the assistance of the second-generation Marrow of the Moon Spirit, Korea's combat power has increased by several levels, finally causing Tokiomi to put away his disdainful attitude. The Mercury whip may appear small in size, but due to its high density, it contains tremendous kinetic energy that easily tears through Tokiomi's defense system. Just before the Mercury whip arrives, Tokiomi quickly retreats, avoiding Korea's counterattack. Failing to land a hit, Korea doesn't continue the assault but instead retracts the magical Mercury and effortlessly recites a well-practiced incantation. Automatoportum defensio, autonomous defense. Dilicursio, automatic attack. His steady and methodical tactics reveal his attitude. Korea has no interest in pursuing the Holy Grail, he's willing to engage in a battle that lasts until dawn. In contrast, Tokiomi doesn't have the luxury of wasting time. He initially thought he could easily kill Korea, which is why he exchanged a few words with him, showing some compassion for a fellow member of the three families. However, he didn't expect this individual, who deviated from the path of magecraft, to be so formidable. This arrogant stance is reminiscent of Gilgamesh a few minutes ago. The only difference is that Tokiomi is a rational magus who will wholeheartedly devote himself when it's time to be serious. Now is the time to be serious. With just 2 transformations, Tokiomi could discern the material of Korea's mystic code. Magical Mercury, is it? Indeed, it's an excellent attire suitable for the Matou family. It must be the work of that old man. However, Tokiomi's left wrist trembled, and he took out 3 obsidian stones from a hidden pocket in his jacket. Guicht, umzaverdopalum. While chanting, the obsidian stones left Tokiomi's left hand and flew towards Korea, exploding before entering the defensive barrier of the Mercury range. The Marrow of the Moon Spirit Scythe, enhanced with autonomous defense techniques, automatically deployed a defensive membrane, blocking the densely packed obsidian powder. However, despite appearing lightweight and lacking in attacking power, the power caused Korea's defensive membrane to crumble. The feedback sensation from the Mercury informed Korea that the mass of the Mercury had instantly tripled. The obsidian powder contained gravity-related magecraft. The increased mass exceeded the pressure Korea had imposed through his magical power, crushing the Mercury defensive membrane. Understanding his opponent's tactics, Korea quickly thought of a solution. He activated the Iwas runestone personally crafted by Scatach, symbolizing protection, which dispelled the gravity magecraft attached to the obsidian powder, restoring the normal flow of Mercury. Still, sheet, Besersk. Devote all power, annihilate the enemy. The second round of attacks followed closely, and the gemstones Tokiomi activated were 3 times as many as before. Ruby, sapphire, cat's eye, lapis lazuli, turquoise, each gemstone was unique. While these gemstones might not have the same quality as the earlier obsidian, and the magic sealed within them may not be as powerful as gravity magecraft, the combined effect generated by their simultaneous activation far surpassed the simple gravity magecraft. Korea showed great concern for Tokiomi's attacks. The second and third primal runes were activated, strengthening the Iwas attached to the Mercury. Born from the world tree and infused with magic from the age of gods, the Marrow of the Moon Spirit Scythe formed a resilient shield that even its creator, Kenneth, had not anticipated. No matter the type of gemstone or the magecraft sealed within, they couldn't break through this composite defense formed by modern magecraft and the age of gods magic. Of course, constructing such a defense placed a tremendous burden on Korea's magical power. He had to draw upon the magic of the 3 runestones in one breath to restore himself. Just as Kariya prepared to regroup and launch a counterattack, he suddenly realized that Tokiomi was getting farther away, and the height difference between them was increasing. Damn it. This guy ran away. What happened to your pride? What happened to your demeanor? Realizing what had occurred, Kariya couldn't help but curse inwardly. He has to admit that Tokiomi's decision to leave the battlefield was very clever. It allows him to avoid wasting the limited gemstones and presents Kariya with a dilemma. If Kariya doesn't pursue, Tokiomi can smoothly depart and continue his quest for the Holy Grail. If Kariya gives chase, he would have to sacrifice his greatest advantage, the marrow of the moon spirit's vi, which combines offense and defense. The high density of Mercury is both its strength and weakness. It grants Kariya formidable attack power and sturdy defense but inevitably slows down his speed. As long as Kariya carries the marrow of the moon spirit's vi, he cannot catch up to Tokiomi. And even if he manages to catch up without the marrow of the moon spirit's vi, Tokiomi would have an easier time dealing with Kariya. Which option would you choose, Kariya? As Tokiomi climbed the mountain, he pondered in his mind. Kariya's choice once again exceeded Tokiomi's expectations. He didn't choose either of the two options, he chose a third option. On Kariya's left wrist, an inconspicuous bracelet emitted a golden radiance. A peculiar war spear, predominantly black with golden accents, materialized out of thin air. The immense magical power emanating from the blade immediately made Tokiomi think of a servant's noble phantasm. That is. Kariya gripped the spear tightly in his right hand, his arm bending as if preparing to throw. Halt! The spear was released. The noble phantasm soared through the air. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 144, To Hell with Your Elegance. Kariya doesn't know how to use a war spear. This is quite normal, as Kariya only began to learn martial skills after being trained by Scatach alongside Shinji. The 3 months that followed were less about learning martial arts and more about honing his body. Among the 4 members of the Matou family, including Shinji, none of them would dare claim to have mastered any particular martial art. At best, they have a superficial understanding, and that understanding doesn't include the use of a war spear wielded by the Venus goddess who was active over 4,600 years ago. Under these circumstances, for the thrown spear to hit its target, it would either need an inherent, guaranteed hit attribute or Kariya's luck would have to surpass even that of Saber. Unfortunately, the spear doesn't possess a guaranteed hit attribute, and Kariya's luck isn't exceptional, making it impossible for him to strike Tokiomi. In reality, Kariya never intended to hit Tokiomi. Ishtar's war spear is a rank B anti-fortress noble phantasm. If it were to directly hit, Tokiomi would undoubtedly meet his demise. Although Kariya despises the men who stole Aoi from him, he can't bring himself to kill Tokiomi because he doesn't want to make Aoi, Sakura, or Rin sad. He just wants to stop Tokiomi and, in the process, give him a good beating to vent his frustrations. The black and gold war spear, held in Kariya's right hand, left his grasp under Tokiomi's astonished gaze. It traced a flat parabolic arc in the air before landing about 5 meters away from Tokiomi. In that moment of impact, the magical energy stored within the noble phantasm flowed into the earth through the blade of the spear. In the blink of an eye, the earth shook, and the mountains trembled. The solid rocky surface of Mount Enza began to vibrate under the destructive force of magical energy as if experiencing a shallow and localized earthquake. The soil and stones on the mountain's surface tore apart, revealing one fissure after another. The intense shaking made it difficult for anyone to maintain their balance. The trees near the war spear were uprooted and swayed by the cracks and tremors, becoming crooked, and some even falling flat on the ground. One large tree fell directly in front of Tokiomi, less than a meter away. In such adverse conditions, Tokiomi dared not move freely. He could only find a relatively safe spot and deploy his magecraft to protect himself. An earthquake caused by external forces was bound to be short-lived. In just a dozen seconds, the shaking ceased, and in less than a minute, the forest returned to calm. Tokiomi, still shaken, muttered to himself in a frightened voice. What was that? A noble phantasm. Suddenly, a figure broke through the hazy dust and swiftly approached Tokiomi. A solid punch landed squarely on Tokiomi's face, and the assailant didn't forget to speak as well. That's right, it's a noble phantasm. And it's the one your servant, Gilgamesh, discarded. What? Whether it was due to being caught off guard by the sudden attack or because Kariya's response distracted him, Tokiomi's reaction was a beat too slow. Before Tokiomi could regain his composure, Kariya's second punch landed on his left cheek, swiftly causing his once handsome face that had captivated many women to swell. Kariya showed no intention of stopping his assault as he lifted his foot and kicked towards Tokiomi's stomach. The kick connected, but to Kariya's disappointment, Tokiomi didn't clutch his abdomen and fall to the ground as he had hoped. Instead, Tokiomi stood firmly on his feet and retaliated by striking Kariya's chest with a backhanded staff blow. With just one strike, Kariya was forced to retreat repeatedly. Tokiomi, you. This time, it was Korea who was surprised. Before he could finish his sentence, Tokiomi swiftly closed the distance and grabbed Korea, delivering a knee strike directly into Korea's abdomen. Korea felt a tumultuous upheaval in his stomach and vomited a mixture of blood and saliva with a blurred sound. Following that, Tokiomi used the same method as Korea, kicking him in the stomach and causing Korea to collapse to the ground. Tokiomi then stepped on Korea's chest and, with a slightly distorted voice, spoke. Shielding techniques are essential skills that every modern magus should possess. I've studied Bajikwan with Father Risei for a few years. As he spoke, Tokiomi increased the pressure on his foot, making it difficult for Korea to breathe. Farewell, Matou Korea. I will make sure you depart without pain. Don't get too cocky. Korea roared, and a hint of purple light flickered in his eyes. He forcefully pushed the ground with his hands, using his chest to push away Tokiomi's foot, and staggered to his feet. It's impossible. Tokiomi took a step back to steady himself and raised his staff, bringing it down towards Korea's head. There's nothing impossible. Korea, with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, revealed a sinister smile and firmly grabbed Tokiomi's staff with both hands. This level of punch is far inferior to my sensei's. It's like the difference between heaven and earth, a gap of thousands of miles. Throughout history, Scatach's disciples have endured countless beatings. Disciples trained in such a manner not only possessed formidable combat skills but also had superior resilience compared to others. Even if they coughed up blood, they could still stand up and continue fighting. You're asking for death. Tokiomi's anger wasn't due to Korea's mockery. As a traditional magus who pursued the root, magic was his goal. Training in the Bajikwan was merely for self-defense and physical fitness. His combat prowess and experience were far inferior to true martial artists like Risei and Kirai. His rage stemmed from Korea's current actions. Korea's hands were gripping the front end of the staff, where the ruby was located. It was one of the most precious heirlooms of the Tosaka family, bestowed by their grandmaster, Zelrich. Such a treasure couldn't be touched by traitors who betrayed their responsibilities and the path of magecraft. Flam. Tokiomi unleashed the stored magical energy within the gem. He intended to burn Korea to death with his proudest fire magecraft. However, before Tokiomi could finish chanting a verse of incantation, a tremendous force suddenly surged from the front end of his staff, catching him off guard. Tokiomi felt a searing pain in his palm, and the gemstone staff slipped from his grasp. The man who had taken the staff twisted his mouth disdainfully and forcefully threw the staff far away. Idiot, don't think I'll give you the time to chant incantations. Scatach had taught her disciples like this. Magecraft is a very rigorous craft. If one step goes wrong, the spell cannot be formed. Therefore, when using magecraft, one must be cautious. Conversely, when fighting against a magus, one must find ways to disrupt their spells. Interrupting their incantations is the first choice, followed by destroying the vessel of their magecraft, magic tools or mystic code. What? The pride and elegance of a magus. What good is that? Can it bring you victory? Listen to me carefully. Pride and elegance are only meaningful when built upon victory. Before achieving victory, don't waste your thoughts on these trivial matters. The ugliest victory is far better than the most elegant defeat. Remember, might make right is a principle that holds in any era and any region. Korea heard Scatach's teachings, remembered them, and acted accordingly. As a result, Tokiomi lost his most important inherited mystic code. The radiance of the ruby was swallowed by the vast darkness of the night, accompanied by Korea's scornful laughter. To hell with your elegance. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 145, Chapter 145, Ugly Battle. Thank you at Uriel for joining my Patreon, smiley face. Scatach engaged in a decisive battle with Saber at the mountain gate. Korea stood in the middle of the mountain, blocking Tokiomi's path. Justies resided in the Ryuda temple, overseeing the ritual. Amiya Kiritsugu, who infiltrated from the back mountain, was entrusted to Irisveal and Nia for persuasion. Now, the question arises, where is the puppeteer behind the scenes, the one who manipulates everything and cheats the script, Matou Shinji? And what is he up to? The answer is simple, he is up in the sky, watching the spectacle unfold. Before the dust settles, no one can guarantee that they will have the last laugh. Therefore, it is necessary to have a firefighter who oversees the overall situation and is prepared for any eventuality. Shinji has designed himself to play this role. The battle at the mountain gate reached a stalemate. At this rate, even after another half hour, it would be impossible to determine the winner. Inside the Ryuda temple, Amiya Kiritsugu had already grasped the situation. He was now making a final confirmation. He cupped the black mud flowing from the altar in his hands, personally experiencing the essence of the Holy Grail. He was a man so obsessed that he had almost gone mad. If he didn't see the truth with his own eyes, his obsession would not shatter. Shinji also believed that even the curse formed by the aggregation of humanity's evil could not corrupt this man's spirit, for he was a hero of justice. Lastly, at the mountain slope, the situation was the most dangerous and also the place where Shinji paid the most attention. Compared to the duel between Scatach and Saber, the battle between Korea and Tokiomi had nothing to do with bravery or excitement. It couldn't even be considered decent. At the beginning of the fight, they both displayed the appearance of magus, using magecraft for offense and defense, and showcasing their impressive mystic code. However, when Korea brought out his spear, Ishtar's weapon, and smashed the floor, the battle took a strange turn. Not only did the art style change, but the scene went from being unattractive to downright ugly. The backdrop, tilted and twisted trees, was unsightly. The characters, Tokiomi with a swollen face, and Korea with a crooked eye and twisted mouth, were also unsightly. Even more unsightly was their fighting style. It was a brawl, each one giving a punch and receiving a kick, grappling with each other, like two low-level street thugs fighting. This kind of rough and graceless melee combat was certainly not what Tokiomi desired, but he had no choice. Korea was like a mad dog, completely abandoning defense and only wanting to bite him. No matter how much Tokiomi punched and kicked, how he employed his Bajiquan, Korea paid no attention. As long as he could land a hit on Tokiomi, he could endure 5 or 10 times from Tokiomi attacks without any problem. Normally, in such a fight, even if Tokiomi's skill in Bajiquan was not high, Korea wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a few minutes. But the reality was different. Korea's resilience far exceeded Tokiomi's expectations. Despite enduring dozens of heavy punches and kicks, he did not fall and continued grappling with him. Gradually, Tokiomi began to sense something amiss. After so many heavy blows, even a tiger should be beaten to death. How could Korea, an untrained street thug, continue fighting without showing any signs of stopping? This couldn't be explained solely by willpower. Willpower can endure, but the body should have reached its limit long ago. Why was this happening? As Tokiomi's attention wavered for a moment, he received another punch to the face. His swollen cheek, already under considerable strain, couldn't bear the burden anymore. Dark blood oozed from broken capillaries, staining half of Tokiomi's face. However, it was this punch, which landed very close to his eye, that gave Tokiomi the answer. Faint blue light emanated from the inner side of Korea's arm, concealed by his sportswear, accompanied by subtle magical fluctuations. Tokiomi initially thought that Korea, like him, had hidden pockets in his clothes to store magical props, and the magical fluctuations were leaking from them. But now he was certain. The fluctuations of magical energy did not come from any magical props, they originated from within Korea's body. It was this magical energy that enhanced Korea's physical abilities, allowing him to confront Tokiomi for such a long time. It was a form of body enhancement magecraft. No, it can't be. Why can you still use magecraft? It was no wonder Tokiomi was so astonished. In this situation, even a seasoned magus like him had no opportunity to chant spells or use gems. So why could someone like Korea, a half-hearted amateur, do it? Tokiomi's sudden roar caused Korea's movements to pause for a moment, and then he rolled up his sleeves and launched himself more recklessly. Let this half-hearted amateur teach you a lesson. Rune magic doesn't require chanting. As long as the runes are inscribed in advance and infused with magical energy at the moment of use, they will take effect immediately. On the inner side of Korea's arm, the exclusive magic crest of the Matou family sparkled with a watery blue light. Surrounding the crest was a circle of special runic symbols. This was the capital that allowed Korea to confront Tokiomi with his ordinary human body. The magic attribute of the Matou family was water, and its magical characteristic was absorption and conversion. These two elements together formed the core of the Matou family's magecraft, deeply engraved in the magic crest, passed down through generations. Using the magic crest as a medium and his own body as a vessel, Korea utilized alchemy taught by Justice to connect the runes bestowed by Scatach with the magic crest, evolving a unique form of magecraft. No chanting was necessary, and no preparation was required. As long as he provided magical energy to the magic crest, his physical abilities would be enhanced. This was the sole achievement of Korea's one-year magical career. Korea's words and the radiance of the runes brought even greater shock to Tokiomi. He never expected that Korea would use the lost art of rune magic, nor did he anticipate the power of the rune magic in its partially ruined state. What shocked him even more was that Korea was willing to burn his own life to defeat him. Yes, Korea was burning his life. Although Tokiomi didn't know the specific composition of the magecraft, he could tell that the fusion of the magic crest and the runes absorbed not only magical energy but also Korea's vitality. With every passing second, Korea's life would diminish a little. Have you gone mad? Korea, you're walking a path of self-destruction, Tokiomi shouted angrily as he defended against Korea's fierce attacks. Yes, I have gone mad. I've been crazy since that day. Since the day Aoi married you, since the day you brought Sakura home, I swore that I would beat you up mercilessly. Come on, Tokiomi. Let's see who falls first, you or me draining my life away. The blue light emitted from the magic crest covered Kariya's entire body. It was all of his magical power, the radiance of his life. Oh 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 oh. Kariya let out a hysterical roar. After snatching Tokiomi's staff, he once again unleashed tremendous power. The once defeated dog transformed into a ravenous beast, clinging onto Tokiomi's body, overpowering him with Bajiquan and pinning him down to the ground. Tokiomi struggled fiercely, kneeing and elbowing, continuously inflicting injuries on Kariya, but Kariya wouldn't release his grip. Not only did he not let go, but he also intentionally endured the congestion in his lungs, nausea in his stomach, spitting saliva, and clotted blood all over Tokiomi's face. The outpouring of vomit stripped away Tokiomi's last vestiges of elegance and composure, sparking his masculine instinct. He grabbed Kariya's upper garment, and the two of them tumbled down the hillside together. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Have the two of you had enough? Thank you at Victor Gonzalez for joining my Patreon, smiley face. The bright headlights tore through the darkness of the night. The sound of tires rubbing against the ground shattered the silent night. A black Toyota sedan sped along the national highway towards Fuyuki City. Driving the car was a woman with a graceful Yamato Nadeshiko aura. Sitting in the back seat were two girls of similar age, the very reason behind the ugly battle that took place, Aoi, Rin, and Sakura, the mother and daughters whom Kariya was willing to burn his life to protect. Since the evening, Aoi had been feeling restless, as if something was gripping her heart, causing her great unease. It felt as if something bad was about to happen. At sunset, she received a phone call from Kariya. It lasted only a few seconds, and only 2 short sentences were exchanged. Aoi, are you, Sakura, and Rin all okay? His usual concern received an affirmative response from Aoi, and from the other end, a gentle voice spoke. Tomorrow, you can return to Fuyuki City. Tonight, everything will come to an end. Without giving Aoi a chance to ask further questions, Kariya ended the call. Tomorrow. Return to Fuyuki. Tonight. End. These few words heightened Aoi's unease to its peak. What will end? It can only be the Holy Grail War. Only when the Holy Grail War ends can she and her daughter return to Fuyuki City, to their home. But Aoi was well aware that the Holy Grail War was cruel, with only one set of winners and low chances of survival for the losers. Her husband, Tokiomi, also worried that he wouldn't be able to make it to the end, which is why he came to the Zenju residence yesterday afternoon to give his final instructions to their daughter. And now, Kariya had called with such news. The shadow of death cast a pall over Aoi's heart. Tokiomi, Kariya. Tokiomi, Kariya. Tokiomi, Kariya. The faces of her husband and her childhood friend flashed before her eyes, alternatingly. Childhood warm memories and the happiness of married life kept replaying in her mind. Love, friendship, she didn't want to lose either one of them. Yes, that's right. She didn't want to lose either Tokiomi or Kariya. But tonight, the Holy Grail War would come to an end, and one of them was likely to fall. No, she couldn't let that happen. She had to stop it, and the only one who could was herself. As long as she was there, no matter who lost, they wouldn't be killed. Aoi didn't know why, but she had the confidence. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition. She had to return to Fuyuki, she had to catch up with Tokiomi and Kariya's duel. With this decision in mind, Aoi stepped out of the house. Before leaving, she didn't forget to tell her 2 daughters that she had some things to take care of and would be back soon, asking them to stay at home and behave. To her surprise, the 2 daughters had somehow guessed their mother's destination from the fragments of conversation they overheard. One of them grabbed Aoi's hand and insisted on going together. No matter what Aoi said, they wouldn't listen. Mischievous Rin even said, Dad said that Fuyuki at night is dangerous, but we can protect Mom. The magical compass can help us avoid danger. Sakura, who was always obedient, nodded along and added, I know where Uncle Kariya is likely to be. I won't tell you if you don't take us. The words of the sisters completely dispelled Aoi's insistence, and the mother and daughter set off toward Fuyuki under the rising moonlight. Sakura didn't deceive Aoi, she truly knew Kariya's location. She had heard Shinji, Kariya, and Justice mention the names Mount Enzu and Ryuda Temple more than once. They had said that those places were the most suitable for conducting rituals and had even visited them a few times under the pretense of sightseeing. She had a feeling that her brother, her mentor, her uncle, and teacher Justice would all be there. The magical signals they had seen on the outskirts of Fuyuki City also confirmed Sakura's belief. However, unlike Ryder and Archer who had means of flight, or Saber with her exceptional driving skills, Aoi didn't dare to speed due to the presence of her 2 daughters in the back seat. As a result, their speed was much slower compared to the others. Parking the car haphazardly by the roadside, the mother and daughters followed the guidance of the magical compass and walked up the mountain along the shrine path. They were unaware that the magical compass was leading them astray. At this moment, with the magical energy of the ley line converging at Ryunosuke Temple, the compass would always point towards the mountaintop unless a servant released their noble phantasm at close range. They also didn't know that Kiriya and Tokiomi, who had been rolling down the hill, had come to a stop near the mountain path. The fateful encounter of these individuals, whose destinies were already intertwined, occurred earlier than expected. In the distance, the mother and daughters heard the roar of a man. Tokiomi. Kiriya. Rushing towards the voices, they witnessed a scene that none of them could have imagined. Tokiomi, who was always elegant and composed, like a medieval noble, meticulously groomed and neat, now had a swollen and bruised face, covered in wounds, resembling two monkeys who had just rolled out of the mud. Tokiomi grabbed Kiriya by the collar, delivering consecutive knee strikes to his abdomen. Kiriya, even fiercer, kept using his forehead to headbutt Tokiomi's head until both of them became dizzy and collapsed on the shrine path. They tumbled down, leaving behind 2 trails of fresh blood. After finally coming to a stop, the two struggled to stand up and began a new round of brawling, not even hearing the voices calling their names. Just as they were about to pounce on each other once again, they suddenly felt their legs being held. In their blurred vision, a familiar woman appeared between them. Tokiomi, Kiriya, please stop fighting. Aoi's eyes were red, her voice almost pleading. Dad. Uncle Kiriya. Rin clung to her father's leg, while Sakura held onto Kiriya's leg, refusing to let go no matter what. Aoi. Rin. Sakura. Aoi. Rin. Sakura. The familiar faces and familiar calls acted as 2 buckets of cold water poured over the heads of the 2 men, cooling down the heated blood that consumed them. You two, step aside. This is between me and Tokiomi. Men's affairs don't involve women. Their gazes crossed over Aoi's head, colliding once again, full of tension. Tokiomi, today I will wake you up. Kiriya, I will make you pay the price. Enough. Even the gentlest person has their temper, and even the most patient woman has her limits. Days of continuous worry and fear finally erupted into an unprecedented scolding. Have you two had enough? Though Aoi was not tall and her body was delicate, her current aura was incredibly astonishing. Both Tokiomi and Kiriya were stunned by this sudden outburst. You're already injured like this, and you still want to fight. Do you realize that you might die if this continues? Have you ever thought about how we feel? Tokiomi, what will I do if you die? What will Rin do? How can you continue pursuing the Holy Grail? Kiriya, I entrusted Sakura to your care. What will happen to her if you die? Both of you, this is just too much. Equals. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 147, Purpose of Existence. Some people may rarely get angry, but once they do, they often become even more intense than those with fiery temperaments. Aoi is such a person. In Kiriya's memory and Tokiomi's impression, Aoi had never gotten angry at anyone before, until today, when she faced the 2 men with whom she had the deepest connection. In front of Aoi, her eyes red with anger and pain, both Tokiomi and Kiriya felt somewhat at a loss and could only maintain a confrontational stance while enduring Aoi's scolding. What are you still raising your fists for? Do you want to continue fighting? Well, why don't you just kill me first? Then kill Rin and Sakura too, so no one will bother you anymore. Fight then. Why aren't you continuing the fight? The 2 men being berated were speechless and could only remain silent. However, Aoi had no intention of allowing them to escape. Why are you suddenly mute? Speak up. Weren't you both so talkative before? Just as Kiriya and Tokiomi found themselves at a loss for words, pushed to their limits, and almost dizzy with frustration, an unprecedented surge of magical power emanated from the direction of the mountaintop. If the fluctuation of magecraft used by ordinary magus is like a small stream, and the release of noble phantasms by heroic spirits is like a river, then the current eruption of magical power is like the ocean. Vast waves of magical power surge forth, cascading from the mountaintop of Ryunosuke Temple down to the city of Fuyuki, engulfing the entire mountain. Anyone with magical circuits within their bodies can sense the abnormality in the air. It is a sensation of malicious intrusion into the body, an intangible curse, a convergence of death. The core emanating all these ominous things appears in the sky above Ryunosuke Temple. A black abyss. It is a spatial tunnel, connecting the altar of the ritual and the Greater Grail, hidden deep beneath Mt. Enzu in the eastern part of Fuyuki town. The Greater Grail has been continuously absorbing the magical energy of the ley lines for the past 60 years, and now it has also received the souls of 5 heroic spirits. Its interior is filled with immense magical power, becoming a colossal vortex of magic. This is the true form of that dark, writhing object. Originally, it was an attributeless force, meant to open a gateway to the outer world from this world. However, due to a seed of error sown in the past, this power has been completely tainted with the colors of dark curses. People often use the sun as a metaphor for vitality, so this orifice, resembling a black sun, symbolizes annihilation. However, only a few individuals know the true nature of this black sun, and that does not include Tokiomi. He still believes it to be his lifelong pursuit, the ultimate goal of all magus, a pathway to the root. Although it differs somewhat from the descriptions in books and his expectations, the root is inherently above all things, and it can manifest in any form. Moreover, that sense of foreboding, that curse, perhaps symbolizes the arduous path to reaching the root. He had long since made up his mind. At this moment, his eyes no longer saw his wife, his daughter, or Korea as an obstacle. In his eyes, there was only the ultimate goal of a magus, only that black sun. I must go to the root. Tokiomi's gaze held anticipation, longing, determination, and even fanaticism. With his hands already swollen and painful, he took out 2 emeralds from his pocket, containing the healing magecraft of rank A. At this point, he could no longer see the shattered look in his wife's eyes or hear the calls of his 2 daughters. At a time like this, you dare. Korea was filled with righteous indignation, feeling that Aoi and Rin were not worth it. You won't get away with this. Korea's actions mirrored Tokiomi's. Just as Tokiomi had the gem containing healing magecraft, Korea possessed the Uruz, primal rune symbolizing vitality. He had already made up his mind to defeat Tokiomi. This was the goal he had set long ago. Pushing his daughter's hands away, Tokiomi, with his wounds still healing, stumbled and ran up the mountain. Korea, nurtured by Uruz, was about to chase after Tokiomi but was stopped by Aoi, who opened her arms to block his path. Let him go, Korea, Aoi pleaded, her expression filled with sorrow. Aoi, Korea, unlike Tokiomi, was driven by the woman before him. With just a word from her, he would willingly face any danger. Let him go, Aoi sighed, her voice filled with the weight of sorrow. I understand him. That is the purpose of his existence. If you continue to stop him, there might be someone who dies here. But you. Aoi forcefully shook her head, cutting off whatever else Korea wanted to say. Enough, Korea. Thank you for everything you've done for me, for Rin and Sakura. I'm truly grateful. You've done enough for us, so please don't continue any further. Don't sacrifice your life for us. As she spoke, 2 tears welled up in her eyes, streaming down her cheeks and dampening her clothing. Facing Aoi's plea, Korea couldn't refuse. Helplessly, he punched himself and sat down on the stone steps of the shrine path, holding his head like a sulking child. Sakura leaned against Korea and gently tugged at his clothes, whispering, Uncle, please don't be mad at Mommy, okay? Looking at Sakura's hopeful eyes and listening to her gentle voice, Korea instinctively ruffled her head. I'm not mad at Aoi. I'm mad at myself. If I were a little more useful, things wouldn't be like this. No, the most useless one is Sakura. She can't help with anything, but... Sakura leaned closer to Korea's ear and whispered in a voice only they could hear, it's okay for Sakura to be useless because she has her big brother. Korea gave a bitter smile, shook his head, and remained silent. Even though his nephew, Shinji, was a little monster, both he and Justice were focused on the Holy Grail War. They might not have the time to deal with Tokiomi. Besides, apart from Tokiomi, there was also the Saber faction inside Ryuta Temple. Given Amiya Kiritsugu's nature, if he saw Tokiomi as a hindrance, he could kill him directly. Tokiomi's journey was truly one of life and death. Although subjectively, he wished for Tokiomi to die immediately, the thought of Aoi, Rin, and Sakura being saddened afterward also caused Korea pain. He couldn't explain the situation to Sakura, so he could only bury his head like an ostrich. Besides Korea, Sakura still held blind admiration for her older brother. She turned her head, her eyes shining brightly as she looked towards the mountaintop as if she could see her beloved brother. Behind them, Aoi silently held Rin, tears streaming down her face. Rin, who didn't fully understand the reasons behind it, bore her mother's tears and secretly made up her mind. Although she was still far from being independent, there would come a day when she would fight as a Tosaka magus. For that day, she would strive to train and uphold the traditions of the Tosaka family, doing what her father couldn't. Always remain calm and elegant. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, The Ultimate Showdown. That was the spearhead, swift as lightning. The tip of the spear aimed to pierce the heart. This was an attack that humans could not dodge. Since it was like lightning, it couldn't be captured by human eyes. However, this lightning was repelled by an equally dazzling radiance. A speed that human eyes couldn't perceive. Clang. Accompanied by the sound of a heavy steel collision, the two figures separated upon impact. One was serene as the night, tall in stature, wielding two crimson magical spears, exuding an aura from beyond the world. The other was as radiant as moonlight, a petite figure clad in heavy armor, embodying both an unwavering resolve and the brilliance of the holy sword. Scatach, the Queen of Shadows. King Arthur, also known as Artoria. These two heroes, who have astonished an era and engraved their names in the river of history, are now engaged in the final battle of the Fourth Holy Grail War, a true fight to the death. The strong wind blew fiercely, leaving awe-inspiring marks on the solid mountain gate of Ryuda Temple, the path that had been trodden for decades, and the surrounding trees. And this is merely the aftermath of the battle of heroes that does not belong to this era. The sword, infused with magical energy, tore through the atmosphere, each strike carrying a tremendous force capable of crushing ordinary people into minced meat. The spear, shimmering with runes, traced indescribable trajectories, leaving afterimages in the air. In the span of a breath, the sword and the spear clashed more than 10 times, constantly switching between offense and defense. The golden holy sword stirred up a storm, seemingly tearing everything around it to shreds. The crimson magical spear unleashed a downpour as if to shatter all obstacles. However, the eye of the storm and the dark clouds of the downpour did not belong to the realm of everything and all. They stood firm, unaffected by the wind and rain. After the storm, the two figures, standing at the pinnacle of female heroes, momentarily paused, only to resume their collision with even more intensity. Scatach's spear raced forward, the twin spears transforming into flashes that were impossible to follow. Forehead, throat, heart. Left shoulder, side abdomen, groin. Upper left, lower right, 6 consecutive strikes. Saber's response was nothing short of exquisite. With an unstoppable momentum, the Sword of the Stars blocked Scatach's left-hand 3-hit combo, while the right-hand 3-hit combo was absorbed by Saber's magical armor. Scatach undoubtedly targeted the exposed parts of Saber's body. However, just before the spear landed, Saber unleashed a mana burst within a tiny range, and the dragon factor-induced accelerated magic instantly altered the appearance of the armor. Scatach's muscular strength was only at rank D, and the individual spear strikes didn't carry much power. After being mitigated by the armor, the depth of the inflicted wounds was very limited, easily healed by Avalon within a breath. This was the intuition of rank A, the release of rank A magic, and the coordinated use of Avalon, a response that only Saber could accomplish. Having had her ultimate technique deciphered, Scatach finally restrained her aggressive assault and took a step back, creating distance. "I didn't expect you to resolve my techniques in such a way." "Truly surprising," Scatach remarked. Saber didn't pursue further but instead repaired the damaged armor while using the scabbard to heal her wounds. "You flatter me, Queen of the Land of Shadows. Without your assistance in retrieving this scabbard, I wouldn't have been able to do it. Am I just lifting a rock to smash my foot?" Scatach chuckled. "I suppose so, although it may sound impolite," Saber nodded earnestly. "That's just her personality, saying whatever comes to mind." "Hee the cuteness brought about by the contrast, I'm starting to understand why he likes you a bit," Scatach smiled with a meaningful expression. "Him?" Saber's ahob drooped slightly, forming a question mark. "My master, that is," Scatach casually sold Shinji out. "He has done quite a lot for you behind the scenes." "Him?" Same words, different meanings. "There are certain things I can't say that wouldn't be appropriate. If you manage to survive, go ask him yourself." Scatach's hand moved from the back of the spear to the middle, assuming a posture that didn't resemble gripping a spear but rather holding a staff. Primary rune enhancement. Ancient words, unfamiliar even to Saber, spilled from Scatach's lips, and the tips of the two magical spears bloomed with equally ancient runes. 18 interconnected runes, shining with different radiance, formed a circle with the spear tips as the center. The circle glided along the spears, imbuing them with a fiery and enchanting color. The circle slid over Scatach's arm, rapidly healing the injury sustained from the previous intense battle. The regenerative power was no less formidable than Saber's protection from Avalon. Finally, the last 2 rune circles merged into one, emitting tremendous magical power that made Saber feel a palpitation in her heart. She didn't have much knowledge of magic, nor did she have much concept of the age of the gods, but that didn't stop her from feeling the pressure. The legendary queen who had shaken Celtic for over 2,000 years was finally going to reveal her true strength hidden in the shadows. A warrior who honed her spear skills to the utmost, reaching the realm of slaying gods. A mage who mastered the primary rune, a power only gods could wield, the highest rank of magicians. Throughout thousands of years of human history, achieving either one of these would be enough to ascend to the ranks of top-tier heroic spirits. Yet Scatach had reached the pinnacle in both. Not only had she reached the pinnacle, but she had also created a unique fighting style that combined both, an unparalleled technique that was about to be displayed before Saber. "Be careful, Saber. Whatever you do, don't blink, because once your eyes close." The voice suddenly changed direction, moving from in front of Saber to behind her. Saber confirmed that she hadn't blinked, her gaze remained fixed on Scatach. But Scatach vanished from her sight just like that. This could only mean one thing: Saber's dynamic vision, honed through countless battles in her lifetime, couldn't keep up with her opponent's movements. Saber had never encountered such a situation before. Whether it was Lancelot wielding the erudite, Gawain at noon, or Tristan shooting arrows with his demonic bow, none possessed such exaggerated speed. And you won't have another chance to open them. At an almost intimate, extremely close range, Scatach's spears, held in a reverse grip, thrust toward Saber's nape and heart from behind. Faster and more powerful than any previous gunshot, if Saber were to defend in the same way as before, there would only be one outcome awaiting her, being pierced through vital points by the dual spears and meeting her end. Death approached unseen, and a severe sense of crisis pressed down on Saber's nerves, squeezing her instinct to its limit. It was a skill that didn't require visual perception or any physical signs, relying solely on intuition to find the best course of action. Saber had relied on this skill to escape from crises before, but this time, she realized that she couldn't escape the shadow of death no matter what. Her instinct was indeed in effect, and it did find the best solution. However, this best could only delay the arrival of death. It couldn't change the fact that she was completely suppressed by Scatach, pushed to the brink of being killed almost defenselessly. Just 1 minute had passed, and Saber's sturdy armor had become tattered and full of over a dozen wounds. Even Avalon couldn't repair them in time. The adversity of the battle, the injuries to her body, none of it affected Saber's fighting spirit. She still had an ace up her sleeve, a secret technique that could turn the tables and snatch victory from defeat. There was only one chance, and she had to hold on until then. Saber struggled to withstand Assassin's attacks while repeating these thoughts to herself. Just then, Scatach suddenly stopped her dual spears and looked up at the sky. There, a circular rift opened in space, resembling a black sun. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 149, Amiya Kiritsugu. Thank you at Manny Valdez for joining my Patreon, smiley face. Amiya Kiritsugu was filled with ideals more than anyone else and, therefore, felt despair more deeply than anyone else. His dream was simple. He wished for the happiness of every person in the world, always holding that hope deep in his heart. It was a dream that every young person had once dreamed of, but after realizing the cruelty of reality, they would give up and abandon such naive ideals. All forms of happiness require sacrifice as a price. Every child learns the simple truth as they grow up. But this man was different. Perhaps he was more foolish than anyone else, or maybe there was something wrong with his mind. It could even be because he possessed a transcendent destiny that defied common sense, something that even those called saints might not have. When he understood that all life in this world is balanced on the scales of sacrifice and redemption, and that it was impossible to leave one side empty. From that day on, he resolved to become the master of those scales. If he wanted to genuinely and effectively reduce the sorrows and lamentations of the world, there was only one method. Even if it meant sacrificing the few to save the many, even if there was only one person. This is the act of killing a minority of people to ensure the survival of the majority. Because the more he saves, the more adept he becomes at the art of slaughter. His hands are stained with layer after layer of blood, yet he never flinches in fear. Regardless of whether the means are just or unjust, regardless of whether the ends are right or wrong. The man only seeks to become an impartial and selfless scale. He will never misjudge the value of life. A life knows no distinction of rank, age, or worth, it is simply a quantifiable unit. The man saves lives indiscriminately, but he also continues to kill. However, when he realizes this, it is already too late. To equally cherish all lives also means to have no love for anyone. If he had engraved this iron rule in his heart earlier, perhaps there would have been a chance for redemption. If he had frozen his young heart earlier, allowing it to wither and turn himself into an emotionless measuring machine, perhaps he could have spent his life coldly choosing between the living and the dead, without the need for anguish. But this man is different. The smiles of others bring satisfaction to his soul, the voices of others in pain shake his spirit. When he sees others suffering injustice without recourse, he accompanies them in anger. When he sees someone shedding lonely tears, he can't help but reach out to wipe them away. Although he pursues dreams that transcend the norms of the world, he still retains much of his humanity. Countless times, this contradiction torments the man. Sometimes it is friendship, sometimes it is love. Even if he places the life he deeply loves alongside countless other unfamiliar lives on the scales, he will not make a mistake. Ever since he woke up from the nightmare of losing the person he admired in his youth, he has never made a mistake again. Because he loves someone, he will treat that person's life as equal to others, cherishing it in the same way and willing to sacrifice it just the same. He always encounters important people again and again, only to lose them repeatedly. The father who raised him. The stepmother who accompanied him during his youth. And then, there was his beloved wife. He had long known that he would lose her. His dream was too distant, beyond what humanity alone could achieve. If it were to be realized, it could only be entrusted to the miracle known as the all-powerful wish-granting machine. But to fulfill this miracle, a sacrifice must be made, and that sacrifice was his wife. This was something they had both known since they first met 9 years ago. He had wavered, regretted, and suffered, but compared to the happiness of all humanity, these struggles seemed insignificant. He believed so firmly in this, so when he heard that the miracle that could fulfill his dream had already been shattered, he was on the brink of collapse. Yet, he clung to a last glimmer of hope, hoping that everyone was deceiving him, hoping that they had made a mistake. With this thought in mind, he plunged into the contents overflowing from the Holy Grail. In a state of blurred consciousness and shifting vision, he saw a dream. In the dream, his wife was by his side, leaning against him with a gentle smile, standing with him atop a mountain of corpses. "I knew you would come. I believe you can reach this place." No, who are you? Where is this place? Although the woman before him looked exactly like his wife, he knew that she wasn't his wife. Not only was the woman wearing black clothes that his wife had never worn, but her demeanor was also completely different from his wife's. "This is the place where your wishes come true, the inner side of the Holy Grail you have been seeking," the woman replied cheerfully. The man was left speechless, looking around. The black, decaying mud resembled a restless sea. Everywhere were small hills made of decaying corpses, slowly sinking into the sea of black mud. The sky was red, a crimson that resembled blood. Amidst the black mud rain, a pitch-black sun supported this sky. The wind that blew carried curses and moans. If one were to metaphorically describe it, wasn't this hell? "You mean, this is the Holy Grail?" Kiritsugu asked. "Yes. But don't be afraid because this is like an intangible illusionary dream, just waiting for the moment of birth," the woman replied, pointing to the sky, and signaling to him. Kiritsugu mistakenly thought it was the sun, but in the center of the rotating black world in the sky, there was a hole opened in the heavens. The hole was filled with endless profound darkness, a supermassive entity that seemed capable of crushing everything. That is the true Holy Grail. Although it doesn't have a physical form yet, the entire vessel is already full. Now all you have to do is state your wish. Regardless of the wish received, it will choose the appropriate form to fulfill it. Only after obtaining a physical form in this way can it go outside. Come on, please give it a form quickly. You are the one who has the qualifications to bestow it with ideas. Tell your wish to the Holy Grail. Kiritsugu gazed at the terrifying hole. Ordinary humans would never be able to tolerate what was inside. He asked the question once again. "Who are you? Why are you pretending to be my wife?" With thoughts of anger suppressing fear, he spoke to the woman in front of him. "I am Iris Veil. You can consider me as Iris Veil." Kiritsugu drew his most trusted mystic code, a pistol with the performance of a rifle, and pointed it at the woman. "Stop with the nonsense and answer me." Faced with the muzzle filled with killing intent, the woman in black clothing smiled desolately, as if she pitied him for being concerned about such trivial matters. "You're right. I can't deny that this is a mask. Without assuming an existing personality as a shell, I can't communicate with others. To convey my hope to you, I can only disguise myself in this way. She is the person closest to you, so I chose to borrow her appearance." Kiritsugu didn't comprehend this through logic but through intuition. The being that existed within the inner side of the Holy Grail, claiming to be no one, was. "Are you the will of the Holy Grail?" "Yes, you can interpret it that way." The entity, identical in appearance to his wife, nodded in satisfaction. However, on the other hand, a growing sense of unease and confusion furrowed his brow. "That's impossible. The Holy Grail is just pure power, it can't possibly possess any consciousness. Perhaps that was true before, but now it's different. I have a will, and I have desires. My wish is for, hope to be born in this world." How is that possible? It was strange, too strange. If what she said was true, then this was not the wish-granting machine that Kiritsugu had longed for, one that could fulfill his every desire. "If you have a will, then let me ask you. How does the Holy Grail intend to fulfill my wish?" The woman tilted her head, displaying a puzzled expression. It seemed as if he had asked something incredibly unimaginable. "This kind of thing, you should understand it better than anyone else, shouldn't you? What are you talking about? Your very existence is already infinitely close to the Holy Grail, so even now, while connected to me, you can still maintain your rationality. If it were someone ordinary, they would have already mentally collapsed upon coming into contact with that black mud. You already know the method to save the world. So, I will follow your previous approach, accept your ideas, and fulfill your wish." "What are you saying?" Kiritsugu couldn't comprehend. Because no matter what, he didn't want to understand it that way. "Answer me, what does the Holy Grail intend to do? What will happen if that thing descends upon this world? That's for your inner self to answer." A slender hand covered Kiritsugu's vision, and the world turned into darkness. On the sea, there are two boats. One boat carries 300 people, while the other boat carries 200 people, making a total of 500 passengers and you. Let's assume these 501 individuals are the last survivors of humanity. Then please answer this. The bottoms of both boats have simultaneously suffered an irreparable hole. Only you can repair the boats, but while you are repairing one boat, the other will sink. Which boat would you choose to repair? Of course, the boat with 300 people, Kiritsugu answered without hesitation. Once you make that decision, the 200 people from the other boat will hold onto you and demand, "Fix our boat first." What would you do then? This. Before he could speak and give an answer, an M950 submachine gun appeared in Kiritsugu's hand. The gun seemed to be an automatic machine as flames burst forth from its muzzle. Kiritsugu just stared blankly. Each bullet that came out of the gun killed 4 people, swiftly wiping out the 200 individuals. The correct answer. This is who you are. Kiritsugu stared blankly as the boat filled with corpses sank into the sea. He felt that the familiar faces were scattered across the deck. Next, the 300 surviving individuals abandoned the damaged boat and board 2 new boats to continue their journey. This time, one boat carries 200 people, and the other carries 100. However, the bottoms of these 2 boats simultaneously suffer a large hole. Wait. Kiritsugu had a sense of foreboding. The 100 people on the small boat kidnap you and force you to repair their boat first. So, what will you do? Well, but. Before he could answer, a flash of white light burst, and a bomb exploded, turning the 100 people into debris at the bottom of the sea. This was his way of doing things. Just like his repetitive actions in the past, he unleashed slaughter. The correct answer. This is wrong, it can't be. This was far from correct. 200 survivors. 300 people sacrificed for the sake of these 200. The balance had been overturned. No, the calculation is not wrong. You did sacrifice the few for the sake of saving the majority. Look at the next question. The game master continued speaking, completely ignoring his protests. 120 people versus 80 people, and Kiritsugu mercilessly slaughtered the 80. Next was 80 people versus 40 people, and Kiritsugu heard the agonizing screams of those 40 people before their deaths. Each face seemed familiar, they were the people he had killed with his own hands in the past. 60 people versus 20 people. 25 people versus 15 people, the multiple-choice questions continued. The number of sacrifices kept increasing, the mountain of corpses kept piling up. Is this what you wanted me to see? Kiritsugu felt disgusted by this low-level game and questioned the entity calling itself the Will of the Holy Grail. Yes, this is your truth, the answer that Emiya Kiritsugu's heart gave, the wish that the Holy Grail as the wish-granting device must fulfill. No, it's not. Kiritsugu, his hands stained red, screamed in anguish. This is not my wish. I hoped for another way, so I could rely on a miracle. The methods you are unaware of cannot be included in your wish. If you wish to save the world, you must use the methods you already know. What a joke. How is this a miracle? But it is a miracle. The wish you desire, which cannot be achieved individually, will be realized on a grand scale that humanity cannot accomplish. What else is it if not a miracle? Only 5 people remained, each one of them someone he cherished. Yet he was forced to choose between 3 or 2 of them. Kiritsugu, crying in despair, pressed the detonator. His father's head was blown away, and his foster mother's brain matter splattered. You, descending into this world, are you planning to do these things to all of humanity? You say this is the realization of my ideals. Of course. Your wish is most suitable to be the vessel of the Holy Grail. You are the one qualified to bear all the evils of this world. 3 people remained, whether to save 2 or choose one. The hand gripping the dagger trembled uncontrollably. Kiritsugu's tears had dried up, his gaze hollow like a lifeless being, as he cut open the body of his closest comrade with the blade. One slash after another, he continuously wielded the dagger in his hand. In the end, only 2 people remained alive in this world. An equivalent value that could not be measured on a balance. The last hope was guarded at the cost of 498 lives. Kiritsugu, who had completed everything, fell into a trance-like state as if an empty shell basking in the warmth of a furnace. In a warm room filled with nostalgic memories and a gentle atmosphere, his wife and daughter were laughing happily. In other words, this was the peaceful world he longed for. A perfect world where there is no more struggle, and no one will be harmed. Welcome home, Kiritsugu. You finally returned. The face of his daughter beamed with joy as she hung onto her father's neck with both hands. This was a castle in the far north, sealed off by a blizzard, the only place of tranquility. After traversing a bloody life, he had finally found this non-existent happiness. If this small child's room was everything in this world, there would be no need to worry about anything else. Do you understand now? This is the wish the Holy Grail has granted for you. His wife smiled beautifully at her husband, who shared this blissful moment. All that remained was to speak their desire and hope for everything to happen. All that was left was happiness. The three of them would become the last humans, living eternally in joy and happiness on this star of death where everything had been destroyed. I can no longer search for Ilya. The view outside the window had ceased to show even the blizzard, with only the black mud flowing like the depths of the sea. Kiritsugu murmured as he gazed at the scene outside. His daughter shook her head and spoke to him. It's okay. Ilya is satisfied as long as she has you and mother by her side. Kiritsugu tightly embraced his daughter, whom he loved so deeply it bordered on madness, and tears streamed down uncontrollably. Thank you. Ilya, Daddy loves you the most. I promise, Daddy truly loves you. His hands moved smoothly, regardless of his inner thoughts. Like a well-designed mechanical device, he pressed the muzzle of the gun, his most trusted mystic code, against his beloved daughter's delicate chin. Goodbye, Ilya. Before the young girl could even comprehend what was happening, her head had already exploded with a gunshot. Flesh, clinging to her silver hair, splattered onto the man's tear-stained cheek. His wife let out a loud wail of grief. Her eyes widened, her hair disheveled, and she screamed wildly, losing herself. What? What have you done? Kiritsugu pushed down his wife, who rushed at him like a ghost, and his hands gripped her slender neck. The Holy Grail. You must not exist. Although he knew this was just a dream, and the woman in front of him wasn't his real wife, and the daughter killed wasn't his real daughter, he also knew that his real wife would despair and weep bitterly because of their daughter's death. She would hate the husband who killed their flesh and blood. That emotion was not false, and he couldn't forget the sins he had committed. His eyes locked onto her as he endured these emotions, exerting all his strength in his hands, tightly choking his wife. My love, what are you doing? Why do you reject the Holy Grail, and us, my Ilya, why would you do this? Because I. The voice that came from Kiritsugu's throat was hollow, like a breeze blowing through an empty gap. There was no sadness, no anger. He abandoned the miracle he had pursued, and he gave up the benefits that went completely against his original intentions. In his heart, it was almost dry. I want to save the world. He only had his long-held beliefs left, but these words sounded so empty. The woman wearing his wife's appearance solidified, her snow-white face flushed red from congestion. She always looked at him with love and longing in her crimson eyes, but now they were stained with curses and resentment. I curse you. Her once dexterous and gentle fingers clenched tightly around the man's shoulders, and the black mud seeped through the 5 fingers deeply embedded in his flesh. Amiya Kiritsugu. I curse you, with pain, with regret until death. I will never forgive you. Very well. The hateful muck covered Kiritsugu's entire body as if it wanted to contaminate his body and soul together. Even so, he did not let go. He even forgot why tears were streaming down his cheeks. While tightly strangling the woman's neck, he said, It's all right. I promised. I will bear it. The woman's neck snapped in his trembling hand. Once again, the scene changed. The familiar stone floor, the familiar surroundings, his killed wife, and comrades were looking at him with concern. Are you okay? Is there anything uncomfortable? His real wife repeatedly released healing and purifying magecraft towards him, and the scattered light from her fingertips made the men feel so warm. Looking back, when he was consumed by the cursed black mud, there was always a light protecting him. That faint light contained hope. At this moment, Amiya Kiritsugu understood that he hadn't lost everything. The person he loved and who loved him was always by his side. Tears welled up in the man's eyes once again, but this time they were tears of joy. I'm back, IRI, Mia. =======. Note, tomorrow I will upload my new project, The God of Pirates with Naruto Ninja System. Here's the first chapter of the story. I hope you enjoy reading it. East Blue, a certain area. A young boy stood on a boat, silently gazing at the sea, a world of azure blue. A thin layer of transparent mist covered the surface of the sea, and as the wind blew, it carried the fragrance of the air. The young boy's name was Kaminari, Thunder, a 16-year-old high school student who, inexplicably, crossed over to this world over a month ago while watching the anime One Piece. In his previous life, he was an average person with an ordinary family background and average height. He was unremarkable in almost every aspect, except for his somewhat passable appearance and subtle handsomeness. He had initially thought that by crossing into this world, he would be able to make great strides and achieve remarkable things. However, what awaited him was a tragic and bewildering fate. When others crossed over, they either became direct descendants of high-ranking officials in the world government or the Navy, or they became blood brothers of Gold Roger, the Pirate King. But what about Kaminari? He was captured on a pirate ship and became a miserable bottom-rung ship worker. He performed rough and odd jobs like repairing the ship, dropping anchor, hoisting sails, and moving heavy objects. One couldn't help but feel sorry for him. The captain of this ship was Buggy the Clown, a paramecia-type devil fruit user. He had a current bounty of 6 million berries and was a relatively unknown pirate. As for how Buggy got a bounty of 15 million berries in East Blue, that would come later. With a loud smack, Kaminari felt a slap on his head. He instinctively covered his head and turned to see a burly man with a stubbly face staring at him fiercely. His name was Tom, an ordinary fighter in Buggy's pirate crew. He possessed immense physical strength and enjoyed bullying the weak. Tom said, "Kid, you sure have a lot of free time, huh? Have you finished filling the ammunition that Buggy-sama asked you to? How can you afford to leisurely watch the sea?" Kaminari remained silent and was quietly forced down from the deck into the ship's cabin by Tom. He continued to fill the ammunition for Buggy. It wasn't that Kaminari didn't dare to resist, but he genuinely couldn't defeat Tom. He still remembers the second day after he was captured when Tom bullied him. Kaminari fought back, but he was beaten up by Tom until last week when his injuries finally healed a bit. Although Kaminari was fearless, he understood the principle of not seeking trouble when it was right in front of him. In his current powerless state, confronting Tom head-on would only result in more injuries without achieving much. "When I become strong, I won't let you off," Kaminari thought to himself. But how could he become strong? That was the question. Power doesn't just fall from the sky like a pie. Speaking of which, the power in this world can roughly be divided into 3 types: devil fruits, martial arts, and swordsmanship. To obtain a devil fruit, one either needs a stroke of luck, like stumbling upon one while wandering on some island, though it might turn out to be the human fruit, which is useless for humans and turns them into ducks. You could say it's a joke, or one needs to have a considerable amount of money, like the paramecia-type rubber fruit and some other Zoan-type fruits, which have a market price of around 100 million berries, or one needs to have a certain level of power to forcefully take it from others. Considering the above, Kaminari doesn't have any of those options, so there's no point in thinking about devil fruits. Then there are martial arts and swordsmanship. Even if Kaminari does physical training like push-ups or squats every day, it would only make his body stronger and more resistant to beatings. But he can't defeat so many members of Buggy's pirate crew. On this pirate ship, Kaminari can't train his physical abilities and cultivate combat skills like Rokushiki. He simply doesn't know how. If he knew Rokushiki, even if it was just one move, like Shogun, Kaminari would have mercilessly pierced Tom's body with a flurry of bloody holes. But reality told Kaminari, forget about it. If things continued like this, when would he ever have a chance to rise? Was he destined to be bullied, humiliated, scolded, and ordered around on this damn clown ship until he grew old with white hair, only to be discarded when he became useless, and then spend the rest of his lonely and miserable life? Why was he so unlucky? As Kaminari pondered this, his expression gradually dimmed, and disappointment turned into despair. Slowly, with a sense of despair, Kaminari fell into a deep sleep on the cold lower deck. The next day, just as the sky began to lighten, while Kaminari was still in a deep sleep, the sound of footsteps echoed from the stairs leading to the lower deck. A burly man appeared beside him and rudely kicked him while he was sleeping, waking him up. The man was none other than Tom, who always enjoyed bullying him. Kaminari's drowsy eyes were immediately filled with anger. However, upon seeing Kaminari's angry gaze, Tom showed no fear. On the contrary, he looked at him with interest, wanting to see what this guy could do to him. The gaze was like a weakling's roar, like a cat's furious meow. The anger of a weakling doesn't make anyone the least bit afraid. Seeing Kaminari's expression, Tom almost burst out laughing. "What's wrong, kid? Are you not satisfied?" he said, grabbing Kaminari's hair and shaking it vigorously. Kaminari couldn't contain his anger and threw a punch towards Tom's body. With his frail body, that punch was like a mosquito bite, or rather, even less impactful than a mosquito bite. Tom grabbed his wrist with one large hand, preventing Kaminari from fighting back. "You dare to fight back against me? I'll make sure to kill you," Tom exclaimed, clenching his fist and delivering a powerful punch to Kaminari's face. Kaminari fell onto the deck, a faint red bruise forming on his face, and his teeth nearly knocked out. Unsatisfied, Tom lifted his foot and kicked him hard, causing him to roll and collide with the wall of the cabin. Kaminari was beaten and in pain, but he endured without uttering a sound. "You better learn how formidable I am. From now on, you better behave, or I'll beat you 3 times a day. And hurry up and get to work, don't stand around like some useless wimp." After finishing his words, Tom proudly raised his eyebrows, swayed his slightly chubby body, and walked up to the upper deck like a triumphant general, humming a tune. Kaminari endured the pain and slowly got up from the ground. That's how it is for the weak. They hardly even have the basic right to survive, let alone dignity. Kaminari couldn't help but recall the words of one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, to be weak is a sin. No, he had to become strong. But where could he go now to obtain powerful strength? There seemed to be no possibility. And then, an idea sparked in Kaminari's mind. Assassinate Tom. He might as well go all out, take him down with him, and never endure his pathetic torment again. In a dire situation, why fear death? When there's no way forward, there's no harm in seeking retribution. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 150, Purification Failed, Bonus. Thank you at Jamie Chong and at Leffy for joining my Patreon, smiley face. 100 Power Stone achieved. The appearance of the Black Sun attracted everyone's attention. Tokiomi ran frantically towards the mountaintop as though he had gone mad. Scatach and Saber halted their duel and entered Ryuta Temple. Emiya, who had just awakened, disregarded his weakened body and struggled to stand up. Meanwhile, Shinji, no longer a mere bystander, descended from the sky. The moment he landed, a pure radiance shot out from the cavity, condensing into an indeterminate figure. Spirit particles continuously overflowed from the figure, gradually blurring its form, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of dissipating at any moment. Lady Justice. Shinji quickly moved to the side of the contracted party, whose face was already indistinguishable, and desperately infused magical energy into the contract. However, he was startled to find that the effect was not evident. What's happening? How did it come to this? Shinji, use a command spell immediately, hurry. Scatach's voice was like a wake-up call, snapping the panicked disciple back to his senses. I command you by the command spell, Justice Lizric von Einsburn, stabilize the magical foundation. I command you with the second command spell, Justice Lizric von Einsburn, stabilize the magical foundation. I command you with the third command spell. Without hesitation, Shinji activated the additional command spells on his right arm, channeling the magical energy that contained a power close to miracles into Justice. One command spell wasn't enough, two weren't enough, and three weren't enough. As long as he could protect Justice, Shinji didn't hesitate to exhaust all of his command spells. With the replenishment of magical energy, Justice's condition gradually stabilized. Although there were still sporadic spirit particles spreading outward, her spiritual foundation had stabilized, eliminating the risk of her soul scattering. That's enough, don't waste any more precious command spells, Justice said, her voice artificially calm but weary, halting Shinji, who had already used 5 command spells and was about to use the 6th. At this point, Shinji was drenched in sweat, his body exhausted. The excessive consumption of magical energy prevented the Hades cloak from maintaining its physical form. This child, who had revealed his true identity, replaced the Black Sun as the new focal point. For Justice and Scatach, he was their contracted master, a trusted companion, and a family member. For Emiya, Iris Veil, Mia, and Saber, he was the master of assassin, the greatest anomaly in this Holy Grail war. Since his appearance, a mist had surrounded him. Summoning individuals who should not have been summonable as servants, infiltrating every situation with his intelligence-gathering abilities, displaying utterly incomprehensible behaviors, and having numerous connections to the Einsburn family. As time passed and interactions deepened, more was learned about him, but the more that was discovered, the more mysterious he became. He seemed to have extensive knowledge about every participating pair of master and servant, orchestrating the outcome as if everyone had become his pawns. One more intriguing point remains, the origin of the Holy Grail War and Justice, the Winter Maiden. The scene just now demonstrated that their relationship is far from a simple contract. Shinji didn't notice the gazes around him, nor did he realize his transformation. He just looked at Justice with concern, at the woman who had been by his side all this time. Are you okay? I'm fine, Justice met Shinji's gaze and smiled softly. With the blooming of that smile, the spreading spirit particles finally came to a halt. Shinji wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh. He looked up at the Black Sun, which continued to seep black mud outward. The purification wasn't successful. No, the contamination is much worse than I imagined, Justice nodded, a hint of dimness appearing on her delicate face. Moreover, within the cavity, I couldn't receive your magical support. If I hadn't managed to escape in time, my spiritual foundation would have been contaminated by the black mud as well. She still likened the Holy Grail system to the polluted Greater Grail. Justice was a purification device powered by ley lines. The plan was to reverse the flow of magic, purifying the source of contamination. However, as soon as the purification device entered the mouth of the Grail, the magic was blocked outside. The purification device, deprived of its power source, not only couldn't continue operating but also came dangerously close to being contaminated. The spirit particles Justice released just now had already been contaminated. Although Shinji felt some regret for this outcome, he didn't feel overly disappointed. When designing the Holy Grail system, no one knew that the Holy Grail would be contaminated, so naturally, they didn't prepare a purification plan in advance. Everything had to be explored and designed by Justice herself. As it is well known, a set of plans needs to go through numerous experiments and demonstrations from the initial design to maturity. However, the Cavity that connects to the inner side of the Holy Grail only appears at the very end of the Holy Grail War, and its characteristic of immediately closing after the war ended meant that Justice had no opportunity for experimentation. Both she and Shinji had mentally prepared themselves that this attempt might not succeed and that they wouldn't have another chance. Now that the purification has failed, there is no need for this cavity or the Lesser Grail, Shinji said, shifting his gaze away from the Black Sun and turning to another master within the Ryuta temple. Mr. Amiya Kiritsugu, someone who has already recognized the true nature of the Holy Grail, I assume you won't object to my opinion. Amiya Kiritsugu, with a deathly pale complexion, mechanically nodded his head. Saber, destroy the Holy Grail immediately. Wait, Master, Saber looked bewildered. She hadn't yet understood the situation. Weren't they supposed to obtain the Holy Grail? Why did they suddenly want to destroy it? Irisveal, what's going on? Ah, well, you see. Irisveal struggled to explain because the intricacies of the situation were too complex. In simple terms, the current Holy Grail is no longer an all-powerful wish-granting machine. It has become a collection of curses. If someone makes a wish to it, the sealed curses inside will completely overflow. Well, conservatively estimating, it could destroy the entire Fuyuki city. Upon hearing Shinji's explanation, Saber's expression changed slightly, and the tuft of hair on top of her head trembled gently. Is that true, Master, Irisveal? Yes, receiving confirmation from their side, Saber raised her holy sword without hesitation. Something like this must be destroyed. Hold on. Scatach interjected, standing in front of Saber with her dual spears. Assassin. We haven't settled our fight yet. Assassin. This time even Shinji couldn't help but speak up. Is now really the time to discuss this? Of course, it is, Scatach's tone was resolute. If we don't settle it now, it will truly be too late, my disciple. Disciple. Shinji was slightly taken aback. Weren't they supposed to avoid using that term while in disguise? Vaguely, Shinji felt that something was off. His gaze shifted downward. Wait, where's my cloak? Does that mean I'm revealing my true identity now? Suddenly, Shinji became extremely uneasy. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 151, Chapter 151, The Final Victor. In reality, Shinji's concern was completely unnecessary. None of the people present would pay any attention to his 7-year-old appearance. The mystical world had too many things that defied common sense. Saber herself was bound by the sword in the stone, which kept her physical age fixed. Amiya Kiritsugu and Irisveal's daughter, Iliasveal von Einsburn, also experienced severe physical development delays. At the age of 8, she looked like she was only 3 or 4 years old. It was perfectly normal to have a child whose appearance didn't match their mental age. Noticing that the members of the Saber camp didn't look down on him because of his physical age, Shinji quickly calmed down and asked Scatach, Sensei, are you suggesting that the Holy Grail no longer holds value for you, but it still holds value for us, as it represents the honor of a warrior? This is the Holy Grail War, a war with only one victor. Only the victor can claim the glory of destroying the Holy Grail. At this moment, Scatach, devoid of her usual intellect, and her red eyes devoid of their serene wisdom, appeared as a blazing flame. She had ignited herself and everything around her completely for the sake of battle. This is the wish of a warrior. I believe you can understand, as well, Saber. Saber, gripping her golden sword, remained silent. However, her resolute expression made it clear that she desired to test her strength against this legendary Queen of the Shadows. Do as you please. Witnessing this scene, Shinji knew that it was futile to try to stop them. He could only force a bitter smile and turn to Kiritsugu and Irisveal. Please don't stop Saber either. Let them have a satisfying fight. Consider it a small repayment for all the battles we have fought so far. Kiritsugu Amiya remained expressionless, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. He simply said, the mud is about to overflow from the altar. Don't worry. Scatach aimed both her guns at the ground. By the time that happens, the victor will already be decided. Indeed. Saber stepped away from Irisveal. Irisveal and Master, I promised you that I would obtain the Holy Grail. Now let me fulfill my promise. Saber, bring me victory, Irisveal said as she watched Saber's figure, feeling an inexplicable surge of emotions. It was the same phrase she had uttered on the night they arrived in Fuyuki City. Saber responded with the same words, yes, I swear upon this sword that I will bring victory. Prepare yourself, assassin. The one who needs to prepare is you, Saber. I'll take your heart. A cold aura swirled around Scatach's body. With her dual spears at the center, magical energy formed a vortex, enveloping her in a cloak of flames. Saber raised her sword and stared intently at Scatach. She knew her opponent was about to unleash her noble phantasm, and a sense of crisis surged within her. Thrust. Just like before, the moment Scatach uttered the first word, she pushed off with her left foot and instantly appeared before Saber, as if teleporting. Her right-hand spear thrust towards Saber's feet. That seemed like a very foolish move, with the spear tilted downward and attacking toward the feet. It was ineffective against Saber. Just as Saber was leaping over the extended spear, intending to strike down Scatach as she stepped forward, she suddenly saw herself being impaled by the magical spear, piercing through her heart. Thrust. At the same time, the second word escaped from Scatach's lips, and the spear that was aimed downward suddenly changed its trajectory, thrusting towards Saber's left shoulder in an impossible shape. Saber's body was sent flying by the spear, forming a large parabolic arc with her and the spear, heading towards the ground. No, she didn't touch the ground. Saber's body was fixed at the highest point of the arc. Immediately after successfully landing the first spear, Scatach thrust the second spear. Her left arm bent, raising the spear over her shoulder. It was the standard throwing position, and naturally, the spearhead aimed at Saber, who was suspended in midair and unable to move. Gi-Balg alternative, piercing death spear. Scatach finally unleashed the true name of her noble phantasm. With powerful magical words, the magical spear in her left hand became like red lightning, tearing through the night sky. Just like the previous spear, it aimed at an inconsequential place. However, in midair, the magical spear once again changed its trajectory, automatically locking onto Saber's heart. It was as if the outcome had already been determined, regardless of the process, it was certain to reach its target. This is the terrifying aspect of Scatach's noble phantasm, Gi-Balg alternative, causality reversal. Everything has a cause and a consequence, but the piercing death spear completely subverts this notion. Before the magical spear thrusts, the results of stabbing the shoulder and piercing the heart are already determined. Once the outcome is established, the process naturally evolves towards the predetermined result. The fundamental change brought about by the magical spear is not the trajectory but the process of hitting the target. This is a magical spear capable of breaking through all kinds of defenses. It determines the fate of the enemy at the moment of attack. No matter what evasive measures the enemy takes, the cursed spear will always hit its mark once it is used. Who can withstand such a ridiculous strike? That's why it is an assured kill. But Saber blocked it. The curse that was supposed to be a red lightning piercing through the heart was expelled by a golden light. Just like the Shadowlands where Scatach resides, it is a radiance that does not belong to the present world. It is the radiance possessed by the most precious treasure of the Arthurian legend. Before the cursed spear arrives, Saber unleashes her final trump card. What scattered before her was the unique scabbard of the Holy Sword, the physical form of the legend that King Arthur would not be harmed. Made of a mysterious material, the scabbard completely defended against the cursed spear. No, it's not defense, it's interception. Saber, protected by the scabbard of the Holy Sword, for that moment alone, severs all truths in this world. The strongest protection in this world, beyond the reach of even the 5 great magics, is an ultimate barrier that no one can violate. Avalon. Therefore, the name of the scabbard is the ever-distant Utopia. It is the ideal town that King Arthur could reach before his death, a place that other kings dream of but cannot reach. The only means to unravel the reversal of causality is to make the consequence disappear. Saber, protected by Avalon, is placed in another dimension, a space that the cursed spear can never reach. With no outcome, the process that exists to prove the result naturally ceases to exist. The magical spear in midair trembles for a moment, then the spearhead turns and follows its original trajectory, automatically returning to the hands of Scatach, who is the cause. Everything returns to the state before the second spear is thrust, unless Saber exists. Before the cursed spear can return, the blue-clad figure flickers. Saber's body lacked armor. She removed the armor that protected her, and the magical energy flowed into the sword in her hand. Sword. Well done. Scatach's expression of admiration was right before her eyes. Caliba, of victory. With a powerful strike, the holy sword cleaved through the Queen of the Shadow's body, destroying her spiritual core. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, The Final Gift. Sensei. Feeling the breaking of their master-servant contract, Shinji's eyes widened in despair as he ran frantically to Scatach's side. With him came Justice. Shinji, quickly use a command spell, there might still be time, Justice urged. In the name of the command spell. Before the order could be given, Scatach preemptively covered Shinji's mouth with her empty right hand. No need. My spiritual core has already shattered. Even with a command spell, it cannot be restored, she said. Shinji's eyes instantly turned red. Why? Why didn't you dodge? Others couldn't dodge Saber's strike, but you could have. Why didn't you? Why do you say that? Scatach chuckled as she pushed Justice away with her hand. I know about the wisdom of doing scythe. Ability. It allows you to reposition yourself and immediately retreat from the battlefield. If you had used this ability, Saber's self-sacrificing charge wouldn't have harmed you in the slightest. And with her depleted magical energy, she wouldn't have been able to withstand your subsequent attacks. Victory should have been yours. Shinji's hysterical roar was like a bucket of cold water that extinguished the joy of victory in Saber's heart. She stared blankly at Scatach and asked, "Is this true?" "Well, you could say that. Living for a long time, you tend to acquire more skills," Scatach nodded helplessly. "Unlike other servants, my spiritual core didn't disintegrate thanks to the battle continuation skill." "Why?" Saber asked the same question as Shinji. "Do you remember my wish? I yearn for death. Since the Holy Grail couldn't kill me, at least let me experience the sensation of being killed in the form of a servant." Unlike anyone else, Scatach was filled with anticipation of the impending death. She reached out and gently touched Shinji's sulking head. "My dear little master, I know exactly what you're planning. If I were the victor, you would use a command spell to re-establish our contract before I disappear, right? I just don't want to be separated from you." Scatach bent down and embraced her disciple, who revealed a vulnerable expression. "Ah, I know. That's why I have to leave you even more. If not, you won't be able to truly grow. Sensei. Will I see you again?" "Of course, we will meet again. Didn't you say you wanted to end my eternity? I'll be waiting for you in the land of shadows. But that may take decades or even longer." Shinji buried his head in Scatach's shoulder, not letting her see his tears. "It's okay, it's just a few decades, and I've already lived through many decades." Scatach gently patted her disciple's back, revealing a rare moment of tenderness as they faced their parting. "If there's another Holy Grail war, will you respond to my summons?" "That depends on your performance." Scatach smiled faintly. "If you haven't grown enough, I won't answer your call, unless you can last 10 minutes under my spear." Shinji's body suddenly stiffened. Although his tears stopped, his expression grew even more grim. "Sensei, isn't that requirement too high? Can't we negotiate a discount?" "No negotiation. You've obtained various noble phantasms and consumed that thing. The 10-minute requirement is already quite low." To be honest, this requirement wasn't particularly high, but Shinji had his concerns. "Without your guidance, relying solely on my exploration, I don't have much confidence." The Child of Light also underwent careful cultivation by Fergus and studied in the Land of Shadows for a year and a month before achieving their later fame. "You don't need to worry about that, I have made arrangements." The words in his ear left Shinji feeling puzzled. "What does that mean?" "You'll find out soon enough." Scatach released Shinji, a faint smile playing at the corner of her lips. She looked up at the hole in the sky, continuously oozing black mud. "Justice, after a servant's death, does the remaining fragment that remains in the world become fuel for the Holy Grail?" "Yes," Justice replied affirmatively, though uncertain of Scatach's intentions. "Well, that's not a good place to go. I won't be going in there." Starting from her feet, Scatach's body began to crumble. Instead of dispersing into spiritual particles like other servants, it coalesced into 4 magical crystals of varying sizes and colors. In the moment her body completely disappeared, the magical crystals scattered. 2 of them flew into Shinji and Justice's bodies, while the other 2 flew over the walls of Ryuda Temple and descended towards the mountain. "Rather than becoming fuel for that thing, I'd rather become your fuel. Accept it, this is my final guidance." The last words, along with the magical crystals, conveyed Scatach's intentions to those she wished to reach, her beloved disciple and her trusted friend. This was Scatach's final gift, the true essence of the wisdom of Duan Scath. Acquiring skills and imparting skills were merely degraded versions limited by the container of the servant. The true nature of the skill lies in the transmission of knowledge, experience, insights, and other elements worthy of being called wisdom. At the end of her servant career, just before being devoured by the Holy Grail, Scatach transformed her essence, her spiritual foundation, and everything remaining of herself into wisdom, passing it on to the 4 individuals closest to her. This was something only Scatach could accomplish, the remarkable achievement of the one-of-a-kind Queen of the Shadow, who was neither living nor dead, nor a heroic spirit. It contained Scatach's heartfelt hopes and aspirations, capable of benefiting each recipient for a lifetime. When all the crystallized inheritances were in place, Scatach lost sight of the mortal world and awakened from the dream of the other side. Before her eyes was still the monotonous landscape, composed of only 3 colors, black, white, and gray. The sky and the earth were dim, and boundless shadows extended into the distance between heaven and earth. This was the Land of Shadows, the domain ruled by Scatach. "Have I returned?" The sole color within the realm rose from the throne, and the shadows receded around it, seemingly in awe of this eternal queen. The queen's gaze did not linger on the shadows but instead turned to the endless sky, to the mortal world beyond, to the places where her fates were intertwined. She saw Sakura and Korea weep in mourning for her passing. She saw Justice comprehend the meaning of sadness. She saw her most hopeful disciple wipe away tears, clenching his fist with determination, a unique aura brewing within him. Casting off impetuosity, heading toward composure. Casting off youthfulness, and heading toward maturity. Just like the death fang of the beast of the waves, Karuid, finally takes shape as a spear. I'll be waiting for you to become the true spear of mortal thorn, piercing through this eternal body. Support me at patreon.com/absolute code. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, Curtain Falls. Scatach's act of burning her spiritual foundation seemed to anger the evil of this world that sought to descend upon the mortal realm. The black mud in the sky and on the ground suddenly became violent and boiling. More and more black mud surged out of the hole as if attempting to expand the hole and complete its descent. However, it was all in vain. Without Scatach's soul, the hole lost the ability to continue expanding. The rules of space, the rules of the world, bound the black sun and prevented it from further enlargement. But now was not the time to relax. It had been almost 10 minutes since the appearance of the Black Sunday. The black mud tainted by the curse of the evil of this world formed a torrential stream, washing away the prearranged dams around the altar. If left unchecked, within 2 minutes, this makeshift dam made of gullies and piled stones would be breached. I beg of you, Mr. Emiya, I beg of you, Saber, please destroy the Holy Grail. Without the need for Justy's plea or Shinji's reminder, the master-servant pair of Kiritsugu and Saber, with their contrasting approaches but underlying similarities, were already prepared. Master, please use a command seal. Without it, I cannot destroy the Holy Grail. This was both the only means for a servant given by the Holy Grail to rebel against it and the necessary step for Saber, whose magical energy was running low, to replenish her mana. In the name of Kiritsugu Emiya. Receiving Saber's request, Kiritsugu did not hesitate. He pulled up his sleeve, revealing the command seal on his wrist. Saber, with the command seal, I command you the destruction of all the black mud. Saber, with the second command seal, I command you the destruction of the Holy Grail on the ground. Saber, with the third command seal, I command you the destruction of the hole in the sky. I have indeed received your command. Saber raised the holy sword, its radiance symbolizing victory shining brighter than ever before. When the command of the command seal aligns completely with the will of the servant receives an unimaginable amplification. At this moment, the will of Kiritsugu and the belief of the King of Knights, Artoria, merged as one. Not only them, but also Irisveal, Mia, Justice, and Shinji, who had all come to understand the true nature of the Holy Grail and hoped for its destruction. This collective prayer converged in the golden sword that illuminated the night sky, driving the King of Knights to loudly release the true name of her noble phantasm. Excalibur, sword of promised victory. The first beam of light shot forth like an untamed wild horse, crossing half of Ryuda Temple and directly crashing into the pool of black mud that sealed it. The cursed black mud, contaminated and unable to withstand the roaring torrent of light, was destroyed by the scorching rays, completely evaporating the entire pool. Immediately after, the immense magical power bestowed by the command seal, accelerated by the dragon factor, swiftly transformed into a second beam of light. It followed a trajectory similar to the first beam and accurately struck the golden chalice floating above the altar. The vessel that once belonged to Justice, a part of her body, quietly lost its form and disappeared in an even more radiant light. Justice widened her eyes, firmly etching the scene in her heart. It was a turning point in her destiny. She had lived as a vessel for the Holy Grail, its guardian, in the past, but now she would live as Justice, a human. The consecutive use of noble phantasms pushed Saber's body to its limits, but the coercive force of the command seal and Saber's own will continue to oppress the servant's form, even draining the magical energy that maintained her physical existence. This was the final strike. With the raised golden sword, the overwhelming firepower swept away the darkness in the sky. The hole that continuously exuded black mud, along with the entire sky, was split in half by the light of the holy sword. This was the torrent of light that dissipated everything. Within it, the sword-wielding girl accepted the fact that the battle had come to an end. And so it ends. My battle comes to a close. These words were not directed at anyone in particular. The wielder of the holy sword bent her knees, gazing at the radiant light that contained countless hopes and desires. The crumbling Holy Grail. What she had pursued should have granted her redemption. And now, she destroyed it with her own hands. Isn't it ironic? Perhaps it is. Has it all been in vain? No, it hasn't. Without this encounter that transcended time and this fateful meeting, perhaps she would have forever clung to that wish that denied herself and denied all her comrades. Having reached this outcome is enough. The contract is fulfilled. It is our victory, Irisveal and Kiritsugu. The holy sword grew faint, and her body began to fade, losing the support of magic and the contract. Artoria could no longer remain in this world. Saber. Irisveal reached out her hand, wanting to grasp the knight who had always protected her, only to find that she couldn't hold onto anything. I'm glad to have met you, Irisveal. If possible, I would have liked to stay by your side until you and your family are reunited. Unfortunately, I can no longer see it. Her fading continued, and the body of the King of Knights could be scattered by the wind at any moment, but her voice remained clear. But it's all right. With you, it will surely be possible, Irisveil, you must be happy. The night breeze blew, taking away the last trace of the girl's smile, leaving behind the bond she had forged with the mortal world, the scabbard named Avalon. Irisveil nodded vigorously. If she still had a physical body, she would have already burst into tears. She held onto the hands of Kiritsugu and Mia, nodding with determination. We will be happy. Goodbye, Saber. Goodbye, Saber. Within Kiritsugu's heart, he echoed the same words. He was not only bidding farewell to the vanishing girl, the King of Knights, but also bidding farewell to the image that had lingered in his heart for over a decade. Goodbye, King of Knights. May you break free from the restraints of inhibition, descend from the realm of swords, and enter the ideal land. May you find happiness as a young girl. In the silent tranquility, a man stumbled and ran into the temple. His red suit was tattered and torn, half of his bow tie was ripped off, his once handsome face stained with blood and dirt, his eyes clouded and frenzied, and he kept muttering to himself. Where is the Holy Grail? Where is it? I must obtain the Holy Grail and reach the root. The Holy Grail has already disappeared, Tosaka Tokiomi. It's all over now. Out of concern for Sakura, Justice kindly stepped forward to remind him, but Tokiomi forcefully pushed her away. No, you're lying to me. The command seals are still here, the Holy Grail must still be somewhere, the altar, it must be here. In truth, he had already seen the light that destroyed the abyss, but the command seals on his hand still hadn't disappeared, giving him a glimmer of hope. He staked everything on it. He didn't want and couldn't accept a failure. Unsteadily, Tokiomi stumbled across the makeshift embankment, traversed the scorched earth by the holy sword, and climbed up the altar, split in two by a torrent of light. He fell several times along the way, only to stand up again. In the corner of the altar, he found a fragment of gold. He held it in his palm as if cradling a treasure. I found it. This is the Holy Grail. No one noticed the hidden shadow within the inner wall of the fragment, the remnants of black mud tainted by the evil of this world. Perhaps the small Holy Grail had bounced to the side when shattered by the light of the holy sword, carrying a few drops of black mud, escaping destruction. The black mud touched Tokiomi's hands through the cracks of the fragment and seeped into his body. Gradually, Tokiomi felt his eyelids growing heavier. In a daze, he saw a pitch-black space and heard various whispers. Although he couldn't make them out clearly, they carried an irresistible allure. Tokiomi laughed, a loud, hysterical laughter, tears and blood streaming down his face. So this is the root. I finally reached the root. Equals. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 154, Behind the Scenes. First arc done. This space is a complete world. Pitch black and specks of light. In the wide spherical room, where the night sky is stained black, a wooden chair floats in the center. Although its shape alone would be enough to call it luxurious, the faded appearance of the wood gives it a charming appeal, an aged elegance that doesn't evoke a sense of distaste. Instead, its mere presence transforms the surrounding atmosphere into one of solemnity. At first glance, it looks like the seat reserved for some noble or aristocrat. However, if that were the case, this chair shouldn't exude such a powerful presence. It's so strong that even if a head of state were to sit on this chair, they would be considered an accessory to the chair, not its owner. If an ordinary person were to sit on this chair, they would likely be instantly swallowed up by the overwhelming presence emanating from it. This is a chair that makes people think this way. This space was prepared to exalt this chair. The current scene forces one to accept such an evaluation even when they hear it, but the man enveloped in an atmosphere that surpasses the solemnity of the chair is causing the backrest of the chair to emit a loud creaking sound. Ugh. If this room were a scaled-down universe, then the man sitting on the chair in the center of the room would be wrapped in an aura befitting that of a master. This is an elderly man, appearing to be around 50 to 60 years old. Despite his white hair, his posture remains upright, and his robust physique exudes a sense of strength that surpasses that of a middle-aged person in their prime. The wrinkles on his forehead, eyebrows, and the corners of his eyes add a touch of the accumulated weight of time, the mark of experience, but without the signs of frailty that typically come with old age. The most striking feature of the old man is his eyes. It has nothing to do with the color of his irises or any particular distinguishing characteristic but rather their depth, their profoundness. They are like the starry sky surrounding the old man, extending endlessly as if these eyes hold countless mysteries within them. The old man's name is Kister Zelrich Schweinorg. In the mundane world, his fame is not prominent, but in the mystical realm, he is known by everyone. His name itself represents a legend, and people admire, fear, or have various motives for him, bestowing upon him various titles: the second magician, the grand magus, the marshal of the mages association, the old man of the jewels, the fourth seat of the 27 dead apostle ancestors. He is a man who truly stands at the pinnacle of the mysterious side. This axis seems off. The old man glides his finger through the air, causing the celestial bodies projected on the surrounding walls to rotate. And is this polarized light completely extinguished? Oh, this incision is quite good. Following that, the pages of the floating book in front of the old man flip with a rustling sound, recording various information in real time as he moves. The front page of the book is adorned with strange patterns, as if countless concentric circles are layered upon each other, with intricate lines radiating outward from the center. Some of these lines extend to the outermost circle and continue to radiate outward, while others stop at one of the layers. The thickness of the book is approximately that of a regular encyclopedia. Despite its massive size, whenever the old man glides his finger, thousands or even tens of thousands of pages appear and disappear. The elderly man continues this work for a while, seemingly discovering something, and his finger pauses. This is. The rapidly flipping pages come to a halt, and the previously subtle expression finally undergoes a noticeable change. On the open page, there is a boy who appears to be of mixed Eastern and Western heritage. A cloak envelopes his body, and his short, curly hair is deep blue. The most distinctive feature of the boy is his deep blue eyes. In the empty space of the page, there is a red annotation, subject of Project I, number 13. The old man quietly gazes at the boy on the page, motionless. The entire spherical space seems to come to a standstill. It is unknown how much time has passed, perhaps a few minutes or even several hours. In this spherical space, the passage of time cannot be discerned. The old man exhales slowly, and the stagnant space finally resumes its movement. Finally, one of the subjects has shown some results. Of the 13 subjects in Project I, only 3 remain observable. The rest either died prematurely due to accidents or lost their futures due to quantum fixation. The soul that the young man claiming to be from Semia specifically brought, a soul that was not originally part of my plans. Is this the variable he found to change that future? Number 13, let me see how far you can go. But before that. The old man diverts his gaze from the concentrated focus on the pages and moves it to his left hand. On the thumb of his left hand, he wears a ring with a gem containing immense magical power as its face. Accompanied by a radiant dispersion of magical light, a deep, magnetic female voice emanates from the ring. I suppose it's time for you to contact me, Zelrich. You're still as perceptive as ever, Queen Scatach. A long-lost smile appears on the old man's face, and his laughter, transmitted through the gem ring, crosses the barriers of time and space. So you should already know the purpose of my contact. Regarding the creation of the third magic, the Heaven's Cup. Or is it about one of the disciples I recently acquired? Both. The third magic and that child are both experiments. An indescribable resonance and melancholy can be heard in the old man's voice. Only Scatach, who has grasped the causality of the world and has lived through countless ages, can understand that emotion. She refrains from saying more and gets straight to the point. The Heaven's Cup is indeed a power that can influence the world, much like your second magic. However, the Heaven's Cup alone is not enough. It is just power, and without a magus like you to wield it, it will inevitably be tainted with other colors. If things continue to develop in this way, the power of miracles will eventually disappear. You're right, that's why purification is necessary. Upon hearing the old man's response, Scatach softly murmurs, "Ah, I see. It seems you have grasped some kind of key," she continues. Yes, the old man calmly nods. But I cannot directly intervene in this matter. If I interfere too much, the world is likely to become completely fixed. Therefore, I need to choose a suitable executor. No need to choose. He is more than capable. The old man is well aware that the person referred to is the character spread open on the pages before them. Are you sure he can handle it? It's not an easy task. That's precisely why it should be him. He said he would fulfill my wish. If he cannot overcome even this obstacle, how can he bring an end to my eternity? Scatach's attitude provides the old man with the answer to another question. It seems I no longer need to inquire about his evaluation. Let me make this clear. You can have him do the work, but you are not allowed to take him as your disciple. Becoming your disciple is no different from becoming a wrecked person. I've finally seen a glimmer of hope, and if it shatters because of you, be prepared for my thorn of annihilation. Understood, Your Majesty Scatach. The old man maintains a composed demeanor. With a wave of his right hand, the red annotation on the pages changes accordingly. Executor of Project H, subject of Project I, Shinji Matou. P.S. It's him again, guys. It's his fault why we have this fanfic. XD. =======. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, The Survivors, Part 1, Bonus. 100 Power Stone achieved. The next day, the Fuyuki City television station reported the following news. Last night, a small meteorite flew over Fuyuki City, and many citizens witnessed a bright flash. According to eyewitnesses, there was a feeling of vibration inside houses and the sound of an explosion, triggering car alarms. Another witness said, there was an explosion, somewhere far away, but it was buzzing. The meteorite eventually fell into the Yanagi Cave Temple at the top of Mount Enzu, and at the scene, clear traces of the meteorite's impact on the ground can be seen. According to the monks practicing at the Ryunosuke Cave Temple, last night. A meteorite, living here for so many years, it's the first time I've seen news like this. Yeah, that's right. But, fortunately, it landed right in the temple's courtyard, without anyone getting hurt. At the Mackenzie family's dining table, Glenn and Martha were chattering away. Waver was drinking milk, silent. He knew very well that this was the aftermath of the Holy Grail War, and the fact that there was no further destruction indicated that the remaining masters and servants had exercised some restraint. He just didn't know which group emerged as the ultimate victor. Regardless of who the final winner was, from today onward, there would be no more strange incidents threatening the Knights of Fuyuki City. The tumultuous Fourth Holy Grail War came to an official close last night. As Waver reminisced about the intensity of the war, he deeply realized how precious it was for him to still be alive, a miraculous outcome. At the same time, he felt profound gratitude from the depths of his heart for this war, as it had granted him the most precious thing in his life. Waver. Mrs. Martha's call interrupted Waver's thoughts. Has Mr. Alexander safely returned to his home country? Alexander was Iskandar's alias, taking the first few syllables of Alexander's name. The burly men who had been staying in this house for the past few days had urgently returned to his home country yesterday. Waver, on behalf of him, expressed his gratitude to the couple for their hospitality and apologized for his sudden departure. He called from Heathrow Airport in the early morning. That guy has no manners at all, completely unaware of the time difference. The hastily concocted lie didn't waver his resolve. He didn't expect to have developed such thick skin. Even Waver himself was surprised. Did we receive any phone calls? I didn't notice. But that's just like him, isn't it? Mrs. Martha chuckled lightly, nodding, then shifted her gaze back to the TV screen. The news about the meteorite had passed. It was merely a small interlude, forever unable to become the protagonist of their lives. Grandfather, grandmother, there's something I want to talk to you about. Is that okay? Upon hearing Waver's slightly different tone, the elderly couple set down their cups of coffee. What's the matter? Well, actually. Ding dong. The sound of the doorbell interrupted Waver's words. Who could it be so early in the morning? Amidst Mrs. Martha's muttering, Mr. Glenn leisurely got up from his seat and opened the door. Hello, is this the Mackenzie residence? The young man with black hair and black eyes smiled gently as he softly inquired. Yes, I am Mackenzie. May I ask who you are? The old man confirmed that he didn't recognize the young man standing before him. Apologies for the intrusion. I'm a friend of Waver's, and I have something to discuss with him. The young man scratched his head bashfully as he spoke. Oh, you're Waver's friend. Please come in and have a seat, the old man warmly beckoned the young man. We're having breakfast. Have you eaten? Would you like to have a little something with us? No, thank you. I've already eaten. The young man shook his head and followed the old man into this cozy, albeit small, home. Hey, Waver. Asa. The young man glared, cutting off Waver's almost slip of a nickname, and then mouthed the name Seiki instead. Waver quickly corrected himself. Hey, Seiki. What brings you here today? I've been busy all this time, just finished up last night, so I came to fulfill the promise we made a while ago, said Shinji, appearing with an air of familiarity. His acting skills impressed Waver. Oh, what promise? A showdown, you and me. We agreed to have an exciting duel using games, Shinji replied. Waver's carefully crafted expression froze completely. There were too many flaws in what Shinji just said, and he didn't know how to respond. First of all, it was a duel he unilaterally decided on, he never agreed to it. Secondly, wasn't that duel supposed to be a magecraft competition? When did it turn into a game? Third, this must be an excuse, it must be. You didn't come to see me just for this. Constrained by the presence of the McKinley couple, Waver couldn't inquire further. He could only respond vaguely while quickly devouring the bread and eggs on the table. 3 minutes later, Waver blurted out, I won't be back for lunch, and rushed out of the door. Seeing their grandson in such urgency, Mrs. Martha couldn't help but exclaim, is the allure of games really that strong? Perhaps it is. Isn't Mr. Alexander the same? Mr. Glenn blinked discreetly. You have a point. On the other side, Waver ran frantically, sprinting for a whole kilometer before finally stopping, ensuring that he wouldn't disturb the Mackenzie residents. Turning around, Waver saw Kusuwaseki standing by, without a hint of redness or breathlessness. He couldn't help but feel deflated and said with a bitter face, "Assassin's Master, what is it that you want from me?" "I told you, I want to play games with you, the Grand Strategy series, you can pick." Shinji crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. "Are you kidding me?" Waver was on the verge of tears. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Come with me to meet someone." Shinji pointed to the side where a black car was parked. "Who?" "You'll find out when you get there. Let's go." "Ah, can I not go?" "What do you think?" "No, I can't." In the end, Waver's struggle failed, and he could only accept reality with a dejected look. However, he didn't lose his fighting spirit. He had accepted that command, and no matter what, he had to survive. It was the command of the king, a command he would carry out with his life. The car smoothly left the suburbs and entered the upscale residential area of the foreigners' district. It stopped in front of a European-style villa with a history of over 100 years. The name, Matou, was prominently displayed on the villa's doorplate. In the basement of the villa, Waver saw a man who had changed significantly. His once full cheeks had become gaunt, and his light blonde hair, which had always been styled with hair wax, now hung naturally. The once radiant and lofty gaze had lost its luster. Though he appeared to be in his 30s, there was a sense of aging about him. Waver was stunned. It was difficult for him to connect the men before him with the renowned clock tower genius from his memories. In a daze, he once again uttered a name he thought he would never say in his lifetime. Professor Kenneth. == Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, The Survivors, Part 2. Waver Velvet spent an entire day at the Matou residence, staying until the sun began to set before being escorted back to the Mackenzie home. In the following week, Waver reported to the Matou workshop at 8 a.m. every day and returned home at 6 p.m., just like when he was studying at the clock tower. The time spent at the Matou residence wasn't much different from his time at the clock tower. There were 4 classes in the morning and 3 classes in the afternoon with a tight schedule. After a week, Waver left Fuyuki City and departed from Japan on an early morning flight from F Airport. He came alone, and he left alone. He arrived as an ignorant youth and departed as a mature individual. Although it was only a short period of just over 10 days, it completely transformed him. Similarly, the teacher of this young man, Kenneth L. Meloy Archibald, was also changed by these 10+ days. Waver. He's already on the plane now, right? Kenneth, sitting in his wheelchair, gazed into the western sky, lost in thought. Shinji, standing beside him, nodded and complained, "If you're so worried, why didn't you go see him off?" "As I said, from now on, I'm a missing person." Naturally, a missing person cannot appear in crowded public places. Besides, I've never liked Waver as a student, not in the past, not now, and it won't change in the future. Similarly, he doesn't like me as a teacher, I'm sure of it. Upon hearing Kenneth's words, Shinji shook his head helplessly. Seriously, why can't you two just be honest? You both acknowledge each other's abilities. It's not the same as liking each other. Acknowledgement doesn't mean liking. Kenneth reached out and pulled the curtain closed. Ever since Shinji had kept him in the basement for a few days of cold treatment, he had grown to prefer the dark environment. I admit that he has excellent abilities in insight, analysis, induction, and summarization. However, his background determines that he lacks the aptitude for practical magecraft. No matter how high he can reach in theory, it can't be translated into tangible results. Such a person can hardly be considered a good magus. But he can become a good magic teacher. In just 7 days, he recorded many of your achievements, knowledge that others may not be able to grasp in several months. You have also heard his lectures, clear and concise, with a deep understanding. To be honest, in this aspect, you are far inferior to him, even though you are a color rank magus. If this were the pre-Holy Grail War Kenneth, he would have been angered by Shinji's words. However, after experiencing several setbacks, Kenneth had long lost his former pride and had become much more mature. I admit that he can be a good teacher, but precisely because of that, it's even more pitiful. Every magus has the belief to seek the truth of magic, but Waver can only send others onto the path to truth while he can only watch as his students surpass him, going further than he can. I can't accept such a path, and that's where Waver and I differ. Contradictions in values, huh? Shinji sighed and didn't say anything more. I've done what I needed to do. And you? Everything is arranged. Waver will first go to India, then proceed to Persia, and finally reach Macedonia. This is the path that the conqueror King Iskandar once traveled. Along this journey, Waver will summarize and compile the knowledge you have taught him, preparing for publication. During this time, news of your disappearance should have spread. The magus gathered under the El-Meloi banner will gradually divide into various factions. Some will remain loyal to you, some will secretly form alliances, and others will align themselves with other families. It's a good opportunity to discern people's loyalty. Those loyal to you will become the core members of the future El-Meloi, while those with ulterior motives will be gradually marginalized. As for those who have ill intentions towards the Archibald family, they must be dealt with. How to discern them? Amiya Kiritsugu's eyes in the Mages Association will watch over us. Upon hearing the name that had brought him to such a state, Kenneth couldn't help but snort. Although he had accepted reality, he still harbored resentment towards Amiya Kiritsugu. Shinji glanced at Kenneth and continued. Because you are only missing, and no one knows if you're truly dead, the enemies won't show their ugly faces. As long as your true situation remains unknown for a day, the Archibald family won't face the danger of being overthrown. Of course, there will be damages, but as long as you can recover in time and return to the clock tower, all crises will be resolved. What if I can't recover in time? Kenneth asked with a cold face. Well, it's hard to say. Although we have made arrangements, such as publishing your new research findings to stabilize people's confidence, it's uncertain how effective it will be. The Archibald family is in a critical condition, and they can suffer severe setbacks and significant damage. Shinji didn't sugarcoat the situation. He spoke the truth. However, compared to the original timeline where Kenneth met his demise in Fuyuki City and the 9th generation's origin crest suffered 90% damage, resulting in the Archibald family's decline within a few years and accumulating astronomical amounts of debt, the current situation was much better. Because the core of a Magus's lineage is its people, as long as the people are there, the Archibald family will exist, and the banner of El-Meloi won't fall. Therefore, you need to recover as soon as possible. The sooner you recover, the lesser the losses for the Archibald family, Shinji said bluntly. I understand. I will cooperate with the treatment, Kenneth nodded as if making some kind of determination. Then sign this. Shinji opened a piece of parchment in front of Kenneth. To ordinary people, the contents of the parchment would appear as a series of incomprehensible symbols and markings. But to a magus, it was an irrevocable contract, a contract of Geis. In a magi society filled with intrigue and political maneuvering, this was one of the most stringent forms of magical contracts, used only when entering into agreements that could not be broken. By utilizing the functionality of their magic circuits, the force spell is imposed on the caster themselves, and in principle, its effects cannot be removed by any means. Legend has it that even if one were to offer their life in exchange, as long as the magic crest remains, the soul will remain bound. It is an extremely dangerous form of magecraft. For a magus, presenting such a proof document signifies the utmost sincerity. The document was lengthy, detailing various clauses and prohibitions that Kenneth and the Matou family should adhere to. Kenneth read through it word by word, and after a while, he looked up at Shinji in astonishment. Are you not planning to secretly control the Archibald family during this opportunity? The conditions were not overly stringent but rather excessively generous, to the point that Kenneth could hardly believe it. No, we don't. Shinji shook his head. As you can see, the Matou family is so small, with so few individuals. Compared to the intricately intertwined Archibald family, we are insignificant. A python can swallow a sheep, but it can't swallow an elephant. Greed can easily lead to self-destruction. Therefore, an equal and trustworthy cooperative relationship is more appropriate. I have already gained a significant advantage. If it were before the Holy Grail War, a family like the Matou would probably not even be able to step foot inside the Archibald family's gate. You. Kenneth looked at Shinji with eyes devoid of pretense, then glanced at the genuine proof document in his hand, and sincerely exclaimed, "You truly are a little monster. Thank you for the compliment. I wonder what kind of emotions I will have when looking back on this period in 20 years. No one can say for sure what will happen in 20 years. People should focus on the present." You're right. Kenneth pricked his finger and used a specially made feather pen to sign his name on the contract with his blood. With this, the contract is established. Pleasure working with you. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, The Survivors, Part 3. The contract was established, and Shinji left Kenneth's room with the parchment scroll containing the contract of Geis. The document became effective as soon as both parties signed their names, and the parchment scroll, serving as the vessel, lost its value. However, Shinji had no intention of discarding or destroying it. He planned to store it in the family's secret vault as a commemoration of his first achievement for the Matou family. In the corridor outside the room, a man with the same hair and eye color as Shinji leaned against the railing, looking lazy. He was Shinji's father, Byakuya, who had just returned from a business trip abroad. As the most intelligent man in the Matou family in a certain sense, he wasn't particularly shocked or resentful towards his family after learning everything. He simply muttered a few complaints and accepted the reality, calmly immersing himself in his subsequent work. The first task was to help Shinji draft the contract. A covenant was also a type of contract, and no one in the Matou family knew better than Byakuya, a seasoned businessman, how to formulate a rigorous contract. Considering the irreversible nature of the contract of Geis, Shinji waited until Byakuya returned before finalizing the contract after several discussions between the two. There were 2 copies of the document in total. One was the contract just signed with Kenneth, and the other was the contract with Waver, a difference of a single word, reflecting Shinji's attitude towards the 2 individuals, despite the identical format of the incantation and the document. How is it? Byakuya yawned and asked his son. He hadn't slept all night while revising the document. It's all taken care of. Thank you for your hard work, father. Shinji made an okay gesture towards his father. It's not a matter of whether it's hard or not. We're all working hard for this family. There's no reason for you to exert yourselves while I just stand by. By the way, how do you plan to handle that woman? Byakuya referred to Sola, Kenneth's fiancée. Ever since losing Lancer, she had locked herself in her room, going through the motions of life like a puppet. Shinji glanced at the room adjacent to Kenneth's and let out a sigh. She's just an insignificant ornament. Let's leave her be. If Kenneth doesn't make any requests, we shouldn't meddle. In Shinji's eyes, Sola was nothing more than a decorative vase. She had no abilities and a terrible personality. Apart from being somewhat attractive, she had almost no redeeming qualities. Shinji couldn't understand why Kenneth would be interested in a woman like her when he had seen plenty of beautiful women himself. Kenneth came from a noble background, was young and promising, and if he had the intention, there would be countless women waiting for him to choose from. The fact that he had chosen Sola could only be attributed to love making people blind. Byakuya muttered under his breath, a vase doesn't know how to use magecraft. Even if she knew how to use magecraft, it wouldn't have any impact on us who have consumed that. So she's still just a vase, Shinji scoffed. Speaking of which, why do I feel like there hasn't been any change in my body? Is this the effect of the legendary golden apple that can drive goddesses crazy? Just as Byakuya finished speaking, Shinji gave him a big, disdainful eye roll. And what if it did? After consuming it, do you become incredibly strong and invincible? Well, it doesn't need to be that exaggerated, but there should at least be some changes. But there have been changes. Haven't you noticed? Where? Byakuya rubbed his head and turned around. I haven't noticed. Shinji pulled his father to the bathroom and pointed at his face in the mirror. See, there used to be a mole here, but now it's gone. And there used to be a scar here, but now it's gone too. And look at the white hair here. Wait a minute. Are you saying these are the changes? This is the effect of the golden apple. Byakuya's face reflected in the mirror showed his confusion. Yes, Shinji nodded seriously. Father, think about it. What is the most famous legend about the golden apple? Women, including goddesses, desire it. Yes, what do women desire the most? Power? Obviously not. Compared to power, they value their appearance and figure more. You should know that women love beauty. That's why they all want to obtain the golden apple. Not only because the golden apple is a symbol of beauty, but also because it can make them more beautiful. Are you saying that the true effect of the golden apple is scar removal for scars, acne treatment for pimples, more radiant skin, and softer hair? In simple terms, it's beauty and skincare. Although he had already had a vague idea of the answer, Shinji's words left Byakuya both laughing and crying for a while. Well, that's true. It indeed is a divine object that women can't resist. But, is that the only use it has? No, it's not. After all, the golden apple was a wedding gift from Gaia, the Earth Mother, to Zeus and Hera. It can't have just that effect. The true power of the golden apple is self-optimization. Beauty and skincare are just the first steps in compensating for bodily defects. It will then internally adjust your body and enhance various aspects of your abilities. It's expected to take 2 to 3 weeks. But don't expect to become a Superman. No matter how much you optimize, it's still based on your physical foundation. Father, the most you can expect is an increase in magical resistance, going from twice that of an average person to the level of resisting 1 or 2 levels of magic. That's not bad. Health is more important than anything. Upon hearing Shinji's explanation, Byakuya's last trace of regret vanished. The golden apple, a famous treasure in Greek mythology, once caused a dispute between the goddesses Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite, indirectly leading to the 10-year Trojan War. Gilgamesh used it in exchange for the golden Babylon from Scatach's hands. This treasure had no meaning for the bodies of the servants Gilgamesh and Scatach. If Scatach were alone, she would never agree to give up her beloved motorcycle. But her 4 disciples needed it, and for the sake of their development, Scatach eventually agreed to the deal. It's worth mentioning that the treasures extracted from the Gate of Babylon are crystallizations of materialized souls. Without a supply of magical energy, they eventually turn back into spiritual particles and vanish. To prevent such a situation, Scatach specially made a rune box to store the golden apple and prepared magical potions to be taken together with the apple, tailored to the specific characteristics of each disciple's body. The 4 disciples, Shinji, Sakura, Kariya, and Byakuya, each had their shortcomings. These shortcomings would limit their future development. However, the characteristic of self-optimization provided by the golden apple, combined with the targeted strengthening effect of the magical potions, could effectively compensate for their deficiencies and allow them to go further on their respective paths. Scatach hoped for a bright future for her disciples, and she hoped that they could carve out their piece of the sky. This was Scatach's expectation for her disciples and the expectation of every qualified teacher for their students. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, The Survivors, Part 4. I changed the cover to Fujino because to the next arc will cover Kara no Kyukai. Later, Sakura and Kariya returned. Sakura's eyes were red, as if she had just finished crying, which made Shinji, who was waiting for them at the entrance, feel heartbroken. What's wrong, our little princess? Who made you angry? Big brother will beat them up for you. No, nobody made me angry. Sakura lowered her head, looking very aggrieved. I got angry at myself. Oh. Shinji's expression became even gentler. He crouched down in front of Sakura, tilted her head up, and looked into her eyes. Why did you get angry at yourself? Tell your big brother, okay? Well, because I'm useless. Sakura sniffled, tears welling up in her eyes. Dad has been sick and hasn't been well. My healing magecraft doesn't help at all. If only I could be as amazing as Sensei. Silly little fool. Shinji reached out and gently ruffled Sakura's hair. Sensei wasn't born amazing either. You're still young. As long as you practice hard, one day you'll become as amazing as Sensei. Just that it would probably take tens of thousands of days, and that's comparing it to the master who is a servant, Shinji silently added in his mind. Really? Of course, it's true. Big brother won't lie to little Sakura. Sakura's dim eyes finally regained their brightness. Then I'll work hard and try to become as amazing as Sensei as soon as possible. Shinji clenched his fist and waved it in front of Sakura. That's the spirit. Big brother will cheer you on, starting from today. Yeah, then I'll go finish today's homework. Before Sensei left, she assigned me so many tasks. Go ahead. Shinji maintained his smile and watched Sakura disappear into the entrance of the underground workshop. Only at this moment did Kariya, who had been standing nearby like a statue, finally speak. I knew you could comfort Sakura. Shinji turned his head and responded with a hint of annoyance, I also know you couldn't comfort Aunt Aoi. Kariya's body stiffened, and a helpless expression appeared on his previously unreadable face. How did you know? Because only then would you not be in the mood to comfort Sakura, causing her to come back with red eyes. Shinji knew very well that in Kariya's heart, Aoi was the first, and Rin and Sakura were second. Only when something went wrong with Aoi would he neglect Sakura. Is Tosaka Tokiomi's condition worsening again? Yes, Kariya sighed. His condition was improving a few days ago, and he could walk around, but it suddenly worsened last night, and he has been unconscious since then. At the end of the Holy Grail War, Tokiomi fell into madness, and in the end, Shinji couldn't bear to see it and knocked him out with a stick, secretly sending him back to the Tosaka family. Since then, Tokiomi's health has been poor, often experiencing high fevers and overall weakness, struggling even to walk. Have they found the cause of the illness? No, we've tried both modern medicine and magecraft, but the conclusion is that his body is weak and needs rest. Now we can only wait for Lady Justice's analysis results. Kariya's words puzzled Shinji even more. That doesn't make sense. That night, Tokiomi only fought with you, and he suffered external injuries. There's no reason for the injuries to heal while his body becomes weaker. It has nothing to do with it. Converging prana, the voice of Justice appeared in the living room. The results are in. The cause of Tosaka Tokiomi's weakness is a curse, the curse of the Holy Grail. That's impossible, Shinji stood still, astonished. Although the curse of the Holy Grail does make a person weaker day by day. When Tokiomi entered Ryudo Temple, Saber had already destroyed the Black Mud, the Lesser Grail, and the Core. They were all destroyed. But that's the result. If it wasn't for direct contact with the curse of the Holy Grail and the precedent of Amiya Kiritsugu, I might not have been able to identify the cause. I believe there must have been a small residue in some corner of the altar at that time, and it happened to come into contact with Tosaka Tokiomi. This is. Shinji and Kariya exchanged glances and simultaneously showed a bitter smile. Ignoring the objections of his wife and daughter, Tokiomi single-mindedly pursued the Holy Grail, but instead of obtaining it, he was cursed by it. It was truly an ironic ending. Should we save him? Shinji asked Kariya. This question is meaningless. It's not whether we should save him, but whether we can save him. It wasn't Kiriya who answered, but Justice. What do you mean? Tosaka Tokiomi's situation is more severe than Emiya Kiritsugu's. Kiritsugu was able to effectively suppress the curse by implanting Avalon in time. Tosaka Tokiomi is different. Although he received a smaller amount of the curse, it has already completely infiltrated his soul and merged with him. At this stage, unless we have the complete third magic or a miracle like time reversal, no one can save Tosaka Tokiomi. Can't the authority of the goddess do it? Curses and lifting curses are the expertise of the ancient pharaohs of Egypt. Shinji spoke while manifesting the protective noble phantasm he hadn't given to Sakura yet. No, it's like cancer. Once cancer cells spread throughout the body, there's no hope. Tosaka Tokiomi is currently in a state where the cancer cells have spread throughout his body. Upon hearing Justice's explanation, Shinji and Kiriya felt relieved and no longer had to grapple with their inner turmoil. How long can he live? Kiriya hesitated for a moment before asking the question that concerned him the most. It's uncertain. It depends on his will to survive. It could be as short as a year or two, or as long as 3 to 5 years. If he had treasures like the golden apples, perhaps he could last a bit longer. Shinji shrugged at the two of them. No, the last golden apple was consumed by father. It happened yesterday. Kiriya nodded silently and left the entrance hall. His heart was filled with mixed emotions, and he just wanted some peace. Shinji and Justice maintained a tacit silence. As soon as Kiriya left, they moved to another location to continue their conversation. How is Emiya Kiritsugu doing? He's recovering well. It will take at most 3 more days for him to completely lift the curse. And Miss Iris Veal? No progress. Although we successfully transferred her from Ryuda Temple to the Emiya household, she cannot leave the ley lines, nor can she freely switch between spiritual and physical forms like me. She still needs Kiritsugu and Mia to regularly replenish her magical energy. If only my third magic could be further perfected, they might be able to retrieve their daughter from Einsburn Castle a bit earlier. Don't blame yourself. You've already done a great job, Shinji comforted softly. Without you, Miss Iris Veal would have died, with no chance to live together with her husband and daughter. Again. You gave her a future. In that case, it's only natural for the one who gave her that future to want to witness it as well. Justice looked at Shinji with hopeful eyes, and Shinji couldn't refuse that gaze. He began to ponder, searching his memories from his past life for any useful information. Perhaps there was a fondness for the Emiya family and Iris Veal, the kind-hearted woman, buried within Shinji's subconscious. The image of a certain wandering king quickly emerged in his mind. Lady Justice, let's pay a visit to the Emiya household. I've come up with a solution. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 159, The Survivors, Part 5, Bonus. It's actually first time this book achieved 200 Power Stone, so I will give 2 bonus chapter today. What? Have you come up with a solution? Is this true? In Shinji's mind, there were 3 faces in front of him from left to right, the poker-faced Emiya Kiritsugu, the icy beauty Mia, and the naturally pure Iris Veal. Of course, these were Shinji's impressions of the 3 individuals in their usual states. Now, their expressions were surprisingly unified. Their eyes widened, pupils contracted, mouths slightly open. It was as if the only thing missing was the word excitement written on their foreheads. It seems like birds of a feather flock together. Shinji silently commented in his mind, patiently explaining. I said I came up with a possible solution, but it doesn't mean it's guaranteed to work or be successful. That's okay. Having a direction is better than having none. Shinji, just say it already, don't keep us in suspense, urged Justice. After the Holy Grail War, due to Justice's relationship with Iris Veal, the Matou and Emiya families grow closer, and Shinji becomes a frequent guest in the Emiya household. I plan to find a body for Miss Iris Veal. A body. The 3 members of the Emiya household exclaimed in unison. Yes, a body. The soul and the physical body are the 2 fundamental elements of a human. Those of us who study magecraft know that the soul is the content, and the body is the vessel. One cannot exist without the other. Without the content, the vessel is just an empty shell, and without the vessel, the content loses its object of reliance and disappears from the world, just like this water. As Shinji spoke, he picked up a teacup and poured the tea onto the coffee table. The water scatters and evaporates without the cup, but if I do this. He moved his fingers, tracing an ice rune, and the warm tea quickly froze. The tea is now fixed in place. This is the only known exception, the 3rd magic, materialization of the soul. Miracles related to it, such as summoning heroic spirits, the contract I made with Lady Justice, and even Miss Iris Veal. Unfortunately, Lady Justice's 3rd magic is not complete. It's more manageable when casting it on oneself, allowing for adjustments at any time. However, for Miss Iris Veal, it's not possible to be so precise, which is why she is currently unstable. Shinji placed the teacup down and infused magic into the ice, using the Matou family's fluid manipulation magecraft to shape the spread-out ice into an unattractive cylinder. His intention was clear: the water represented Iris Veal's soul, the teacup represented the body, and the formation of the ice column represented Justy's third magic. However, there were still some differences between the shape of the ice column and the original form of the water in the teacup. So, to solve this situation, the best way is to put the water back into the teacup. But the soul is not actual tea water, it can't be poured into any cup. If you change the container casually, it will become like a dirty inkstone. Souls are delicate and fragile. Even a slight mismatch in the container can cause damage to both parties. In the end, it will turn into a decaying living dead, like a dirty inkstone. Justy's concerns were understood by Shinji. Since he dared to propose this suggestion, he naturally had a solution. He pointed to the tray in the center of the coffee table, which contained several identical teacups. What if it's the same container? You mean? Justy's clapped her hands. Yes, Miss Iris Veal's body was created by Justychite von Einsburn. If he can create one, he can create another. Can doesn't mean he's willing to. Kiritsugu wasn't as optimistic as Justy's. The cost of creating Iri's body is high, and it's a burden for the Einsburn family. Moreover, I am likely already considered a traitor by the Einsburn family. The Einsburn family is isolated from the world, with very limited sources of information. Their understanding of the Fourth Holy Grail War probably only goes as far as Saber destroyed the Holy Grail. Without knowing the details, it's normal for them to conclude that Kiritsugu Amiya betrayed them. This was confirmed in Fate/0. The novel describes the Fourth Holy Grail War ending with Saber destroying the Holy Grail. After that, Kiritsugu was considered a traitor by the Einsburn family. Although he didn't suffer direct retaliation, he never set foot in the Einsburn family's stronghold, Winter Castle, again, and never had the chance to see his daughter Ilias Veal until his death. Nowadays, Kiritsugu's intelligence network hasn't received any news about the Einsburn main family, indicating the Einsburn family's stance. What's more troublesome is that the nature of the homunculi determines that the members of this family are impervious to persuasion or coercion that works on humans. Even if Justy's, who holds a special position within the family, intervenes, there's no guarantee she can convince the highest decision-maker, the central control artificial intelligence golem Justychite. On the contrary, there's a possibility that the loyal golem Justychite might target her and cause a series of troubles. That's why Shinji is reluctant to deal with the Einsburn main family. The more he analyzed, the colder Kiritsugu's heart became. In that case, it might be better to maintain the current situation and find a way to stabilize Iris Veal's magical supply first before directly storming into Einsburn Castle to rescue his daughter Ilias Veal. Why haven't I thought of learning the Einsburn alchemy in these 9 years? At the end of his distress, Kiritsugu buried his head and murmured a meaningless self-reproach. His self-blame made Iris Veal and Mia's heart sink as well. Seeing this scene, Shinji touched his nose and said somewhat embarrassedly, You seem to have misunderstood. I didn't say I wanted to find the Einsburn family. I'm looking for someone else. This person's alchemy may not be comparable to the Einsburns, but her puppet-making skills are superior to theirs. The puppets made by this person allowed Shiro Amiya, who reached a similar state as Iris Veal in the Fate/Stay Night, Heaven's Feel, Rout's finale, to be resurrected as a human. The puppets made by this person do not carry any genetic factors of the physical body. The shaping of the puppets is entirely based on the individual information carried by the soul, including but not limited to memories and magical circuits. These pieces of information are stored in the soul, not the brain. Iris Veal, Justy's, and even the heroic spirits can materialize into physical entities because of the influence of this information. The physical body adjusts itself according to the soul, achieving perfect harmony. Who is this person you're talking about? Kiritsugu asked directly. Tuko Aozaki, a magus recognized by the clock tower as the Grand, the world's #1 puppeteer. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 160, Observing Mifune City, bonus. This is a city similar to Fuyuki City. It's not a big city, not well known, and doesn't have any famous tourist attractions. It's just an ordinary small city. This city is located in the Tokyo metropolitan area, Japan. Tokyo metropolis and the capital city Tokyo of Japan are different concepts. The former is equivalent to a province in China, although it's not as large, while the latter is equivalent to a city in China. The easiest way to understand this is by comparing it to Jilin province and Jilin city in northeast China, even though Jilin city is not the capital of Jilin province. In this analogy, the city in question would be similar to Tunghua city or Liaoyuan city, which are under the jurisdiction of Jilin province. The name of this city is Mifune City. Don't overlook its existence just because its name is not easy to remember. It is a very important stage in the Type Moon world, where the story of Kara no Kyukai takes place. In the last month of 1994, a Mercedes-Benz car with out-of-town license plates entered this small city with the difficult-to-remember name. The driver was a woman in her 30s of Japanese-German mixed heritage. She had shoulder-length red hair, and a beautiful face, and was dressed in a classic Chanel suit, complemented by Cartier crystal jewelry. She wore a pair of semi-rimless glasses that combined both traditional and fashionable elements. She was a typical urban white-collar worker, or rather, a gold-collar worker. Her name was Elsa Sagiu. Well, she might be the same person as the Master of Archer in Fate/Prototype, Fragments of Sky Silver, the Fourth Holy Grail War in a parallel world, or maybe they just share the same name. But that's not important. What matters is that she currently serves as an assistant to Matou Byakuya and is an indispensable partner in his career. The Matou family's secular industries have grown rapidly within a year, and Miss Sagiu has played a significant role in this. The only person who would have Elsa Sagiu as their driver is Byakuya. Currently, he sat in the passenger seat, resting his eyes. Yes, the passenger seat. In Japan, the seating etiquette for cars is higher in the back, lower in the front, higher on the right, lower on the left. Byakuya sitting in the passenger seat meant that the two people in the back seats, who held a higher position in the Matou family, took the back seats. On the right rear side was the family's little princess, the cherished jewel of everyone's eyes, Sakura Matou. On the left rear side was the person who had the most persuasive power in the family, the eccentric individual whose mental age did not match his physical age, Shinji Matou. The two children leaned against their respective windows, watching the scenery outside rapidly receding. However, Sakura was full of excitement and innocence, while the mature Shinji's eyes were hollow, lacking focus as if he was immersed in his world. The surrounding traffic gradually became dense. As they drew closer to their destination after passing 3 consecutive traffic lights, Elsa Sagiu spoke in a moderate tone, "Turn at the next intersection and pass 2 more traffic lights, and we'll arrive." Byakuya made a soft sound and opened his eyes. "Are we finally here?" Sakura revealed a sweet smile and reached out to tug at Shinji's sleeve. Brother. Shinji snapped back to reality and looked around in confusion. Oh. Seeing his son's reaction, Byakuya rubbed his temples in distress. "Shinji, I only brought you and Sakura here because you insisted. Why are you so listless now? Maybe he's tired from the long car ride. After all, he's still young," Elsa explained, trying to console Byakuya. Byakuya could only force a smile in response, saying, maybe. What else could he say? Could he admit that his son had more energy than he did? Although Elsa was one of the few people outside the family who was close to them, she didn't know the true nature of the Matou family, and Byakuya had no plans to let her know for the time being. Shaking off his scattered thoughts, Byakuya continued speaking. "Shinji, Sakura, tonight we will be attending a reception hosted by the Asakami family. Although they have fallen from grace, they are still a prominent family in Mifune. We mustn't neglect our manners." "Understood, father," Sakura obediently nodded. "I will be careful." "Such a well-behaved girl, Sakura." "Don't worry, I'm good at acting obedient. It's my specialty." Shinji patted his cheek, stretched lazily, and loosened his stiff body from sitting for too long, returning to his usual carefree demeanor. "Look, apart from Aunt Elsa in the company, no one knows I'm pretending. They all say I'm well-behaved and understanding, that you've raised a good son." Byakuya had always been at a loss with his son, so he scratched his head out of habit. "Don't scratch your head. You're the guest of honor tonight, your hairstyle mustn't be messy. And don't mess up your clothes either, it's embarrassing to have wrinkles." With Shinji stopping his small movements one after another, Byakuya could only scratch the window, at least this wouldn't affect his appearance. Helplessly giving in, his defeated expression made Elsa and Sakura burst into laughter. Tonight's reception was a formal occasion. Byakuya, Shinji, and Sakura were all dressed in tailored formal attire. Elsa also brought her dress, but she would change it after discussing business matters. The car soon passed 2 traffic lights, and the Mercedes-Benz turned into an underground parking lot of an office building. After the car came to a stop, the group of people didn't immediately get out. Instead, they took one last look to see if there were any inappropriate details in their appearance, mainly the women inspecting the men. Elsa, who was secretly referred to as the Matou Group butler, and Sakura, who had inherited the true teachings of the Tosaka family, both paid great attention to their grooming. Only the casually dressed Byakuya and Shinji needed someone to help them tidy up. Watching Elsa carefully adjust Byakuya's tie, Shinji's eyes began to twinkle, and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips that didn't fade until they got out of the car. "Hey, that's going too far," Byakuya intentionally stayed behind and glared fiercely at his son. "It's not me who's going too far, it's you," Shinji whispered, lowering his voice. "I've always suspected whether Elsa Auntie likes you or not, and now I finally understand. It's not just liking, it's being wholeheartedly devoted." Dad, if you meet such a good woman, you should marry her. Byakuya paused in his steps, his expression changing several times before finally sighing. Just wait a little longer, just a little longer. The decision is yours. I'm just reminding you not to wait until you lose something before you regret it. You're luckier than Uncle, the Matou family now isn't as dirty and dark, and you have nothing to worry about. After speaking, Shinji quickened his pace and walked alongside Sakura. Regret, worry. Byakuya lowered his head, lost in thought. When he lifted his head after sorting out his emotions, Shinji and Sakura had already walked far ahead, and the woman who had been his assistant for over 5 years was still waiting for him, just like the countless times she had sent him home when he was drunk. What were you talking about with the child? Oh, he said he wants you to be his stepmother. Elsa's face immediately turned as red as her hair. What are you saying? Don't joke about the child. Byakuya inexplicably felt a twinge in the corner of his eye. A joke. He had made too many jokes, and when it came time to be serious, no one would believe him. Perhaps it was time to gather his thoughts. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 161, Asakami Fujino, Part 1. A cocktail party is a form of invitation-based social gathering that originated in the West and continues to be widely used today due to its relatively simple and economical format compared to formal banquets. It holds an important place in people's social interactions and is often used to commemorate and celebrate birthdays for social groups or individuals or to establish and strengthen relationships. In Japan, a country heavily influenced by the West, cocktail parties have become a very common social form. The Japanese have combined Western-style cocktail parties with their own local cuisine and banquet customs, creating a unique Japanese-style cocktail party. The cocktail party that Byakuya, Elsa, Shinji, and Sakura are attending is a typical Japanese-style cocktail party. It includes Western-style alcoholic beverages, drinks, and cold appetizers, as well as Japanese-style soups, grilled dishes, fried dishes, simmered dishes, and sashimi. However, regardless of the form of the cocktail party, it is not a buffet-style event where one can freely indulge in eating and drinking. Moderation is the basic etiquette of a cocktail party, and in addition, Shinji, as the head of the Matou family, externally, and Byakuya's son, attracts a lot of attention. Every move and action requires careful consideration, which is why Shinji has never liked participating in such events. Except for today, there is an exception. He is interested in this family, or more accurately, interested in a person within this family. The Asakami family, whose main branch is located in Nagano, once had a prominent reputation in the mysterious world. Unlike the European immigrant Matou family, the Asakami family is a native Japanese family whose main business is exorcism. In Japan, the term distortion of nature is referred to as ma, and exorcism is the act of repairing that distortion. It could be phenomena that have been distorted or species that have been distorted. The Asakami family was once one of the 4 most famous exorcist families in Japan, but now their population has declined, and they are gradually declining due to poor management and a large amount of debt, on the verge of bankruptcy. Tonight's cocktail party seems like an ordinary social event, but it is the Asakami family's final struggle. The reason they chose to hold it in Mifune City instead of Nagano is that the main branch could no longer afford to host a large-scale cocktail party and had to rely on the influential Asakami family, a branch family in Mifune City, for help. The Matou family had several dealings with the Asakami family in the past, particularly in terms of spiritual land leases, and Byakuya and Asagami Construction Corporation, a subsidiary of the Asagami family, had several collaborative projects. That's why they received the invitation. It was a coincidence that Shinji mentioned he had something to do in Mifune City, and Sakura insisted on going with her brother, so they took the opportunity to bring the 2 children along. Originally, they planned to drop them off at the Matou family's villa and attend the cocktail party themselves, but Shinji, contrary to his usual behavior, requested to attend the party once he learned that the Asakami family was the host, leading to the scene that unfolded before the cocktail party. At the cocktail party, Shinji successfully met the person he wanted to see. She was a girl several years older than Shinji, with long purple hair that resembled Sakura's. Her gaze was cold, and she appeared very calm and composed. Her small and refined face was incredibly cute, with a pointed chin and a subtle sense of balance that evoked the image of a Japanese doll. Her long hair extended to her back, and her sideburns were slightly raised from the roots of her ears, symmetrically draping down to her chest. Her forehead was neatly trimmed, exuding the unique aura of a noble young lady. The girl's name is Asakami Fujino, a major character in the 3rd chapter, Remaining Sense of Pain, of the anime series, The Garden of Sinners, Kara no Kyukai. She is also one of the 4 main tragic heroines in the Type Moon universe, though she strongly objects to being referred to with derogatory terms. Currently, she remains as pure and innocent as a small flower, quietly blooming in the corner, seemingly forgotten by the whole world. Shinji lowered his head as he walked past Asakami Fujino. Perhaps due to a lack of concentration, he accidentally stepped on her foot. Sorry, did I hurt you? Shinji quickly apologized, though his head was still moving, his eyes never left Fujino's face. It's okay, it doesn't hurt at all. Fujino's voice was soft, displaying good manners. No, please don't force yourself. My family always says I have heavy footsteps. I've even broken the stairs at home a few times. If I hurt you, you must tell me. Shinji leaned forward eagerly, his face adorned with an innocent smile. Or maybe, sister, you simply can't feel pain at all. Fujino's slender body trembled, and the highball glass slipped from her hand, revealing an unmistakable panic on her serene face. Seemingly prepared in advance, Shinji swiftly reached out with his left hand and effortlessly caught the highball glass, not spilling a drop of juice. Don't say you're not forcing yourself when you're in so much pain that you can't even hold a cup. Let me support you and take you to rest over there. Ah, okay. Shinji's smiling face filled Fujino with inexplicable fear, but she couldn't refuse his request and could only let the boy, who seemed smaller than her, assist her as they left. At the cocktail party, the guests were required to stand, with no fixed seating or positions. Only a few seats were arranged on one side for older or tired individuals to take a brief respite. The spot where the two of them were located was the deepest part of the resting area, where the lighting was the dimmest. Are you feeling better now? Yes, much better. Indeed, sister, you can't feel pain. Shinji deliberately controlled the force of his previous step. Not only did she not feel any pain, but she might not even have noticed being stepped on. The sudden remark caused Fujino's slightly improved complexion to turn pale once again. She looked at Shinji with a frightened gaze, her mouth moving, but no sound came out. There's no need to deny and don't ask me how I know. Just know that I might be able to restore your sense of pain. Shinji's smile on his face remained unchanged from beginning to end, but in Fujino's eyes, this smile gradually transformed from a terrifying urge to distance oneself to an irresistible attraction, as if it were the temptation of a demon. Are you telling the truth? Fujino couldn't help but ask. Of course, it's true. What comes next must be kept secret, and you must not tell anyone. Okay. With Fujino's affirmative response, Shinji extended his finger and engraved a rune on the center of her forehead, then flicked the location of the rune with force. Accompanied by the sound of nails hitting the skin, an unfamiliar sensation traveled through Fujino's peripheral nerves and entered her brain. It was a feeling that originated from instinct, an unpleasant feeling. It was also a warning for the body to stay away from danger. If it were a normal person, they would take action to eliminate this feeling as soon as possible. But Fujino was different. Being unable to feel pain, she genuinely yearned for this feeling that made one's inner self feel uncomfortable. This is pain. Shinji said as he flicked Fujino's forehead again, this time with even more force, leaving a shallow red mark on her fair skin. So, this is pain. The red mark didn't affect Fujino's beauty. Her entire face turned flushed, and her eyes emitted an inexplicable excitement. Even the air in front of her seemed to distort. She pleaded with Shinji in a completely different tone. Can you do it again? I'm sorry, but I can't. Shinji shook his head. I only made you temporarily feel pain. It didn't truly restore your sense of pain. If you want to regain your sense of pain, come to the Matou family's annex tomorrow morning. As for the reason, just say that I want to spend 2 days in the city of Mifune and hope you can be my guide. Will you come, Asakami Fujino? P.S. Best girl is here. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 162, Asakami Fujino, Part 2. Pain is the sensation that an organism experiences when subjected to harmful stimuli. It is the internal warning system of an organism that can elicit defensive reactions and serves a protective function. What would happen to a person if they lost their sense of pain? This would mean that the person loses alertness to harmful stimuli. Without alertness, they would be unable to avoid danger, ultimately leading to self-destruction. Even without self-destruction, the personality of someone who has lost their sense of pain would be abnormal. Personality, in medical terms, is defined as phenomena corresponding to an individual's response to external stimuli. A person's emotions, whether gentle or hateful, cannot be generated solely based on internal factors. The heart only functions when it receives external stimuli, which is why pain is experienced. For example, people often use the phrase "no pain" to describe cruelty. If a person were to lose their sense of pain from the beginning, it would be difficult for their personality to develop. Without understanding pain, they would not understand joy, and all other emotions based on it would not exist. What remains is likely only numbness, akin to being a walking corpse. It can be imagined that when a person who lives like a walking corpse encounters a different sensation in their life, it would be a great temptation for them. Even if this sensation is not pleasant, it is an essential part of life that cannot be obtained. Asakami Fujino is just like that. When she heard that Shinji could help her regain her sense of pain, she knew she couldn't resist this temptation. Early the next morning, Fujino arrived at the Matou family's annex. At that moment, Byakuya, Shinji, and Sakura were having breakfast in the dining room, while Fujino quietly sat on the sofa in the living room, her gaze crossing the space and firmly fixed on Shinji. As an experienced person in dealing with women, Byakuya was particularly sensitive to their gazes and subtly touched his son's arm, signaling him. So quickly bringing one back. Impressive, just as expected from my son. Oh no, not at all. I still have much to learn from you in this aspect, father. I should strive to bring back several at once, Shinji modestly pretended. The unscrupulous father asked, how did you deceive her? By my face, by being handsome, the unscrupulous son replied while tousling his bangs. Sakura, is your brother handsome? Handsome. Sakura answered without hesitation. Brother is the most handsome. The unscrupulous father nodded seriously. Indeed, you owe your current reputation to this handsome face of mine. The unscrupulous son couldn't help but roll his eyes. Yeah, deal with my stepmother's situation first. The unscrupulous father retreated. All right, tell me, what's the matter? Before answering that question, I want to ask you, father, just how bad is the situation with the Asakami family? Is there any hope left? Upon hearing Shinji's question, Byakuya couldn't help but sneer. Hope? How can there be hope? They have all sorts of bad debts and non-performing assets. Even if they were to declare bankruptcy tomorrow, it wouldn't surprise me. No solutions at all. Unless someone is willing to invest money, but compared to the expenses, the returns are too low. Even the branch family of the Asagami family, is only willing to take on the Asakami family's debt under the condition of acquiring all the land under their name and having Miss Fujino's mother remarry. This is because the Asagami family itself is in the construction business, and the current head, Kuzu Asagami, has ulterior motives regarding Miss Fujino's mother. I see. Shinji's pensive expression made Byakuya feel that something was amiss. Son, you're not trying to make me engage in a loss-making business, are you? It would take the Matou family years to make up for such a loss. Of course not. Shinji shook his head. You just mentioned that Kuzu Asagami has ulterior motives regarding Fujino's mother, right? What does the Asakami family say about it? While there hasn't been an official response yet, they are likely to agree. Sigh, the entire Asakami family has already fallen apart, Byakuya sighed, feeling somewhat sentimental about the ancient family of the mysterious world, the Asakami family, crumbling. That's good then, father. I have a favor to ask of you. Shinji narrowed his eyes and glanced at Fujino in the living room. Since the Asakami family has resorted to selling women to repay their debts, selling one or selling two doesn't make a difference. You want Miss Fujino? Byakuya understood without Shinji needing to say anything more. A certain light filled Shinji's eyes, not driven by a mere desire for women but something deeper, more complex. It seemed to be a mix of goodwill and ambition. Yes, if there are other individuals in the Asakami family with ESP abilities similar to Fujino's, we can consider taking them in. ESP. As a member of the Matou family, Byakuya was well aware of what ESP abilities meant. ESP, also known as superpowers, refers to functions that humans originally did not possess, which cause what is commonly known as supernatural phenomena. Unlike magecraft, individuals with ESP abilities can cause supernatural phenomena as naturally as breathing. For them, it is a matter of course that they can do such things. They only realize they are different when it is pointed out to them from an external, common knowledge, perspective. The people of the Asakami family have ESP abilities. Why have I never heard of this? That's because the Asakami family intentionally blocked the information, as the origin of these abilities is not honorable. The Asakami family was originally a well-known family of demon hunters, but they started raising captured demons as guardian deities. As a result, the Asakami bloodline, which was supposed to be the bloodline of demon hunters, became diluted with the influence of the demons. The decline of the family is also related to this. Demons possess the power to distort nature, and individuals with the demonic factor may exhibit superpowers. Fujino is one such person. Ironically, even though they introduced the demons themselves, the people of the Asakami family taboo this power and are unwilling to let the outside world know. Once such individuals appear, they go to great lengths to suppress them. Father, you can see how the Asakami family has fallen apart in every sense. However, while the Asakami family shunned ESP abilities, the Matou family did not. Magi are all extraordinary individuals, and they are willing to accept not only ESP abilities but also otherworldly, non-human beings if it benefits them. Nevertheless, Magi are still human and have aspirations for growth. However, there are only a few Magi, and the principle of maintaining the mystery of magecraft creates an invisible barrier between Magi and ordinary people. In this context, absorbing entities that are not Magi but are still connected to the mystical becomes an excellent choice. Many historically renowned magi families have recruited individuals with abilities, and Shinji also wants to strengthen the Matou family using this method. Understanding his son's intentions, Byakuya quickly gave his response. I'll go talk to the Asakami family later. As long as you think it's worth it, we can spend as much money as needed. I think Miss Fujino is a good person, and she's not much younger than you. Let's consider her as your fiancée in advance. Sakura's displeasure was evident in her pouted mouth, and her eyes filled with a sense of injustice made Byakuya feel uneasy. Meanwhile, Shinji, the only one capable of soothing Sakura, paid no attention to her reaction. He left the dining room with a light-hearted step, not forgetting to leave a parting remark, I'm full, take your time with your meal. P.S. That disloyal rascal. ========================================================================================================================Chapter 163, Chapter 163, Asakami Fujino, Part 3. Time, morning of a certain day in December 1994. Location, Matou family annex in Mifune City, specifically Shinji's room. Setting, the room's door is tightly closed, and the curtains are drawn tightly, creating an unusually dim atmosphere inside. Asakami Fujino is lying unconscious on the bed, while Matou Shinji stands by the bedside with a peculiar expression on his face. When you have the elements of a bed, a man, and a woman together, it's easy to associate it with certain inappropriate scenes. However, when the female protagonist is only 12 years old and the male protagonist is merely 7 years old, no matter how you look at it, it can only be considered at a child-appropriate level. It wouldn't be banned in any country. Shinji is engaged in a very serious and professional matter, conducting a physical examination for Fujino. Ahem, please don't misunderstand. It's a genuine physical examination, specifically related to neurological testing. Shinji is not leading the examination. His skills, talents, and knowledge primarily focus on combat, and even with 10 more years, he probably wouldn't be able to perform such specialized examinations. The one conducting the physical examination for Fujino is Justice, and Shinji is just assisting. However, because Justice transformed into a spirit and directly entered Fujino's body, it appears as if they are alone in the room together. The peculiar expression on Shinji's face is purely due to witnessing the extraordinary scene of Justice entering Fujino's body. It slightly challenges his perspective. While he has seen Justice passing through walls countless times, he has never witnessed her directly entering a person. By the way, Justice usually only manifests as a physical entity when there are no outsiders present. If Shinji needs to attend public events, she transforms into a spirit and stays by his side or wanders elsewhere. When Shinji finally managed to regain his composure and his expression returned to normal, Justice's head emerged from Fujino's abdomen. You will apply a strengthening perception magecraft for further observation. And once again, Shinji felt his perspective shatter. Of course, he didn't forget to use magecraft as requested by Justice. Strengthening perception magecraft is a type of body enhancement that can make specific senses more acute. It is one of Shinji's specialties. It is thanks to this magecraft that he can barely grasp the rhythm of battles between servants. Last night and now, he used this magecraft to enhance Fujino's sensitivity. After another 15 minutes, Justice finally finished tormenting Shinji's perspective and left Fujino's body, transforming into a physical form and sitting at the edge of the bed. What are the results? Shinji's voice sounded somewhat weak, and he appeared more exhausted than Justice. Indeed, as you said, her insensitivity to pain is artificial. No, according to the current medical definition, it's not even insensitivity to pain. The term, insensitivity to pain, refers to congenital loss of pain sensation, but Fujino's condition doesn't fall within that category. When Fujino was very young, she had normal sensations just like any other person. The only abnormality was her inherent ESP ability. The Asakami family considered it a taboo and labeled Fujino as the child of ghosts, subjecting her to exclusion and even persecution, which continued until she was 6 years old. That year, Fujino's ESP ability disappeared, along with her sense of pain. The Asakami family's suppression of the magical factor not only involved information censorship but also the suppression of abilities. To suppress Fujino's ability, her father started giving her painkillers. Fujino's loss of pain sensation was not a real illness, it was simply suppressed by medication. That's precisely why Shiki's strengthening perception magecraft could temporarily make Fujino feel pain. Justice's examination confirmed this completely. As long as she stops taking the medication, it won't take long for her pain sensation to gradually return. What about the other aspects of her body? Are there any issues? Shinji's concern stemmed from the fact that any medication has side effects, and long-term use can cause harm to the body. The response came, the other functions of her body are fine, except for her eyes. What happened to her eyes? It's no wonder Shinji was so agitated. Fujino's ability resided in her eyes, and if there were any problems with her eyes, all of Shinji's efforts would be in vain. There are some changes in her eyes, but they are not severe. With timely treatment, it won't affect her vision. That's good, that's good. Shinji let out a long sigh of relief. As long as it can be treated. The girl lying on the bed opened her eyes and looked at Shinji with a confused expression. Why do you care so much about me? She regained consciousness when the strengthening perception magecraft was applied to her, but she didn't have a strong sense of her own body, so she allowed Shinji and Justice to do as they pleased. Shinji paused for a moment, revealing a mischievous smile. Because this young master has taken a liking to you and wants to snatch you away. Snatch me? Why? What's so valuable about someone like me? Perhaps her gaze was too hazy, too dim, reminiscent of the two pairs of eyes in his memory that had lost their future. Shinji abandoned his teasing demeanor and spoke softly. Of course, there is. You are a one-of-a-kind existence in this world, and I want to obtain your power. Do I have power too? As someone without pain sensation, I might not even be considered human. Oh my, you made 3 mistakes in just one sentence. Let me correct them one by one. First, regardless of whether you have pain sensation or not, the fact that you are human won't change. Second, as you just heard, you will soon regain your sense of pain as long as you stop taking those medications. Third, you have power. When your sense of pain is restored, the suppressed power within you will also awaken. You should remember it, that ability to distort objects without physical contact. Shinji's words seemed to carry a magical quality, awakening Fujino's long-buried memories. In her childhood, she inadvertently distorted a spoon with her eyes, only to be scolded and even physically abused by her father. People around her started to reject her as well. Don't you dislike this kind of ability? Why would I? Not only do I not dislike it, but I like it. Just don't use it against me. As he spoke, Shinji walked to the window and forcefully pulled open the curtains. The bright sunlight poured through the glass, illuminating the bed, illuminating Fujino's face, illuminating her demise, and illuminating her hollow and desolate heart. She had been disliked since she was a child, never needed by anyone, and could barely feel her existence. So this is what it feels like to be needed, this is what it feels like to exist. Her eyes regained clarity, and a spark of hope ignited within her heart. From now on, Fujino Asakami would not tread the tragic path she had been on before. She wouldn't succumb to self-destruction due to the loss of pain sensation, growing more and more distorted. She wouldn't encounter terrible things like being subjected to violence by delinquent youths. Though an uncertain future awaited her, it would undoubtedly be a life where she could cry in pain and smile in happiness, a life of well-being. The name, Fujino Asakami, would never appear again. There would only be the Fujino Asakami of the Matou family. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 164, Tuko Eozaki, Part 1. In the mid-1990s, the real estate bubble in Japan burst, plunging the entire Japanese economy into an unprecedented recession and stagnation. Due to the rapid economic growth of the 1970s and 1980s, new buildings sprouted up all over Japan like mushrooms after the rain. However, many of these mushrooms hadn't fully developed when the period of stagnation arrived. The companies that funded the construction of these buildings were unable to bear the subsequent financial pressures, resulting in many unfinished projects. In various cities in Japan, especially in emerging economic areas, unfinished and abandoned buildings could be seen everywhere. Shinji, Sakura, and Fujino are currently standing in front of such a building. Similar to many unfinished buildings, it had the basic structure as a physical entity, but the interior was completely bare, with exposed concrete walls and floors. It was supposed to be a 6-story building when completed, but currently, there were no floors above the 4th. Generally, constructing a high-rise building from the top floor down is the most efficient method, but this building seemed to have been constructed using the old method. Since construction was abandoned halfway, the completed 5th floor became the rooftop. Although the building was surrounded by high cement walls, it wasn't difficult to trespass. It was quite a miracle that it hadn't been claimed as a secret base by the nearby children. In any case, it was a building emanating an eerie atmosphere. Is the person my brother is looking for here? Sakura asked, her large purple eyes wide open, curiously scanning the surroundings. Shinji glanced at the note in his hand one last time, then looked at the plaque on the outer wall, confirming, if Mr. Kenneth's information is correct, then this should be the place. Let's go inside. As they stepped through the entrance, Shinji felt an inexplicable sense of unease, and Sakura and Fujino, who were following behind him, also paused. Shinji pressed his temple and whispered, Sakura, Fujino, do you sense anything? I have a strange feeling like we're not welcome, Fujino thought for a moment and said. It's a bounded field, Sakura extended her right hand, about to trace runes in the air. No, you can't, Shinji waved his hand at his sister, disrupting a bounded field without the owner's permission is a unilateral declaration of war. When we get back home, you should consult Mr. Kenneth for more knowledge about the magical world. Okay, brother, Sakura nodded obediently, but this bounded field. It's alright, it shouldn't be aggressive. And if it is, I'll protect you. Okay. Upon hearing her brother's words, Sakura immediately smiled with joy. The affection between siblings made Fujino's eyes reveal a faint hint of envy. You two have such a good relationship. Shinji gently patted his sister's head, who was smiling happily, and said to Fujino, in the future, you'll also become a part of our family. Really? Really? Fujino smiled too. Since losing her sense of pain, she rarely smiled, but after meeting this boy, her smiles became more frequent. Sakura, introduce Fujino to the concept of bounded field. A bounded field is something used to separate things. In Sakura's innocent voice, the group stepped into the building. The term bounded field originated from Buddhism, referring to something that completely isolates the outside world from a sacred realm. At some point, it became a general term for protective spells used by magi. Low-level bounded fields are simply walls, similar to glass. High-level bounded fields incorporate various psychological suggestions, making people unaware of their existence. The highest level bounded field can even conceal the space itself. Enveloping the exterior of this building was a high-level suggestive bounded field. Those who don't have a purpose for coming here wouldn't perceive this suggestion and wouldn't sense anything abnormal. It was a bounded field that even the most exceptional magus would overlook on a map. On the fourth-floor corridor of the building, Shinji encountered the magus responsible for setting up the bounded field. She was a young woman who appeared to be in her mid-20s. She wore glasses and tied her long red hair into a ponytail that hung behind her head. Her simple white shirt outlined rare voluptuous curves for an Asian woman, giving her a touch of a sophisticated urban professional vibe. Except for the white shirt and the frame of her glasses, everything else she wore was orange. An oversized orange windbreaker, orange earrings, orange nail polish, and an orange necklace. Even the cigarettes she had nearby were packaged in orange. The color orange seemed to possess a crazy obsession. Ironically, it silently mocked her. Nevertheless, the name of the female magus also contains the character orange, perhaps she no longer pays attention to it. Her name is Tuko Aozaki, and she is Shinji's most important target on this journey. Oh, guests. And three lovely little guests. Tuko formed a circle with her lips, her face displaying moderate surprise. This isn't a playground, so how did you manage to get in? The deliberate emphasis on her tone indicated Tuko's strong confidence in the bounded field enveloping the building. Shinji smiled faintly, we simply walked in. Oh. Tuko narrowed her eyes. It seems you didn't stumble in by accident. So, you've come specifically to find me. Indeed, Miss Tuko, we apologize for visiting without permission. As a token of our respect, please accept this small gift. Shinji spoke as he pulled out a rectangular red box from his bag and tossed it over. Tuko effortlessly caught it and caught sight of two prominent traditional Chinese characters on the surface of the box, intensifying her surprised expression. It's actually Dragon Smoke. I'm curious who told you we were here. Dragon Smoke is a very niche brand of cigarettes from Taiwan, even in Taiwan itself. It has a unique flavor and is a brand that Tuko particularly favors. Miss Tuko understands the rules of the industry, Shinji sighed, unable to express his grievances, so he resorted to being mysterious. Shinji was informed that Tuko, who likes Dragon Smoke, was someone named Kinoko Nasu, who is not from this world, and Tuko didn't know him. Shinji was informed that the person who told him about Tuko's presence here was Kenneth. Tuko is familiar with Kenneth because she was the puppeteer who helped him regenerate his body. However, Kenneth is currently missing. Until Kenneth recovers, Shinji will not reveal any information. Seeing Shinji's unwillingness to speak, Tuko didn't dwell on it. She skillfully opened the package, took out a box of cigarettes, opened it, lit one, took a satisfying drag, and then said, if you don't want to say, then don't. Anyone who comes to see me with this Dragon Smoke wouldn't be my enemy. So, tell me, what brings you here? Before that, would you invite me to your workshop? Until now, Shinji had not visited any other Magus's workshop, and he was particularly curious about the workshop of one of the 10 Grand Magus, according to the Clock Tower ranking. Unfortunately, I haven't established a workshop. This place is just a temporary residence as I am currently traveling across Japan. Tuko stood up from the sofa and pushed open the room door. If you don't mind, come in and have a seat. It's not appropriate to discuss matters in the corridor. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 165, Chapter 165, Tuko Aozaki, Part 2. Indeed, as Tuko said, this place is only a temporary residence, not a workshop. The room is arranged very simply. Apart from some necessary living facilities, only a few large boxes are emitting magical fluctuations, which speak of the uniqueness of the room's owner. The only refreshments offered to guests are instant coffee and plain water. Tuko's life is not affluent. However, this does not mean that Tuko has a low income. Tuko earns a considerable amount of money. Each of the puppets she creates is of significant value. For example, in the Heavens Feel route of Fate/Stay Night, the blank puppet that serves as the vessel for Emiya Shiro's soul requires selling all of the Matou family's book collection to afford. Justice once evaluated the value of the family book collection, and it was worth at least 8 digits in USD, giving a glimpse of its worth. The reason for Tuko's simple lifestyle is not because she is stingy or lacks material pursuits. It is because her expenses exceed her income by an exaggerated amount. Tuko is the type of person who wants to buy rare and peculiar items whenever she sees them. She often acts impulsively and purchases things at prices that do not match their actual value. This results in her constantly being in a financial deficit. Just 2 days before Shinji arrived in Mifune City, Tuko had spent all of Kenneth's exorbitant medical fees. She is currently penniless and preparing to take on some commissions to earn a living. Therefore, the first thing Tuko says to Shinji after entering the house is, "I happen to be tight on funds, so I'll take any available commissions. As a gesture for the dragon smoke, I'll give a discount on the commission fee." "Well, that's great. This commission of mine is quite troublesome, and I was afraid you wouldn't be willing to accept it." "What kind of commission?" "Naturally, as a Grand Magus puppeteer, I need you to create a puppet." Tuko took a deep drag from her cigarette and forcefully extinguished the butt. "A custom order?" "That's right," Shinji waved his hand, dispersing the smoke that wafted towards him. "What are the requirements?" "Sign this first." Shinji pulled out a roll of parchment from his bag and opened it in front of Tuko. Tuko glanced at it, and her slender eyebrows raised. "A contract of Geis?" "That's correct. Forced confidentiality, no breach of contract." "Are you doubting my professional ethics?" Shinji remained calm and indifferent as he replied, "Both you and I know that Magus are realists. The so-called professional ethics are merely chips that we abandon when the stakes aren't high enough." Tuko was left speechless. Although the words were harsh, they exposed the essence of Magus. "If you are willing to sign, regardless of whether you accept the commission or not, we are willing to offer a compensation of 500,000 yen as an apology." Since Tuko needed money, Shinji decided to use money as a lure before arriving in Mifune City. He had already obtained authorization to access an amount close to 9 digits in yen, with half of it coming from the Matou family's funds and the other half from Emiya Kiritsugu's assets. "You're well prepared," Tuko remarked as she took off her glasses. Her intellectual demeanor instantly turned icy, creating a stark contrast. "Because it's a matter of great importance, I dare not be unprepared," Shinji remained unfazed. He had long been aware of Tuko's dual personality. The white-collar image with glasses was one side, while the ice-cold beauty without glasses was another. "The money," Tuko said bluntly, extending her hand. "Here it is." Shinji handed her the bag directly, which contained a stack of 10,000 yen bills. Tuko casually cut her finger and used her blood to sign her name at the end of the parchment. "Now, can you tell me?" she asked. "Custom-made puppets, 2 in quantity. Their purpose is to serve as vessels for souls that have lost their physical bodies. The requirement is that they must not cause any harm to the soul and should resemble the original bodies as closely as possible." Although it was only a brief description of 2 sentences, the information conveyed within them shocked Tuko. Based on the reconstruction of the physical body from the soul, and for souls that have already lost their bodies, does this mean you have a complete soul preservation technique? Sort of. It's complicated to explain in detail. Since the contract of Geis has taken effect, I'll let you directly meet one of the clients, Shinji replied. Her name is Justice Lizrick von Einsburn. As Shinji called out, golden and pure white spiritual particles materialized, weaving together to form the figure of the Winter Maiden. This is. Despite her icy demeanor, Tuko displayed immense shock. "Although I already sense the presence of a spiritual entity in you, but this is an interference phenomenon with matter." "No, it's an actual entity." "Could it be?" Tuko's voice trailed off. "That's right," Shinji said, enjoying Tuko's astonished expression. He snapped his fingers. "This is a miracle that magecraft cannot achieve, the materialization of the soul." "The third magic," Tuko's voice suddenly became much softer. "So this young lady is a user of the third magic?" "I wouldn't dare to be called a user of magic. My third magic is not complete, otherwise I wouldn't have asked Miss Tuko to create a physical body for me." Justice naturally sat down beside Shinji. Tuko nodded thoughtfully. "I see, that's why it needs to be kept confidential." "But, magic, magic, magic. 3 different tones, 3 size, not for anyone else, only for herself." Almost the entire world of magecraft knew that the Aozaki family, despite being labeled as heretics by the Mages Association, was a true magic family, inheriting the 5th magic, with the successors known as the 5th magic users. The previous 5th magic user was Tuko's grandfather. Since birth, Tuko has carried the burden of being a genius and was recognized as the successor of the Aozaki family, bearing the title of Blue and nurtured accordingly. However, just when the entire mystical world believed that Tuko would become a family head, her grandfather suddenly designated her younger sister, Ayako Aozaki, who had far inferior magical aptitude, as the heir. This led to a rupture in the once good relationship between the sisters. Tuko left the Aozaki family, and this is how the stories of The Garden of Sinners and Fate/Stay Night came to be. It can be said that throughout her growth, Tuko was constantly overshadowed by the shadow of magic. Ironically, during the 18 years she was being raised as a magi, she never met a magus other than her grandfather. Instead, after losing the right to inherit the magic, individuals related to the third magic came into her life. In a daze, Tuko lit another cigarette but didn't smoke it. She let the tobacco burn quietly until it scorched her index finger, and then she softly exclaimed, "Ah," and flicked the cigarette butt into the ashtray. Somewhat embarrassed, she said, "Sorry, I got distracted." "It's all right, I understand. If you're not in the mood today, we can come back tomorrow." Shinji, who knew the situation, certainly didn't mind Tuko's neglect. "No need, I can give you an answer now. I accept your commission. Now, let's talk about the compensation." "Custom-made dolls are not cheap," Tuko said, putting her glasses back on. The white-collar mode was more suitable for business negotiations. P.S. In the Paradox Spiral chapter of The Garden of Sinners, the day after Tuko receives a deposit of 1.2 million yen, she spends all her money on buying the Victorian-era witch's summoning bell. Not only did she fail to pay Shiki's salary, but she also had to borrow money from Shiki to get by. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, Tuko Aozaki, Part 3. No matter what kind of product it is, customizations for individuals will always come at a higher price than mass-produced items. This is an undeniable truth in the business world, and it applies to the dolls created by Tuko Aozaki as well. Well, if she were to make an exception, Shinji would have a headache. In his view, the more valuable Tuko's dolls are, the more the Amiya family and the Matou family will owe him. It would be best if they were indebted for a lifetime. Therefore, Shinji waved his hand with boldness and said, "Name your price." Tuko found herself unable to understand the little boy in front of her. The boy has a young master vibe, the self-imposed forced testimony, and the ceiling fee of 500,000 yen, these all indicate that he was a shrewd person. But why would such a shrewd person adopt an attitude that resembled an ignorant rich kid? If it was a disguise, then it was a failed one. Or could it be that he, like herself, had a dual personality? The doubt in her mind did not affect Tuko's response. "First, let's talk about how you plan to pay. Depending on your needs, I have money, materials, and skills prepared," Shinji said, crossing his legs and looking more and more like a foolish son from a wealthy family. "Will it be an all-inclusive package, or should I provide the materials?" "It's better if it's all-inclusive. If we need to prepare the materials, the cost will be deducted from your compensation based on market prices." "Straightforward," Tuko smiled faintly. "Since you're so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush either. The starting price for a custom-made doll is 1 billion yen, and it can go up depending on the unique characteristics of the soul. Under normal circumstances, it won't exceed 1.5 billion yen. "You mentioned giving us a discount," Shinji said, interlocking his hands and propping up his chin. "This is already the discounted price," Tuko said without changing her expression. "If no discount, then add at least 10 million yen. 1 to 2 billion yen, huh? It's a bit high, but it's acceptable." "Deal." Tuko's custom doll service is a rare find and completely a buyer's market. While there might be room for negotiation and bargaining, the amount of money involved is trivial compared to Tuko's favorability. "How will the payment be made? How much is the deposit?" "Money, materials, and skills. The deposit will be 20 million yen, and both checks and bank transfers are acceptable." Shinji glanced at his sister, Sakura, and signaled to her with his eyes. "Got it, big brother." Sakura obediently took out her checkbook and signed a 20 million yen check with her unique cursive handwriting inherited from Scatach. She even stamped it with the seal of Kiritsugu Amiya, as if she were Shinji's secretary. It's a Mitsubishi Bank check, and it can be cashed anytime. Tuko skillfully dialed Mitsubishi Bank's phone number and, after verifying the authenticity of the check, extended her hand to Shinji. "The commission is officially accepted. Let's have a pleasant cooperation." "Pleasant cooperation." Shinji shook Tukop's hand. Truly, she deserved her title as a master puppeteer. These hands were more delicate than anyone else's, exuding a unique sensation. Perhaps only these one-of-a-kind hands could create unparalleled puppets in the world. "What about the remaining payment?" "The remaining payment is not limited to money. As for the rare materials or techniques you mentioned, any sudden withdrawal of a 9-digit figure would have a significant impact on any organization." Tuko's answer didn't exceed Shinji's expectations. For any qualified magus, money was only a guarantee for magical research. Most of the time, they would choose to trade materials and techniques. If this young lady could disclose information about the third magic, it would be the best. Shinji shook his head and refused. That's not possible. The third magic of the Einsburn family wasn't inherited, it was an accidental creation. If I could learn it, I would have done so long ago. I'll offer you a different technique, one that you won't be able to refuse. His confident expression and tone piqued Toko's curiosity. Oh. So confident. What technique is it? Sakura, Shinji snapped his fingers, freezing. Okay, big brother. Sakura extended her finger and carved a rune resembling the letter I onto her water cup. Rune magic. Toko's eyelids twitched slightly. There aren't many people willing to learn that kind of magecraft nowadays. Blue magical energy overflowed from the rune, and the air temperature rapidly dropped. The water in the cup gradually froze, and Toko's gaze became increasingly serious. I've heard that Miss Toko specializes in rune magic at the clock tower, so you should be able to see the difference. Shinji blinked, and the smile on his lips started to resemble that of a cunning Canid. The complete foundation. To outsiders, this was merely low-level rune magic, but to a rune magic expert like Toko, it held tremendous significance. The decline of rune magic was due to the loss of runes, resulting in an incomplete foundation. Besides her expertise in puppetry, Toko's greatest contribution to magecraft was the analysis of existing runes and the magical regeneration of the foundational 24 common runes, which saved the rune magic system. However, Toko was well aware that regeneration was not the same as restoration. Despite standing at the pinnacle of magi, she was still unable to fully restore rune magic on her own. The power of the regenerated rune magic she had accomplished did not exceed 50% of the original. But now, a 6-year-old girl was displaying the original rune magic, giving Toko hope and a glimpse into the future of rune magic. Young lady, could you use another rune? Algize, protection, let's use Algize. Sakura looked at Shinji, understanding that her brother was engaged in something important, and she didn't want to cause any trouble for him. Shinji ruffled Sakura's hair and then looked at Toko, who was blatantly filled with anticipation. He decided to bring out another bombshell. What's Algize? Sakura, use Iwas. What? Toko's exclamation was cut off halfway by Sakura's immediate action. Iwas and Algize both belong to the runes with protective powers, but the former belongs to the original runes, while the latter is a derived and weakened version. They are not in the same league. Sakura was not as relaxed as before. Her purple eyes widened, and her right hand was meticulously traced on the table. It seemed like she exerted a great amount of effort, and with just a few strokes, beads of sweat formed on Sakura's forehead. Attentive Toko quickly took out a handkerchief and waited until Sakura's hand moved away from the coffee table before wiping the sweat off for her. Sakura sweetly said, "Thank you, Toko-nichan, big brother. I'm done." "You're amazing, Sakura." Shinji praised her first, then gestured towards Toko, Miss Toko. Toko pushed up her glasses, and Shinji could sense a change in the refractive index of the lenses. This change caused Toko's gaze to converge. At the same time, a peculiar radiance illuminated Toko's eyes, the characteristic of her mystic eyes when activated. At this moment, Toko was completely absorbed in the runes on the coffee table, completely forgetting the existence of others. After an unknown period of time, a faint sound broke the silence in the room. Looking toward the source of the sound, Shinji noticed a distinct crack in Toko's glasses. This crack obstructed Toko's vision, bringing her back from her world. It really is the original rune. The voice sounded calm at first, but beneath that calmness was deliberately suppressed emotion, like boiling water kept frozen. "I suddenly feel like capturing you all for thorough research. The contract of Geist doesn't have any restrictions against attacking the employer. You can try." Shinji spread open his left hand, holding a unique golden artifact. Noble Phantasm, Indra's Thunder, rank B+. == Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, I'll be working for you for the rest of my life. The entire 2D world knows that Moon chefs, Type Moon fans, were keyboard warriors, and the most debated topic that showcases their combat power is the Guan Yu vs. Qin Qiong debate, which discusses the strength of characters in battles. After a long debate, Moon chefs reached a consensus and divided the combat power in the Type Moon world into a pyramid with 3 tiers. At the pinnacle of the 3-tier pyramid stands the white giant, Safar, who almost destroyed Earth's civilization 14,000 years ago. Top-tier servants such as Archer Gilgamesh and Lancer Scatach are at the first tier's ceiling, while the original form of heroic spirit Gilgamesh and the true form of Scatach can reach the second tier. In the present world where Shinji resides, the number of individuals capable of opposing or defeating servants who possess an average noble phantasm doesn't exceed double digits. This includes the second Magus Zelrich, the fourth Magus Aoko Aozaki, and some people who can rely on their unique abilities to engage in defensive battles against average servants. Toko is not on this list. However, with the gift from Scatach, having consumed a golden apple, carrying 13 command seals, and possessing double-digit noble phantasm-level armaments, Shinji already has the power to contend with average servants, at least until his command seals are depleted. This is Scatach's objective evaluation and the confidence that Shinji dares to engage in a battle on Toko's territory. With the infusion of magical energy, black beads at the bottom of the artifact exploded with surges of lightning, containing immense power that continuously shook the high-level barrier enveloping the workshop. Sensing the extraordinary nature of the treasure in Shinji's hand, Toko sighed and raised her hands. Surrender, surrender. I was just joking. I was just joking too. Shinji smirked and ceased the output of magical energy, causing Indra's thunder to disappear. I had a feeling you weren't an ordinary kid when you came in, but I didn't expect you to be this extraordinary. Toko scratched her head. Ah, if only I had met you a few years earlier, maybe. No, it's nothing. Don't mind. Although Shinji was curious about the maybe in Toko's words, he knew it wasn't the time to delve into it. He continued with the previous topic. I wonder if Miss Toko is satisfied with my bargaining chips. Satisfied? I'm more than satisfied. Toko nodded repeatedly. Do I get everything? Do I look like a fool to you? Shinji chuckled at Toko's response. He understood the value of a complete runic system that traces its origins. It seems like it's not going to work. Toko lowered her head in disappointment. It's not that it's impossible. It just depends on my bargaining chips, right? Shinji's plan had already been guessed by Toko. Let's make it clear first, I can't sell myself for origin runic magic. I know. Shinji wasn't surprised by this answer. The Aozaki family's attribute is wind, and the pursuit of freedom is your nature. I never intended to restrain you. Wind is the flow of the atmosphere, and it ceases to be wind if it remains fixed in one place. Oh, you understand quite well. Since they first met, this was the statement from Shinji that pleased Toko the most. After all, Miss Toko is one of the most famous figures in the Mage Association. I can't afford to treat you lightly. Shinji casually complimented Toko. The most famous, the most famous, I'm afraid it's not a good reputation. Toko snorted. Anyway, let's talk about how many bargaining chips you have and what price I have to pay. Right from the start, that was your plan. You made me sign the contract of Geist not only for confidentiality but also because you were afraid I would use the condition of making puppets as leverage against you. That's right. At this point, Shinji no longer concealed anything. As one of the 10 Grand Magus, there are too many people and forces interested in you. I'm not the first person to catch your attention, and I won't be the last. But you're the closest to success. Thank you for the praise. Shinji appeared humble but was proud. I will continue to work hard. Well, work hard then, Toko said with a hint of annoyance. The bargaining chip I have in my hand includes the complete runic system, including the 18 origin runes. Including the hidden meaning of the legendary last rune that only the main god Odin knows. Of course. When Odin passed down the runic system to the Norse gods, he kept something in reserve, the 18th rune. This particular rune held a special meaning that only Odin knew. The twilight of the gods, which brought about the demise of the entire Norse pantheon and dealt an unprecedented blow to the runic system, was believed to have led to the loss of the secret of the 18th rune. However, no one knew that after the twilight of the gods, Scatach quietly infiltrated the devastated Asgard, entered the world tree where Odin obtained wisdom, and deduced the secret of the final rune from the remaining traces. This secret was then passed down to the present through the summoning of the Holy Grail War. The price. This secret, like Toko's puppetry technique, was unique in the world, making it a seller's market. Therefore, Toko didn't negotiate and directly asked Shinji for his price. It's all written here. Shinji pulled out another parchment scroll from his sleeve. Another contract. Toko found it both irritating and amusing. It feels like you never negotiate like this before. There's no other way. I'm young, lacking in cunning, and insufficient in ability, so I can only use straightforward methods. Shinji laughed with a simple and honest expression. Hey, Toko laughed with disdain. She had seen through the disguise of the old monster pretending to be a child. She naturally classified Shinji as one of them. Why doesn't anyone believe the truth when it's spoken? Shinji rolled his eyes. I believe you, big brother. I believe you too. The comforting words from Sakura and Fujino became Shinji's final consolation, but it only made Toko despise him even more. Was it enjoyable to deceive underage girls? Cough, cough. Look at the contract. If there are no issues, sign and seal it. The contract Shinji gave to Toko was somewhat similar to the contribution point regulations in online games, where reaching a certain contribution point would allow for the exchange of corresponding items. He listed the prices for the 18 origin runes, 24 derived runes, and various runic magic clearly in the contract. Toko could obtain them through various means. The exchange techniques were solely for Toko's research and usage, and under no circumstances were they to be leaked without Shinji's permission. For example, this time, the business of creating 2 puppets could be exchanged for a complete set of 24 runic charts. At the end of the parchment scroll, there was a special clause: contribution points could be overdraft without limit. However, if they were not repaid within a certain period when Shinji requested Toko, it would carry a certain degree of enforcement. The higher the overdraft limit, the greater the enforcement. Toko looked at the contribution point limit on the 24 runic charts and then at the total value of the entire set of runic techniques. Suddenly, she felt as if she would have to work for him for the rest of her life. However, Toko also knew that Shinji's terms were not harsh and that he had indeed come with sincerity. Moreover, she couldn't resist the temptation of the origin runes. In the end, she gritted her teeth and signed her name. ========================================================================================================================Chapter 168, Chapter 168, I Need Materials. Since signing the contract, no, the labor contract, no, it's not that either, it's an employment contract, Toko naturally had to work for her employer. With motivation, Toko, who became serious, and the aimless, careless Toko were completely different people. Thinking back to the past, when she broke ties with her family, Toko was practically starting from scratch. Afterward, she traveled to the clock tower to study, and upon gaining citizenship in the Mages Association, she found herself burdened with a huge debt. However, she managed to repay all her debts in just 2 years and even made a significant name for herself. It was evident how terrifying Toko could be when she put her mind to it. Now, Toko had a new motivation, one even stronger than repaying her debts, and the passion that arose from it was astonishing. Shinji was very satisfied with the attitude of the new employee and wasted no time in assigning her the first task, to treat Fujino's eye condition and take care of her health. As a puppeteer capable of reconstructing human bodies, Aozaki Toko's understanding of human anatomy was remarkable. Although she wasn't a doctor, her medical skill surpassed that of any physician. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she could handle matters of life and death, flesh and bones. A mere opticospinal syndrome, which was Fujino's eye condition, was nothing to speak of. As for the damage caused by long-term use of painkillers, it wasn't a significant problem for Toko. It just meant a longer period of treatment and more frequent checkups. Within a few days, Fujino's opticospinal syndrome had already been cured, and her overall complexion had improved significantly. During this time, Byakuya also completed the investigation and negotiation with the Asakami family. Among the contemporary ESP abilities of the Asakami family, only Fujino possessed such powers. The higher-ups of the Asakami family were more than willing to sever ties with Fujino, whom they considered a child of a monster, and readily accepted the offer from the Matou family to buy her. Byakuya didn't hold back and wrote a large check. As the person with the highest emotional intelligence in the Matou family, Byakuya knew well that Shinji wanted to secure Fujino firmly under the Matou family's banner. How to bind someone? Coercion and temptation were mediocre methods. The highest form was a kind of spiritual control akin to belief. For a pitiful girl like Fujino, who had lost her sense of pain and had been constantly subjected to malice from her surroundings, what could bind her the most was the warmth and kindness of the human heart. The attention and recognition given by Shinji, the friendship and respect given by Sakura, all made Fujino feel amazed and intoxicated. Byakuya's task was to add fuel to the fire. He could lower the price, but he didn't. He could even raise it, all to let Fujino know at the right time how much the Matou family had sacrificed for her, how important she was to them, and to make her wholeheartedly see the Matou family as her true home. Perhaps some people might say that this approach is cunning, insincere, and even despicable. And Shinji won't deny it. But as long as the Matou family truly values Fujino and treats her well, what's wrong with employing some strategy? What does it matter if they stoop low for the sake of the Matou family's future and development? And so, Fujino smoothly became a member of the Matou family. Shortly after, Toko received her second assignment, to guide Fujino in mastering her own ESP ability. Fujino's ability originates from her eyes, and eyes with such special powers are called mystic eyes in the type moon world. Mystic eyes can be divided into 2 types, artificial mystic eyes and inherent mystic eyes. Artificial mystic eyes refer to turning one's eyeballs into magical circuits, transforming the passive function of receiving external information into the active ability to influence the outside world. In other words, all targets within the line of sight will be affected by magic. If the target directly gazes into the mystic eyes, the magical effect will increase exponentially. Although those familiar with mystic eyes know that they should not be directly stared at and that being seen by mystic eyes will result in falling into the opponent's magic, it is difficult to judge from appearances whether someone possesses mystic eyes. They are hard to defend against, making them highly practical in all forms of magecraft. However, the difficulty level of this endeavor is also quite high, so possessing artificial mystic eyes is considered proof of being a top-class magus. However, at best, artificial mystic eyes only possess the ability to charm and suggest. Anything beyond that, abilities that cannot be replicated by magecraft, are the second type, inherent mystic eyes. Inherent mystic eyes can be either innate at birth or awakened later due to an accident. Compared to artificial mystic eyes, inherent mystic eyes come in a greater variety and possess stronger abilities. Fujino's mystic eyes belong to this category, while Tuko's mystic eyes belong to both categories, stacked upon each other. That's right, Tuko also possesses mystic eyes, and they have undergone artificial modification based on her innate inherent mystic eyes. To the best of Shinji's knowledge, no human knows more about mystic eyes than Tuko. As Fujino's teacher, she was the most suitable candidate for this task. For this assignment, Tuko devoted herself with utmost passion. Each inherent mystic eye is a precious specimen, and Fujino's mystic eyes are even more treasured, worthy of being listed as designated seal material. Even without Shinji's assignment, Tuko would be willing to guide Fujino. Such excellent material, if left neglected, would be the greatest disrespect to the creator. Tuko jokingly mentioned that she would take Fujino as her disciple, but unexpectedly, Fujino agreed for real. These few days in the Matou residence were the happiest, most blissful, and most relaxed days Fujino had experienced in the past 12 years. She regained her sense of pain and understood what it felt like to be cared for. There was no discrimination, no disgust, only equality and respect. Fujino's scarred and weary heart quickly surrendered to the longing for warmth. She loved this place and wanted to stay here forever. After confirming that following Tuko and learning from her would make her stronger, she wholeheartedly became Orange's disciple. Shinji was pleased with the outcome. Perhaps Tuko's motives for accepting Fujino were not entirely pure, but this bond between master and disciple could also become a connection to her unrestrained breeze. With a bond, no matter how far the wind blows, it will never lose its direction. Shinji had confidence in Fujino, himself, and the Matou family. After a brief and formal initiation ceremony, the group returned to Fuyuki City. Before this, Byakuya had already purchased a small building in the city center for Tuko. Although it was located in a bustling area, it was adjacent to the fourth major ley line node of Fuyuki City, making it an ideal place for magi to establish their workshops. In this brand new workshop, Tuko made a new request to Shinji. I need materials. What kind of materials? To create the bodies of Lady Justice and Miss Irisveal. I need the materials. Give me a list, and I'll arrange it as soon as possible. The problem is, I don't even know exactly what I need. Huh? Are you kidding me? No, I'm not. The souls of artificial humans and their vessels are different from humans. If it were a regular artificial life form, even without physical information, I could reverse engineer and reconstruct it. But these two are artificial humans from the Einsburn family, and their family's technology has significant differences from the currently existing systems. Even I can't calculate without samples. So, you need samples? Yes. Any specific requirements? No restrictions. Any human tissue that carries the Einsburn technology will do. I just need to get a general direction. Is that enough? It's sufficient. Who do you think I am? With a confident push of her glasses, Tuko's brilliance as a master dollmaker was fully revealed. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 169, Chapter 169, City of Winter, Bonus. Germany, officially known as the Federal Republic of Germany, is located in Central Europe, between latitudes 47 degrees north, 55 degrees north and longitudes 5 degrees east, 15 degrees east. Despite its northern location, the country experiences a moderate climate due to the cool westerly winds between the Atlantic Ocean and the continental climate in the east. It can be characterized as having mild winters without extreme cold and summers without scorching heat. However, this is a general description and not an absolute rule. In the southern region of Germany, especially in the Bavarian plain bordering Austria, the climate is different. This area is situated at an average altitude of over 1,000 meters and experiences complex and variable weather conditions. Due to the higher elevation, temperatures are colder than in other parts of Germany, especially during January and February when snowstorms are frequent, creating a seasonally frozen landscape that stretches for miles. It can be said that this is the least suitable area for habitation in Germany. On the first day of February, with the howling north wind and heavy snowfall, the temperature reached a new low. In this harsh weather that even the German soldiers stationed on the border found unbearable, two figures quietly crossed the border between Austria and Germany, arriving at a mountain pass not far from Germany's highest peak, the Zugspitze. Phew, it's really cold. How much longer until we get there? The shorter man, wearing a padded jacket with a hood, a large mask covering his face, and goggles on his head, shivered from time to time. The taller man, dressed similarly, replied in an unchanging voice, "We have entered the territory of Einsburn. The next turn is the boundary of the City of Winter, the bounded field." City of Winter. It's been about 200 years since I last came here. Amidst the falling snowflakes, a woman of the same color as the sky and earth appeared out of thin air, gazing silently at the familiar scenery before her. The City of Winter is an ancient city with a history of over 2,000 years, the headquarters of the Einsburn family. Justice and Irisveal were born here and lived here for a long time. Have we finally arrived? The shorterman lowered his goggles, revealing deep blue hair and eyes. Mr. Kiritsugu, this is where we stop. Leave the rest to me. I will bring out your daughter, Iliasveal von Einsburn, and the samples. The group of three, Shinji Matou, Amiya Kiritsugu, and Justice, departed from Japan, first sneaking into Southeast Asia, then using underground channels to forge their identities and enter Europe. They changed their identities for the third time upon arriving in Austria and quietly crossed the border into the Alpine frontier. After various trials and spending half a month, their goal was to infiltrate Einsburn's headquarters, the City of Winter, unnoticed. The purpose of their infiltration was twofold. First, to find the samples that Toko Aozaki needed for creating the artificial body. Secondly, they wanted to bring out Amiya Kiritsugu and Irisveal's daughter, Iliasveal von Einsburn. On the second day after the Holy Grail War ended, Amiya Kiritsugu wanted to go to the City of Winter to bring back his daughter. However, due to Irisveal's unstable condition and the need for constant care, they had to delay the plan for 2 months. During this time, Kiritsugu and Irisveal worried about their daughter every day, fearing for her safety. When they learned that Toko Aozaki needed sample materials, the couple knew they couldn't delay any longer. After careful consideration, they decided that Shinji, who possessed numerous noble phantasms, would accompany Kiritsugu on the mission. Kiritsugu was responsible for planning the infiltration and escape, while Shinji would handle the execution. I'm counting on you, Kiritsugu lowered his head deeply. Regardless of his past exploits, at this moment, he was just a worried father concerned about his daughter. Please rest assured. Shinji removed his mask and gave Kiritsugu a confident smile. He preferred this Kiritsugu, who worried about his daughter, over the cold-blooded killer. He was willing to do his best for Kiritsugu and Irisveal. Then I'll depart. A shadow cast over, and a grey cloak enveloped Shinji's body. At the same time, Justice, in her spirit form, silently slipped into the cloak. The cloak of Hades, originally a helmet, in mythology, Perseus borrowed a helmet, so it's unclear why Type Moon designed it as a cloak, is the highest-ranked invisibility noble phantasm in Greek mythology. It is said to be able to deceive even the gods. Previously, due to a lack of magical energy, Shinji couldn't fully unleash the cloak's effects. After consuming a golden apple, both the quality and quantity of his magical energy greatly increased, allowing him to use the noble phantasm without any reservations. His body vanished, his presence disappeared, his voice ceased, and his magical energy signature was completely concealed. Apart from the footprints left on the snowy ground, there was no trace of him. This is also the only flaw of the cloak, it cannot eliminate the physical form. However, this flaw is compensated to some extent by another noble phantasm, the feathered boots. The boot's special effect is flight, and leaving no footprints in the snow is a trivial matter. Shinji, in a completely concealed state, didn't recklessly enter the bounded field. Instead, he roamed along the bounded field, searching for nodes and gaps. The era of the gods has long passed, and now it is the era of humans. The top human experts and technologies are no less inferior to the gods. Revering the past and despising the present is not only meaningless but also a path to self-destruction. Shinji will never forget Scatach's earnest teachings. The Einsburn family has been managing the City of Winter for 2,000 years. Even Justice and Kiritsugu are unaware of how many layers of bounded fields and magical mechanisms are set up here. To ensure a successful infiltration, Shinji must be extremely cautious. The larger the coverage of the bounded field, the more nodes are required, and the more likely gaps are to appear. Shinji's goal is to find these gaps. After calculating with Justice's assistance and searching for 15 minutes, Shinji finally found a gap on a mid-level cliff, which was difficult for monkeys to climb. The location, inaccessible to humans, posed no problem for Shinji. With the aid of the feathered boots, Shinji silently slipped into the bounded field, exhibiting movements and awareness comparable to a professional assassin. Once you have one, you have two, once you have two, you have three. With the experience of breaking through the first layer of the bounded field, the subsequent infiltration became smoother. After breaking through more than 20 layers of bounded fields, Shinji saw the White Castle group located among the mountains. The style of the castle was similar to the ancient castles on the outskirts of Fuyuki City, with white exterior walls and tall spires, but on a larger scale and with a more ancient history. Shinji stopped by a snow cedar tree, silently gazing at the main gate of the City of Winter. How is it? An invisible thought was conveyed through the contract. No, there are no blind spots or gaps from here. As expected. If there were gaps, I would have to think carefully if they're traps or not. What should we do? We can only rely on the performance of the Hades cloak. If we're unlucky and get discovered, we'll forcefully rescue her. For today, I've brought all my noble phantasms. I also want to see if the Einsburn family is truly incapable of combat. Don't cause too much commotion. After all, this is the place where I was born. I'm just saying. The chances of being discovered are not high. Even if we are, I'll be cautious as long as they don't go too far. Prepare for action. According to Kiritsugu's information, their castle should be on the far right edge. No, we won't go there. The uninterrupted exchange of thoughts suddenly encountered a slight pause. Then, where should we go? The artificial human's grave, the Einsburn family's junkyard. There's a good chance Ilya was abandoned there. Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 170, Rescuing the Lowly Ilya. Although the goal of the Einsburn family, creators of the third magic, was to aid humanity, they never considered themselves as human nor adopted human societal customs. When a human dies, they are buried in a grave. When an artificial human dies, or rather, loses its functionality, it is directly discarded and abandoned in a designated location, left to decompose naturally. The so-called graveyard of artificial humans is merely a term used privately by those who know it. The official designation given by the Einsburn family to that place is the junkyard. The junkyard is not only used to store the bodies of artificial humans but also serves as a dumping ground for failed creations and irreparable artificial humans. For the pragmatic and utilitarian Einsburn family, anything useless is considered garbage and should be discarded. In the eyes of Act, the head of the family, Ilias Veal von Einsburn, the daughter of Kiritsugu Emiya, the betrayer of the clan, is deemed a failed creation, nothing more than trash. Trash should be thrown into the junkyard. From the moment Saber destroyed the Holy Grail, Ilya's residence transformed from a warm castle into a cold, damp junkyard filled with scattered artificial human parts. For the small, 9-year-old Ilya, whose physical development lags behind her peers, it is akin to a hellish nightmare. However, Ilya managed to survive, fueled by the belief and promise she made to her father, Kiritsugu Emiya. Before Kiritsugu left the City of Winter to participate in the Holy Grail War in Fuyuki City, he made a promise to his daughter, a promise that he would come back and take her to search for the nutmeg, Ilya's favorite game. Whenever she thinks about riding on her father's shoulders, running through the woods, with her mother following behind, and witnessing the happiness on both their faces, an infinite well of motivation surges within Ilya, supporting her in surviving in this hellish place. Today marks the 30th day since Dad left. I've been thrown into this place. There are many people here, but none of them move. It's so cold, and Ilya is so hungry. Today marks the 32nd day since Dad left. I made a bet using the clothes of the broken sisters. Finally, I'm not cold anymore. Today marks the 40th day since Dad left. One of the sisters, who is about to break, told me that the fresh parts around us are edible. Although they don't taste good, I'll try my best to eat them. So, Dad, please come back quickly. Today marks the 50th day since Dad left. Another sister was thrown in here. She told me there was a frozen wolf outside the junkyard. The wolf is big, and I struggled to drag it in. Now I can eat for several days. Today marks the 60th day since Dad left. Ilya, in tattered clothes, sits in a makeshift nest built from artificial human parts, resting her chin on her hands, gazing absent-mindedly at the sky. A few snowflakes twirled and drifted into her small nest, brushing against her fair face. The icy cold sensation awakened Ilya's bewildered consciousness. She tightened the blanket around her and murmured softly. Dad and Mom haven't come back yet. Humph, liars, big liars. Ilya has decided not to talk to you for 1 day, no, 3 days, sniffle. But still, I miss Dad and Mom. It's okay, Ilya will hold on. I'll wait for you to come back, hee. I'm a bit hungry. Let's eat something. This is the last meal of wolf meat. Tomorrow, I'll have to start eating parts again. Okay, today, I'll eat slowly. Ilya stretched lazily and crawled out of her nest. With eyes as red as her mother's, she carefully surveyed her surroundings. The junkyard had no protective barriers and was not safe. Wild beasts often roamed around, and the weak Ilya had to be cautious. When she first arrived, she almost got caught by a black bear. Fortunately, she managed to squeeze into a crevice in the garbage pile, and the bear couldn't get in, saving her from danger. Just as she confirmed that there was nothing unusual around and breathed a sigh of relief, she suddenly heard a voice. Ah, found you. Who's there? Ilya jumped up in fright like a startled rabbit. Sorry if I scared you. As soon as the voice fell, the air in front of Ilya suddenly distorted, and a boy much taller than her walked out of the distortion. You must be Ilya. Yes, Ilya's Veal von Einsburn. Despite her tattered attire, Ilya still performed a curtsy and knee bend in a ladylike manner. Who are you, big brother? I'm Shinji Matou. Your father asked me to come and pick you up. Kiritsugu. Ilya's eyes lit up. Using her father's name as a form of address was not proper etiquette in Shinji's view, but since both father and daughter were willing, he didn't say much and simply nodded. Yes. Why should I trust you? Ilia took a step back, and the joy in her ruby-like eyes faded, replaced by a layer of caution. Shinji paused for a moment, quickly realizing that this was the normal reaction. Ilia had been abandoned in the junkyard for so many days, and if she didn't have enough vigilance, she would have died long ago. You want proof, right? Your father's name is Kiritsugu Amiya, and your mother is Iris Veal. Your father is tall, with black hair and black eyes, and your mother. As Shinji described, Ilia's wariness gradually turned into trust. I believe you now. Then let's go. Shinji reached out his hand to Ilia. Okay. Ilia placed her hand in Shinji's hand. Her hand was icy, almost devoid of warmth. Shinji glanced at her makeshift nest and then at her tattered clothes, feeling a pang of sadness. He began to regret why he didn't come here earlier and take her away sooner. Shinji, why aren't we leaving? Ilia asked innocently. Just wait a moment, little sister. Shinji quickly took off his down jacket and wrapped it around Ilia, then lifted her in his arms. Big brother. Are you still cold? I'm not cold anymore. It's warm and comfortable. Ilia's smile was purer than the surrounding snow. Thank you, big brother Shinji. Ilia, you're sensible. The more sensible Ilia was, the worse Shinji's impression of the Einsburn family became. If Shinji hadn't come here, Ilia would have continued to suffer this miserable fate for nearly 10 years, until the eve of the Fifth Holy Grail War. In this decade of hellish life, her heart would have gradually sunk into despair. She would have turned her father's love into hatred and become stronger amidst despair and hell. But the price of this strength would have been too cruel. Fortunately, everything is different now. The future Ilia will no longer feel cold. Let's go. I'll take you home. Home? Isn't this my home? No, this isn't home. Home is where there's a father, a mother, and a warm place. Then where is Ilia's home? It's in a place called Fuyuki. Your father bought a big mansion there, and your mother is waiting for you to come back. Is there snow there? Yes, there is. Are there walnut sprouts? I don't know about walnut sprouts, so I'm not sure. Then Ilia will teach you. Ilia is good at finding walnut sprouts. Sure, I'm looking forward to it, little sister. The cloak enveloping the two children gradually receded into the distance, disappearing into the wind and snow, leaving no trace behind. P.S. Just a few words. Normally, it takes 60 years to accumulate enough mana for one Holy Grail war. The reason why there was only a 10-year gap between the 4th and 5th wars is that no one made a wish, so a large amount of mana was not used, shortening the time needed to accumulate mana accordingly. This was an unexpected result for everyone. Additionally, Ilia's lifespan is short, and she cannot live for another 60 years. In the eyes of the Einsburns, she is merely an experimental subject, a vessel for creating a higher performance lesser grail than Iris Veal. Based on Ilia's treatment in the Einsburn household after the Fourth War and the mechanical and rigid nature of the Einsburn family, it is believed that Ilia was likely abandoned to fend for herself until the head discovered the impending Fifth Holy Grail War and brought her back for further modifications to participate as the Lesser Grail. The evidence is that the Einsburn family assigned a maid to Ilia before she participated in the war, which was an unused prop before but became a useful tool after she became the Lesser Grail. PS2, in Fate/0, Kiritsugu didn't immediately go to retrieve Ilia. One reason is that he probably didn't expect his daughter's situation to be so bad. Another reason is that Kiritsugu is a pragmatist, so he would prioritize taking care of the people in front of him, first Shiro in the original timeline, and now his wife. As for Shinji not immediately going to the Einsburn family, there are two reasons. Firstly, Iris Veal's condition was not good, and he naively believed that Ilia could survive until the Fifth War with some hardship, and secondly, apart from the fact that he didn't want to interfere as an outsider, Ilia's father didn't make any moves to retrieve her. P.S. Is there an urge to dismantle the Einsburn family? == Support me at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 171, Ilia's Happiness. Thank you at Vortigern for joining my Patreon, smiley face. What is happiness? It's a cliché question that has stood the test of time. I remember someone once said, when I'm hungry and I have a piece of bread while you don't, I'm happier than you. When I have a toilet stall while you don't and my stomach hurts, I'm happier than you. Happiness is that simple. With comparison comes the knowledge of satisfaction, and happiness naturally follows. Ilia's Veal von Einsburn is happy now. She has seen her father and mother. She knows she hasn't been abandoned, and that her parents still love her. The reason they didn't immediately come back to her as promised was that her mother's health had deteriorated, and her father needed to take care of her. Although she endured a lot of hardship during this time, compared to her mother's condition, Ilia would gladly endure 10 or 100 times more suffering because her love for her parents is no less than their love for her. In a place called Fuyuki, far away from the Castle of Winter, the family is finally reunited, able to live together once again. Their new home is not as big as the old one, but Ilya truly loves it because it's not as cold as the Castle of Winter, because her father and mother are there. After all, more people love her, more warmth, just like what that big brother Shinji, no, that liar Shinji said. Yes, he's a liar. He's younger than her, but he insists on being called her older brother just because he's a little taller. Humph. I won't forgive you unless you apologize, humph. Ilya. Shinji and the others have come to play with you. Really? Her mother's call interrupted Ilya's little tantrum. She immediately forgot her anger, jumped up from the floor, and put on her slippers as she ran excitedly. Humph, I only said I won't forgive him, not that I won't play with him. Don't get it wrong, because he always manages to find lots of fun things to do. Muttering to herself. Ilya, slow down, the floor is slippery. Be careful not to slip. I know, Auntie Mia, no, Mommy Mia. The one reminding Ilya is Mia Hizo, whom Ilya has known for a long time. She knows Mia is her father's partner, and they have known each other for the longest time in the family, longer than Ilya, and longer than her mother. But it was only recently that she became a member of the family. By the way, the title, Mommy Mia, was Irisfield's request. Although Ilya doesn't understand why she should call her that, it doesn't feel bad to have another mother who loves her. But why does Mia blush every time she's called Mommy Mia? Even if she asks her father, he doesn't say. TL, Kiritsugu living a harem life XD. As she was thinking about it, Ilya saw her father. He was in the storage shed in the yard, organizing things. It seems that he and Mommy Mia will be going out for a while in a few days to search for a brother. This time it's a real brother, Mommy Mia's child. He went missing before Ilya was born, and his name seems to be named Sigma. It sounds strange, but hopefully, Dad and Mommy Mia will be able to find him successfully. Ilya, over here. Outside the living room door, Ilya's mother, Irisfield, was holding a tray of fruits and smiling at her. Mommy. Ilya sweetly called out and leaned against Irisfield like a little cat. This is a new habit she developed after coming to Fuyuki. When she first arrived in Fuyuki, her mother seemed to have lost her body and couldn't hold Ilya or leave that rundown storage shed like before. Ilya was very worried, so every time she went to see her mother, she would touch her to see if she had recovered. This habit remained even after her mother obtained a new body. Don't be so spoiled, Ilya. Take the fruits inside for the guests, Irisfield indulgently looked at her daughter. Okay. Ilya lifted her feet, took the fruit tray, and walked into the living room, politely greeting each person. Justy-sama, the ancestor of the Einsburn family, a great benefactor to her parents and Ilya's most admired person. Auntie Tuko, a puppeteer even more impressive than grandfather Jubstachite, the one who helped Justies and her mother create their bodies. She's Ilya's doctor and can make Ilya grow up quickly to be as tall as her mother. Sister Fujino, Auntie Tuko's student and assistant, with beautiful eyes, doesn't speak much but looks lovely when she smiles. Sakura. The little sister who can write strange characters, a beautiful girl just like Ilya, Ilya's best friend. And, that's it. Hey, Ilya, why don't you call me? A certain ignored person protested discontentedly. I don't talk to liars. Liar, liar, big liar. Ilya crossed her arms and turned her head away with her eyes closed. Shinji, who was called a liar, forcefully patted the nearby box and deliberately said in a loud voice, today I brought something really fun. If you don't talk to me, you won't know how to play, you know. Ilya humphed and quietly opened one eye, secretly observing. Her cute appearance made everyone smile knowingly. Sakura, let me tell you, this is the latest collaborative work of Lady Justies and Sister Tuko. It's very interesting and fun. Since Ilya doesn't want to play, let's play by ourselves. Shinji chuckled and opened the half-sized leather trunk. Inside was a handmade war chess game. The chess pieces, meticulously crafted by Tuko, were based on characters from the Matou and Emiya families. They were more detailed than any figurine, with a reproduction accuracy of over 90%. The chessboard was created by Justies, supporting both regular chess playing and real-time manipulation of the pieces using magecraft. It was a way to synchronize magical control while playing chess, combining education with entertainment. The rules and scenarios of the war chess could be freely written. The first set of scenarios released was personally written by Tuko and titled, Brave Warriors vs. Demon King. The leader of the Brave Warriors was Magus Tuko, while the Demon King was played by Tuko's sister, Aoko. When Shinji tried it, he couldn't help but hold back his desire to make a snide remark for several minutes, Tuko Aozaki, you never miss a chance to tease your sister. Of course, the personal touch brought by Tuko didn't affect the quality of the war chess. As soon as the box was opened, Ilya couldn't close her other eye either. However, due to their previous conversation, she didn't feel comfortable talking to Shinji and could only express her desire through her eyes. Ilya, the kind-hearted Fujino, couldn't bear to see it and reminded her softly, "Don't talk to Shinji, but you can talk to us. We'll teach you how to play." "That's right, big brother, stop bullying Ilya," Sakura chimed in. "Ah, you two traitors, whose side are you really on?" Shinji scratched his head and gave a mockingly annoyed look to the girl beside him, who seemed like sisters. Of course, he wasn't truly angry, he just found it more amusing this way. Ilya's side. Ilya's big sister's side. Fujino and Sakura answered simultaneously. Instantly, Ilya's head soared up to the sky. "Thank you, Fujino big sister, and Sakura. Shinji. It's so wonderful to know both of you, and it's great to be in Fuyuki. P.S. Regarding Kiritsugu looking for Ilya, Fate/Zero provided a clear answer in the end. He first adopted Shiro and waited until everything settled down before visiting Ilya under the guise of a trip. Unfortunately, by that time, Kiritsugu was already in a weakened state and couldn't enter the bounded field. He could only wander in the snowstorm multiple times, almost freezing to death. PS2, another fate got saved. Chapter 172, time skip. Same city. Same abandoned building. Same fourth-floor room. Same characters. The only difference was time. It had been over 3 years since the last time they experienced something like this. Shinji Matou, now 11 years old, had grown taller. Sakura Matou, now 10 years old, was gradually entering adolescence. Fujino Asagami, now 16 years old, had blossomed into a graceful young woman. And there was Tuko Aozaki, who hadn't changed at all. Time had altered many things, but it had left no traces on the puppeteer. She remained in the prime of her beauty. However, at this moment, her current appearance couldn't be described as beautiful. Disheveled hair, a dirty face, and a wrinkled white shirt. The collar and cuffs were stained with a color that seemed difficult to wash off, giving her the appearance of a construction worker who had toiled all day at a construction site. In comparison, the 3 underage individuals looked much better, although they too were covered in dust. Overall, they were still presentable. This was largely due to their attire, a uniform gray tracksuit and matching face masks, which protected them from being bothered by the dust. Yes, Shinji and the others had come prepared. They had arrived in Fuyuki City half a month ago. During that time, they had been busy dealing with the government, logistics, water supply, electricity, gas, and various departments and companies. They had also taken the opportunity to send a few dolls to an exhibition. Finally, yesterday, Tuko had completed all the necessary procedures and could officially move into the building. The first workshop, naturally, was a secluded cottage near Mount Enzu, prepared by the Matou family for Tuko. However, Tuko's free-spirited nature meant she wouldn't stay in one place for long. Leaving was just a matter of time. Shortly after the bodies of Justice and Irisville were fully adjusted, Tuko left Fuyuki City to continue her journey across Japan. This time, she wasn't alone. She had 3 accompanying hangers-on, the underage individuals by her side. Shinji had always wanted to travel after the Holy Grail War ended. Originally, he planned to leave home when Kenneth's recovery was almost complete. He intended to tour Japan first and then head west, visiting countries like China, India, the Middle East, and Central Europe, and finally reaching London, England, to enter the clock tower for further studies. However, plans often change unexpectedly. Justice had obtained her own body and no longer needed to rely on external sources for magical energy. She could sustain herself. As for Kenneth's treatment, Shinji couldn't help much, and he didn't want to go back to elementary school all over again. It just so happened that Tuko suggested going out for a walk, so he decided to accompany her. Once he made that decision, Sakura insisted on joining them. Shinji initially wanted to oppose it, but then he thought about it. The parents' objections were likely based on concerns about growth, safety, self-sufficiency in daily life, and education. He didn't have to worry about Sakura's growth when they were together. He would keep a close eye on her to prevent any misconceptions. In terms of safety, with a puppeteer and a servant-level combatant, it was highly unlikely they would encounter any ancient families or forces that could pose a threat. With Tuko as their experienced guide, they also minimized the chances of unintentionally violating any taboos due to ignorance. As for self-sufficiency in daily life, well, it was a bit embarrassing to admit, but Sakura was indeed the most capable of taking care of them at home. Being with her made things easier for Shinji. As for education, whether intentional or not, Scatach had passed down modern knowledge to the servants through the wisdom of the magical realm lineage. At this stage, basic education held little significance for Sakura. Given these circumstances, there was no reason not to bring Sakura along. As a magus and the heir of the Matou family, she would eventually leave the shelter of her home and stand on her own. As for Fujino, she was Tuko's disciple. Her most important task at the moment was to learn from Tuko, so naturally, wherever Tuko went, she followed. This journey lasted for over 3 years. During this time, the four of them had visited almost every prefecture and city in Japan. The only city they didn't visit was Misaki City, a small city less than an hour's drive from Fuyuki City. It was Tuko's hometown and the land managed by the Aozaki family. After losing to her sister Ayoko, Tuko was cursed by her. She could never return to her hometown unless the curse was lifted, and since then, Tuko had not set foot in Misaki City. Shinji held a skeptical attitude toward this claim. Firstly, Ayoko's magical abilities were quite average, and a long-term binding curse like this was far beyond her capabilities. Secondly, he had heard rumors more than once that Tuko had already lifted the curse. While the physical curse could be resolved, the psychological shadow was difficult to overcome. It was like being able to wake up a sleeping person but never being able to wake up someone pretending to sleep. As long as Tuko's emotional barrier remained, she would never go back. So, Shinji chose to remain silent, at most handing her a cigarette when passing by. That was all he could do. As they continued their journey, Tuko grew tired and wanted to take a break. She returned to the city closest to her hometown and decided to stay there for a while. She chose a building that represented their fate as her residence, workshop, and office for her livelihood. Today was moving day, and Tuko unceremoniously brought Shinji and the others to help with the cleaning. In retaliation for Tuko's act of employing underage child labor, Shinji secretly bought 3 sets of cleaning outfits for Sakura and Fujino but deliberately didn't prepare one for Tuko. The result was as follows: seeing Tuko in a disheveled state, Shinji couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sensing the malice in Shinji's smile, Tuko became angry and drew a rune symbolizing wind with a flick of her hand. The next moment, an upward draft of air carried the dust on the ground and blew it into Shinji's face. "How dare you sneak attack?" Shinji spat out a mouthful of dust and quickly carved a rune symbolizing water to settle the dust. With his other hand, he scooped up a water ball from a basin and hurled it at Tuko. Unexpectedly, Tuko didn't dodge or avoid it. She continued to create more dust while mocking him. "Thanks, I was just thinking of washing off the dust on me." "Then wash off even more." Shinji didn't even bother using magecraft and simply picked up the basin, splashing water. The living room turned into a mess instantly. Fujino and Sakura, who were tidying up the room, exchanged glances, quickly closed the door, and began to organize the important items in the living room at the fastest speed to avoid being affected by the battle between the two. Similar battles had occurred many times during their journey. The two girls went from not understanding and trying to stop them to becoming numb and avoiding them, and eventually to proficiently cleaning up and minimizing the damage. They had long become accustomed to it. When they were almost done with their battle and had tidied up most of the workshop, Sakura and Fujino would each grab Shinji and Tuko to change clothes and fix their appearances. By now, it was already evening, and Tuko leaned back on the sofa, looking at the refreshed workshop and nodding in satisfaction. "It looks much better now." "It's good that it looks better. Now let's talk about the reward," Shinji said, sitting across from Tuko and looking at her with a sideways glance. "We've put in 8 hours of work. Shouldn't you show some appreciation?" "I should show some appreciation, but I've been tight on funds lately, so I can only treat you to a simple meal," Tuko said apologetically, touching her face. "That's not right," Shinji frowned. "The final payment for the workshop was settled last week, and you made a 6-digit profit from that previous exhibition. Did you spend it all again?" "Ahahaha," Tuko chuckled awkwardly, not answering. Fujino explained on behalf of her teacher. "Yesterday, the teacher saw a clay puppet said to be from the ancient Philippines, and..." "I'm amazed by your ability to spend money," Shinji sighed helplessly. "Forget it, I'll treat you today. Let's go for a seafood buffet. Since you're not short on money, I won't be polite with you. Let's go." Just as Tuko got up to get her coat, a knocking sound suddenly rang out. Chapter 173, Makiya Kakutu, Part 1. Thank you at Alucard Blood, at Darius Winters and at Tomic Inflation for joining my Patreon, smiley face. Knocking sound. A guest. At this time, Shinji looked at Tuko with confusion. It was unusual for someone to invite guests when the house wasn't fully organized yet. "I didn't have any appointments today. Could it be your family sending someone to find you?" Tuko was also puzzled. "How is that possible? We have phones, you know." "Yeah, communication is convenient now." "So, who could it be?" Not only Shinji, but everyone present had their phones, custom-made devices that used satellite signals instead of traditional cellular towers. Regardless, since it was a knock on the door, the person should not have any hostile intentions. When the second round of knocking sounded, Toko opened the front door. Standing outside was a young man dressed modestly, around 20 years old. He wore a black crewneck sweater with a pair of dark gray trousers. Aside from the black-framed glasses on his nose, he had no other embellishments. Compared to the increasingly trendy and individualistic young people, he appeared quite ordinary. Toko confirmed that she didn't know this person and glanced at Shinji for confirmation, but he also indicated that he didn't recognize him. Just as Toko was about to ask who he was, the stranger spoke first. "Excuse me, is Miss Toko Aozaki living here?" His voice was gentle, lacking any particularly memorable traits, but it gave a very pleasant feeling, like the sunshine on a spring afternoon. "Looking for me?" Toko blinked slightly, instinctively responding. "Yes," the man smiled, genuine joy emanating from his expression. "I saw your artwork at the gallery and became very interested in one particular piece. Just for that, you came all the way here?" Toko crossed her arms and looked at him with a playful glint in her eyes. "Well, I suppose so," the man nodded, his candid attitude piquing Toko's interest. "Although I don't know which aspect of the artwork attracted you, you're the first person to come directly to me because of it. Besides acquaintances, the only visitors we usually get here are delivery personnel." "I see." The man bowed apologetically. "I apologize for coming here without notice." His gaze involuntarily shifted to the side, revealing to Toko which particular piece had caught his interest. The workshop had just been cleaned, and the belongings were still piled up in the hallway. The most conspicuous item among them was a doll seated on a chair. The doll portrayed a typical Eastern girl. Her hair was neither long nor short, just enough to cover the tips, and her petite face and delicate features blurred the boundaries of gender. Coupled with her slender and unassuming body, it was difficult to determine whether she was male or female. "You came because you saw that doll, didn't you?" Yes, I'm sorry, I was just about to say that." The man's slight disorientation revealed Toko's perceptiveness. "It's all right. I'm glad you find her appealing. However, occasionally, some people become excessively fascinated with dolls. It's one thing if it's just the aesthetics, but some become captivated by what's inside, the emptiness within the doll." Toko's tone shifted from casual to serious. Her gaze wasn't fierce, but it carried a certain intimidation. "I don't believe your eyes are merely fixated on the doll's exterior. It's not praiseworthy for someone your age to be drawn to emptiness like that. Getting too close to such things is surely not a good idea for someone like you. Please leave." "No, Toko didn't give the man a chance to continue speaking and was about to close the door. "Wait a moment, Miss Toko." A hand promptly rested on the doorframe, halting Toko's action. If someone came all this way, we should at least let them finish speaking. After all, he was the first visitor after we moved in. It wouldn't be right to just dismiss him like that. "You." Toko moved aside in exasperation. The only person who could make her show such an expression was Shinji. "Please come in, sir. We haven't finished organizing yet, and there's nothing to offer, so please forgive us for the inconvenience." Shinji gestured for the men to enter cautiously. No, not at all," the men said repeatedly, walking into the yet unopened office with great care. "So, what brings you here to see Miss Toko? Are you interested in purchasing that doll?" Shinji asked, his inexplicably amiable attitude contrasting with the sense of unease felt by Toko, Sakura, and Fujino, who were familiar with him. "No," the man shook his head. "Perhaps you'd like to see if there are any other artworks that capture your heart?" "Neither," the man shook his head again. "Then what is it that you—" Whether it was the influence of Shinji's affability or the glimpse of mischief hidden deep within his eyes, the man took a look at the empty office, then mustered his courage, clutching his chest resolutely, and said, Could I possibly become an employee of this office?" "Huh?" Toko, leaning against the door, tilted her head, almost causing her glasses to slip off. Fujino and Sakura, who had been silently observing, also wore peculiar expressions. If they remembered correctly, Toko hadn't posted any job advertisements. "Sorry, I didn't hear clearly. Could you please repeat that?" "I want to become an employee of this office," the man bowed to Toko once again. "I apologize for suddenly saying such a thing. It's getting late, and I don't expect you to give me an answer today. I will come back another day and hope you will consider it. I didn't expect you to pull this off. Honestly, I'm surprised. Do you want to be a salesperson or learn how to make dolls? Or perhaps, since you've already come here, you want to become my apprentice?" Toko pressed her glasses and raised the volume of a few words, her orange eyes emitting a different aura as she stared unwaveringly at the man. The building outside, chosen as the second workshop and office, was covered by a powerful bounded field. It not only had the concealment and repelling effects Shinji experienced when he first entered but also incorporated directional perception and a certain level of suppression against the mystical. This was the latest result of Toko's study of the original runes. It was unlikely that a man who could find and enter this office was an ordinary person. Toko intended to use her mystic eye and the perception effect of the barrier to observe the man's true intentions. After observing for just 3 seconds, Toko suddenly pushed up her glasses, and the strange aura dissipated. You wouldn't think that way, right? Forget it, pretend I didn't say anything. Oh, the man instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, I should have rejected an applicant who illegally invaded without an appointment. However, I've become somewhat interested in you. Come back tomorrow, and I'll give you a chance for an interview. Great. The man's face lit up. But before that, tell me your name. Makiya Kikutu. Pleased to meet you. As I thought. Shinji narrowed his eyes, a knowing smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Has it come to this without me realizing it? Kara no Kyukai / the Garden of Sinners. Chapter 174, Makiya Kikutu, Part 2, Bonus. Makiya Kikutu, also known as Makiya Ryugi, is one of the main characters of Kara no Kyukai, a classic work by Type Moon. He is the main protagonist of the Type Moon universe and the most ordinary among all the male protagonists, lacking magical aptitude, special lineage, and supernatural abilities. Compared to other extraordinary protagonists with inherent advantages, he is truly ordinary. His origin lies in the motto of being ordinary to the core and never hurting anyone more than anyone else. However, despite being an ordinary person, he has become the most beloved male protagonist in the Type Moon world. In the realm of anime and manga fandom, which is increasingly filled with statements like, "Triple X is my waifu" or "Triple X is my husbando," there are very few people who want to separate him from his romantic partner. When Shinji can't sleep at night, he irresponsibly indulges in daydreams about many waifu in this world, but he has never had any improper thoughts about this guy's wife. All he feels is genuine blessings to the couple. Therefore, for over 3 years, he never considered doing anything in the city of Misaki, fearing that he might inadvertently disrupt the couple's relationship. Choosing to end his journey in May was also to ensure that Toko returns to Misaki City and to ensure that the plot doesn't deviate, allowing these two individuals to smoothly come together. This is Shinji's selfishness. Although he is a transmigrator with the ability to save some people, it doesn't mean it's his obligation. People are inherently selfish, and Shinji is no exception. He is willing to interact with people he is interested in and make up for regrets from his past life, but when it comes to certain people and matters, he simply doesn't feel anything and is unwilling to get involved, which is understandable. And Makiya Kikutu is one of the few men who pique his interest. After Makiya Kikutu left, Shinji lazily closed the door, looked at Toko, who was lighting a cigarette, and asked, "Why did you give him a chance for an interview?" Toko glanced at Shinji, parted her lips slightly, exhaled a puff of smoke, and then said, "Haven't you already figured it out? He's not a magus, yet he was able to pass through my barrier and come here. It's somewhat intriguing, isn't it? Not only that, there's something else. Did you notice it? What is it?" Shinji smiled and turned to Sakura and Fujino. "Did you two notice?" Sakura answered first. "Is it because his last name is Kikutu? Could he be Azaka Kikutu, brother?" Azaka Kikutu is the younger sister of Makiya Kikutu. She became acquainted with Toko, Sakura, and Fujino last year when they were all involved in a series of grisly murder cases. Although they didn't spend much time together, they formed a deep friendship and still keep in touch through correspondence. However, Shinji has never met Azaka. During the bizarre murder cases, he had reached a critical point in his treatment with Kenneth and was temporarily called back to Fuyuki City by Justice to serve as a power bank, a backup magical energy source. As a result, he missed the opportunity to meet Azaka. Therefore, Shinji's answer is, "Unfortunately, you're wrong." Fujino thought for a moment and said, "Is it about finding this place itself?" Bingo, correct answer, plus 10 points, Shinji snapped his fingers. "How long has it been since we acquired the ownership of this building? How many people know that we live here? It seems like there is no one with the surname Kikuta here." Shinji pointed out Makiya's only ability or strength, which is his exceptional information-gathering ability. Of course, it is not a magical power but simply a talent, just like someone being good at singing or drawing. From what Shinji knows, Makiya is even stronger in this aspect than professional private detectives. In the chapter Paradox Spiral of Kara no Kyukai, he spent only one night organizing a comprehensive dossier containing the architectural design of an apartment building, the list of people involved in the construction, water pipe configuration, composition of resident families, work locations, previous home addresses, and other information. If he were to open a detective agency, he would become a well-known figure in the industry. The talent of the seeker, huh? Toko once roughly classified humans into 2 systems and 2 attributes, creators and seekers, users and destroyers. Makiya Kikuta's information-gathering ability falls into the category of a typical seeker. Just how strong is he? We'll find out tomorrow when we give it a try. There happens to be a commission that requires us to travel all over the city of Misaki, and you don't want to help. No way, Shinji shrugged. Because tomorrow, I have to help Fujino with the transfer procedures for the high school division of Rien Girls Academy. And I'll also see if I can help Sakura apply for an exchange program or something. Since Tuko chose to establish her second workshop in Misaki City, it means she won't leave in the short term. As Tuko's disciple, Fujino naturally has to stay here to continue learning from her. Fujino is 16 years old this year, the age to enter high school. Although she has an excellent teacher like Tuko to guide her, her knowledge reserve may not cover the social and practical knowledge that her peers would have. Therefore, she still needs to obtain it through school. Rien Girls Academy has a well-known reputation and is among the top 3 girls' schools in the Tokyo metropolitan area. What's more interesting is that it is not an ordinary girls' school, it is an essential point in the Kara no Kyukai story chain. The students inside and the alumni who graduate from there include many intriguing individuals. Tuko, Fujino's teacher, is also a graduate of this academy. In this school, you can experience a typical high school life without being far from the mysterious, and it's not dangerous either. It's truly the perfect place for Fujino to study. The same goes for Sakura. Campus life is an essential part of a person's growth, and Shinji hopes Sakura can create all sorts of wonderful memories. Shinji also needs time for individual actions. There are things to investigate, tasks to assign, and regular contacts to maintain. Of course, Tuko knows that Shinji has his plans. She was just complaining casually and didn't mind. Enough about that. Since we have free labor now, let's not waste it. Let's solve the problem of our empty stomachs first. Agreed. Sakura raised her hand eagerly. She had been busy all day and only had a light lunch. She was really hungry. Then let's go for a seafood buffet. Shinji held Fujino's hand with his left hand and pulled Sakura with his right hand. He said to Tuko, "How are you feeling today?" "Hee, I'm completely ready." Tuko was brimming with confidence. "Today, I will break that idiot sister's record. There can only be one champion in Japan's eating contest, and that's me, Tuko Aozaki. Although it doesn't quite match her well-proportioned figure, she can indeed eat a lot. She is a true big eater, and no matter how much she eats, she doesn't gain weight. It's natural, and it has nothing to do with magecraft or anything. It's worth mentioning that Tuko's sister, Aozaki Aoko, also has the same appetite and physique as her sister. The two often engage in fierce competition in this regard, which has become a legend in Japan's food industry. It is said that there is already an underground gambling market where people bet on which sister can eat more. Warning. 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 This gambling contest must not be known to the parties involved, otherwise, it will result in a joint attack from the Rocket Barrage and the Doll Legion. Chapter 175, Chapter 175, Chat. 1998, June. 3 years and 6 months had passed since the end of the Fourth Holy Grail War. It had been about a month since Mikiya Kakuto intruded into the yet-to-be officially opened office of Garen no Do. Currently, Mikiya has successfully become an employee of Garen no Do and is the only official staff member besides the director, Tuko Aozaki. Sakura and Fujino, who were working part-time for compensation, were unaware of whether this always gentle and seemingly never angry gentleman had any regrets. After all, this place couldn't be considered a legitimate company in any sense. It hadn't been registered with any government department, nor did it possess any legally recognized licenses. The dolls that Mikiya cared about didn't have specific prototypes, they were merely coincidentally sculpted based on Tuko's inspiration. Mikiya himself had dropped out of a prestigious university that he had worked hard to get in, resulting in a big fight and nearly severing ties with his family. From the perspective of an ordinary person, it seemed like a completely unworthy endeavor. Perhaps only Shinji, who possessed a godlike perspective, could understand Mikiya's inner thoughts. It was precisely because of this that among the several people who frequented the office, Shinji and Mikiya had the best relationship, despite their 10-year age difference. "Shinji, you stayed up late again, didn't you?" Mikiya, who was organizing documents on the coffee table, said to Shinji, who was lying lazily on the opposite sofa. His tone carried both concern and reproach. "Yeah, you're right," Shinji lazily gazed at the ceiling. "If you have the time, make me a cup of coffee, the stronger, the better." "Underage people shouldn't drink," Mikiya helplessly shook his head. "Oh well, even if I say it, you won't listen. I know I can't treat you like an ordinary underage person, but please take better care of your health. Leave him alone. This kid won't have any issues even if he stays up for consecutive nights." Tuko, who was lying on the table, half-heartedly raised her hand. "In a sense, he's no longer considered human. By the way, I'll also have a cup of coffee." "Thanks. Without work, I'm so bored." Miss Tuko," Mikiya's helplessness escalated to a sigh, "even without work, I have plenty of things to do, such as summarizing the office's income and expenses." "That's your own choice." "I'm just incredibly bored," Tuko replied without enthusiasm. Shinji turned over and looked at the first male friend he had made in this world. "Mikiya-san, let me give you a piece of advice. Forget about everything else, don't bother with financial summaries. After all, the money you earn will quickly be spent. Just keep an eye on your income and intercept your salary in advance so that a certain prodigal girl who can earn and spend more won't be able to get her hands on it. Isn't that illegal? Mikia's face showed a hint of embarrassment. This is an underground agency, not protected by the law. Shinji's statement immediately provoked Toko's dissatisfaction. It's such nice weather, I don't want to argue with you. Me neither. In my current state, I probably wouldn't be able to argue with you anyway, Shinji replied lazily. The so-called argument wasn't just limited to verbal disputes, sometimes it escalated to physical altercations. However, the two of them had an unspoken agreement. Toko wouldn't use her dolls, and Shinji wouldn't use his noble phantasms. They would only engage in rune magic duels. Oh. What's the matter? Toko sat up, her eyes filled with curiosity. It was rare for this little troublemaker to back down voluntarily. I've been investigating something that caught my attention recently, and I haven't had a good night's sleep for several days, Shinji yawned listlessly. Do you want me to help? I'm quite confident in my investigative skills. Makia, the kind-hearted one among the three, was always willing to take on tasks. I appreciate the offer, but what I'm investigating is quite dangerous. It's better if you don't get involved to avoid getting hurt. If it weren't for that, why would Shinji not utilize Makia, the expert investigator? After all, in his previous life, Makia was known as the Ryuji Google, a humanoid search engine. I see. Then take care of yourself. Got it. I'll be careful. After spending a lot of time with Makia, one could discover many hidden qualities in the seemingly ordinary young man. Besides his good temper and ability to get along well with everyone, he also possessed a remarkable ability to accept the extraordinary. If someone else had heard Shinji's response, they wouldn't be as calm. This was probably one of the reasons why he could live so relaxed and at ease in the mysterious world, despite being an ordinary person. Don't worry about him. Although he may seem small, when he goes all out, few people in Japan can stop him. You should remind him not to cause too much trouble. Toko bluntly exposed the truth about Shinji's capabilities. Shinji didn't get angry. He just smiled and said, "You're one of them, Miss Toko." "I can't lay a hand on you," Toko replied sarcastically. "After all, you're my debtor." These days, the debtor is the boss. Then let the boss have a listen. You're a woman, so you should be called madam. That term is too malicious towards women. Let's forget about it. Toko gracefully retreated and changed the subject. By the way, Makia, did you visit your friend? How is she? Makia scratched his cheek somewhat embarrassedly. Well, she hasn't changed at all. It seems a bit unnatural. What do you mean? Toko became interested. Well, her body hasn't shown any changes in the past 2 years, as if it completely stopped growing. It's hard to believe, to be honest. Toko let out a disdainful snort. Only dead beings stop growing. No, even corpses grow with decay. The only things that move but don't grow are the automatons you recently activated accidentally. But what I'm saying is true. Makia lowered his head and nervously rubbed his hands. There hasn't been any sign of her aging since then. Toko noticed Makia's unusual behavior and lightly pushed her glasses. What's wrong? Your expression seems less concerned about your sleeping friend and more like you're thinking about something else. Well, yeah, a little. Makia didn't deny it. Sometimes I wonder if she doesn't want to wake up. Friend, huh? Friend. Shinji blinked his eyes rapidly, making Makia feel uneasy for a moment. Toko also joined in with a mocking smile. Seems like there's a story. Well, this is a rare opportunity, so go ahead and tell me to relieve my boredom. If you're just looking to relieve your boredom, I refuse. Makia turned his head, avoiding the two mischievous gazes. Miss Toko, your straightforwardness can be quite problematic. Oh, come on, you were the one who brought up this matter first. Hurry up and tell me. Toko tapped the table impatiently. I didn't ask out of pure curiosity. Azaka-chan always mentions this name, Shiki, when she's on the phone. If I don't even know what kind of person she is, I won't be able to follow the conversation. I wanted to say this earlier, but Azaka is very innocent. Please don't corrupt her. She's at that restless age, you know. Hearing Makia's words, the mockery in Toko's smile grew stronger. Innocent, hee. Well, let's just call it innocence. Well, I won't meddle in sibling matters. You go make some coffee, and we can talk slowly. And thus began the storytelling time for Makia Kakutu. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, Boy Meets Girl. This is a somewhat cliché story, where a boy meets a girl. The boy's name is Makia Kakutu. On a certain day in 1995, the city of Misaki was hit by a heavy snowfall, something that hadn't been seen in years. Amidst the snowy night, within the darkness that should have been gloomy but was instead dyed white, the boy encountered a girl dressed in a kimono. With just a glance, just a moment, the boy fell deeply, unable to forget the girl's figure from that day onwards. Shortly after, on the first day of the new school semester, the boy once again saw the unforgettable girl. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that the girl attended the same school and was even in the same class. He learned the girl's name, a somewhat peculiar name that would be etched into his memory for a lifetime, Ryugi Shiki. She had a neutral yet graceful appearance, always wearing a kimono to school. Though she rarely spoke, her behavior and serene attitude, which seemed beyond her years, were enough to captivate people's attention. However, this peculiar girl always kept others at a distance, persistently avoiding human contact. It was as if she lived in her world. Over time, she became a known but ignored outsider at school, except by him. The ordinary boy revealed his extraordinary tenacity for the first time. As you distance yourself, I draw closer. As you reject me, I try again. Even if you evade me, I will find you. Even if you say you'll kill me, I will still stay by your side. The boy relentlessly approached the girl, as if she was his everything. It's not sure if it was the girl who was moved by the boy or if she realized that all her resistance was in vain. Slowly but surely, the relationship between the boy and the girl grew closer, and they became very good friends. Some even believed that they were dating. The boy learned about the girl's background, about her unusual family, and about the fact that she had two personalities, just like her surname. Taiji begets two modes, one yin, one yang. Shiki represents the yin, the feminine personality, and the affirmative heart. Shiki, pronounced the same as Shiki in Japanese but written differently, represents the yang, the masculine personality, and the negating heart. They are independent of each other yet intricately connected like the yin and yang forming the Taiji symbol of two fish biting each other. Many people feel uncomfortable or even disgusted by this way of existence, but the boy doesn't, not at all. He doesn't mind at all whether he is with Shiki or Shiki. They naturally and carefreely spend time together, as if no one else exists. There are no confessions, and they don't seem like lovers, but they are more intimate than ordinary friends. Maybe they are more than friends but not yet lovers. Well, it doesn't matter because neither Makiya nor Shiki care about labels. In each other's eyes, they are special. Days go by, and if things continue like this, they will probably remain classmates, grow up together, and eventually get married calmly, living their lives together. But the girl's extraordinary existence destined her to have an eventful fate, and the boy, being with her, will also experience an unusual life. In the peaceful city of Misaki, a series of bizarre murder cases occur. One day, the boy learns through his uncle, a police officer, that the crime scenes have the school emblem of their school. A few days later, when the sixth victim appears, the boy notices the girl's injured hand and recalls her previous remark about having the urge to kill. A sense of unease creeps into the boy's heart. After a few more days, near the girl's house, the boy sees her and witnesses the seventh victim. The girl stands there amidst a pool of blood, her elegant kimono stained with crimson, exuding a cruel beauty. The nauseating smell of blood, the shocking scene with its dark aesthetics, and the impact of the unbelievable truth overwhelm the boy, and he faints on the spot. When he wakes up, he finds himself in a police station. Faced with police questioning, the boy chooses to conceal the truth and says nothing. However, at the same time, he starts waiting in front of the girl's house every night, watching her room. The girl, who notices this, allows the boy's behavior and even prevents her family from trying to drive him away. The next day, the girl asks the boy why he is still willing to approach her. The boy simply smiles and answers because he believes her. He saw the girl at the crime scene, but he didn't see her commit the murder. He believes in this girl named Ryugi Shiki, and he believes she wouldn't do such a thing. From that day on, the girl completely ignores the boy, and the boy doesn't initiate any conversations with her either. However, he still waits outside her window every evening. Is it to investigate the truth? To find the real culprit? It's not like that. If that were his purpose, his smile wouldn't be so gentle, and it wouldn't be filled with trust. He stands there to confirm her innocence, and his smile reflects the relief he feels when he confirms that she hasn't left the house at night. And that smile is what attracts the girl and also what makes her feel uneasy. Unable to handle the inexplicable and increasingly intense emotions within her, the girl confesses to the boy, saying that she is the murderer. But even so, the boy's smile and trust remain unwavering. The girl showed a hysterical expression for the first time and said, "What do you understand about me? What do you believe in me?" The boy's smile became even gentler. "Without any evidence, because I like you, I want to keep believing in you." The sudden confession made the girl, who had just built up her emotional walls, falter. She lowered her head, letting her bangs cover her eyes, and murmured, "You're an idiot." The boy kept smiling. "Yeah, you often say that." Everything seemed to return to how it was before, back to peaceful everyday life. However, it was only an illusion for the boy. At night, he continued to monitor the girl. The girl appeared wearing a bright red kimono, unlike her usual attire, and walked out of her house. She held a small knife and lunged at the boy as if she had gone mad. She wanted to kill him. The boy didn't want to die, but the girl persisted, determined to kill him as if to protect her existence. Finally, the girl pinned the boy to the ground, holding the knife against his throat. With a face that seemed like a crying mask, she said softly, "I'm going to kill you." In the end, the boy didn't die because they were stopped by a middle-aged man of unknown origin. In the ensuing fight between the girl and the middle-aged man, the girl instinctively avoided killing. The boy's guess was right, the girl was never a murderer to begin with. The men pointed out the girl's motive for wanting to kill the boy. It wasn't for survival, and it wasn't for anything else, it was simply to escape. The girl did escape, constantly running away. The boy chased after her, desperately pursuing her. But just as the boy was about to catch up to the girl, she was hit by a passing car and sent flying, falling into a coma for 2 years. For 2 years, the boy faithfully stayed by the girl's side, regularly visiting and taking care of her. One day, the boy coincidentally saw a doll that resembled the girl at an exhibition. Following the information left by the doll maker, he found an underground office in a dilapidated building. Makiri dropped out of his university and became an employee of the office. He started narrating the story of him and the girl to the office director and his new friend. Chapter 177, Dualities. "That's my story with Shiki, even though it happened 2 years ago," Makiri said with a calm tone, not much different from his usual demeanor. But both Toko and Shinji could sense the deep affection and devotion hidden beneath his calm exterior and gentle voice. It was precisely because of this that Shinji genuinely wished him the best, and Toko, a person who cared little about worldly matters, was willing to help an ordinary person like him, almost selflessly. "So, did she stop growing then?" Toko asked, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. "Based on my understanding, the only way for the body to completely stop growing is by becoming a dead apostle, but that doesn't seem to fit your description," Shinji replied, brushing off the weariness on his face as he sat up from the couch. Dead apostles are a classification of vampiric beings. Vampires are primarily divided into 2 major categories, true ancestors and dead apostles. True ancestors are innate vampires, a distinct species from humans since birth. They are special beings among vampires, akin to ancient elves or primordial deities predating human history. It's worth mentioning that true ancestors don't have a physiological need for blood. They are classified as vampires because they have a certain defect from birth, which is the urge to drink blood. All true ancestors crave the blood of the very beings they should be restraining, humans. Blood is to true ancestors what drugs are to humans. Once they taste it, it's hard to resist the temptation, and they can only continue to feed, filling the void in their souls. Dead apostles are acquired vampires, and they are the prototypes of vampires found in various legends and stories. The majority of vampires in the world are dead apostles. Dead apostles are essentially humans who have undergone certain processes of evolution. Some are former dead, turned into vampires after being fed upon by true ancestors, while others are magus who have transformed through special rituals to prolong their lives. Regardless of the method, once one becomes a dead apostle, it signifies a change in their form of existence. From the moment of becoming a dead apostle, the body enters a state similar to death and stops growing. To maintain their near-immortal bodies, dead apostles must regularly consume blood, much like how humans need to eat. It's an instinct for survival that cannot be denied. Yeah, if she had become a dead apostle, she would have woken up and started to drink blood a long time ago. She can't lie in bed for 2 years, Toko agreed with Shinji's explanation. Then how do you write her name? It's written with a single character in kanji, right? Her name is Shiki, spelled with the character "what's the matter?" Makiri gestured slightly puzzled. The "sure" in Shikigami, and her surname is Ryugi. It's just too perfect, Toko murmured to herself, a hint of disbelief flashing in her eyes. Why, are you interested? Shinji asked, implying something. Yeah, I'm very interested. What about you? Toko admitted frankly. I'm also a little interested. Well, since you're planning to get involved, I won't bother worrying about it. I already have a lot on my plate. By the way, if you discover anything, remember to let me know. Although he appeared casual, Toko still sensed something unusual between Shinji's brows. You seem to know something. Shinji unconsciously scratched his head. Well, kind of, but it's not something important. The source of the information isn't reliable either, so I won't say it to avoid affecting your judgment. I have a feeling you're hiding something. Whatever, the hospital is in the outskirts, right? I'll go take a look. After receiving Makiri's affirmative reply, Toko grabbed her coat and hurriedly walked towards the door. As Toko left, Makiri let go of the documents in his hand and locked eyes with Shinji. Shiki. Does she have some kind of issue? More accurately, it's not an issue, but rather uniqueness. Shinji wasn't surprised by Makiri's perceptiveness. I don't know if you've noticed, but your girlfriend isn't an ordinary person. She's a being similar to Miss Tuko and me. Yeah, I know. He had known for a long time, but he didn't care. A person like that can never live a peaceful life. Are you prepared for it, Mikiya Kakutu? Prepared? I don't know if I am, but no matter what happens, I'll be by her side and believe in her. Mikiya's smile was warm, like a cask of aged wine, exuding the intoxication accumulated over time. That's enough then. Never forget the words you said today. Shinji patted Mikiya's shoulder firmly. To understand the uniqueness of the Ryogi family, you must first uncover the secrets of the Ryogi family. The information I have on this is very limited, mostly speculation. The only thing I can tell you is that the Ryogi family is one of the 4 great exorcist families. The rest, you'll have to investigate yourself. The 4 great exorcist families, huh? Mikiya immediately took out his notebook and started jotting it down. Considering that the Ryogi family hasn't interfered in your relationship with Shiki for so many years, they probably won't do anything to you. But still, be cautious. If they issue a warning to you, back off immediately. Understood. Also, take these with you. Shinji reached into his waist pouch where he stored rune stones and took out 3 of them. The square one provides 5 minutes of protection, the triangular one temporarily enhances your physical abilities, allowing you to run faster, the circular one is a distress signal. If you encounter danger, crush it depending on the situation. After all, I'm the one sending you to investigate, so I should ensure your safety. Thank you very much, Mikiya expressed his gratitude while carefully stowing away the rune stones. No need to thank me. I have something to ask of you as well. While you investigate the Ryugi family, gather information on the other 3 families as well, the 4 great exorcist houses, Ryugi, Fuju, Asakami, and Nanaya. Asakami. That's the family Fujino comes from. After going bankrupt 3 years ago, they disappeared from the scene. Just keep an eye out for where they might have gone. As for the other 2 families, put in a little more effort, but remember, just a little. Don't delve too deep. I'll set a limit for you, your investigation should only be within the boundaries of the city of Misaki. If you need to go outside, stop there. Got it. Mikiya was prudent in his actions. If it didn't concern Shiki, he never tried to be overly ambitious. Should I go now? Go now. I'll inform Miss Tuko, and I'll temporarily take care of the work at the agency. 5 minutes later, the spacious office was left with only Shinji. He moved the only phone used for external communication to the coffee table, then lay back on the table, his eyes half open and unfocused. Ryugi Shiki, huh? Ryugi Shiki. Taiji gives birth to the 2 principles divided into yin and yang, yin gives birth to yang, and yang gives birth to yin, a spiral of contradictions that is already the most perfect equation. Compared to that, someone with only a single personality falls a bit short. Heh, Nasu-sensei. You really choose that name for Shiki. P.S. The original divine spirits are derivatives of planetary will, and there is no difference from the concept of true ancestors. Chapter 178, Chapter 178, Ghosts. When human society reaches a certain level of development, it begins to divide the places where people live into functional zones. From small closets and bookshelves in homes to large residential areas, commercial districts, and office districts in cities. Different areas have different styles, and the predominant style of the office district in the city of Misaki is orderly. The buildings are neatly lined up along the roadside, with glass windows facing the street. In the depths of the night, they quietly reflect the moonlight, creating a world of eerie shadows on the streets below. In the deepest and tallest shadow, there is a 20-story building that resembles a ladder. It looks like a slender tower that extends to the moon. The tower is called Magus Bar. As an apartment building, Magus Bar is devoid of lights. This is not surprising, as it is already past 2 a.m., and tomorrow is a workday. Most of the residents who live here are office workers in the district, and if they don't rest early, they won't have enough energy for the next day's work. At this time, in this place where no one is awake, except for the patrolling police officers, there is only one person who has ulterior motives, Shinji Matou. For the past few nights, he has been coming here and finding a spot where he can see the rooftop of Magus Bar, sitting or lying down for a few hours. Of course, he's not just idling away his time, he is waiting for the appearance of a certain special being. Once again tonight, he has gained nothing. Disappointed, Shinji leaves the bench and goes to a nearby vending machine to buy a can of coffee. Still no sign. Did I get the timing wrong, or? Just as Shinji is preparing to leave, a human-shaped silhouette comes into view. And it's not a metaphor, the girl is literally floating. She appears to be in her early 20s. She wears a luxurious white dress, and her long black hair reaches her waist. The slender hands and feet peeking out from her attire further display this woman's elegance. The delicate brows and cold eyes can arguably be classified as a type of beauty among beauties. The wind falls silent. The coldness of the night air is exceptionally piercing, given the current weather. A needle-like chill pierces the neck. But Shinji's inner being doesn't cool down because of this chill, instead, it becomes increasingly eager. She finally appeared. He throws a punch as if celebrating. In the next second, a gray cloak envelopes his body, and white feathered shoes appear beneath his feet. Carrying his body, he flies towards the sky, towards the figure of the girl who seems to want to pluck the moon. Upon closer inspection, it becomes apparent that this girl's body is abnormal. Having said that, whether the age of a ghost itself can be judged by measuring the years of life remains a question. Although the gaunt cheeks and slender body are visible, there is no sense of substance, as if she were a blurry mist. The night breeze blows, but the girl's loose white gown and black hair do not flutter with the wind. They remain gently pressed against her body. She is like a mirage, like an illusion, visible but out of reach. However, the girl is neither a mirage nor an illusion, she truly exists. Shinji, who has extensive experience dealing with spiritual entities, can confirm this. He ascends to the same height as the girl, face to face with her. Good evening. The moonlight is lovely tonight. Would you like a cup of coffee? Shinji offers a can of coffee to the girl. The girl doesn't speak. Suddenly, a bewitching magic emanates from her ethereal figure. Shinji remains unfazed. Don't try to manipulate me. First, your level of manipulation is ineffective against me. Second, I was already flying. The girl seems somewhat panicked, floating higher. Ah, didn't you want someone to fly with you? Why are you hiding when you see me? Am I scary? Shinji sighs in frustration, spreads his winged rain shoes, and chases after the girl. Hey, I mean no harm. I just wanted to invite you for a cup of coffee and have a chat. Upon hearing this, instead of stopping, the girl speeds up, trying to escape. Thus, an aerial chase unfolds. The ghost-like girl flees while the cloaked boy pursues her. This chase lasts for over 10 minutes. Gradually, Shinji loses his patience to continue the pursuit and shouts loudly. Stop now, or don't blame me for being impolite. The girl naturally doesn't respond. Shinji grits his teeth and increases the output of his magic, accelerating his flight speed. The moment he catches up to the girl, an inconspicuous bag appears in Shinji's left hand. Sorry. Kibisis. As soon as he finishes speaking, the fastening of the restraining bag suddenly loosens. Instantly, the girl feels a powerful suction force. This force is not physical but originates from the spiritual realm. It doesn't affect the surrounding environment but renders the girl unable to move. She struggles desperately, like a drowning creature, but all in vain. The mouth of the bag opens wide, and the suction force intensifies. The girl can no longer resist it and is swallowed into the bag. If you can cooperate a bit, I won't need to use kibisis anymore. Shinji sighs and securely fastens the bag. Using the moonlight to determine the direction, Shinji flies towards the outskirts of the city. After half an hour, Shinji opens a certain window on the exterior wall of the hospital and lands in a single patient room. On the bed in the room, the same girl who was captured by kibisis struggles to sit up. It's you. It's me, Shinji nods gently. Are you my enemy? The girl's expression is different from when she was in the sky. There is no panic, but rather a faint joy. That depends on you. If you want me to be your enemy, I will be your enemy. If you want to be my friend, then I will be your friend. Friend. The girl seems unable to bear the night breeze and coughs a few times. I don't have any friends. Shinji considerately closes the window. There can be none to become some. Thank you, you're a strange person. People often say that. So, what's your answer? Do you want to be friends with me? The girl thinks for a dozen seconds and eventually nods. Let's be friends then. I also want to know what it feels like to have a friend. I like that choice. Since we're friends, I should return what belongs to you. Shinji smiles and materializes kibisis. With the girl's somewhat frightened gaze, he unfastens the fastening, and the spirit of the girl sealed within the bag breaks free, circling the girl on the hospital bed. Let me introduce myself. I'm Shinji Matou. And you? Kiri Fuju. On the hospital bed and in the air, the two girls speak simultaneously. Chapter 179, Kiri Fuju. The next day. The same morning, the same office, the same couch, the same people, and the same event, storytelling. What's different is the storyteller and the protagonist of the story. It has become a young girl's tale. The story is not complicated, nor does it carry profound emotions. It is simply the longing of a girl who has been confined to a sickbed for many years. The girl lost her family a long time ago. Shortly after she was hospitalized with an incurable disease, her parents and younger brother lost their lives in an accident. Since then, she has been living in the hospital, year after year, day after day, even forgetting how long she has been there. The girl became an anomaly in this hospital. No one hears her even if she speaks, and she can't reach out for anything. All she can do is linger in the hospital room. What accompanies her is the view outside the window. The trees that change colors with the seasons, and the people who come and go from the hospital. It is the only scenery in the girl's eyes, year after year until she loses consciousness. At some unknown point, this scenery has permanently imprinted itself in the girl's heart. She begins to curse the unchanging view, curse the outside world, while also yearning for the boundless sky. Because the sky knows no boundaries, perhaps beneath some sky, there exists a world that the girl doesn't dislike. The scenery in her mind becomes clearer, while the scenery her eyes can see becomes increasingly blurred. When the girl's vision reaches its freezing point, she realizes that she has gained another pair of eyes. These eyes float in the air. No, it's not just eyes that the girl has gained, but also a body. Lying on the sickbed, she gazes up at the sky, while from the sky, she looks down upon the earth. It's the same person, the same consciousness, but two different ways of existing. Every night, the girl in the sky floats above, overlooking the city. She starts feeling lonely, longing for someone to accompany her in admiring the scenery together. At this moment, she encountered a boy. The boy said he wanted to be her friend, to admire the scenery together with her in the sky, and to gaze at the sky together with her on the ground. The girl's name is Kiri Fuju, one of the main characters in Chapter 1 of The Garden of Sinners, Overlooking View. She is one of the adversaries of Shiki Ryugi and a person just as pitiable as Fujino. The boy is the storyteller, Shinji Matou. I see. The same consciousness, different vessels, a dual existence. It seems that this Kiri Fuju comes from an ancient pure-blooded family. This family is likely an expert in prayers, and the surname Fuju might refer to impure words. With her extensive knowledge and experience, Tuko deduced many things from Shinji's few words. Prayers and curses are, in a sense, the same thing. This peculiarity is the answer to prayers. However, mere prayers alone cannot truly become a dual existence. It seems that someone has given her another vessel. Shinji, since you want to catch her attention, be wary of this person's existence. I know. I am prepared to face that person. This is not only for Kiri Fuju's sake but also for Shinji himself. He wants to test his abilities with that person, to assess his growth over the past 3 years. Sensing the determination hidden in Shinji's calm words, Tuko no longer said much and only asked, "What is your purpose in telling me all this?" "I want you to help her." "How can I help?" "Cure her body." "That is one aspect, but more importantly, I want you to help her untangle her emotional knots. You know, I'm not good at comforting others. Sometimes, my words end up as sarcastic jabs." Shinji chuckled self-deprecatingly. They talked for a long time last night, and Kiri was genuinely happy about Shinji's arrival. However, until her body couldn't hold on any longer and she slowly fell asleep, Shinji couldn't untangle the two knots in her heart. Is she floating or flying? Can a butterfly catch up to a dragonfly? Well, is there a difference between floating and flying? Does it even matter if a butterfly catches up to a dragonfly? Makiri expressed complete confusion. Exactly. That's what I think too. Shinji held Makiri's hand like he found a kindred spirit and shook it up and down. Floating and flying are both movements in the air, so why get caught up in that? And dragonflies and butterflies are originally two different species. Sigh, you two clueless guys when it comes to understanding a woman's heart. There's no hope for you. Tuko sighed. Listen carefully, you two blocks of wood. What Kiri Fuju wants to express is not on a physical level. What she truly wants is probably to escape from the monotonous hospital room, to escape from the monotonous scenery, to escape from her tragic fate. There are two types of escape, aimless escape and purposeful escape. The former is floating, the latter is flying. The former is death, the latter is life. Which category her overlooking view belongs to, only she can decide. And whether a slow-flying butterfly can catch up to a fast-flying dragonfly is her answer to this question. Isn't that terrible? Exactly. How can a butterfly possibly catch up to a dragonfly? Tuko covered her face, finally freed from the frustration of dealing with these two idiots. If it's about speed, of course, a butterfly can't compare to a dragonfly. But this isn't a competition, can't the dragonfly wait for the butterfly? To exaggerate even more, if you carry the butterfly while flying, wouldn't you be faster than the dragonfly? Ultimately, neither the butterfly nor the dragonfly can fly across the vast ocean. But with the help of a ship, they can soar over the ocean and reach another sky. Why does it sound more and more philosophical? Shinji started to feel a headache. Existence itself is a kind of philosophy. Tuko casually lit a cigarette, and the smoke's trajectory was unpredictable. It seems like you won't understand it in a short time. Leave Kiri Fuju's matter to me. I'm also interested in her dual existence. She is in the same hospital as Shiki-ryugi, so it's fine to take care of them both. However, when it comes to matters of consciousness and soul, your partner is the expert. If she has time, let her come over. Well, I'll arrange it as soon as possible. Shinji naturally wouldn't refuse such a request. Speaking of which, why do we always encounter such unique beings? And they're all women. Shiki-ryugi, Kiri Fuju, and Fujino. Toko glanced at Makiya and swallowed back the name Asakami, another exceptional being. Who knows, maybe that's your destiny, Shinji sighed. Although he brought Kiri and Fujino to Toko, he was well aware that even without his intervention, these two people would have crossed paths with Toko due to the intertwining of the men sitting next to him and Toko's fate. In the story called The Garden of Sinners / Kara no Kyukai. Chapter 180, Overlooking View. Walking out of the empty corridor. The darkness turned into dimness. The night view of the town filled the field of vision. There was nothing particularly remarkable about the rooftop of the Fuju building. The unpaved concrete floor and surrounding wire fences. Apart from the water tower above the small house where Shinji was just now, nothing was obstructing the view. The rooftop itself had no unusual installations. However, the scenery that existed there was abnormal. The night view seen from the rooftop, which was 10 stories higher than the surrounding buildings, was both magnificent and unsettling. It was like standing at the top of a narrow ladder and looking down at the world below. A bold and uninhibited shout broke the silence of the late night. Flying. A cloaked boy leaped from the edge of the building, defying gravity as he soared through the air. Hanging on the boy's slender body was a girl. Her face was pressed closely against the boy's chest, her eyes tightly shut, seemingly afraid. Her waist-length hair fluttered in the wind, tickling the boy's face. Shinji smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, open your eyes. The night view is beautiful." Kiri opened her eyes halfway, then closed them again. Her voice was weak, almost inaudible. "I don't need to open my eyes to see." In a world invisible to ordinary people, a figure identical to the girl floated in the air, spinning around this intimate couple. The perspective of a spirit is different from what you see with your own eyes. I promise you won't be disappointed. Shinji gently tapped his forehead against the girl's with his chin. Really? Then. Finally, Kiri opened her eyes. At first, just a sliver, but then they widened instantly to their maximum, and Shinji could see Kiri's dilated pupils and hear her gasp. Ah. The dim, beautiful city of the night, like the depths of the sea untouched by light, with lights scattered throughout the town twinkling like deep-sea fish blinking. If one's field of vision is the entirety of the world. At present, the world has indeed fallen into slumber. Although it seems as if it might sleep for eternity, it is only temporary. In contrast to the streets before their eyes, the night sky is strikingly cold. If the city is the deep sea, this side is pure darkness, with stars flickering like scattered jewels. Is it beautiful? Shinji adjusted his posture, holding Kiri, allowing her to better appreciate the night view. Kiri was still immersed in the awe-inspiring night view, nodding absent-mindedly. Do you like it? Then live your life to the fullest because only by being alive can you witness such beautiful scenery. Shinji freed one hand and gently flicked the forehead of Kiri, then reached out to grab the ghost Kiri floating in the air. Moreover, what you see is just a negligible corner of this world. There are even more beautiful sights waiting for you to discover. Really? Even more beautiful than this. Kiri's two pairs of eyes, physical and spiritual, shimmered with excitement. Of course. The town of Misaki is too small. Next time, I'll take you to see the night view of Tokyo, the capital. That's truly magnificent. Especially the central area, it's brightly lit, and they call it the sleepless city. It's not an exaggeration at all. Shinji, who had traveled around Japan, was more qualified than anyone else to say such things. Then I will strive to live on, and I'll accept Miss Toko's treatment wholeheartedly. Will you take me to see it? Kiri's face was filled with yearning. This yearning was exactly what Shinji wanted to see, and it was the true purpose of taking her out for a night stroll. Shinji showed a hint of hesitation. Tokyo is no problem, anytime once your body is fully recovered. But as for other places, it's not certain because I also have many things to deal with. I see. The two subdued faces sandwiched Shinji. Don't make that kind of expression. Shinji flicked Kiri's forehead again. If I don't take you, you can explore on your own. Once your body is better, you can go anywhere. Maybe before long, you'll be able to take me to see the beautiful sights you've discovered. Kiri instantly turned her worries into joy. Hee, that's not bad either. Then you have to go back and rest early. Without energy, your illness won't get better. Shinji coaxed Kiri as if he were coaxing a child. Physically, Shinji appeared younger than her, but in terms of mental age, Kiri was much younger than him, even younger than her physical age. Let's go back, Shinji. Hold on tight, Kiri, and you too, Kiri behind me. I'll show you my top speed. The wings on the shoes instantly tripled in size, a surge of magical power formed under Shinji's feet, and his cape covered the frail body of Kiri, ensuring she wouldn't be affected by the wind pressure. Shinji shouted loudly. Target, the hospital ward. Shinji Matou, engage. Whoa, we're flying, we're flying. The girls' cheers echoed through the sky over the town of Misaki along with the sound of breaking through the wind. This sorrowful girl, tormented by illness and fate, had finally found someone who could fly with her and finally found the motivation to live on. The girl who could only look down at the scenery, constantly praying and cursing, and ultimately heading towards tragedy, had finally found a new lease on life. Now, only one thing remained. Shinji, who tucked Kiri into bed, calmly glanced at the corridor outside the ward. It was the first time he left the girl's private room in a normal manner. The entire corridor had transformed into a different realm. To ordinary people, they would only see the scenery of the corridor, but those who possessed magical power would step into a fantastical world composed of various Sanskrit characters. This was the highest level bounded field. In terms of technical level, it had no difference compared to the Matou family's great bounded field, personally set up by Scatach. The only difference lay in the quantity and intensity of the bounded fields. According to Shinji's knowledge, there was only one human capable of setting up such a bounded field. Come out. With a soft shout, a red rune quickly took shape in the air. The air around the rune began to burn, enveloping the rune and turning it into a fireball that shot straight ahead along the corridor. After flying only a few meters, the fireball seemed to collide with an invisible wall, causing sparks to scatter, and the fireball shattered into pieces. At the same time, the area impacted by the flames twisted abnormally. Sound, light, and air became like a painter's palette, slowly rotating, ultimately blending into a heavy shade of black. In the center of the distortion stood a black figure, motionless, resembling a black stone monument, yet also akin to a shadow darker than the night itself. The man in the black coat guarded the only path leading to the stairs, his face serious but filled with unbearable anguish. Raising his head, his gaze pierced through the 10-meter distance and locked onto Shinji's face. With just that one action, the atmosphere in the hall changed. The once calm air became viscous, oppressing people to the point of breathlessness. This freezing sensation was likely what one would feel when the air freezes. Unconsciously, Shinji held his breath, and in his mind, a convoluted name immediately surfaced. Saurenaraya.